among staff and players to at least 24.
And it was another Sunday night thriller. It was the 1-4 Vikings who had Seattle's number for most of the game. Adam Thielen's score made it 26-21 late, but Russell Wilson would not quit. He finds DK Metcalf on the crucial 4th and 10 to keep Seattle alive with a minute left. And with the game on the line, Wilson finds Metcalf again for the go-ahead score. The Seahawks edge out the Vikings 27-26. Now to a scary situation for Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. He suffered a gruesome ankle injury in the third quarter and had to be carted off the field. See how emotional he is there. Dallas would rally after the injury and beat the Giants with the last-second field goal, 37-34.
For the first time since last November, the Chiefs are in the losers column. The Las Vegas Raiders kept Kansas City guessing and win 40-32. And now to a heartwarming moment in Washington. Alex Smith played for the first time since his horrific leg injury in 2018. He threw for 37 yards, but it was enough for his family to stand up and cheer. But Washington would fall to the Rams 30-10.
The remnants of Delta are moving east this morning, causing more flash flooding alerts. The storm made landfall in Louisiana as a Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds up to 100 miles per hour. It moved directly over Lake Charles, a community battered by Hurricane Laura just 6 weeks earlier. More than 200,000 customers are still without power across Louisiana. At least 2 deaths are being blamed on fires connected to the hurricane. One was sparked by a generator and another by a natural gas leak.
All right, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb for a look at the day ahead. Hey, Janessa.
Hey, good morning, ladies. Good morning, everyone. We want this storm system out of here, but it's pretty stubborn. We do have it colliding with the cold front, and that's allowing the rain that we're seeing across the mid-Atlantic into the northeast. It is going to be pretty consistent, heavy at times throughout the day, and even into your Tuesday. It's late Tuesday evening. We'll start to see it push out of the northeast, and finally by Wednesday get a little bit of sunshine. But the flood threat is enhanced across I-95 corridor this morning into your afternoon. That's a look at the big weather story today. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Our temperatures, though, across the northeast are below average. We're back in the upper 50s, so the chill is in the air, and we're watching even a little bit of snow that's forming across the Rockies. That's a strong cold front. It'll slice temperatures in half across Colorado Springs. And everybody wants to know about the sunshine. We'll talk about that coming up.
Yeah, we're going to need it after this drenching for some of us. Thank you, Janessa. It was a wedding on Cloud 9. A couple in New Mexico said their I do's from the sky after their original wedding plans were halted because of the pandemic. They wanted to take their vows to a new level.
This is kind of a diamond in the rough, I guess you can say, where it's a moment we get to have with everything that's going on that at least is a plus positive.
Well, the pair said the balloon wedding eased a lot of the stress that comes with planning a celebration during this time.
A wedding to remember. Simon Cowell is doing well despite reports claiming he was bedridden after breaking his back during a bike accident he suffered in August. A source close to the America's Got Talent judge says, quote, he's doing over 10,000 steps a day as well as swimming to get his back strong and healed again. He even no longer needs to wear his back brace as much. The update comes after reports surfaced in the UK claiming that Cowell will be out of action for 6 months due to surgery complications.
Well, we have a consumer alert to tell you about on this Monday. Consumer Reports recently tested 47 bottled waters, and they say they found levels of toxic forever chemicals in several popular brands that were above a limit recommended by some experts, especially carbonated ones. The tests focused on 30 chemicals and 4 heavy metals: arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury. The International Bottled Water Association called the report misleading and will unnecessarily frighten consumers. To view the report, head to consumerreports.org.
This morning, we are learning the suspect in the shooting at a protest in Denver did not have an active security guard license. Matthew Dolliff is accused of shooting and killing a man this weekend. He was initially identified as a private security guard, but city officials say he is not licensed. Earlier, I filed this report taking a closer look at how the incident turned deadly, and we do want to warn you, the images are disturbing.
You can hear the gunshot on this video. Police rushing in after they say a private security guard opened fire on a man who reportedly sprayed him with mace. This image capturing the moment before the deadly confrontation. The man spraying, the private security guard pointing his gun at him. Later on, the security guard, 30-year-old Matthew Dolliff, is seen surrendering and is now in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder.
There was a verbal altercation that transpired. Firearm was discharged. Individual was shot and later pronounced deceased. There were 2 guns recovered at the scene.
The deadly shooting happened Saturday near dueling demonstrations between far-right and far-left groups. Cell phone footage caught an argument between the opposing sides seconds before the gunshot. Ahead of the rallies, police deployed in large numbers, prepared for possible unrest. NBC station KUSA reported they had hired Dolliff as security to accompany their staff covering the protests. Denver police have not identified the victim, nor did they confirm his affiliation.
We're going to determine what happened in here through the investigation, but our primary focus is to de-escalate this situation.
A city on edge after heated clashes turned deadly.
In today's Quick Hits, Shaquille O'Neal revealed he voted for the first time ever after he recently submitted an absentee ballot. The NBA icon said part of the reason he never voted is because he, quote, never understood the electoral college system.
Wonder Woman's Gal Gadot and director Patty Jenkins are reuniting for Paramount's Cleopatra. Gadot will play the legendary Queen of Egypt, a role that was previously portrayed by Claudette Colbert and Elizabeth Taylor.
NASA has identified the mystery object that was thought to be an asteroid. An asteroid expert says it appears to be an old rocket from a failed moon landing mission 54 years ago.
Turn now to Wall Street, which will have investors focused like a laser on Apple's big unveiling of what's being, quote, the most significant iPhone event in years. Here with a preview this morning is CNBC's Jeff Cutmore. Hi, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, very good morning, Francis. And you know, this announcement was delayed. Normally, they would give us the new iPhone announcement back in September, but it's been a funny year, hasn't it, with COVID? And so we've got a month delay. But as you say, the analysts are really excited about this announcement tomorrow. And part of the reason is we could see the first case redesign since 2018. And people are talking about iPad-like edges, a little flatter. And we could see phones with 5G. So Apple looking for a new upgrade cycle to start here. So let's keep our eyes on the Apple announcement. One other thing, fuel down half a penny here. The average now $2.25. And the analysts say there's plenty of it around, so don't expect the prices to move very much at all in the near term. Back to you.
All right. Thanks for starting us off on this Monday. Jeff, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let's get your Monday started. We do have rain across the mid-Atlantic into the Northeast, and that's going to be continuous throughout your Tuesday. Mild highs across Texas. We are watching a very strong cold front from the Rockies, but that'll allow us to clear out for Tuesday into Wednesday, and then we watch another round of rain into the Northeast by the end of the week. Also, ladies, the winter outlook, it comes out this week, so we'll be talking about snow any day.
No, holding our breath with that one, Janessa. Thanks.
Leading the news, Meghan Markle is getting personal about the pain she felt while being trolled online. Meghan and Prince Harry were guests on the teen podcast Teenager Therapy. In it, she admitted to being the most trolled person in 2019, calling it almost unsurvivable. The couple both discussed how they cope with cyberbullying and the importance of practicing self-care. The episode commemorated World Mental Health Day.
SNL spoofed this week's vice presidential debate. Not really too many surprises, with more flies, though, in that appearance.
There's a giant
lack of respect for militias. You're darn right.
No, Senator Harris, help me out.
Oh no, I'm good. Kate McKinnon played moderator Susan Page, and Maya Rudolph reprised her role as Senator Kamala Harris. And Beck Bennett played Vice President Mike Pence, who had 2 flies on his head, an homage to that infamous fly that caught everyone's attention last week. And of course, yeah, not the best for morning viewing right there, but you know, Jim Carrey coming back also doing his spot on
Oh my
Biden.
gosh, so many laughs. I have a feeling that the fly's going to make a comeback.
I think so too. It's 22 days for the election, so that many more weekends coming up.
Well, Jennifer Aniston is expanding her family. She introduced the world to her new puppy that she recently adopted. Take a look. His name is Lord Chesterfield. And got a first look at the new pup on Instagram as he fell asleep with a bone in his mouth. The actress thanked the rescue center where Lord Chesterfield came from and wrote, "I'd like to introduce you to the newest member of her family. He stole my heart immediately."
Don't know what's cuter, the sleeping puppy with a bone or when he's awake playing. Probably both. That's a tough one.
So cute.
All right, a Texas teen is shattering 2 records. Macy Curran has made the Guinness World Records for the longest legs for a female and for a teenager. Look how tall she is. The 17-year-old stands at a whopping 6 feet 10 inches tall. Her legs are 53 inches long. Curran says she hopes this will help fellow tall women embrace their height as well. She wants to go to college in the UK and be the world's tallest professional model. I can't even imagine a leg room on anything. She's going to have to fly to the UK. And I can't imagine what kind of seat she'll get on the plane.
She had to squeeze into that car, and she's only 17, so she's still growing.
Yeah, I can't imagine how much more. Yeah, pretty crazy.
All right, well, check out the adorable new members of the Oakland Zoo's family, a pair of orphan mountain lion cubs. The two had lost their mother in the Zog wildfire that scorched over 56,000 acres in Northern California. Zoo veterinarians are treating the cubs' wounds and plan to introduce them to Captain Cowell, a male cub that was also rescued from the Zog fire.
Oh, Carol Baskin, I'm sure, is all over that one with the Tiger King watching from behind those bars. A week after being released from the hospital, President Trump says he now is immune to coronavirus. His doctors have yet to disclose his last negative test, and today he launches a comeback tour with 22 days to the election.
Judge Amy Coney Barrett begins Supreme Court confirmation hearings today. We'll preview her opening statement and also what's missing from her remarks.
A protest turns deadly as security guard for a local TV crew allegedly opens fire and kills a protester.
NFL outbreak, a major game delayed as players and staff test positive for COVID, plus Week 5 highlights, including agony for Big D.
It's over. This historic 2020 NBA championship belongs to the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers conquer the bubble.
And the Los Angeles Lakers capture their 17th team championship as LeBron enters the record books with yet another MVP. It's Monday, October 12th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Parkin for Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. With just 3 weeks until Election Day, it is a barnstorming blitz across battleground states. President Trump is returning to the campaign trail today, holding a rally in Florida amid his battle with coronavirus. And Joe Biden is heading to Ohio for events in Toledo and Cincinnati. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell has more.
President Trump making a new claim about his own COVID recovery, saying he tested negative in an audio message to supporters.
We're in great shape, tested totally negative and really in good shape.
But the White House physician, Sean Coney, has not reported the president tested negative for COVID. In a memo late Saturday, Dr. Coney wrote, he is no longer considered a transmission risk to others. In a Fox News phone interview, the president claimed he is now protected by immunity.
You know, the word immunity means something. Having really a protective glow means something.
The CDC guidance says being cleared from isolation does not imply immunity. The doctor's memo also indicates the president may have had more recent fever and lingering symptoms, given this wording: fever-free for well over 24 hours, and all symptoms improved. The president's health injected in a campaign ad.
President Trump is recovering from the coronavirus, and so is America.
The Trump campaign used an old interview clip from Dr. Anthony Fauci.
President Trump tackled the virus head on, as leaders should.
I can't imagine that anybody could be doing more.
But Dr. Fauci tells NBC News, they did this without my permission, and my comments were taken out of context. In my 5 decades of public service, I have never publicly endorsed, nor do I now endorse any political candidates. The Trump campaign responded in part, The video is from a nationally broadcast television interview in which Dr. Fauci was praising the work of the Trump administration. Joe Biden attended Mass in Delaware, while this weekend Biden warned Democrats to be wary of intimidation tactics at polling places.
We got to go out and make sure you vote, because the only way we lose this is by the chicanery going on relative to polling places.
So far, the White House has not provided anything to back up the president's claim that he tested negative for COVID. No test results, no documentation. The president's physician did say he is cleared to travel now. That's not the same as testing negative. And aides say the president will begin an aggressive travel schedule today, heading off to Florida and then Pennsylvania and Iowa over the next couple of days. Francis?
Start to a busy week. Kelly, thank you.
Well, the stage is set for a high-stakes Supreme Court showdown. The Senate will begin confirmation hearings for Judge Amy Coney Barrett this morning. Republicans are pushing to fill the vacant seat before the election, and there's little Democrats can do to stop them. NBC's Pete Williams has more.
Republicans say they're confident they have the votes to confirm Amy Coney Barrett, who's now a federal appeals court judge. So the hearings that start Monday will be as much about the speeded-up process and the president who made the nomination as they will be about her. Republicans who control the Senate hope to confirm her by Election Day so that she can be on the court by the time it hears a make-or-break challenge to Obamacare.
She is being sent on assignment to the Supreme Court by President Trump, and we know what that assignment is. Eliminate the Affordable Care Act, which protects 23 million Americans.
Judge Barrett has criticized the Supreme Court's 2012 ruling upholding Obamacare's individual mandate as a use of Congress's taxing power. But the big issue this time is whether, even if the mandate is unconstitutional, the rest of the law can remain in force. There's no way to tell how she might rule on that question. She'll also be asked for her views on abortion, given comments she has made about it conflicting with her Catholic faith. As a Notre Dame law professor, she signed on to a 2006 newspaper ad that called Roe v. Wade's legacy barbaric. But she has promised not to be swayed by her personal opinions if confirmed.
Judges are not policymakers, and they must be resolute in setting aside any policy views they might hold.
This week's hearings are sure to be highly partisan. 4 committee Republicans are up for election: Lindsey Graham, the chairman, John Cornyn, Joni Ernst, and Thom Tillis. Joe Biden's running mate, Kamala Harris, is on the committee, too. Tillis and another committee Republican, Mike Lee, have tested positive for COVID, so some may attend virtually. Democrats say the hearing should be postponed, a suggestion Republicans reject.
And so at every step, they're arguing for whatever will delay things. And their objective is just delay beyond Election Day.
If, as expected, Judge Barrett is confirmed strictly along party lines, it'll be the most partisan vote for a Supreme Court justice in modern history.
And a busy week ahead. Our thanks to Pete for that report. NBC News will have a special report on the confirmation battle beginning at 9 a.m. Eastern.
Coronavirus cases in the U.S. continue to surge and set new records in parts of the country. As of today, the nation has over 7.7 million cases and over 215,000 deaths. The latest data comes as an NBC News tally finds 6 states, including Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, and West Virginia, all had record single-day increases in cases on Friday. Meanwhile, Kentucky's Governor Andy Beshear says he and his family are headed into quarantine after they were potentially exposed to a person who tested positive for COVID-19. This as the city of New York says it issued fines totaling at least $150,000 for violators of its new restrictions on mass gatherings in its color-coded cluster zones.
And for the 17th time in franchise history, the Los Angeles Lakers are NBA champs. The Lakers ran away with Game 6 against the Miami Heat. LeBron James and Anthony Davis combined for 47 points in the series-clinching game. Miami tried to rally in the fourth quarter, but it was too little too late. The Lakers win the series with a 106-93 victory. It's the first time the Lakers have hoisted the Larry O'Brien Trophy since 2010, now tying the Boston Celtics for most championships of all time. And it was a special night for LeBron James, who was named Finals MVP for the 4th time in his career. James is the first player to win the award on 3 different teams. And LeBron and teammate Danny Green joined an exclusive club with their championship win. Both Lakers join John Salley and Robert Horry as the only players to win titles with 3 different franchises.
Questions are swirling this morning if the NFL will be able to finish out the season in the midst of the pandemic. It comes as the coronavirus continues to spread throughout the league, leading to the postponement of the Broncos-Patriots game and the reclosure of the Titans facilities after new positive tests. NBC's Steve Patterson has the latest.
Yeah, Francis, another week in the NFL, another week of problems for the league because of COVID-related issues that are postponing these games. Players are getting sick, staff members are getting sick, and now several people are questioning how the schedule can keep continuing the way it is with all the delays moving forward. In an NFL season where week after week, the biggest hits are being taken off the field.
Like the rest of the world, the NFL just continues to adjust its schedule due to the effects of COVID.
The league forced to postpone Monday night's matchup between Denver and New England after Patriots player Byron Cowart became the team's 4th player to test positive.
Whatever we have to do, we're literally taking this, I wouldn't even say day by day, it's more hour by hour.
During a call with reporters, according to ESPN, Patriots cornerback Jason McCourty questioned the league's commitment to safety, saying for them, it's not about our best interests or our health and safety. It's about what can we make protocol-wise that sounds good.
I think there is a small percentage that are probably very disgruntled, but I think overall, when you're looking, I think there's more yays for what's going on than nays.
Monday night's postponement comes as the COVID-stricken Tennessee Titans forced to shut down their facility for a second time when another staff member tested positive, bringing the team's total cases among staff and players to at least 24. Now their Tuesday night game against the Bills, questionable. And on the field, renewed adherence to the league's mask mandates after at least 5 NFL coaches and their teams were fined nearly $2 million altogether for not wearing masks on the sidelines. Baltimore Ravens head coach John Harbaugh also facing a potential penalty for removing his mask to yell at a referee inches away during a broadcast on ESPN. Teams could also face penalties on the field, suspensions, and forfeiture of draft choices. Now, with so many problems plaguing the league and no immediate solutions, many are starting to ask how much longer the NFL can go without postponing the season entirely.
It's a luxury to get to 16 games, but you have to figure out what your necessities are, and I think that's what the NFL is doing right now.
And now the NFL announcing because of the current postponements, about 8 teams are going to be impacted for weeks due to the fact that these games keep cycling and being delayed, with many questioning, again, how this can continue before postponements or cancellations or even forfeitures start kicking in. And that's the only option left.
Yeah.
Francis.
All right. Fearing the inevitable there. Steve, thank you.
Well, another thriller for the Seahawks on Sunday Night Football. It was a 1-4 Vikings who had Seattle's number for most of the game. Adam Thielen's score made it 26-21 late, but Russell Wilson would not quit. He finds DK Metcalf on a crucial 4th and 10 to keep Seattle alive with a minute left. And with the game on the line, Wilson finds Metcalf again for the go-ahead score. The Seahawks edge out the Vikings 27-26. Around the league now, a scary situation for Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. He suffered a gruesome ankle injury in the 3rd quarter and had to be carted off the field. Dallas would rally after the injury and beat the Giants with a last-second field goal, 37-34.
And for the first time since last November, the Chiefs are in the losers column. The Las Vegas Raiders kept Kansas City guessing and win it 40-32. And this heartwarming moment in Washington, Alex Smith played for the first time since his horrific leg injury in 2018. He threw for 37 yards, but it was enough for his family to stand up and cheer. Washington would fall to the Rams 30-10.
And switching gears now, the remnants of Hurricane Delta are bringing flash flood alerts to the Northeast this morning. The storm made landfall in Louisiana as a Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds up to 100 miles per hour. It moved directly over Lake Charles, a community battered by Hurricane Laura just 6 weeks earlier. More than 200,000 customers are still without power in Louisiana. At least 2 deaths are being blamed on fires connected to the hurricane. One was sparked by a generator and another by a natural gas leak.
And we are definitely feeling that drenching in these early morning hours here in New York. Let's see what else is in store and check in with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Janessa, good morning.
Good morning, Francis and Kathy. Good to see you. Good morning, everyone. We do still have the leftovers of that hurricane. It's now a post-tropical system, but it will be heavy across the Northeast into the mid-Atlantic, even some severe weather potential across the Carolinas today. Look at the flood threat. It will continue for your early morning commute, where we could possibly see 1 to 2 inches. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. We continue to see our temperatures across the Northeast into the Great Lakes, so slightly above average. So warmer air going to try to come in even for the upper Midwest into Colorado Springs. A ton of sunshine this afternoon. Daytime highs is in the mid-70s. We'll take a look at your week ahead coming up.
Right. We'll check in with you later. Thank you, Janessa.
Well, Oreo is showing its support for the LGBTQ community. The company announced its first ever rainbow cookies in partnership with the group PFLAG, which provides help for families and allies. Oreo will give away 10,000 packs of the cookies this month. And for a chance to win, they are asking people to share photos on Instagram or Twitter showing their allyship with the hashtag Proud Parent.
Great to see them with the inclusivity there.
Hungry.
The Oreo section is so massive at grocery stores. Glad to see that addition. Police cameras in South Florida captured this moment. That out-of-control boat smashed right there in a concrete dock and flew into the air. The unmanned vessel landed back in the water and hit another dock before stopping. 3 men had previously been on the boat for a photo shoot, and they all fell overboard. The men reportedly had to dive underwater to avoid the vessel before being rescued.
And this morning, we are learning the suspect in the shooting at a protest in Denver did not have an active security guard license. Matthew Dolliff is accused of shooting and killing a man this weekend. He was initially identified as a private security guard, but city officials say he is not licensed. Earlier, I filed this report taking a closer look at how the incident turned deadly. And we do want to warn you, the images are disturbing.
You can hear the gunshot on this video. Police rushing in after they say a private security guard opened fire on a man who reportedly sprayed him with mace. This image capturing the moment before the deadly confrontation. The man spraying, the private security guard pointing his gun at him. Later on, the security guard, 30-year-old Matthew Dolliff, is seen surrendering and is now in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder.
There was a verbal altercation that transpired. Firearm was discharged. Individual was shot and later pronounced deceased. There were 2 guns recovered at the scene.
The deadly shooting happened Saturday near dueling demonstrations between far-right and far-left groups. Cell phone footage caught an argument between the opposing sides seconds before the gunshot. Ahead of the rallies, police deployed in large numbers, prepared for possible unrest. NBC station KUSA reported they had hired Dolliff as security to accompany their staff covering the protests. Denver police have not identified the victim, nor did they confirm his affiliation.
We're going to determine what happened in here through the investigation, but our primary focus is to de-escalate this situation.
A city on edge after heated clashes turned deadly.
There's a giant...
Lack of respect for militias, you're darn right.
No, Senator Harris, help me out.
Oh, no, I'm good. SNL tackling the vice presidential debate. And now the infamous fly that landed on Vice President Pence's head. We'll be right back.
Happy Monday, friends. We're going to watch this flooding rain for the Northeast, and these temperatures are still on the high side for Texas. We're in the lower 90s, well above average. Watching that mountain snow for the Rockies. We'll be right back.
After battling one of the worst years on record for wildfires out west, a team of firefighters in Oregon now have a new member with Jedi powers to help them. And it's all thanks to the kind act of a 5-year-old boy. NBC's Kate Snow has a story.
As deadly wildfires ripped through the West last month, weary firefighters and other exhausted first responders desperately needed hope. So a big-hearted boy sent what little he could, donating a Baby Yoda toy with a note reading, "Thank you, firefighters. Here's a friend for you in case you get lonely. Love, Carver."
We made a swing. It's on the bridge. Yeah.
The 5-year-old and his grandma from Oregon sent it with other care packages bound for the front lines.
Underneath it says Carver is age 5. It's really sweet.
These firefighters literally put their life on the line every single day. And if we can bring a little bit of light and a little bit of joy to some pretty dark times, that's just great.
Baby Yoda, the star character from the critically acclaimed Disney series The Mandalorian, soon became a sensation. Crews from several states sharing Carver's gift. Its location tracked on the Facebook page, Baby Yoda Fights Fires. Now it's an unexpected source of joy for crews working long hours.
Carver, thank you so much. He has actually been a great friend.
And a comfort for those far from home.
He's just my little buddy.
EMT Londa Van Kirk is a mom of 3 from Washington, first sent to the fire lines back in July.
Honestly, Yoda has been a huge encouragement. It brings a lot of joy. But when you bring him out on the line and people see him, they'll actually take their time to find you and go, "Hey, wait, is that Baby Yoda? I need a photo with him."
That connection, a foundation for new friendships. For Jabin Drake, a Star Wars fan with the Oregon National Guard, it's a reason to smile.
When I got Baby Yoda, I gave him that American flag bandana, which kind of showed it's not just any Baby Yoda, but this is the Baby Yoda that's out there fighting fires, and he's one of us.
Carver's small but significant gesture, given with love, now an inspiration for his heroes.
We definitely need more caring and loving and less hating and fighting, and Carver's bringing that for sure to our fires, to our community. It's nice to know that people love us.
Great story, and our thanks to Kate Snow for that report.
Yeah, you can't beat it right there. The force strong with Carver and with Baby Yoda.
Yeah,
the force they all need for that.
You can't help but smile when you see Baby Yoda.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a 4-year degree, but a 4-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Let the battle begin. Today, Judge Amy Coney Barrett begins confirmation hearings to replace Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the U.S. Supreme Court.
I want to start with breaking news, and that is the note that you have revealed from your doctor, which says you are no longer considered a transmission risk. Does this suggest you no longer have COVID, sir?
Yes, and not only that, it seems like I'm immune. Looks like I'm immune for, I don't know, maybe a long time, or maybe a short time. It could be a lifetime. Nobody really knows, but I'm immune.
Just a week after leaving Walter Reed, the president declares himself immune as he heads to Florida for a full slate of campaigning with 22 days to go to the election.
MVP LeBron James helps deliver the Lakers' 17th World Championship.
And now to a frightening scene caught on camera, an out-of-control speedboat aiming right for ducks on the shoreline, the fate of the crew, and what happened.
Plus, a joyride that went viral and how it made a man's dreams come true and touched a rock star. Early Today starts right now.
Thanks so much for being with us along with Kathy Park. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin this morning with a battleground blitz with just 3 days until Election Day. Joe Biden is barnstorming across Ohio, holding events in Toledo and Cincinnati. And President Trump returns to the campaign trail today, starting with a rally in Florida amid his battle with coronavirus. While the White House physician has not reported that the president has tested negative for COVID, Mr. Trump claims otherwise.
We're in great shape, tested totally negative and really in good shape. You know, the word immunity means something. Having really a protective glow means something.
Meanwhile, the Trump campaign is putting the president's health front and center in a new ad, drawing criticism after using an old clip of Dr. Anthony Fauci.
President Trump is recovering from the coronavirus, and so is America. President Trump tackled the virus head on, as leaders should.
I can't imagine that anybody could be doing more.
Dr. Fauci telling NBC News, they did this without my permission, and my comments were taken out of context. In my 5 decades of public service, I have never publicly endorsed, nor do I now endorse, any political candidates. The Trump campaign said the clip was from a national interview with Dr. Fauci, praising the work of the Trump administration.
And today the stakes are sky high on Capitol Hill as the Senate prepares for a Supreme Court showdown. Confirmation hearings for Judge Amy Coney Barrett begin this morning.
Republicans are pushing to fill the vacant seat before the election. Our Capitol Hill correspondent Tracy Potts joins us with a preview. And Tracy, Democrats can't do much to stop this confirmation.
Hi there. Good morning. So we have seen the opening statement, at least the written statement from Judge Barrett, where she says judges should apply the law even if they don't like the outcome of the case. We do know that lawmakers, specifically Democrats, plan to ask her a lot of questions about her views on abortion, same-sex marriage, and the Affordable Care Act. The Supreme Court set to hear a case on that 1 week after the election.
The reason I think that Amy Barrett is a rock star and should be on the court is because she's very clear about her jurisprudence. She's an originalist and she's a textualist, which means when she puts on her black robe in the morning, she knows what it is to be a judge, and that is to cloak your personal preferences.
Given Judge Barrett's conflicts of interest, she should recuse herself from any decision involving the Affordable Care Act and its protections, and any decision related to the election that we will have on November 3rd.
So some very different views there. Now, Judge Barrett is expected to attend in person, but we do know at least 4 other lawmakers are attending virtually. One because he tested positive for COVID-19. The others, some of the others concerned about the precautions for this hearing. Back to you.
There's certainly a lot to watch. Tracy, thank you. And NBC News will have a special report on the confirmation battle beginning at 9 a.m. Eastern.
Well, this morning we are learning the suspect in the shooting at a protest in Denver did not have an active security guard license. Matthew Dolliff is accused of shooting and killing a man this weekend. He was initially identified as a private security guard, but city officials say he is not licensed. Earlier, I filed this report taking a closer look at how the incident turned deadly. And we do want to warn you the images are disturbing.
You can hear the gunshot on this video. Police rushing in after they say a private security guard opened fire on a man who reportedly sprayed him with mace. This image capturing the moment before the deadly confrontation. The man spraying, the private security guard pointing his gun at him. Later on, the security guard, 30-year-old Matthew Dolliff, is seen surrendering and is now in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder.
There was a verbal altercation that transpired. Firearm was discharged. Individual was shot and later pronounced deceased. There were 2 guns recovered at the scene.
The deadly shooting happened Saturday near dueling demonstrations between far-right and far-left groups. Cell phone footage caught an argument between the opposing sides seconds before the gunshot. Ahead of the rallies, police deployed in large numbers, prepared for possible unrest. NBC station KUSA reported they had hired Dolliff as security to accompany their staff covering the protests. Denver police have not identified the victim, nor did they confirm his affiliation.
We're going to determine what happened in here through the investigation, but our primary focus is to de-escalate this situation.
A city on edge after heated clashes turned deadly.
Now to the coronavirus still sweeping its way through the United States. As of today, the nation has over 7.8 million cases and over 215,000 deaths. The latest data comes as NBC News tally finds 6 states, including Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, and West Virginia, all had record single-day increases in cases on Friday. Meanwhile, in New York City, officials say they have issued fines totaling at least $150,000 for violators of its new restrictions on mass gatherings. According to the city, law enforcement personnel say they have delivered 62 summonses since the start of the restrictions began Friday in the city's color-coded cluster zones.
An alarming new study reveals that COVID can survive on multiple surfaces. According to researchers in Australia, the virus can survive on banknotes, glass, and stainless steel for up to 28 days. That's 11 days longer than the flu virus. Meanwhile, England is gearing up for new lockdowns. Prime Minister Boris Johnson is introducing a tier system to tackle areas where COVID is surging. And joining us now from Beijing is Janice Mackey-Frere. And Janice, is Europe facing a second wave of this virus?
Well, this is the concern. Restrictions are being reimposed in the UK with some local lockdowns set to take effect in places like Liverpool. Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson hinting at measures that could include closing pubs in some areas for up to a month. This is just to get people to stop gathering in crowded places without the proper protection. And this is a global concern that people, of course, are growing tired of restrictions, but the virus is showing no signs of slowing down. You cited that study out of Australia suggesting that in certain conditions, the virus can survive 28 days on stainless steel and phone screens. Meanwhile, here in China, authorities are now rolling out mass testing in the city of Qingdao. This was after the confirmation of 6 coronavirus cases, as well as 6 asymptomatic cases. So they're testing everybody in the city, 9 million people, which they expect to do over the next 5 days. And while the numbers may seem small for such a reaction, it's the trend that's worrying officials here. People are just coming off a week-long holiday where they were encouraged to travel, and hundreds of millions of people did so. This is triggering concerns that this is really signaling another wave of infection. And just quickly, Kathy, I want to mention North Korea. There was a huge military parade there on the weekend. These events provide us a glimpse into this country. And in a speech at the parade, Kim Jong-un commended North Koreans for having a zero COVID infection rate, claiming that there have been no cases there. Few actually believe this, but there were several people seen in the streets that were not wearing masks. Kathy?
Pretty incredible headline. Janice, thank you.
An ex-Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd will now be allowed to leave the state. A judge issued the new order for Derek Chauvin over safety concerns. He's out on $1 million conditional bond. Chauvin can now choose to live in one of the neighboring states while he awaits trial. He faces second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter charges. Trial is set to start next year.
Switching gears now, for the 17th time in franchise history, the Los Angeles Lakers are NBA champions. The Lakers ran away with Game 6 against the Miami Heat. LeBron James and Anthony Davis combined for 47 points in the series-clinching game. Miami tried to rally in the fourth quarter, but it was too little too late. The Lakers win the series with a 106-93 victory. It's the first time the Lakers have hoisted the Larry O'Brien Trophy since 2010, now tying the Boston Celtics for most championships of all time. And it was a special night for LeBron James, who was named Finals MVP for the fourth time in his career. James is the first player to win the award on 3 different teams. And LeBron and teammate Danny Green join an exclusive club with their championship win. Both Lakers join John Sally and Robert Horry as the only players to win titles with 3 different franchises.
More than 200,000 power outages are still being reported across Louisiana. Satellite images show the extent of the damage after a direct hit from Hurricane Delta. Blue tarps were ripped off many homes that were already slammed 6 weeks ago by Hurricane Laura. At least 2 deaths are being blamed on fires connected to the hurricane. One was sparked by a generator and another by a natural gas leak. Now the remnants of the storm are moving into the northeast.
NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb has been tracking Delta for days. She joined us now with the latest. Good morning, Janessa.
And good morning, ladies. Good morning, everyone. We continue to see post-tropical storm system Delta making its way now across the northeast. It's going to collide with the cold front, and that'll allow us to sit under soggy conditions all the way into your Tuesday afternoon, even for the mid-Atlantic. We're going to watch some severe weather sparking up this afternoon. The flood threat across I-95 corridor this morning will be enhanced, where we could see 1 to 2 inches. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at today ahead. We continue to see that cooler air for the Great Lakes. The fall feel is in full effect, where Pittsburgh 71 degrees, New York City falling to the upper 50s this afternoon, even watching a little bit of snow for the Rockies. Sunshine for Colorado Springs this afternoon. And we have sunshine that's coming our way. I'll show you when.
We're going to need it after this drenching that so many of us are getting. Janessa, thank you. Time for today's quick hit. A first for Shaq. Shaquille O'Neal revealed he voted for the first time ever after he recently submitted an absentee ballot. The NBA icon said part of the reason he never voted is because he, quote, never understood the electoral college system.
Wonder Woman's Gal Gadot and director Patty Jenkins are reuniting for Paramount's Cleopatra. Gadot will play the legendary Queen of Egypt, a role that was previously portrayed by Claudette Colbert and Elizabeth Taylor.
NASA has identified the mystery object that was thought to be an asteroid. It appears to be from an old rocket from a failed moon landing 54 years ago.
Welcome back. The NFL's COVID woes continue, forcing yet another game to be postponed. As the coronavirus continues to spread through the league, tonight's matchup between the Patriots and the Denver Broncos has been rescheduled after Patriots player Byron Coward became the team's 4th player to test positive. The latest postponement comes as the Tennessee Titans have been forced to shut down their facility for a second time after another staff member tested positive, bringing the team's total cases among staff and players to at least 24.
And another Sunday night thriller. It was 1-4 Vikings, who had Seattle's number for most of the game. Adam Thielen's score made it 26-21 late, but Russell Wilson would not quit. He finds DK Metcalf on a crucial 4th and 10 to keep Seattle alive with a minute left. Out of the game on the line, Wilson finds Metcalf again for the go-ahead score. The Seahawks edge out the Vikings 27-26. Around the league now, a scary situation for quarterback for the Cowboys, Dak Prescott. He suffered a gruesome ankle injury in the third quarter and had to be carted off the field. You see how emotional he was there. Dallas would rally after the injury and beat the Giants with a last-second field goal, 37-34.
For the first time since last November, the Chiefs are in the losers column. The Las Vegas Raiders kept Kansas City guessing and win 40-32. And now to this, a heartwarming moment in Washington. Alex Smith played for the first time since his horrific leg injury in 2018. He threw for 37 yards, but it was enough for his family to stand up and cheer. Washington would fall to the Rams 30-10.
Now to tennis, Rafael Nadal continues to prove he is king of the clay. Nadal bested Novak Djokovic in straight sets to win his 13th French Open crown and his 4th straight. The crown in Paris also marks Nadal's 20th overall Grand Slam title. He now ties Roger Federer for most Grand Slams in men's tennis history.
What a weekend.
You can't just be a boy in a dress, Jamie. A boy in a dress is something to be laughed at. A drag queen should be feared. You won't believe the power it gives you.
I don't just want to be one. I have to be one.
Stop waiting for permission to be you.
The trailer for Everybody's Talking About Jamie was released in time for National Coming Out Day. The movie was inspired by the real story of Jamie Campbell, who came out at 14 and was bullied for wanting to wear a dress to prom.
Powerful film getting a lot of buzz already. Well, Jennifer Aniston has a new addition to her family. She introduced the world to her new puppy that she recently adopted. All right, even better, his name is Lord Chesterfield. Aniston gave fans a first look at the new pup on Instagram as he fell asleep with a bone in his mouth. The actress thanked the rescue center where Lord Chesterfield came from and wrote, "I'd like to introduce you to the newest member of our family. He stole my heart immediately." I think he stole my heart too. Oh my goodness.
Not with the high adorable factor right there.
Stare at that all day.
And if he's cute, that cute sleeping, can you imagine when he's up playing, wagging that tail?
That will brighten up your day.
Police cameras in South Florida captured the moment this out-of-control boat smashed right there in a concrete dock. Look at it. It flew into the air and then landed back in the water. Another dock there hitting that. This was unmanned. 3 men had previously been on the boat for a photo shoot when they fell overboard. The men reportedly had to dive underwater to avoid the vessel before being rescued. And thank goodness no one else was hurt or around that boat.
Scary moment. Well, NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb is back with a look at your week. Hey, Janessa.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We do have soggy conditions across the mid-Atlantic to the northeast, hot highs for Texas, even watching a little bit of snow for the Rockies. Just hold on, ladies. The sunshine, it's headed our way by Wednesday.
All right, we can't wait. I love this TikTok star who's gone viral for a video featuring him skateboarding while drinking cranberry juice and singing along to Fleetwood Mac's Dreams. The video garnered over 38 million views that inspired celebrities, including Mick Fleetwood, to recreate the video. NBC's Jose Diaz-Balart has the story.
This is the 22-second joyride giving the world the good vibes we all need right now. A moment of bliss that almost didn't happen for Nathan Apodaca.
Take me back to the 25th of September.
Basically, I was just going to work, and then my battery shut down. I didn't want to wait for a jump, so I was like, okay, I don't work that far. Let's grab my longboard.
When his car broke down, he grabbed his phone, too, making a TikTok clip. The Idaho Falls man cruising downhill to his job at a warehouse, drinking juice. And singing along to Fleetwood Mac's 1977 hit song, Dreams. Now viewed an astonishing 38 million times. Among those watching, legendary musician Mick Fleetwood.
Mick, can you believe it that 43 years after the release of Dreams, it's now #1 on iTunes. It's shooting up the charts in England. I mean, it's amazing.
It is, and it's super great that so many lovely young people are liking the music.
The music and the mood so inspiring, Mick reached out to Nathan and even recreated the now viral video. More and more followed, making copycat clips, so many finding joy during these difficult times by putting together their own Dreams Challenge, including executives at Ocean Spray. The company surprising Nathan outside the RV where he lives with a new red pickup packed with his favorite juice. With other donations and now some social media sponsorships, Nathan is humble but optimistic about what's next.
Tell me what you want to be doing in the future.
Honestly, I just want to be able to get myself a house, something paid off, and I want to be able to get my mom something, that she can just call her own as well. I just want to live life with my kids and start a new life with my lady,
The power of social media giving us something to be glad about.
I'm just making TikToks, trying to make people smile, and I stay grounded. I am who I am, I really ain't nobody special. We're all human,
Anna, thanks to Jose for that report. So many times you hear about TikTok and it's just all the dances and all the silly stuff that come out of it. That is exactly, what we want to see and the good that it does.
Absolutely. Yeah. A star is born.
Yes. And not going anywhere anytime soon.
Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Here's your morning news now. Making her case. Confirmation hearings for Judge Amy Coney Barrett now just hours away. Republicans pushing for a conservative majority on the nation's highest court. Democrats outraged, saying the hearing could be a COVID-19 super spreader event. What we can expect on day one of what's likely to be a contentious battle. Ad wars. The nation's leading infectious disease doctor firing back at the Trump campaign. Dr. Anthony Fauci saying his words were used in a campaign ad out of context and without permission. Meanwhile, President Trump back on the campaign trail declaring himself immune from coronavirus. Why scientists say it's not that simple. Utter devastation, cleanup underway in Louisiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Delta. The death toll rising and tens of thousands without power, the path of destruction left behind across parts of the Gulf Coast. Schoolcations, parents looking for a break, but wanting kids to continue their education. Some hotels now offering Teach by the Beach packages, the unique new trend that has families social distancing poolside. And King of the Court, LeBron James leading the Lakers to their first title win in a decade. The team defeating the Miami Heat in Game 6 of the NBA Finals, the historic first for the man we all know as King James. And one final headline for this morning. We're launching our show. We're so happy you're with us. I'm so happy to be with you, Joe.
We're very excited. We'll be here weekday mornings. We will be 6 feet apart, but emotionally, we're like this.
I think it's worth noting that we didn't plan the matching, but we're on the same wavelength already. I like your navy look,
thing
Joe.
Every day. We have lots of news, of course, to get to. Today is a big news day, so we are going to start with the Supreme Court confirmation hearings for Judge Amy Coney Barrett, which begin this morning.
Judge Barrett will appear in person over the next 4 days, where she will face hours of questioning from both Republicans and Democrats. Judge Barrett released her opening remarks ahead of the hearings, saying in part, the policy decisions and value judgments of government must be made by the political branches elected by and accountable to the people. The public should not expect courts to do so, and courts should not try. NBC News correspondent Heidi Przybyla joins us now. Heidi, first just tell us, what else can we expect to hear from Judge Barrett today, and what do we already know from that opening statement?
Hi, guys. Sure. By the way, congratulations on your new show.
Thanks so much.
So in her statement, she is going to be talking a little bit about her philosophy. She talks about how Scalia is her model. We knew that. But also notable, she says, quote, that she knows that she's been nominated to fill Judge Ginsburg's seat, but that no one will ever take her place. Guys, once the questioning gets underway, and that is not going to happen today. Today will just primarily be opening statements, but once the questioning gets underway, expect a very heavy focus by the Democrats on a couple of things. First of all, her record on health care. Secondly, abortion rights. These things, the Democrats say, she has left much more of a paper trail than a lot of other nominees before the high court. For instance, she is on record opposing both of the major rulings on the ACA. She's in one with Judge Scalia and others on that, much more of a conservative judge here we're talking about to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And then secondly, on abortion, there's a lot of criticism here. There were things omitted from her record, for instance, her signing on to some of these advertisements that were anti-abortion advertisements at her time at Notre Dame. Those things, they say, should have been disclosed.
And it's worth noting there on the Affordable Care Act that we actually do have this paper trail here with Judge Amy Coney Barrett. That was not the case for the last two justices that were nominated by President Trump. Now, you've reported on Judge Barrett having not released quite a bit of information. There's some questions over transparency. Now, the Senate Judiciary Committee that will be questioning her today does this sort of investigative period that includes this questionnaire. Some stuff that was not in there was some information about her tenure at Notre Dame. You've reported that some of her work as an attorney wasn't disclosed. You've reported on her having signed onto a pro-life ad in 2006. Tell us about the questions that this all raises about transparency surrounding her record, especially with the pretty hastened confirmation process.
This was an extremely hastened confirmation process. The average confirmation time for judges, if you look in the past, is about 70 days. This is going to be cut in half. In addition, this is unprecedented in modern history to have a nominee push through this close before an election. We haven't seen it at all within 30 days. We're talking about potentially days here before the election. Why does it matter? Because we don't just have a few records from her time at Notre Dame. We pretty much don't have much of it at all, according to some of the outside groups that I've talked to who have outstanding records requests who say, look, if she had attended or taught at a public university, we would have access to her communications. We would have access to more of the activities that she may have participated in, which in the minds of some of the senators on the Senate Judiciary Committee constitute advocacy. Now, it's not unnormal for a candidate to amend their Senate questionnaire and to add more information in. But here we see a pattern just within a week. It has been media reports, not the nominee herself saying, hey, I left this off. It has been because the media has disclosed this. And then she's come back and said, oh, yes, I did leave that off, which begs the question, what else is also not in there because this process has been so rushed. She was nominated before Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was even had her funeral, okay? So these papers were put together by our estimates within 72 hours or less.
Now, Heidi, like pretty much everything else these days, this has, of course, been affected by the coronavirus. We've got to talk about that. Two members of the Judiciary Committee who are doing those hearings this week actually recently tested positive after attending that Rose Garden event where President Trump announced Amy Coney Barrett as his nominee, now being called a super spreader event. What's being done to keep people safe at today's hearing?
Right. The Senate Judiciary Committee Republicans say that they have been in consultation with health experts at the Capitol and outside health experts, that they've created PPE stations. They're going to be practicing social distancing. But there is a lot of anxiety about this, to the extent that some members, such as Kamala Harris, say they are not going to attend. They don't think it's safe. Others, we don't know yet. They haven't even said if they're going to attend. They've been on the fence literally up until the last minute. Senators Leahy in Durban, even Senator Ernst, who is a Republican, said, hey, guys, we should be tested before we go into this room. Notably, the Senate Judiciary Chairman, Senator Lindsey Graham, has said he's not going to be tested and he's not requiring testing for anybody else on the committee. That raises grave concerns because not only were they in the Rose Garden together, several of these members, but a week after that, so just 9 days ago, they were all in an executive meeting on the Hill where one of those members, Senator Mike Lee, was seen speaking at length without a mask. And so if you don't test, you don't know. Hopefully the social distancing and the PPE will help keep some of those members safe. But sitting right next to Senator Lindsey Graham will be 84-year-old Senator Dianne Feinstein.
Heidi, like you said, up till the last minute, we're less than 2 hours away from the planned start. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see what happens. We're happy to have you with us on our first day.
Thanks a lot.
So what about the process for today's Supreme Court confirmation hearings? NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams takes a look.
Monday, day one, the nominee, Judge Amy Coney Barrett, will spend nearly the entire day listening to every member of the committee make an opening statement. The chairman, Lindsey Graham, goes first, then the ranking Democrat, Dianne Feinstein. Then the other committee members, 10 minutes each, and finally, Judge Barrett will be sworn in and will make a brief statement of her own. On Tuesday, day two, the actual questioning begins. 22 senators, each given half an hour, totaling 11 hours. Because of the pandemic, they have the option to appear in person or remotely. Senator Graham will appear in person, so will Judge Barrett. Wednesday, day three, more questions. Senators will have 20 minutes for more questions, then another 10 for a round of follow-ups. Around 10 days after that, the committee votes on whether to recommend her nomination to the full Senate. Because the Judiciary Committee has a Republican majority, she will almost certainly be approved. Then the nomination goes to the full Senate for debate, but the date for that hasn't yet been set. Senators were once able to speak as long as they want and could filibuster the nomination, but Senate Democrats did away with the filibuster for Supreme Court nominees back in 2013. So now it takes only a simple majority to confirm 51 votes. If the Senate ties 50-50, the vice president can break the tie. 3 Republican senators have tested positive for the coronavirus, and 2 of them are on the Judiciary Committee. 2 other Republican senators, Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, have said they're opposed to having these hearings before the election. So it's likely Judge Barrett will be confirmed, but it's not a certainty.
President Trump is declaring himself immune to the coronavirus. Here's what he said in an interview over the weekend.
I want to start with breaking news, and that is the note that you have revealed from your doctor, which says you are no longer considered a transmission risk. Does this suggest you no longer have COVID, sir?
Yes, and not only that, it seems like I'm immune.
President Trump is also getting back on the campaign trail. White House physician Dr. Sean Coney cleared the president for travel, putting out a letter saying the president is, quote, no longer considered a transmission risk to others. The statement, however, does not say if President Trump tested negative. NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now. Shannon, good to see you. We'll get to the president's health in just a moment, but let's start with the big story today, the Supreme Court. Right now, what is the message from the White House ahead of today's hearings?
Well, I think the main message that the White House is excited to get out here is that people will be talking about anything other than the president's health and coronavirus. That is an area consistently where the president polls poorly. Over and over again, we have seen when the focus is on coronavirus, the president's poll numbers go down. So this is a much needed break from talk of coronavirus and the president's health. At least that's what the White House is hoping. And they see the Supreme Court nomination as a way to fire up President Trump's conservative base, to reach out to traditional Republican conservative voters who may be really exhausted with the president's demeanor, some of his behavior, some of his comments, but to have this as a sign to remind them that President Trump still represents the Republican Party and these broader ideals that the Republican Party stands for, particularly on this issue of pro-life, opposition to abortion, that we have seen more and more documentation coming out that really shows Amy Coney Barrett is a strong opponent of abortion, suggesting that if those cases come before the court, that she will be voting in the favor of pro-life advocates.
We do want to talk a little bit about the coronavirus. The president has now declared himself immune to the virus, but we still don't have that latest negative test from him. So what is the latest information we do have, and what do we know about the president's health?
Yeah. Well, we haven't got any update since this Saturday night, late night memo that his physician put out, which you noted one real markedly absent thing from there is that was, has the president had a negative coronavirus test, which was one of the requirements from the CDC for people to come out of isolation. They said you have to pass 2 negative coronavirus tests. There were a number of other metrics that were in there, but again, not specific lab results. So, talking about decreasing viral load over the course of the president's illness, and then talking about this idea that there's no longer replicating virus. But, that may be good for the layperson, but a lot of physicians out there who are really following the president's health said they would have really liked to see some actual numbers in there. So we still don't have those. And there's still the question about what's the president's health generally overall? The physician's letter, while it said he's no longer considered a transmission risk by the doctor's standard, said that symptoms have been improving, but we don't know if he still does have some symptoms. And of course, this is a illness that can have some real long lagging effects.
And Shannon, we know President Trump is headed to Florida for a rally, his first big one since the virus tonight on the road. What's being done to keep people safe around him while he travels from the White House to Florida, and then also for those who are at the rally?
Yeah. At this point, it does not appear the campaign is putting any additional safety precautions in place. For all of these rallies over the past few months, they do make masks available. Sometimes there are announcements encouraging people to put masks on. They make hand sanitizer available. They encourage social distancing. But the crowd doesn't usually often follow that advice. And I suppose it will be interesting to see if the crowd is more willing to follow that advice now, considering not even the president is protected from getting this virus, nor is his staff. So a lot of the precautions will be up to the attendees to take. It'll be up to them to decide to wear masks, how much to social distance, how much do they want to pack in order to get a close look at the president. And the campaign is continuing to just recommend these measures rather than make them a requirement that their security team would actually enforce.
All right, Shannon, we know he has rallies all week long scheduled, so he's going right back at it. Shannon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're 22 days away from Election Day, and new polls are painting a clearer picture of where the race stands in key battleground states. In Michigan, former Vice President Joe Biden has a 6% lead over President Trump. That's according to a new CBS News poll just released. Over in Nevada, Biden leading the president 52 to 46%. Things are much closer in Iowa. The candidates are tied at 49%. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from Toledo, Ohio, where Joe Biden will speak later today. Mike, first let's just talk about why you are where you are, why Toledo. What's Biden's message to voters there?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. In 2012, when I was covering Joe Biden during the Obama 2012 re-election campaign, the very first official campaign event that Joe Biden did was in Toledo, Ohio. And when you think about the auto industry, you tend to think about Detroit. But actually, Toledo has a really big manufacturing and automobile hub as well. So when Joe Biden comes to Toledo, I tend to think he's going to talk about the auto industry. And then he also has a second stop today in Cincinnati. It's a big deal that Biden is now really competing in Ohio. Of course, he was here just a few weeks ago for the presidential debate in Cleveland, but that was something that was on his calendar that was not his own choosing. Now, the fact that the Biden campaign is putting the vice president here in Ohio shows that they're confident, more confident in a state that just a few months ago was seen as really trending away from Democrats more solidly in the Trump column. Ohio has always been the bellwether of all bellwethers in the battlegrounds. And so the fact that the Biden campaign is competing here is interesting. And I'll mention, as you're talking a lot about Supreme Court this morning, when Joe Biden goes down to Cincinnati, when you fly to Cincinnati, you actually land in Kentucky. And so one of the things I'll be watching today is, does the vice president really lean into the Supreme Court confirmation process? We know there's a lot of questions about whether he supports expanding the court. But also, there's a big Senate race in Kentucky. Mitch McConnell, who's getting a lot of criticism on the left for how he's handling this process, rushing it through. If Joe Biden leans into that argument, he might be screaming across the state lines there into Kentucky as well.
Now let's talk about the battleground state of Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign is launching Italians for Trump in Philadelphia today. But for the Biden camp, the Philadelphia Inquirer is endorsing him. Pennsylvania is, of course, often a state to watch in presidential elections. But tell us exactly what it means to each campaign with where they're at right now. And what does this major newspaper endorsement mean for the Biden campaign?
Yeah, I say how it's a big deal that Biden's coming to Ohio because he hasn't spent much time here. He's basically lived in Pennsylvania. That is really the key state for the Biden campaign and their strategy. And the Philadelphia Inquirer is a big endorsement for him. Let's take a look at some of what they said. The country has withstood wars, natural disasters, and civil unrest. But the division and chaos, incompetence, and intolerance that we have witnessed from Donald Trump the last few years, last few months, let alone the last few years, are unprecedented. Now, let's be real here. Newspaper endorsements do not necessarily sway a lot of votes. We tend to expect a lot of the newspaper and editorial boards. We've already seen a lot of them have gone Joe Biden's way. But Biden was just in Erie over the weekend in Western Pennsylvania, and you can expect to see a lot of focus still in Pennsylvania through the end of the election.
Mike, thanks so much. Good to see you.
You good. Take care.
In Louisiana, at least 3 people are now confirmed dead from Hurricane Delta. The latest victim identified overnight as a 19-year-old tourist from Illinois who got caught in a rip current and drowned. Drone video shows much of the area underwater, the storm hitting just weeks after Hurricane Laura battered the same region. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Louisiana.
Joe and Savannah, good morning. We are now more than 2 days removed from the landfall of Hurricane Delta, and there are still hundreds of thousands of customers in the state of Louisiana who don't have any power. Where we are right here, Cypremore Point, it's very close to the Gulf of Mexico. We're on Vermilion Bay. Double-digit storm surge here. Plenty of homes and businesses saw flooding and damage. This particular property I'm standing on right now is okay because there are new rebuilding standards. It was wiped out years ago. Now it's up to 20 feet above sea level. It did spare the property owners here any major damage who I talked to. As we look at what's going to happen moving forward right now, there's a few things going on. Some 3,100 Louisiana National Guard soldiers and airmen that are continuing their work. There are also urban search and rescue crews that conducted 4,000 secondary searches in both Lake Charles and Lafayette. Those efforts now are really focusing on Lake Charles, and what is yet another gut punch for the communities here. After having to deal first with Hurricane Laura, there are so many homes with tarps on their roofs. The governor here, John Bel Edwards, said that many of them did not sustain themselves, those tarps, during Hurricane Delta, which means they have to be reassessed and reapplied. There is a blue roof program, though, thankfully, to help the people here that have been devastated once again by a hurricane. That's the latest here in Louisiana. Sam Brock, NBC News. Let me send it back to you, Joe and Savannah.
Delta has been downgraded to a post-tropical depression, but remnants of the storm are still being felt as it moves east.
Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, good morning. Good to see you. We're happy to have you. Bill, where is Delta now, and how long can we expect to feel the effects of the storm?
Oh, good morning. And first off, congratulations to the two of you. Look forward to this every morning. Delta made landfall as a Category 2. Didn't quite get that major category. We thought we possibly could get Laura and Delta at the same time in the same location, but it didn't happen. Now what we're watching is just a little bit of rain left over with it. What's amazing about Delta is this broke the record. This was our 10th storm that made landfall in the United States, 10th named storm. That's never happened before, and hopefully we won't have any more. Hurricane season goes to the end of November. What's left of Delta is the green and yellow on the map, a soaking rain this morning from the mid-Atlantic all the way up now into southern portions of New England. It's going to rain on and off in New York City, and then especially tonight and tomorrow in areas of central and northern New England. Biggest concern is that we're at the peak leaves. A lot of leaves are coming down right now. We could get some drainage issues, and we also could be dealing with the possibility of isolated flooding. And also, guys, another heat wave for areas of the West Coast. Can you believe it? This fire season refuses to end in California. It's going to be a dangerous week ahead.
Bill, thank you so much for joining us. And you might have caught him there saying the plan is he will be joining us every morning. So we look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much.
We are thrilled to have Bill with us. Now let's take a look at what's making headlines around the world this morning.
Molly Hunter joins us now and hopefully quite a bit in the days to come from London. Good morning, Molly.
Guys, good morning. Congratulations. Like Bill, also looking forward to a standing date. But let's get right to it. So the biggest news over here in England is that hospitalizations are now ticking up along with those case numbers. So today we'll hear from Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and he will divide this country into a 3-tiered alert system. So that may mean pubs and restaurants in hotspots will be forced to close. Staying on the COVID beat, in the Chinese city of Qingdao, guys, get this, all 9 million residents will be tested for COVID over the next 5 days. That's right, 5 days after a local outbreak was detected. Now, moving to the Vatican, Pope Francis will meet with Australian Cardinal George Pell today, who has just returned to Italy after spending a year in prison in Australia for sexual abuse before he was cleared by a high court. It's the first time they've seen each other since 2017. Now, take a look at this video. Fireworks directed at a police station. At least 40 people armed with metal bars and explosives attacked a police station in the south of France. And finally, you guys, in case you missed it, I don't know, had a busy weekend preparing for your first show. Rafael Nadal bested Novak Djokovic in the French Open final to win his 20th Grand Slam singles title. And on the women's side, a fresh face, 19-year-old Polish Iga Swiatek is the youngest French Open women's champion in nearly 3 decades. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Good for Rafa. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of that. He won fair and square. Thanks so much, Molly. The Los Angeles Lakers are NBA champions again. That's the 17th title for the Lakers. They have now tied the Celtics for the most championships in NBA history. The Lakers ran away with Game 6 against the Heat. Miami tried to rally in the fourth quarter, but it was too little too late. Final score, 106-93. LeBron James was named Finals MVP for the fourth time in his career. Now, James is the first player, though, to win the award on 3 different teams. This is his 4th championship. And even though fans were told to stay away from the Staples Center due to COVID restrictions, many showed up to celebrate.
That guy looks socially distanced, at least, the one waving the flag.
Yeah, not that other crowd, though, but...
It's good for Los Angeles, though. They've had a rough year. It started with Kobe Bryant, and so to have this championship means a lot to folks in L.A. So
absolutely. Not surprised people showed up.
All right, so coming up, Battleground, Iowa.
The closely watched race that could determine the balance of power in the Senate next.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a 4-year degree, but a 4-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
President Trump will hold a rally in Iowa this Wednesday. It's a state he won in 2016, but a new CBS poll shows the president has some work to do if he wants to win it again. The race is tied there at 49%. And the Senate race in Iowa is close, too. Republican Senator Joni Ernst is currently trailing Democrat Teresa Greenfield. This is a closely watched race that could determine the balance of power in the Senate. NBC News reporter Mara Barrett joins us now from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So you followed Senator Ernst as she campaigned this weekend. She also serves on the Senate Judiciary Committee. So how much did she talk about the Supreme Court? And is that an issue she feels can help her in her Senate race?
Yeah, good morning, guys. It might not seem like it with the weather, but I promise we and everyone in Iowa is very excited for you. Congratulations on the morning show. But it was a beautiful weekend as Senator Ernst hit the campaign trail. She's really trying to do the typical retail politics that Iowans are used to in order to kind of come back from behind, because this is a really key Senate seat that Democrats are looking to flip blue. As for the Supreme Court, as she heads back to D.C. today to serve on the Judiciary Committee, it's not something that she highlighted in her stump speech to voters. And it's actually not something that voters immediately brought up when I asked them what their most important issues were. She did talk to reporters a few times throughout the weekend, noting that she's looking for a justice who follows the Constitution. And that's basically her biggest litmus test, is that she wants someone that follows the law. She hopes that Democrats don't go after Amy Coney Barrett for her religion. And she also mentioned that she doesn't see Roe v. Wade, the abortion rights case, being overturned given the 50-year precedent. And that's something that I know a lot of people are concerned about with this more conservative court being a potential. But as I did talk to voters, they brought it up eventually after I asked them specifically, and they did have some opinions on the timeline and exactly how important the Supreme Court is to them. Take a listen to some Republican voters I spoke to yesterday.
It's huge. We need people who in there who are going to interpret the law the way it is meant to be, not put their political bias into it. Interpret the law the way the law is written. Don't, shift it one way or the other.
I'm afraid that if the other party gets in, we'll end up with a packed court, and the whole idea of going by the Constitution is going to be right out the window.
So you heard her talk about the packed court. The idea there is that some people think Democrats are going to add more seats to the bench. Now, I should note Democrat Teresa Greenfield, who's running against Joni Ernst, has said she maintains she wants to keep 9 justices on the bench, but we haven't heard a firm answer from either Joe Biden or Kamala Harris on the presidential side, guys.
All right, Maureen, first of all, we should note it's raining in New York, too, so don't feel bad about the rain in Iowa. We should note Iowa has been seeing an increase in coronavirus cases. Iowa has been seeing an increase in coronavirus cases recently. What are voters there saying about the president's response to the pandemic?
Yeah, so you mentioned that tight poll between President Trump and Vice President Biden earlier, and a lot of political experts here in Iowa are pointing to the president's response to coronavirus. Specifically, more than half of Iowans are really upset with how he's handled the coronavirus, and in part, they're really upset with their Republican governor here, who's often in lockstep with the president. Remember, Iowa is one of the very few states left that doesn't have a statewide mask mandate. It's something that city by city they're handling, and they saw a very recent spike in September. Even this past week, they were ranked the 7th in the country for the most cases. And so this is something that Iowa never really had a firm handle on. I've come a few times during the coronavirus, and bars have been open, restaurants are open. People aren't great about wearing masks. And as you mentioned, the president's going to be here on Wednesday in Des Moines. And the Des Moines mayor actually is concerned that this could be another super spreader event after we're seeing the president have all of these other campaign rallies throughout the week in other battleground states. The Iowa GOP here saying they're going to try to enforce social distancing and wear masks. But of course, after I've covered many rallies across the state and in other states across the country, we haven't seen that. And one other note I'd like to point out is when I was talking to Republican voters yesterday, over and over and over again, I kept hearing the same idea that this coronavirus is a hoax, which obviously seeing how many people have been affected, gotten sick, the president himself, no basis in fact there. Guys.
Wow. All right, Maura, thank you so much. With just 3 weeks to go until the election, polling places all over the country are facing a shortage of election workers. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns talked to some young people who are getting involved. She joins us now.
These are the tabulators. So at the precinct, this is the machine that when you're done voting, you'll feed your ballot into.
That's Michael Dykstra. He's 15, going on 16.
So this is like the last step of the absentee voting process that we prepare.
And this is Evie Lohman, also 15 years old.
You're not even old enough to vote yet, and here you are helping out one of the biggest elections in U.S. history. What are you doing here?
I would say my mom does work here, so I mean, I don't want to say I'm forced, but I'm kind of voluntold, if that makes sense, to come here. But I also really just enjoy it because I feel like it's a new perspective that not a lot of people have on the elections.
What's been your favorite part of this whole process?
Ooh, testing election equipment. That is really fun and really fascinating to see how all those machines work, and I'm running ballots through them, testing the voter assist terminals. It's really, really cool stuff.
Michael and Evie are election workers in Kent County, Michigan, a critical county in a must-win battleground state. But like other states across the country, Michigan has struggled with staffing its precincts due to COVID-19.
Have you seen a lot of your older folks that are typically regular volunteers have to sit this one out?
The volunteers that we've had have said, you know, we just can't do it because we just don't feel safe with COVID.
Byron Township Clerk Peggy Sattler has been working with local high schools to recruit students.
We've kind of had to start over with quite a few positions and find new blood, if you want to say.
Clerk Sarah Beidelek from the city of Walker appreciates the extra energy.
They can withstand that 16-hour day. They're energetic, and if they're willing to learn. They're great on computers, and they can process the ballots or the voters at a very speedy process.
But the process is not as speedy as the younger generation expected.
What's been the most surprising part of the process?
Probably the fact that everybody does this by hands. Like, I did not expect that. I always thought it was just something, you feed it into a machine, or a machine always does it.
Yeah, you're doing manual labor here.
That's something Margie Leno is all too familiar with. She's been working elections for almost a decade, until now.
I feel bad that I can't be out there and help. It was kind of difficult this time around, especially with COVID factored in.
So instead, she's passing the torch.
I am so impressed. I can't believe that he's so young with such an interest and such a curiosity about voting.
Soon-to-be voters helping run a historic election while getting a real-world crash course in civic duty.
I think it's something more young people should do, is get involved. Especially, even though you're not of voting age, it helps you understand how the system works, especially when you become a voting age, and helps you become a more informed voter.
Hey, Joe, good morning. These young election workers told me that they've learned there's so much more that goes into voting than just filling in circles on a ballot. They appreciate all the work it takes to make sure everyone's voice is heard. And when these kids are old enough to vote in that next presidential election, you better bet they are going to be some of the most informed voters around. Joe, Savannah?
I bet that's right. Dasha, thank you so much, and good to see you this morning.
Great to see you.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer is out campaigning for Democratic candidates after federal and state authorities stopped an alleged kidnapping plot targeting her. The 13 men arrested last week face charges including plans to kidnap the governor and attack government buildings. Some of those charged share the views of extremist groups that oppose the governor's coronavirus safety restrictions. MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi spoke with Michigan voters about the alleged planned attack and the upcoming election.
She's had many executive orders in place, but what she's done is try to contain COVID-19 in Michigan. And I mean, here in Michigan alone, we had over 7,000 deaths from COVID-19. There's over 220,000 deaths of COVID-19 in this country. And so having the shutdowns was something that she felt was necessary to do. And it did help actually with lowering our numbers. And so it's unfortunate that some Americans don't agree with, specifically in Michigan, some Michigan residents don't agree with her practices and her procedures, but to take it out in this way is really sad.
Whenever anybody tries to take a life, it's a terrible thing. But the president takes a different take on it. And he denounces the governor. He doesn't try to send help. And he sows the seeds of social unrest by his words and his actions. And the president's words matter. People listen. He is the leader of this country. And he doesn't denounce white supremacists. He allows the unrest to continue happening and incites violence in some ways. I am an Indian American. I am a brown woman. My children are brown. I am afraid. For the first time in my life, I am afraid for my and my family's life and what will happen, if he decides that he's going to cause more unrest to get votes.
I say it's disgusting, it's sad, but I also think it's a symptom of the hate that's been pushed in this country and the division. I don't think that would have happened if we had a male governor. They did that because she's a woman and they disagreed with her. These are terrorists and they need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But what disgusts me more is that our current president, instead of lifting up the disgusting nature of this, chose to attack our governor and just say that they disagreed with her. We also had a sheriff out at a rally with the same people that were arrested. So we talk about the police did their job in arresting. Well, the police are on the stage with them. This is a symptom of a much larger problem, and Donald Trump is that problem.
So let's face it, I don't agree with Governor Whitmer, but a militia group like that trying to attack a human life, I think it's very, very disgusting. Those militia members, as they claim, they are also hating on freedom of Americans in this country. And now they must face justice, because if they don't face justice, justice will not be served, and this attack can happen anywhere in America. And that's why these are not Americans that tried doing this. These are terrorists.
Over 2 weeks after Kentucky's Attorney General released the grand jury findings in the fatal shooting of Breonna Taylor, one of the jurors is still fighting to speak publicly on the case. Just days after those findings were released, a lawyer for the anonymous juror filed a motion to speak publicly on the case, saying that the AG didn't present all of the evidence. The AG says he's trying to uphold jury secrecy, filed a new motion claiming that allowing the juror to speak would, quote, invalidate centuries of practice, custom, and tradition to make grand jury proceedings secret. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. Danny, good to see you. So this is an incredibly rare request for a juror to make. How is the juror's attorney trying to make the case for his client to speak publicly?
In this case, he's arguing that when the Commonwealth's attorney stood up and gave a speech, he foisted all the responsibility onto the grand jurors. Look, all we did was give the grand jurors all the evidence they needed. They made the decision, not me. And you can read between the lines and see that that is the main point of the attorney for the grand jurors' argument here, that, look, hey, if he gave a whole speech, the Commonwealth's attorney, that it was our fault, essentially, for not indicting more people, then, I have something to say about that. And, of course, the Commonwealth, the Commonwealth's attorney is opposing that grand juror's effort to speak. And this is a classic balancing test, the First Amendment against our strong policy of grand jury secrecy to protect other folks.
Danny, so much has already been released here. There's 15 hours of audio recordings from grand jury sessions, documents from the internal investigation. Will the fact that so much has already been released influence the judge's decision at all?
Yes, but under the law, that's only part of the analysis. Yes, the fact that so much has been publicly released affects the judge's decision, but also factored in is the effect it will have on future grand juries. And in this balancing test of free speech against the right to or grand jury secrecy, the judge is going to consider not only what has already been released, but if he allows this grand juror to speak, the chilling effect it may have on future grand juries and witnesses who would be afraid to come testify if secrecy is not upheld.
Yeah, the precedent it might set. All right, Danny, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Dueling protests in Denver between right-wing and left-wing demonstrators turned deadly over the weekend. Police identified 30-year-old Matthew Dolliff as the suspect after video appeared to capture a man opening fire on a protester. We have to warn you, what you're about to see is disturbing. NBC News affiliate KUSA says it hired Dolliff as a private security contractor through a security services firm. But the Denver Department of Excise and Licenses later confirmed in a statement to NBC News that Dolliff didn't have an active security guard license. He's now being held for investigation of first-degree murder, but hasn't been charged yet. Officials haven't released the identity of the victim or which groups he's affiliated with.
And in Portland, Oregon, police declared a riot as a large group of demonstrators marched through the city last night during what they called an Indigenous Peoples Day of Rage. According to local reports, protesters toppled statues of Presidents Abraham Lincoln and Theodore Roosevelt, as well as breaking windows and storefronts in the downtown section of the city. Our affiliate KGW reports organizers called for an end to colonialism and the abolishment of police. President Trump says he's immune from coronavirus.
But does the science back up his claims? Our doctor weighs in next.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There are more coronavirus problems for the NFL, with players from the Tennessee Titans and the New England Patriots testing positive. The league has rescheduled the Patriots-Broncos game for a second time. It had been put back to today, but will now take place on Sunday. And the Tennessee Titans have shut down their facility for a second time after another staff member tested positive, bringing the number of positive cases to at least 24. Morgan Chesky joins us now from outside AT&T Stadium. Morgan, what else do we know about these positive cases? They seem to be having a real problem.
Yeah, they really do, Savannah. And we know that they are currently under investigation by the NFL, trying to figure out
what happened in the break-in protocol that allowed these to take place. In the case of that Titans staffer here, the team effectively shut down until the league can figure out how this case was allowed to, how this test resulted in a positive. We do know that the team's coach, Mike Vrabel, is saying that they've been fully transparent throughout this entire process, but there is some investigation being looked into off-site workouts that the Titans players had, which, if true, would be a break in the NFL's protocol. On the Patriots side, we know that their fourth confirmed case was a defensive lineman, and in that case, there's speculation that he may have had exposure at a defensive line meeting, and that's what resulted in that positive case right now. But this is a very fluid situation. Both teams trying to do their best, or at least claiming to the league, who's now looking into these circumstances to try and kind of clearly define what went wrong. Savannah?
Now, we aren't even halfway through the season. How can the schedule continue with all these delays?
Yeah, it's really starting to look like a jigsaw puzzle all the way around. In fact, just yesterday, as a result of these positive cases, we know that games involving 8 teams had to be rescheduled over the next month and a half, which is certainly going to have some significant impacts here. We've already seen this result in games being played on off days when teams would usually be able to kind of rest and recover from prior games. In fact, coming up, we're going to see the second NFL game on a Tuesday in 70 years. So we're seeing some pretty long-ranging ramifications here as the league is desperately trying to salvage its season by plugging in holes and restructuring really as they go. Patriots coach Bill Belichick says that this isn't a day-by-day thing. This is an hour-by-hour thing, and we're all seeing that play out in real time, essentially. Savannah?
Now, let's talk about on the field. There's also these strict rules regarding mask wearing and social distancing that come along with big penalties for breaking those rules. What do the penalties look like?
Yeah, and this goes back around to that NFL investigation into finding the lapse in that protocol. If the teams have been found to break the rules here in this case, we're not talking about a penalty or a small fine per se, but something really significant that could impact these teams down the road. In some cases here, because this schedule is having to be moved around so much due to these positive COVID tests, if a team's found to have blatantly broken these protocols, they could find themselves with a forfeited game handed down from the league, or in a more serious case, we could be talking about a loss of potential draft picks. And that, from any NFL fan standpoint, is impacting the team, not this season, but just seasons down the road here, all stemming from the fact that the COVID-19 problem is still very real. And it really is in stark contrast to the NBA bubble that we saw basically be pulled off rather successfully. The difference here, while that was a closed environment in the NFL, once the player leaves the team facility, there's really little to no supervision as to what they do in their own private time, whereas in the NBA, everyone was in one space, that bubble in Orlando, for really the entire season. Savannah?
Like you said, that might have resulted in some off-site gym time, so we will have to see what comes of that investigation. Thanks so much, Morgan.
Coronavirus cases in the U.S. are surging and setting new records in parts of the country. As of today, the nation has more than 7.8 million cases and more than 215,000 deaths. The latest data comes as NBC News tally finds 6 states had record single-day increases on Friday: Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, and West Virginia. Meantime, President Trump tweeted that he is now immune to coronavirus, which prompted Twitter to add a warning label saying the tweet violated its rules on spreading misleading or harmful information. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Doctor, good to see you. So President Trump appears to think he is immune to the virus. What do we actually know about immunity and the coronavirus?
Well, Joe, like a lot of things with COVID-19, the science on immunity is also a bit complicated. In August, the World Health Organization acknowledged that if you have had a viral infection and have recovered, you likely have some protection. But they stated specifically that the data on COVID-19 was insufficient to say whether or not the antibodies themselves are protective, what level of antibody is required, and also how long that protection would last. On the CDC website, their guidance actually states that if you've been infected with COVID-19 and you have recovered and you've been re-exposed within 3 months, you may not need to be tested again. But they very specifically say that that does not imply immunity to reinfection.
So, Natalie, the governor of Ohio now says that people in his state are not taking enough precautions. I know I was walking around New York. A lot of people are socializing, not distancing as much, not always wearing their masks. We're heading into winter. Flu season's coming as well. What are the #1 precautions you want people to take right now?
Yeah, Joe, you know, it is concerning. The weather is getting colder. People will be moving indoors. The air is also getting drier. All of these things really facilitate the virus's ability to transmit. I would say the following. We need to all not be getting fatigued of the prevention strategies. That is mask wearing, social distancing, hand hygiene, and really trying to avoid those closed indoor, poorly ventilated areas. It's also time to reinforce how important it is to take the flu shot. For adults, we know that it can lessen the severity of illness. It can also prevent complications like pneumonia that can land you in the hospital. And for children, it actually can reduce mortality. So some things that we can do, our behavior really, really matters. I get it. We're all getting tired, but this is not the time to let up on the gas pedal.
Good advice. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe.
Sunday marked National Coming Out Day, which has been taking place every October 11th for more than 3 decades now. For the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, it's a chance to celebrate the decision to come out and to support those who are coming out. Comedian Niecy Nash, Riverdale star Lily Reinhart, and politician Andrew Gillum are a few notable figures who came out this year. I can tell you personally the importance of LGBTQ representation and visibility, how much it means to see yourself in the media or on TV or in the movies. As I tweeted yesterday, quote, I'm personally grateful to those who came out before me and inspired by those who have come out since. Now, if you or someone you know is struggling with identity, you can reach out to the Trevor Project's Lifeline. That number is 866-488-7386. An incredibly important organization. But just being on social media yesterday, seeing all the various posts from people, the prideful pictures, it's just always just heartwarming to see that on National Coming Out Day.
Absolutely, Joe. And like you said in there and what you tweeted yesterday, I'm sure a lot of people, it means a lot to see you in the role that you're in. So it's very neat.
I like to say visibility is vital, and it really is true. When you see yourself reflected elsewhere, it makes a difference.
Absolutely. Representation of all kinds. So. Yeah. Thanks, Joe.
No problem.
Millions of students around the country are learning remotely this year as school districts opt to remain closed or parents choose to keep their kids home. NBC News correspondent Simone Boyce is here to tell us about a new trend that makes remote learning seem like a day at the beach. Simone, I know it's early where you are. Thanks for being up with us for our first day.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. You guys are killing it. Huge congratulations on the show, by the way. Okay, so parenting in a pandemic, it's a full-time job. So for all the moms and dads who are caring for kids right now and could really use an escape, the Schoolcation might be the solution that has a little something for everyone.
The coronavirus has changed a lot about the way we live our lives, including how we unwind. With millions of kids learning remotely, hotels across the country are helping families make the most of their time away and offering what they're calling schoolcations.
This year hasn't been what we wanted. We canceled some trips, but we're finding a nice balance here, I think. On a short little trip like this, we have a beautiful room, we have a swimming pool and the beach right outside.
That's what enticed Adam King and his 2 children to the Shores Resort and Spa in Daytona, Florida. The Teach by the Beach vacation package provides a remote learning setup for the kids and some R&R for mom and dad.
What is the best aspect of this schoolcation idea for you and your family?
You know, every time you go away with a family, you come back with a little bit more, I think, and you broaden their horizons a little bit, and it's just extra family time, and there's no replacement for that.
No objections from 4-year-old Kai.
I was thinking about going for a break, jumping into the pool.
What? A mid-school break in the pool? That sounds like a lot of fun. Dad, are you okay with that?
Yeah, they cycle through with a couple of breaks in the morning, so we'll have to make a quick rundown and take full advantage, I guess.
The rules are a little different on schoolcations, and that's half the fun. Just a short drive away in Orlando, the Runge family from Virginia is mixing learning and leisure at the Four Seasons, where kids can attend supervised study sessions in the hotel's new classroom with up to 6 students per class.
They go down in the morning, they spend time socially distant in the ballroom, and when they're done, they get to join us, not here at the adult pool, of course, but over at the lazy river and over at the family pool and the slides.
From the shores of Florida to the desert in Arizona, resorts are finding innovative ways to keep guests coming back, and that's at a necessity. The U.S. Travel Association says the industry is down nearly $400 billion since the beginning of March. At the Great Wolf Lodge in Scottsdale, kids can stay on top of their studies inside this socially distant classroom. Desks are set up with plexiglass and staff on site to assist the e-learners. But when class isn't in session,
we got to go on the lazy river. We also got to go on the water slides.
Outside of a traditional classroom, kids like Kaylor are missing more than just the face-to-face instruction. There's also the in-person interaction with peers that just doesn't feel the same through a screen. Trinda Stone hopes her daughter can experience some camaraderie here at a safe distance.
One of my priorities for my kids during the pandemic and the school experience is just to keep them interested and focused and understand that it's difficult for everybody, but still try to make it a little fun.
We still don't know what long-term learning losses may exist after the pandemic, but the educational disparities that were prevalent before COVID only continue to grow. Research shows the shift to remote learning has been especially tough for poor, Black, and Latino students across the country. Many students just don't have access to the technology, and without affordable daycare options, parents who can't work from home are left with little recourse. But the families who can afford a schoolcation say they're grateful for this little taste of normal in a year that's been anything but.
It's a beautiful morning. You don't feel like you're in this year. It doesn't feel like that anymore. You just feel like we're back to normal right now. And it may not be that way outside the walls or anything, but in that moment, and that's kind of what matters.
Well, several of these hotels are offering a free night stay as part of the package. And get this, they're even creating new staff positions called a chief virtual learning officer to make staycation guests more comfortable. So let's get into the nitty gritty. What is something like this going to cost? Well, for a day of full supervision, fully supervised e-learning, it can cost upwards of $100 a child. But Savannah and Joe, I think I'm sold. Poolside learning sounds great.
I was just going to say, you mentioned parenting during a pandemic. New mama over there. Great job.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Simone. Good to see you. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. And here is your morning news now. Supreme Court showdown. Judge Amy Coney Barrett is set to arrive on Capitol Hill within the hour. Today's confirmation hearings expected to be contentious. How Republicans are using their power to get her on the bench, and what, if anything, Democrats can do about it. On the trail, President Trump is ramping up his campaign.
Looks like I'm immune for, I don't know, maybe a long time or maybe a short time. It could be a lifetime. Nobody really knows.
Fauci lashing out at the White House hard on coronavirus safety, what he is calling a super spreader event. Delta's devastation, Louisiana picking up the pieces after the storm. Thousands of people are in shelters, tens of thousands without power this morning. An up-close look at the path of destruction left behind. Schoolcations. Parents are teaching their children at hotels and resorts. Everyone getting a bit of a break on Zoom, the new trend taking remote learning on vacation. And history, 4 MVP titles, 3 championships, all with different teams. How LeBron James helped lead the Los Angeles Lakers to their first championship victory in 10 years. A lot of news happening, not to mention the fact that this is our first morning here on News Now, and we've picked a kind of busy morning to debut, right?
Yeah, no kidding, which we will be getting into for the next hour, so thank you so much for joining us. The fight for the Supreme Court is on. This morning, the Senate Judiciary Committee will begin opening statements. Senate Republicans are working to confirm Judge Barrett to the bench before the election, which would mean she can rule on a make-or-break moment for the Affordable Care Act, a case being heard just after Election Day. If Judge Barrett is confirmed, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is asking her to recuse herself from that, as well as any potential case related to election results. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Heidi Przybyla and Stanford Law School professor Nate Persily. Now, Heidi, I'll start with you. The hearings are happening despite the Democrats' best efforts. What can you tell us about their strategy in the coming days?
Right, Savannah, Democrats have very few procedural tools to try and stop this nomination, but they could try and slow it a little bit by calling points of order, quorum calls, all things designed to delay it. But ultimately, Savannah, if the majority wants this to go through, as it does, it will get to the full Senate floor. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has many different tactics that he can use to just supersede this committee and get it to the floor. The bigger question is, what happens when it gets to the full Senate floor? Looming over all of this is the coronavirus and the fact that at least 2 senators have tested positive. Others are quarantining, and 2 senators, GOP senators, have already said that they don't support holding this vote at this time. What does that all mean? It means that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell probably can't afford to have any sick members when that final vote does come down, expected around October 22nd or just days before the election, Savannah.
Now, Nate, one thing we've heard about since Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death is precedent. What can you tell us about Judge Barrett's views on the Supreme Court's role in upholding precedent, some of those cases that have long been decided on?
Well, Judge Barrett is an original. And by that, she means that she interprets the Constitution according to the original intent of the framers of the Constitution. Now, you might think that if you respect something that's old, like the views of the framers, that means you respect precedent, but it actually means that if you think that there are precedents, for example, Roe versus Wade, that go against the original intent of the framers, that you might overturn it. So, well, I'm sure she'll be asked about that. I'm sure she'll say that she'll respect precedent, but actually her judicial philosophy is in tune with a lot of those who would overturn some of the most important precedents that, we've had in the last 30, 40 years.
And Nate, Judge Barrett, we know, clerked for Justice Antonin Scalia. We know she's going to talk about him in her opening statement today. Just how much influence has he had shaping her decisions on the court?
Well, she says that not only does his judicial philosophy affect the way she interprets the Constitution, but it also affects sort of how she views the role of a justice, right? That it's not just, whether you're interpreting a particular provision in a way, as I said, that reflects the views of the framers, but also what should the role of a judge be? To what extent should they be referees trying to call balls and strikes, as Chief Justice Roberts once said, or are they going to be more sort of active in making policy? And she's going to be saying, well, the role of a judge is not to make policy.
All right. Thank you so much, Heidi and Nate.
Thank you.
The confirmation of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court would be a major win for the Trump administration. NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now. Shannon, Judge Barrett is gearing up for days of marathon confirmation hearings. The president will be on the campaign trail. What is the message from the White House ahead of these hearings?
Well, the message is to get the conversation off of the president's health and the coronavirus. These confirmation hearings that are much needed relief and break. The White House is hoping from the talk over the past more than 10 days about the president's health and the coronavirus. Polls have consistently shown that when this race is about the coronavirus, the president's numbers go down. So they are hoping to use the Supreme Court nomination, not necessarily to appeal to moderate voters, but to fire up Trump's base and to remind conservative voters that while they might disagree with this president's tone and demeanor, he is still firmly behind the principles of the Republican Party because they view Amy Coney Barrett as a real solid conservative Republican choice for the court.
Shannon, as if the Senate doesn't have enough on its plate, it has another monumental task, trying to pass another coronavirus stimulus package. Where do the negotiations stand on that?
As we've seen, anything can happen in Washington, but after a week of really whiplash back and forth between the president, we enter this week looking like it's unlikely any sort of deal is going to get done. Of course, anything can happen, but both sides are saying it's rather unlikely. The president first called off talks. Then he said he was open to a sort of piecemeal deal. Then he said he was open to something even bigger than what Democrats were proposing. There is no appetite from Republicans in the Senate for a big, massive, multi-trillion-dollar sweeping stimulus deal like Democrats want to see. The president really wants to get a deal done. Democrats would be fine if it includes money for states, but Republicans, who control the Senate, are against it at this point.
All right, we'll see what happens. Shannon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next Supreme Court justice will be key in deciding the fate of the Affordable Care Act. But that's not the only hot topic on the radar. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos takes a look at what's ahead.
On the Supreme Court docket the day after the election is a case that pits religious freedom against gay rights. In Fulton v. City of Philadelphia, a Catholic foster agency is arguing that letting same-sex couples foster children would go against its beliefs about marriage. So, limiting discrimination actually violates the right to religious freedom. The fallout could affect parents' rights and non-discrimination protections. Several abortion cases are in the pipeline for arguments before the nation's highest court. And while none of them are likely to affect Roe v. Wade, the court's rulings could significantly cut back access to the procedure. One case involves a Trump administration rule that stops taxpayer-funded clinics from referring women for abortions. 2 U.S. appeals courts issued conflicting rulings about that rule. So, earlier this month, the American Medical Association asked the Supreme Court to strike it down. The Supreme Court is also likely to take up a case involving illegal immigration and the census count. Last month, justices agreed to consider an appeal by the Trump administration to a lower court ruling that said trying to keep undocumented immigrants off the census count violates federal law. Because the census count is used to determine how many seats each state gets in Congress, and a ruling in favor of the administration's plan could mean a big shift to the right when it comes to money and political power. Of course, the outcome of each of these cases could have widespread effects and could be determined by the person set to fill the seat of the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. As we know, Amy Coney Barrett is a conservative as well as a devout Catholic, and that could play a part in many of her decisions here if she is in fact confirmed.
Coming up, road to recovery.
The cleanup efforts underway in the aftermath of Hurricane Delta. You're watching Morning News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now.
We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes,
Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
At least 3 people are dead in Louisiana because of Hurricane Delta. This morning, people are cleaning up yet again. Delta hit the area only 6 weeks after Hurricane Laura.
It's devastating to lose as much as you lose, and then you lose again. So.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Sam, how's it looking? How bad does the destruction look? What's the situation?
Savannah, good morning. You know, it's hard to even articulate in words or really show you in pictures just the sheer level of devastation. You drive down the streets overnight, everything is dark. There's no electricity still on most of the streets here. Debris piles as high as I am after Laura came through 6 weeks and just ago and leveled this area. Now, what you're seeing right here was obviously about a month ago. There was then another foot of rain dumped on the Lake Charles area. Neighbors tell me that at one point there were refrigerators floating in the streets in the nearby blocks here. As we pan, you'll see plenty of homes with blue tarps over them. That was, of course, when there were roofs that were torn, shingles that were ripped off. According to the governor here, John Bell Edwards, the fact of the matter is that many of those didn't make it through Delta, which means that some of these homeowners are now coming back to re-damaged and flooding homes, starting an already painful process all over again. Now, in terms of the 3 deaths that you mentioned, Savannah, some of those are coming in the aftermath of this storm. One of the reasons why there was so much caution urged about how people conduct themselves with no power, with generators. There was an 86-year-old man, Savannah, who was refueling his generator when it caught fire here in Louisiana and died. A 19-year-old in Florida who died from rip currents from remnants of this storm, and a 70-year-old woman as well who died when there was a natural gas leak, and investigators believe she lit a cigarette in Louisiana, and that caused an explosion. Clearly, the damage here, the potential for further fatalities because of all the hazards that are around me right now remain very real. It's also notable that this morning there are some 9,000 people who are evacuees in Louisiana. 8,000 of those, Savannah, are from Laura. Many of those people are in hotels right now just looking for financial assistance. For the second time in a month and a half, 2 storms sweeping through here, a mere 12 miles apart, really a double blow. And that's what people are reacting to this morning. They say first it's disbelief, then it's denial, and they're just trying to come to grips with what they're looking at right now.
Well,
Savannah.
Sam, just heartbreaking to hear and a reminder of the devastation that can occur after the actual storm passes. Thanks so much, Sam.
The remnants of Delta are now impacting the Northeast. Here's a live look at Times Square, where the rain has been coming down this morning.
Bill Cairns is with us for our Morning News Now weather. Bill, good morning to you. We're happy to have you back.
Yeah, good morning. It's amazing when you see the debris piles from Laura. This storm, Delta, was not as bad, but we still have 200,000 people without power in Louisiana just from this latest storm. And, when we listened to the governor talk and the mayor of Lake Charles, they don't have the redundancy on the power lines. So, they were lucky to get them up after Laura. And now they have to go back and try to get it up again, and hopefully no more storms. So what's left of Delta is moving through the Northeast. It's not severe. It's just going to cause some minor problems for the commute. The most dangerous part will be that the leaves are coming down this time of year, and that makes things a little extra slick on the road. So by 6 p.m. today, the rain still lingers from Philadelphia to New York City. Notice Boston, Hartford, maybe some drizzle. It won't be too bad for you. D.C. area, still some showers. And then a cold front kind of comes and kicks everything out. But before it does so, more downpours Tuesday morning from New York to Hartford, all the way through Massachusetts and portions of upstate New York and the New England. And then by the time we get to Tuesday afternoon and evening, that's when the rain finally kicks into Maine, and it'll be ending. It looks like Wednesday and Thursday will be dry. The other story this week, another heat wave for the Southwest and Southern California. Heat advisories are up. LA 93 tomorrow, and it still stays warm. So the week ahead forecast, watch the rain clear off the eastern seaboard by the time we get to Wednesday. And then it looks pretty nice across the country, guys, as we end this week. But unfortunately, the Northeast is the exception. A rainy Friday is in the cards.
I gotta say, that dreary weather this morning made our first official 3:30 a.m. wake up a little tougher. Thanks so much, Bill.
And how about that shot of Times Square being rainy and so empty still? It's sad.
It is. It really is. Thanks, Bill. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Early voting gets underway in Texas tomorrow, and the race for president is shaping up to be closer than you might think. The latest poll by the University of Texas, Texas Tribune, shows President Donald Trump leading Joe Biden by 5 points in the Lone Star State. NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Houston's NRG Arena. Hey there, Priscilla. So election officials there were busy all weekend preparing for tomorrow. A lot of voters are expected to show up. So what can they expect?
Well, busy indeed, Joe, as I'm sure you and Savannah have been preparing for this show. Big congratulations on that. But we actually got a behind-the-scenes look inside this arena at the preparations that are being made for early voting. And one of the big things is that when voters first walk in, they are going to see those big stickers on the floor reminding them to maintain that 6-foot distance between themselves and the voters around them. And when they do reach the front of that line and are able to check in with poll workers, there's going to be a plexiglass barrier there, and masks are required throughout the NRG property. But that election official is also going to give them a sanitizing wipe and a finger cot. So when voters make their way to the voting station, they're going to be able to wipe that station down and use the finger cot to make their selections, and then toss those items and grab some hand sanitizer on their way out. And I should point out that this location isn't only going to have in-person early voting, they will also have a drive-in voting option for folks who want to vote in person but don't necessarily want to go inside. Joe?
Drive-through fast food voting, all right. So we should note that Democrats, I think, still hope that maybe somehow they can pull off an upset in Texas. They're making one last push for a key group of voters in the Lone Star State. So tell us what you've learned about the DNC's latest ad campaign there.
Well, Joe, we broke the story this morning that the DNC is launching a 6-figure ad buy across several key battleground states, including Texas, and that is going to be targeting Latino voters. And so the ad buy launched this morning. It's going to be airing in Spanish language radio and print publications and shows. And the message there is a very stark one. It says, and I quote, "This November 3rd, our lives are on the ballot." And it goes on to urge voters to make a plan for how they will vote. And, the timing of this is really interesting. There are more battleground states that are beginning to vote this week and in the coming weeks. But also, we know that historically, Latino voters have turned out at a rate lower than that of black and white voters. But Latino voters is one of the biggest and growing demographics in terms of eligible voters in many of these key battleground states. And it could be a decision maker in these tight presidential races and these tight polls that we're seeing in a number of these states, Joe.
All right, Priscilla, thank you so much.
Today, Florida election officials will begin opening and counting mail-in ballots. And it's still unclear who could win Florida. The most recent Quinnipiac poll shows Vice President Joe Biden leading President Trump by 11 points. But another poll from Suffolk University around the same time has Trump and Biden tied, showing the Sunshine State is still a toss-up. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins me now from the Palm Beach County Elections Office in Riviera Beach, Florida. Carrie, first, tell us who you're meeting, who's voting early, and why is Florida starting to count ballots nearly three weeks before Election Day?
Well, it is certainly a purple state that we have here in Florida. And I think the most remarkable number is, and we really have never seen it like this before, but more than 1 in 10 voters has already voted by mail-in ballot. 11.7% of Florida's 14 million registered voters have already sent their ballots back in. Now, of the 5 million or so who requested mail-in ballots, the breakdown of those ballots that have been returned, pretty evenly split. 27.8% returned by Republican voters, 33.3% returned by Democratic voters, and 5.9% those who either belong to a minor party or no party affiliation at all. Joining us here in Palm Beach County is the Supervisor of Elections, Wendy Satori-Link. Thank you for joining us. We'll talk about what they're doing behind us right now. They've gathered. What is their role? What are they going to be doing now?
So what they're doing now is they are opening the ballots. So we have them ready to go for them. They're going to take out the secrecy sleeve, divide the cards, A and B cards that we have, and then keep the envelopes in so that we can make sure that we have full accounting.
You open the ballots, or you open up the envelopes to extract the ballots today because what? You don't want to open them up after Election Day ends?
Right. We have, for us, we have about 160,000 already in. So we need to get that going in order to do it properly so that we're not going to have a long delay on election night.
One of the big questions, of course, is you're going to be taking the ballots out of the envelopes and eventually running them through the machines. Does that mean you're going to know who's ahead and behind? Is that information public?
No. We only know, our show is only the counters. We'll know how many we've counted, but we don't pull in the results through a program until after the polls close on election night.
So even you won't know?
I won't even know.
And one of the big questions that we've seen across the country is, of course, every state has its own rules about how you mail in a ballot and how you sign it. Florida requires one signature.
Right.
Sort of show me, since you have a ballot there.
Sure.
When people sign, if they sign and there's a problem, what happens?
So they're going to sign right here. If they either forgot to sign or if their signature doesn't match, we're going to contact them through letter, through phone call, through email, whatever information we have, let them know that they have a problem with their signature. They'll come in either in person or they can do it through email, and they can cure it up until Thursday at 5 o'clock following the election.
So this is all very much a system that is born out of the disaster that we had in 2000. So I guess my last question, election night, at least in Florida, do you think we will have a complete count in this state by election night?
We will not have a complete count. We'll have a very close to complete. But because we can still collect signature cures until Thursday. And then our military and overseas have 10 days to have them come in. So it won't be 100% complete, but we'll have a lot of them.
Okay, thank you very much. And so one thing to remember as we see the folks here getting ready to do their job, in 2000, only 537 votes were the difference between Bush and Gore. So in a purple state like Florida, where so many people have already started to participate, we may have, as the supervisor of election said, pretty close to a final count on election night. But that doesn't mean that we're going to know who eventually the winner is going to be if it's close like it was back 20 years ago. Guys, back to you.
Carrie, I love a live shot from a place where votes are being counted. So excited. Thanks for joining us on our first day, Carrie. Do you know how you're going to cast your vote in the 2020 presidential election? NBC News is here to help with our state-by-state guide called Plan Your Vote. It's got information on voting rules, deadlines, and restrictions by state. Check it out at nbcnews.com/planyourvote. The Los Angeles Lakers are NBA champions again. That's the 17th title for the Lakers. They have now tied the Celtics for the most championships in NBA history. The Lakers ran away with Game 6 against the Heat. Miami tried to rally in the fourth quarter, but it was too little too late with a final score of 106-93. LeBron James was named Finals MVP for the 4th time in his career. James is the first player to win the award on 3 different teams. This is his 4th championship. And even though fans were told to stay away from the Staples Center due to COVID restrictions, many showed up to celebrate. All right, and coming up, the Supreme Court confirmation hearing for Coney Barrett.
It's a big day on the Hill, and we have a team of correspondents covering all the angles. Live coverage right after this. You're watching Morning News Now.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a 4-year degree, but a 4-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Today it is my honor to nominate to the Supreme Court
Coney Barrett, on the path to a seat on the Supreme Court.
I fully understand that this is a momentous decision for a president.
Facing a confirmation hearing just weeks before an election.
President Trump and his party have made it clear they will pick a justice who will get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
The stakes are high, and the future of the court hangs in the balance.
I think it's telling to see Senate Democrats openly affirming that Judge Barrett's actual judicial qualifications do not matter to them.
Special coverage begins right now.
Good morning to those of you just joining us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We are less than 30 minutes away from the anticipated start of Coney Barrett's confirmation hearing. The president nominated her to the bench 8 days after the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
A live look now inside the room where it will all happen. Today's hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee is the first of 4 this week, and each day promises to be contentious. For one, Democrats didn't even want to be here today. They wanted to wait until after the election to fill RBG's seat. But Republicans control the Senate, and they get to set the timeline. If confirmed, Barrett would be the 3rd justice appointed by President Trump.
She has faced this committee before. In 2017, she was confirmed as a federal judge. The vote then, 55 to 43. Only 3 Democrats voted for her. There is one senator Barrett didn't face then, but will this time around, and that's Senator Kamala Harris, the Democratic nominee for vice president. But Harris won't be there in person. She'll attend virtually instead because she doesn't think it's safe due to coronavirus concerns.
It was Barrett's nomination at the White House that Dr. Anthony Fauci called a super spreader event. Republican Senators Tom Tillis and Mike Lee were both there. Both later tested positive for COVID. Tillis will attend virtually today. It's still unclear if Lee will as well.
Lots to cover, and we have 2 of the very best to kick off our coverage. Leanne Caldwell, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent, and NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete has covered every Supreme Court confirmation for the last 27 years, starting with the confirmation of Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
So, Pete, let's start right there. RBG was nominated and confirmed in 42 days, but that was 1993. It was not an election year. How compressed is this timeline for Judge Barrett?
Lots, and the Republicans make no bones about it. I mean, they're quite straightforward in saying that they want to try to get this done while their president is still in the White House and while the Republicans still control the Senate. It's as simple as that, and that's why they want to try to get it done very quickly. Now, today will be a hearing in only the most loose sense of the word. She will spend her entire day hearing senators give their opening statement. So that's all that happens today. Everybody in the room gives an opening statement, all the senators, and then finally, at the end of the day, she will give an opening statement. She'll be introduced by some senators, home state senators and supporters. Then she'll give an opening statement and introduce members of her family, and that's that. So the questioning doesn't actually begin until Tuesday and Wednesday. But you're right, this is certainly a compressed time frame, and the Republicans are quite straightforward about they want to try to get it done while they still have the votes and the control.
Now, Leanne, as that was just mentioned there, we'll only be hearing opening statements today. Questioning doesn't begin until tomorrow. But set the stage for us. What will we see today? What kind of environment is Judge Barrett walking into? What do we know about the meetings that she did or maybe did not have with members of the Judiciary Committee?
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. So I think that it might be easier for Amy Coney Barrett to walk over hot coals directly into a fire compared to what she is going to face this week. That's because Democrats have made no bones about it how enraged they are that Senate Republicans are moving forward with this hearing 3 weeks before Election Day, as millions of people have already voted. So as Pete said, there is going to be no banter back and forth. Judge Barrett is not going to be able to defend herself. She's going to have to listen to all the opening statements, all the statements that these senators make. And you can expect Democrats to really focus on what they are calling illegal process, basically an illegitimate process, I should say, and also focus on the Affordable Care Act. They know that the week after the election, the Supreme Court is going to hear a case on the Affordable Care Act. They know that voters are voting about health care in these November elections, and so they are going to make that a prime focus. Expect Republicans, however, to defend Amy Coney Barrett, and we're also going to hear from her for the first time as well, where she'll talk about her biography and a little bit about how she views the role of a Supreme Court justice. Savannah, Joe.
Yeah, and Pete, we're hearing a lot about the ideological balance of the court. Well, RBG was still alive. There was a Pew Research poll that found that a majority of Americans, 56%, found the court to be middle of the road. Obviously, when you replace RBG with Justice Barrett, that is going to change. How much does it change? And do you expect this to be something that she's going to try to address this week?
I don't think she'll talk about how she would change the ideological makeup of the court, no. And I'm a little surprised by that finding, because this has basically been a pretty conservative court over the last few years, with some notable exceptions. And that'll sort of depend on who the swing justice was. When it was Anthony Kennedy, the court endorsed same-sex marriage. Just in the past term, the court said that the existing civil rights laws covered discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or transgender. So those have been somewhat exceptions. It's pretty conservative court. It'll be a very conservative court if she's confirmed. You'd have 6 solid conservative votes. John Roberts, who to some extent was the swing vote after Anthony Kennedy retired, would no longer have that position, because even if he did vote with the liberals, you'd still have 5 conservatives, and In the Supreme Court, it takes 5 votes to win. Sandra Day O'Connor used to say, what's the most important thing to know about the Supreme Court? The answer is, can you count to 5? And there would be 6 conservatives if she's on the court. It was remember with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, if John Roberts switched, he could make a liberal majority if he voted with the liberals. So there's no longer a possibility for that kind of swing voting. It would be a more conservative court, no question about it, and the conservative supporters of Amy Coney Barrett are looking forward to that, and they hope that very much is what happens.
Now, Leanne, ultimately this process ends with a vote, and Republicans have the majority in the Senate, of course. So let's just get this out of the way. At this moment, is there any doubt from Republicans that Barrett won't get confirmed?
Nothing that we can foresee for the moment, Savannah. There was some concern, especially with the COVID diagnosis that have racked the committee and the Senate Republicans in recent weeks. There's going to be 2 members of the committee who have been diagnosed with COVID. Of course, that's Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina and Senator Mike Lee of Utah as well. Senator Tillis will be attending the hearing virtually. Senator Cruz will as well, because he came into contact with Senator Lee. We're still waiting to hear on if Senator Lee will attend the hearing in person or do it virtually. But the COVID outbreak that has infected the White House and the Senate was one thing that might throw this off the game. But it seems now that all things are leading towards this being Amy Coney Barrett being confirmed before Election Day. But of course, anything can happen. Remember, just the last Supreme Court Justice nominee, Brett Kavanaugh, he was on a clear path to confirmation, and then these allegations came out about him. We don't expect any allegations like that, but I'm just trying to make the point that we can't predict the future, and while things look like it's on track and going to move quickly, we obviously have to wait and see and take it day by day.
Certainly can't predict the future these days. That's
2020,
sure.
yeah. No kidding. Leanne Caldwell, Pete Williams, thank you so much for your expertise.
You bet.
Let's now bring in our panel. We have Sahil Kapoor, NBC News national political reporter, Kim Whaley, law professor and author of What You Need to Know About Voting and Why, and Michael Beschloss, our NBC News presidential historian. Sahil, I want to start with something Senator Lindsey Graham said back in 2016 when Republicans refused to give Merrick Garland, Obama's nominee, a hearing during President Obama's last term. Take a listen.
I want you to use my words against me. If there's a Republican president in 2016 and a vacancy occurs in the last year of the first term, you can say, Lindsey Graham said, let's let the next president, whoever it might be, make that nomination, and you could use my words against me, and you'd be absolutely right.
All right, so obviously we are using those words right now to set up exactly how does he explain that away, and how much time do you expect Democrats to spend on that fact right there, that we have that video?
Yeah, those words have really come back to haunt Lindsey Graham, and it's one of the reasons you see him facing an unexpectedly competitive race in his safe red state of South Carolina. Nobody really expected that seat to be in play, but he's facing a very well-funded challenge from the Democrat Jamie Harrison there. As to whether Democrats will use these words against him, I would expect absolutely yes, but I don't think it will be the main focus. There are other issues. There are kitchen table policy-related issues, like most notably health care, including abortion rights, including workers' rights, that Democrats want to focus on. So I do think Graham will have a bit of a tough time trying to explain this, because there really is no way to square those words with what he's doing now. What he has said in his South Carolina Senate debates is that he is absolutely determined to confirm Judge Barrett, make her Justice Barrett. And he has also argued to me when I asked him several months ago that the Brett Kavanaugh Supreme Court confirmation hearings, in his view, changed the game. You can look at that as a midpoint between what he said in 2016 and what he's doing now. People can decide for themselves whether that's a justification or, whether that's a guidepost to where he always wanted to end up in this scenario.
Michael, we've seen some confirmation hearings that were smooth sailing for the nominee in recent years, and we've seen some incredibly contentious ones. Has the process always been this politicized, or have we seen it change in recent years?
No, we've seen a change since the hearings over Robert Bork in 1987. That was the most controversial nomination in recent times, in which Bork was portrayed as a conservative who would change the status quo in America, and his nomination was blocked. Ever since then, people have been very conscious of not only the importance of a seat on the Supreme Court, but also the fact that a domestic political environment can change the outcome, as it did that year. And, you know, the other thing, Joe, is that if you're looking at this in history, Donald Trump has had now 3 nominations to the Supreme Court. That's a lot for a president. One might argue that Republicans have created all 3 of those vacancies in ways that would not have happened had they not been so aggressive. Just as you were saying, 2016, by denying President Obama the ability to get a justice on the Supreme Court his last year in office. Second time by urging Anthony Kennedy to get off the Supreme Court so that Trump would have a vacancy, and now by insisting the nomination and confirmation be rushed through before the 2020 election, something we haven't seen before.
Kim, let's now turn to Barrett and her approach to the law. Here's what she said during her acceptance speech at the Rose Garden. Take a listen.
I clerked for Justice Scalia more than 20 years ago, but the lessons I learned still resonate. His judicial philosophy is mine too. A judge must apply the law as written. Judges are not policymakers, and they must be resolute in setting aside any policy views they might hold.
Now, we hear her there referring to what's called this textualist or originalist approach to the law. Tell us a little bit about what this signals to you, particularly on the issue of abortion.
Well, I think textualism and originalism has taken on this mythical quality, and it's really kind of a ruse. And I say it because the Constitution is a very, very old document, and the language is vague, just like a biblical text or a poem. And so judges have to wrestle with ambiguity, and there are ways of doing that. You can look to precedent. What did the court do in the past? And let's be consistent with that, because then Americans know what to expect under a particular constitutional provision. You could look at dictionary definitions. You could look at what the framers meant at the time. You could also look at the normative objectives. Why do we have a constitution? What are the rationales behind this constitutional language? What Judge Barrett is saying is that, well, there's one way to read it, and I know what that way is. And I'm going to read it that way, even if the precedent suggests something else. So for Roe versus Wade, I think she'd be very comfortable saying, I know it when I see it. I know what due process means. It doesn't mean protecting women's ability to decide their own health care regarding their reproductive process in the face of government regulation. And so I'm going to reverse a decision that would protect that woman's right vis-a-vis the United States government. It's really unfortunate that this constitutional theory that really came onto the scene with Justice Scalia has taken on this sort of black versus white sort of quality with when people go to the polls and vote. It's just not accurate that there's one way to read clear language, and Judge Barrett knows what that way is.
So, Hill, if there's one issue that might get more or at least as much attention as abortion, it's going to be Obamacare, the ACA. The Supreme Court is going to be taking on a challenge to that law a week after the election. So how central will this be to the confirmation fight? I expect Democrats are going to be bringing it up every chance they get.
That's bring up healthcare and the ACA today. I would expect her to get peppered with questions about the ACA tomorrow when the questions begin. And I spoke to one Senate Democratic aide about this who said they're not under any illusion that she'll say anything useful here. Judges always dodge these kinds of questions. She's not going to, say anything about a case that could appear before her. She's not going to drop hints as to, how she views that relevant portion of the law and how she would come down in the Texas case. But if she dodges that question, that is a massively useful political thing for Democrats in their view, because they can continue to argue that she is a danger to the ACA, and that if she is confirmed to the Supreme Court, she could rip away, or her vote could end up being decisive in a case that could rip away protections from, millions of Americans and take away coverage from about 20 million Americans. The other thing I wanted to point out is that Judge Barrett is the product of a movement on the right that rose in a backlash to 1960s and 1970s Supreme Court decisions like Roe versus Wade and the decision that gave us Miranda rights. And the way she speaks, about judges need to follow the rule of law, not legislate from the bench. These are deliberate code words that conservatives have developed over the last several generations to speak precisely to that grievance.
All right. Thank you so much to our panel, Sahil, Kim, Michael. Stay with us. We'll be back with you shortly.
President Trump expects his nominee to be confirmed, but if somehow she isn't, he says it would be Republicans' fault. That's what he told Fox Business last week. NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now. So, Shannon, what do we know about how the White House has prepared Barrett for this confirmation hearing?
Well, they are hoping to sell her to Republicans and to the president's core base of supporters as a solid conservative pick. You noted those comments of the president saying if she isn't confirmed, it's going to be Republicans' fault. Well, that's because Republicans are in control of the Senate Judiciary Committee and obviously in control of the Senate. So the president and his team have been setting her up not to appeal to moderates. They are not focused on concerns about whether she's going to undo Roe versus Wade, because this is a pitch to conservatives who sit on that committee, who are in the Senate, and then, of course, conservative voters who they're trying to drive out to vote for President Trump, even though they might have concerns about his character or his demeanor or some of his actions over the past 4 years.
So the president heads to Florida tonight for his first campaign rally away from the White House since testing positive for coronavirus. As a campaign issue, how important is the Supreme Court for the president?
The Supreme Court is important for the president to the extent that it gets people talking about, to stop, that is, talking about coronavirus and the president's health. So today, these hearings, the hearings we'll see and the votes over the coming days, those are all moments to get the focus off of coronavirus, because over and over again, polls show that when this election is about coronavirus, when voters' minds and attention is there, that is when the president sees his poll numbers go down. So, again, to the extent it can drive out conservative voters who may be hesitant about supporting the president by seeing a real solid conservative nominee he is putting on the bench, that is a reminder to those voters, why they elected him in the first place, despite their hesitations about his character, and they're hoping that that is going to drive them out again. And if nothing else, get people talking about something other than coronavirus.
All right, Shannon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We know the White House thinks Judge Barrett would make a great Supreme Court justice, but what about voters? Steve Kornacki's at the big board with that answer. Steve?
All right, Savannah and Joe, well, here we go. Another Supreme Court battle, this one against the backdrop of a presidential election. So first of all, a bunch of polls have come out ahead of the hearings. Here's one on the basic question. Look, they're having the hearings. The Republicans say they're going to bring this to the full Senate for a vote. What do Americans think? The nomination's there. Should it be approved by the Senate, or should it be rejected by the Senate? Okay, we've had 3 different pollsters now in the last couple days take a look at this question. If you average together the numbers, because they bounce around from poll to poll, here's what's interesting. If you average together all the polls out there on this topic, here's what you find. Dead even. Perfect split. 46% say confirm her, 46% say reject her. So the country really split right down the middle on that question. Now, what about what people think of the nominee herself, Amy Coney Barrett? Obviously, they will hear a lot from her in the hearings, probably get their deepest look at her yet. But, there was obviously that ceremony in the Rose Garden. There's been some stuff out there about her so far. How are people processing this? What do they make of Coney Barrett? What's the first impression of her? Well, there's this from a CNN poll. They asked, do you have a positive or negative view? These are low numbers because a lot of people don't have much of a view of her yet, but it's 38% positive and 29% negative going in. How does that compare? This is the 3rd Supreme Court nomination for Donald Trump. At the same time, right before the hearings for the other 2, Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, how does this compare? Well, let's take a look here. There's Brett Kavanaugh. Pretty similar, 33-29. Remember, of course, his hearings exploded into quite a drama. And then there was Gorsuch, 39-24. So it's sort of somewhere in between these two, but this is sort of what Supreme Court nominee. This is the baseline for a Trump-era Supreme Court nomination pick. We'll see what changes during the hearings, but it's right in line, that 38-29, with what we've seen with the other two Trump nominees. And then there's the question about how does all of this play out in the presidential race. Here's one way of looking at it. We asked this in our NBC Wall Street Journal poll. We asked who would do a better job when it comes to Supreme Court nominations. And you see Biden leading on that question, 46-37. Voters saying, plurality there, that they favor Biden when it comes to handling the Supreme Court to Trump. Now, keep in mind, however, we asked the same question in October 2016. And remember, in 2016, there was that Antonin Scalia seat on the Supreme Court that Republicans were holding open. The court loomed as an issue in 2016 as well. At the same time, October 2016, we asked who would do a better job on Supreme Court appointments. Boy, doesn't that look pretty similar? 46-37 for Biden now. It was 48-38 for Trump in 2016. So actually, on this issue, Trump versus the Democrats looks pretty similar to what we saw in 2016. There is a question here of intensity. It's hard to measure, but when we get to Election Day, is one party going to be more exercised, or activists on one side going to be more exercised about this? But as a baseline question, folks seem to feel, generally speaking, broadly speaking, the same about Trump and Supreme Court picks now as they did when he was a candidate.
Steve Kornacki, thank you. Our panel is back with us. Sahil Kapoor, Kim Whaley, and Michael Beschloss. Kim, let's start with you. You've actually written about how one of Barrett's first cases, if she's confirmed, could be about this presidential election. So what does her record suggest about how she might handle that? Democrats are probably going to push for her to recuse herself. What's the likelihood of that?
Well, she's indicated that she would not recuse herself, and we're already seeing lots of litigation across this country. Essentially, as states are expanding access to the polls in the midst of the coronavirus, the Trump campaign and, frankly, the Republican Party are filing lawsuits to challenge that and make it harder for people to actually vote in a pandemic. The tricky part is that there's actually no affirmative, clear, spelled out right to vote in the original Constitution, which makes it easy for courts to basically bless efforts by states under the guise of election efficiency to make it harder to get to the polls. I mean, we've seen since 1969, 15 justices appointed by Republicans and only 4 appointed by Democrats. And what this has meant is not just this election, but across the board when it comes to voting rights, a conservative court, leaning court has not been friendly to voters. It's allowed unlimited amounts of corporate money into campaigns under the theory that corporations, which are legal fictions, have First Amendment rights. It's upheld with very little evidence, very strict voter ID requirements. It's struck down bipartisan legislation known as the Voting Rights Act that made it harder for basically bad actor states that were making it hard for African Americans to get to the polls to have to run their changes by the Justice Department. The Supreme Court struck that down. So if this issue, an issue with respect to a close race in maybe a swing state were to go to the United States Supreme Court, I think we could expect not just Coney Barrett, but the other conservatives on the court to vote in favor of the Republican side, and I say that because it's not so far been pro-voter. And this has implications well beyond this particular election. Of course, the question of the conflict of interest is, listen, she's being put on the court by a nominee to the presidency in the midst of, this very pitched battle. She should recuse herself and say, listen, I don't want to be perceived as biased and voting in favor of the person who gave me this lifetime appointment with extraordinary power. But I don't think we're going to see that.
Now, Michael, let's talk about Judge Barrett's religion. She is Catholic. We also know that she's affiliated with this group called the People of Praise, this tight-knit faith community who has since removed mentions of her and photos of her from their website. Now, Republicans have accused Democrats of attacking her faith, and the one exchange they point to is from Barrett's 2017 confirmation process. Let's listen to that real quick.
The dogma lives loudly within you. And that's of concern when you come to big issues that large numbers of people have fought for for years.
Now, that was Senator Dianne Feinstein, who is, of course, still on that Senate Judiciary Committee. Now, Michael, put this in context for us. Should her faith have any bearing on this? Should this be brought up in a Senate confirmation hearing for something like this?
Her faith should not. But going back to the 1987 hearings that brought down Robert Bork, every single nominee for the Supreme Court ever since then has gone before the Senate Judiciary Committee and basically suggested that they were not that decided themselves on issues like Roe v. Wade, or perhaps they should not comment on issues that might come before the court. And so the result is that people have been looking very hard ever since then for signs of what the justice might do if they are made into a justice on the Supreme Court. So absolutely no justice should be considered in terms of his or her religion. But the problem is that this committee is looking for every single clue to tell them what kind of a justice they might be nominating. So it's a little bit of a quandary.
But we have a development here, too. One of the two GOP senators who had tested positive for COVID, Mike Lee, we weren't sure, was he going to be in person or was he going to do this virtually? He tells Hugh Hewitt today that I will be participating in person. He said he gotten the sign off from the Office of the Attending Physician. He's gone through the appropriate number of days and has been keeping his temperature under control and is no longer contagious. So one of the senators who had tested positive for COVID just within the last 2 weeks now says he will be there in person today. Now, Sahil, we should ask you about another person who is not going to be in the room but is on the committee. That's Senator Kamala Harris. She's the lowest ranking member in the Judiciary Committee, but she's going to have a lot of attention on her. How is she going to handle this? Because essentially this is the campaign trail for her this week. So is she going to try and stand out? Is she going to try and sort of make a big statement? Or is there some risk in that for her when it comes to questioning Barrett?
Yeah, the lowest ranking member and yet probably the most high profile member because she's the only one in that room who's on a presidential ticket right now. The background for Kamala Harris on this is that she has been a very aggressive, dogged questioner of President Trump's nominees to the executive branch and the Supreme Court. She got a lot of praise for the way she aggressively questioned Brett Kavanaugh, the president's previous Supreme Court nominee. So I would expect her to bring that same level of chops to this battle. She has said, by the way, she will do this virtually. She will participate in the hearings virtually from her Senate office, not in person, and she has blamed Republicans for not putting in a proper kind of full COVID testing regime. She said their behavior, the Republican behavior, is putting senators and members of the press and guests at risk on this. Kamala Harris's role, in large part, beyond simply the fact of her on the committee, will obviously be to carry the Biden campaign message here, and it tracks very neatly with how Democrats want to handle this. Expect, as we were talking earlier, a lot of questions about health care. That's probably the single biggest issue along with the coronavirus that Joe Biden is talking about. And it's a perfect storm for that presidential ticket because President Trump ranks low on this issue. He has high disapproval. He has said repeatedly that he'll pick judges who rule against the ACA. He was critical of Chief Justice Roberts in 2012 for voting to uphold the ACA's individual mandate and preserve most of the law, and said he wouldn't do that. The president is currently at the Supreme Court. His Justice Department, I should say, has filed a brief with the Supreme Court urging them to strike down the ACA. So there's a lot here for Kamala Harris to work with. I would expect them to stick with that. And I would expect Democrats to stay as far away as possible from questions about her religion and faith, because they know conservatives are going to be
all right, Sahil, thank you so much. We are going to get ready for the hearing, which starts in just a moment.
Here we go.
This is an NBC News special report. The Barrett confirmation hearing. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning, everybody. We are coming on the air to bring you live coverage of the Senate confirmation hearing for Amy Coney Barrett, the president's nominee to succeed Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the U.S. Supreme Court. This, of course, comes at an extraordinary moment for our country in the grip of a pandemic and 22 days away from Election Day. We are taking you inside a look at this hearing room where we've seen some of Amy Coney Barrett's children, her husband, family members. It's a a large hearing room on Capitol Hill where other Supreme Court confirmation hearings have taken place, but never quite like this in terms of timing and in terms of what the country is going through. That's one of the senators seated now. In a moment, we're going to hear opening statements from the senators. There's Lindsey Graham, the Republican chair of the Judiciary Committee, talking to his counterpart, Democrat Dianne Feinstein, who is the ranking Democrat on this committee. As we watch this unfold, these few moments before the hearing gets underway, I want to go to NBC's Casey Hunt, who covers Capitol Hill for us. And Casey, of course, this comes at a time when we're very close to Election Day. In fact, some people are already voting in states that allow early voting, and that itself is the backdrop and the controversy that underscores this moment.
So many ballots even already cast, Savannah, and that incredibly heated political crucible, really, that we are in is the backdrop for this hearing. And that is, of course, a big part of why Republicans want to move so quickly to try and put Amy Coney Barrett on the court. This hearing just 16 days after she was nominated, and they want to take this to a final vote on the floor before Election Day. And part of the reason for that is what we're going to hear Democrats focus on today. Just a week or so after the election, the Supreme Court is expected to hear arguments on the Affordable Care Act. It's a lawsuit that would basically strike down that law, and Amy Coney Barrett, if confirmed, would be in a position to potentially rule on that. So Democrats today, you'll see in a few minutes, planning on displaying photos of constituents who could stand to lose their health care if that were to happen. We also, Savannah, can report that Senator Mike Lee, who's in this room, and you pointed out how different this is because of the pandemic. Senator Lee was at the White House, was positive for coronavirus. He's appearing here in person today. Savannah.
All right, we are watching this hearing room. It's gabbling in right now. I believe we see the nominee walking in. Let's take a listen.
Learn about the differences in judging and maybe the differences in the party. If that happens, it'll be a successful hearing. As to the hearing room, I doubt if there's any room in the country that's been given more attention and detail to make sure it's CDC compliant. The architect of the Capitol, working with the attending physician, has set up the room in a fashion that we can safely do our business. Senator Lee is back. You've been cleared by your physician. Welcome back. The COVID problem in America is real. It's serious, it's dangerous, and we have to mitigate the risk. I would just let every American know that many of you are going to work today, probably already been at work, and I hope your employer will take care of your health care needs. But we do have a country that needs to move forward safely, and there are millions of Americans, cops, waitresses, nurses, you name it, going to work today to do their job, and we're going to work in the Senate to do our job. And one of the most important jobs the Senate Judiciary Committee will ever do is have hearings and confirm a justice to the Supreme Court. So for housekeeping purposes, the first day has traditionally been opening statements by my colleagues. We'll do 10-minute rounds, and everybody will have 10 minutes to talk about their views of the hearing and what this is all about. Then we will have a panel to introduce Judge Barrett, and she will make an opening statement. We'll try to finish mid-afternoon if that's possible. Then Tuesday and Wednesday will be long days. There'll be 30-minute rounds for every senator, followed by a 20-minute round. My goal is to complete that Wednesday at some kind of reasonable hour in the evening. Thursday, we will begin the markup. I intend to hold it over and bring the committee back on the 22nd to vote on the nomination. So if I may, I'll start off with an opening statement and say, why are we here? Number one, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died on September the 18th. What can you say about Justice Ginsburg? She was confirmed 96-3. Now, those were days that have since passed. I regret that. 96-3. Now, this was a person who worked for the ACLU, someone who was known in progressive circles as an icon. Apparently, just about every Republican voted for her. Her good friend on the court,
Justice Scalia, I think, got 97 votes. I don't know what happened between then and now. I guess we can all take some blame, but I just want to remind everybody there was a time in this country where someone like Ruth Bader Ginsburg was seen by almost everybody as qualified for the position of being on the Supreme Court, understanding that she would have a different philosophy than many of the Republicans who voted for her. 27 years on the court. Before becoming a member of the court, she was an active litigator, pushing for more equal justice and better rights for women throughout the country. Her close friend, until his death, Justice Scalia, called her the leading and very successful litigator on behalf of women's rights, the Thurgood Marshall of that cause. What high praise. I can't say any more than that statement says. In my view, the person appearing before this committee is in a category of excellence, something the country should be proud of, and she will have a chance to make her case to be a worthy successor and to become the 9th member of the Supreme Court of the United States. On September the 26th, Judge Amy Barrett was nominated by President Trump to the Supreme Court. Who is she? She is a judge sitting on the 7th Judicial Circuit. She's highly respected. She was a professor at Notre Dame. 3 years during that tenure, she was chosen by the students to being the best professor, which I'm sure is no easy task at any college. She's widely admired for her integrity. She grew up in New Orleans, graduated from Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee in 1994, graduated summa cum laude and first in her class from Notre Dame Law School in 1997. So academically, she's very gifted. She clerked for Judge Lawrence Silberman on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, and then for Justice Scalia on the Supreme Court. She practiced law in Washington, D.C. She joined the faculty at Notre Dame in 2002. She's published numerous articles in prestigious journals, including the Columbia, University of Virginia, and Cornell Law Review. She's been a circuit court judge at the 7th Circuit since 2017. She was confirmed to that position with a bipartisan vote. She has heard hundreds of cases in that capacity. She said, "I clerked for Justice Scalia more than 20 years ago, but the lessons I learned still resonate. His judicial philosophy is mine. A judge must apply the law as written. Judges are not policymakers, and they must be resolute in setting aside any policy views they might hold." She will give her statement, but I think that is a good summary of who she is. That's who Amy Barrett is in terms of the law. In terms of Amy Barrett, the individual, she and her husband have 7 children, 2 adopted. So 9 seems to be a good number. The process. This is an election year. We're confirming the judge in an election year after the voting has occurred. What will happen is that my Democratic colleagues will say, this has never been done, and they're right in this regard. Nobody's, I think, has ever been confirmed in an election year past July. The bottom line is Justice Ginsburg, when asked about this several years ago, said that a president serves for 4 years, not 3. There's nothing unconstitutional about this process. This is a vacancy that's occurred through a tragic loss of a great woman, and we're going to fill that vacancy with another great woman. The bottom line here is that the Senate is doing its duty constitutionally. As to Judge Garland, the opening that occurred with the passing of Justice Scalia was in the early part of an election year. The primary process had just started. And we can talk about history, but here's the history as I understand it. There's never been a situation where you had a president of one party and the Senate of another, where the nominee, the replacement was made in an election year. It's been over 140 years ago. I think there have been 19 vacancies filled in an election year. 17 of the 19 were confirmed to the court when the party of the president and the Senate were the same. In terms of timing, the hearing is starting 16 days after a nomination. More than half of all Supreme Court hearings have been held within 16 days of the announcement of the nominee. Stevens 10, Rehnquist 13, Powell 13, Blackmun 15, Berger 13. All I can say is that I feel that we're doing this constitutionally, that our Democratic friends object to the process. I respect them all. They'll have a chance to have their say. But most importantly, I hope we will know more about how the law works, checks and balances, what the Supreme Court is all about when this hearing is over. Why hold this hearing? A lot of people on our side say just ram it through. I hear that a lot. That's why I don't listen to the radio much anymore. So the bottom line is I think it's important. This is a lifetime appointment. I would like the world and the country to know more about Judge Barrett. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of what you've accomplished. I think you're a great choice by the president. This is probably not about persuading each other unless something really dramatic happens. All Republicans will vote yes and all Democrats will vote no. And that will be the way the breakout of the vote. But the hearing is a chance for Democrats to dig deep into her philosophy, appropriately ask her about the law, how she would be different, what's on her mind. It gives Republicans a chance to do the same thing. Most importantly, it gives you a chance, the American people, to find out about Judge Barrett. Judge for yourself. Is this person qualified? Is she as qualified as Sotomayor and Kagan? I think so. These were two nominees presented to the committee by President Obama. They had a different legal philosophy than my own, but I never doubted one moment that they were not qualified. I thought Gorsuch and Kavanaugh were qualified. The Senate in the past has looked at qualifications more than anything else. We've taken a different path at times. Bork, Thomas, Alito, Kavanaugh. I hope we don't take that path with Judge Barrett. She doesn't deserve that. I don't think it makes this hearing any better. And the American people, I believe, would not deserve a repeat of those episodes in the Senate Judiciary Committee's history. To my Democratic colleagues, I respect you all. We've done some things together and we've had some fights in this committee. I've tried to give you the time you need to make your case, and you have every right in the world to make your case. I think I know how the vote's going to come out, but I think Judge Barrett is required for the good of the nation to submit to your questions and ours. This is going to be a long, contentious week. I would just ask one thing of the committee. To the extent possible, let's make it respectful. Let's make it challenging. Let's remember the world is watching. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to just address your last statement. We feel the same way, and I believe we want this to be a very good hearing, and I certainly will strive to do my best to achieve that. Good morning, Judge Barrett, and welcome to you and your family. Less than 1 month ago, the nation lost one of our leading voices for equality. Ruth Bader Ginsburg left very big shoes to fill. Judge Ginsburg loved the law, and she loved this country. She worked all of her life to ensure that the opening words of our Constitution, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union," included all the people, not just a few, elite few. She was a standard bearer for justice. Justice Ginsburg's nomination was the first one that I participated in when I came to the Senate, and it was a real thrill to be part of that crowded and celebratory hearing for someone who had broken down barriers and reopened doors and staunchly believed in a woman's right to full equality and autonomy. In filling Judge Ginsburg's seat, the stakes are extraordinarily high for the American people, both in the short term and for decades to come. Most importantly, health care coverage for millions of Americans is at stake with this nomination. So over the course of these hearings, my colleagues and I will focus on that subject. We will examine the consequences if, and that's a big if, Republicans succeed in rushing this nomination through the Senate before the next president takes office. But most importantly, in just a few weeks, on November 10th, the Supreme Court will hear hearings in Texas v. California, a case brought to strike down the ACA. The president has promised to appoint justices who will vote to dismantle that law. As a candidate, he criticized the Supreme Court for upholding the law and said, and I quote, "If I win the presidency, my judicial appointments will do the right thing, unlike Bush's appointee, John Roberts, on Obamacare," end quote. And when he appointed Judge Barrett to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat, the president said that eliminating the Affordable Care Act would be, quote, "a big win for the USA." Judge Barrett, you've been critical of Chief Justice Roberts for his 5-4 opinion upholding the law, stating that Roberts, quote, "pushed the Affordable Care Act beyond its plausible meaning to save the statute," end quote. This well could mean that if Judge Barrett is confirmed, Americans stand to lose the benefits that the ACA provides. So I hope you will clarify that in this hearing. First, more than 130 million Americans with pre-existing conditions like cancer, asthma, or even COVID-19 could be denied coverage or charged more to obtain health insurance. This includes more than 16.8 million Californians with pre-existing conditions. And we are just one state, but I think you should know how we feel. Secondly, some 12 million working Americans are covered through the ACA's Medicaid expansion. If the act is struck down, they lose their health care. Third, more than 2 million Americans under the age of 26 are covered by their parents' health insurance, and they could lose that coverage. Fourth, insurers could charge higher premiums for women simply because of their gender. And fifth, women could lose access to critical preventive services and maternity care, including cancer screenings and well-woman visits. Now, the bottom line is this. There have been 70 attempts to repeal the ACA, but clearly the effort to dismantle the law continues, and they are asking the Supreme Court to strike down the Affordable Care Act. This, I believe, will cause tremendous harm. Consider people like Christina Monroe Garcia of my home state. At age 60, Christina's eyesight started to fail because of cataracts. She had always struggled to obtain insurance because of pre-existing conditions, including C-sections and epilepsy. The cost of coverage, when it was even offered to her, averaged between $2,500 and $3,000 a month, far more than she and her husband could afford. In 2010, she was able to obtain coverage through the Affordable Care Act. Within weeks, she was able to have cataract surgery. This saved her life. Christina described her reaction when she was able to get coverage through the California Health Exchange following passage of the ACA. And let me quote, "It was like manna from heaven. I cried. After all these years of struggling to obtain coverage, I was able to get insurance through the California Exchange, no questions asked about my pre-existing conditions. The premium was worth $200 a month as compared to the $2,500 to $3,000 monthly payments I would have to pay before the ACA if I could even get an insurer to offer me coverage." As Christina further explained, and I quote, "People just don't understand what it was like, the incredible fear before the Affordable Care Act, having to worry about being able to cover medical expenses and not being able to find affordable insurance," end quote. We can't afford to go back to those days when Americans could be denied coverage or charged exorbitant amounts. That's what's at stake for many of us, for America, with this nomination. And that's why the questions we will ask and the views, hopefully, that you will share with us are so important. We are now just 22 days from the election, Mr. Chairman. Voting is underway in 40 states. Senate Republicans are pressing forward, full speed ahead, to consolidate a court that will carry their policies forward with, I hope, some review for the will of the American people. President Trump said last week that he had, quote, "instructed my representatives to stop negotiation over a COVID-19 relief package until after the election," end quote, and to, quote, "focus full-time on confirming Judge Barrett to the Supreme Court." When Justice Scalia died in February of 2016, Senate Republicans refused to consider a replacement for his seat until after the election. At the time, Senator McConnell said the American people should have a voice in the selection of their next Supreme Court justice. When asked in October 2018 if Republicans intended to honor their own rule if an opening were to come up in 2020, Chairman Graham promised, quote, "if an opening comes in the last year of President Trump's term and the primary process has started, we'll wait till after the next election." Republicans should honor this word for their promise and let the American people be heard. Simply put, I believe we should not be moving forward on this nomination, not until the election has ended and the next president has taken office. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Feinstein. Senator Grassley.
Welcome, Judge. On March 1, 2016, Justice Ginsburg delivered a eulogy for her friend, Justice Scalia. Justice Ginsburg said, quote, "We were different, yes, in our interpretation of written text, yet one in our reverence for the courts and its place in the U.S. system of governance," end of quote. Justice Ginsburg's remarkable life and legacy will be honored for a generation, and also Justice Scalia's. The Senate is now tasked with carrying out perhaps its most solemn duty under the Constitution. As we go through this process, we should heed Justice Ginsburg's words with a shared reverence for the court and its place in our constitutional system. This idea of place in our system of government is critical. Ours is a government of separated powers. The power to make, enforce, and interpret law isn't centralized in one person or one branch of government. That's not a mistake. You all know what our American Revolution was all about and what the Constitution is all about, because people at that time were sick and tired of one person, George III, restricting American colonies of freedom that English-speaking people elsewhere exercised. As Justice Scalia reminds us, the framers recognized the separation of powers as, quote, the absolutely central guarantee of a just government, because without a secure structure of separated powers, our Bill of Rights would be worthless, end of quote. But this constitutional system only succeeds if each branch respects its proper role. A good judge understands it's not the court's place to rewrite the law as it sees fit. It's not his or her place to let policy, personal, or moral principles dictate an outcome of a case. We are fortunate. Judge Barrett's record clearly reflects this standard. She said, quote, a judge must apply the law as written. Judges are not policymakers, and they must be resolute in setting aside any policy views that they might hold, end of quote. Judge Barrett's service reflects an exceptional intellect paired with deep commitment to the rule of law. So we look to those who know her well. She's received praise across the legal profession and ideological spectrum. Former colleagues at Notre Dame described the judge as, quote, brilliant, industrious, gracious, and kind, and as a person of utmost integrity with an open mind and an even temperament that is prized in a judge, end of quote. She's also known as, quote, a generous mentor. And she's known for her, quote, her humility, graciousness, and her ability, born of her credibility, to build consensus among differing views, end of quote. Her students, quote, expressed awe with the power of Judge Barrett's intellect, with her mastery and organization of complex material, and with her professionalism, end of quote. Leaders of more than 200 liberty-supporting groups across the country say Judge Barrett, quote, possesses the judicial temperament and philosophy necessary as a bulwark for our Constitution and institutions of government, end of quote. 24 state governors described Judge Barrett as, quote, a woman of great moral character who is devoted to her country, community, family, and faith like many Americans, end of quote. The Wall Street Journal editorial board says, quote, President Trump's nomination of Coney Barrett for the Supreme Court is the highlight of his presidency, end of quote. A promise kept, a promise made, a promise kept. Liberal Harvard law professor Noah Feldman called Judge Barrett, quote, a principled, brilliant lawyer, a genuine and good person, highly qualified to serve on the Supreme Court. That's a pretty high praise. I just recited from others. Moreover, Judge Barrett is a tireless mother of 7. For decades, I've led efforts in the Senate to improve foster care and promote adoption. So it's a privilege for me to welcome a justice like that to the Supreme Court. To sum up, Judge Barrett's qualifications and character are impeccable. Unfortunately, I expect the minority will try to rustle up baseless claims and scare tactics as they've done for decades. Anything to derail the confirmation of a Republican nominee. Lately, the left is threatening to pack the Supreme Court in retaliation for this confirmation process. Even the Democrats' nominee for president and vice president have not ruled out such blatantly partisan policy grabs. Republicans are following the Constitution and the precedent. It seems Democrats would rather just ignore both. The left is also suggesting Judge Barrett's confirmation would be the demise of the Affordable Care Act and the protection for pre-existing conditions. That's outrageous. As a mother of 7, Judge Barrett clearly understands the importance of health care. So let's set the record straight. Then Professor Barrett criticized Chief Justice Roberts' conclusion that the Affordable Care Act penalty was actually a tax. Democrats say her viewpoint is radical and a preview of how she might vote on the court. First, her comments dealt with a provisional law that's no longer in effect. So the legal questions before the court this fall are entirely separate. Moreover, her criticism of Roberts' reasoning is mainstream, not only in the conservative legal community, but well beyond. I'm the chairman of the Finance Committee and was ranking member when Democrats unilaterally cobbled together Obamacare. I know a tax when I see one. This wasn't a tax. It was never discussed in committee as a tax. Even the Democrats who forced it through Congress insisted it wasn't a tax. Jeffrey Toobin wrote that Roberts' tax argument was, quote unquote, not a persuasive one. President Obama even said, quote, I absolutely reject the notion that it was a tax. Further, Democrats and their allies shouldn't claim to know how any judge would rule in any particular case. Just look at history. The left slammed Stevens for his consistent opposition to women's rights. They called Anthony Kennedy sexist and a disaster for women. They said David Souter would, quote, end freedom of women in this country. Ultimately, the left praised these very justices that they attacked. Their doomsday prediction failed to pan out. Democrats and their leftist allies have also shown that there is no low that they won't stoop to in their crusade to tarnish a nominee. And I saw it all as chairman of this committee when Kavanaugh came up. Some of my colleagues may once again try to misrepresent and outright disparage Judge Barrett's religious beliefs and affiliations. In 2017, they suggested Judge Barrett was too faithful or too Catholic to be a judge. One senator asked whether she considered herself an Orthodox Catholic. Another told her, the dogma lives loudly within you, and that is of concern. Let me remind everyone that Article 1 clearly prohibits religious tests for serving in public office. Mr. Chairman, I got 5 sentences left. Judge, you'll no doubt be asked how you'll rule on questions and issues and whether the case was correctly decided. I expect that you'll follow the example of Justice Ginsburg. A nominee should offer no forecasts, no hints of how he or she'll vote, because that's the role of a judge. That's the place of a judge in our system of government. Unbiased, fiercely independent, faithful to the rule of law, and a steadfast defender of the Constitution. Judge Barrett, I look forward to our conversation. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. I believe Senator Leahy will now join us virtually.
Thank you. I assume you can hear me all right?
Yes, sir. And we see you. There you are. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, as I listen to this, I think about the fact that I've served in the Senate for 46 years. During that time, we had 20 Supreme Court nominations, 16 confirmation hearings. And I can tell you right now, none looked anything like this. We're less than 2 weeks from Justice Ginsburg being laid to rest. Now, it's true, it's the responsibility of this committee to consider her replacement on the Supreme Court, but this isn't the way we should do it. We should not have had a nomination ceremony before Justice Ginsburg was even buried, while the nation was mourning her passing. We should not be holding a hearing just 16 days later when this committee has afforded itself 3 times as long to vet other modern nominees to our nation's highest court. We shouldn't be holding a hearing 3 weeks from a presidential election when millions of Americans have already voted. Now, when doing so requires that literally half of the Senate goes back on their word. Think of that, my Republican colleagues. Literally half of the Senate had to break their word, contradicting every argument they made 4 years ago about the American people needing a voice during election year vacancies. We should not be holding this hearing when it's plainly unsafe to do so. 2 members of this committee are just now emerging from quarantine after testing positive for COVID. And when other members have declined to get tested, and the chairman has refused to implement a daily testing regime to keep members and staff and Judge Barrett and her family safe. And I might say we shouldn't be spending time on this when we're doing absolutely nothing to pass a much-needed COVID bill. Every senator on this committee knows in their heart this total break with precedent, break with their commitments is wrong. More than 212,000 Americans have died due to COVID, millions more are hurting. The virus is spiking again across the country. But Senate Republicans have nothing to say about that. The Senate is wearing blinders to the grim realities facing Americans. Instead of talking about COVID and doing something to help the American people, we're engaged in this mad rush to fill a Supreme Court vacancy on the eve of a presidential election. And why? I think the answer is painfully clear. With this vacancy, President Trump and Senate Republicans see the potential to wildly swing the balance of the court. They see the ability to take the courts from being independent to making them instead an arm of the far right in the Republican Party. The potential to accomplish through the courts what they failed to accomplish by votes in the halls of Congress. And the top of their hit list is the Affordable Care Act. It's no secret, it's no coincidence that Republicans are rushing to confirm Judge Barrett before the Supreme Court considers the latest Republican-led lawsuit to overturn the Affordable Care Act on November 10th. The president has even promised that any judge he nominates will overturn the Affordable Care Act. One member of this committee has promised he won't vote for a judge unless he has that commitment that the nominee will overturn the act. And for her part, Judge Barrett's writings have made it unequivocally clear she considers the act unconstitutional. In fact, overturning the Affordable Care Act has been perhaps the single most important policy objective of the Republican Party during the past decade. If Republicans are now successful, the results will be nothing short of catastrophic for the millions of Americans who depend upon its coverage and projections. These are real people. You may, I believe you have in the committee, and I'm trying to get this so you can actually see it. This is Mary Naden Scott. She lives in Northfield, Vermont. That's just over the ridge from my home in Middlesex, Vermont. in her 20s. Mary was diagnosed with Friedreich's ataxia, a rare neurological disease. Like my wife, Marcel, and I apologize for, I know you have this picture in the committee room. Mary worked as a nurse, realizing she would soon no longer be able to pursue the career she loved. She asked the hospital to rotate her through different specialties so she could help more people in as many ways as possible. That's who she is. And now she's in a wheelchair. She can no longer practice nursing. She does everything she can to take care of her 2 children. I actually had the pleasure of calling one of her sons on his birthday last spring. And Mary, I know, attends their soccer games. She helps with their remote school. She even brought them to tour the Vermont State House. Now, Mary can do this because her medication and in-home care is paid for by her insurance. But she's worried, even with some state protections. She's worried what the Supreme Court case next month will mean for people with pre-existing conditions like her. For Mary, if she lost her insurance, her biggest worry is she'd lose her in-home support that allows her to continue living at home and taking care of her children. Now, she's a fighter. And when I think of what the Affordable Care Act means to millions of Americans, what's on the line with this nomination? I think of Mary. I think of what she's going to lose. And she's not the only one. You know, I talk to Vermonters all the time. Now think of another one, Martha Richards. She is an amazing, amazing woman. She's another Vermonter who reached out to my office concerned about the fate of the Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act. Martha earns just over the minimum wage in Vermont. She works for the Vermont State Parks, and she's raised 2 kids on her own. Just look at this person. Soon after rolling now in the expanded Medicaid program, she began experiencing debilitating pain in her ear behind her eye. It led to a series of expensive medical tests, including 2 MRIs. It would cost $6,000 each. She shudders. The thought what would have happened without the Medicaid expansion. If it's discarded now, as Republican attorneys general have requested a case before the Supreme Court, millions of Americans like Martha would be on their own. Now, I do not suggest that Judge Barrett personally desires these consequences or personally desires to devastate the lives of these 2 Vermonters. Far from it. But these are nonetheless the consequences if her stated views on the law prevail in the Supreme Court, and if Republicans are successful in filling this vacancy prior to November 10th. Well, then we know these views will almost certainly prevail. So that's what's at stake here. That's what weighs heavily on me as we begin these hearings. It also weighs heavily on the minds of the Vermonters I represent. And I've heard from them often and loudly since Justice Ginsburg's passing. They're scared, Judge Barrett. They're scared that your confirmation would rip from them the very health care protections the millions of Americans have fought to maintain and which Congress has repeatedly rejected eliminating. They're scared that the clock will be turned back to a time when women had no right to control their own bodies and when it was acceptable to discriminate against women in the workplace. They're scared that at a time when we are facing the perilous impacts of climate change, bedrock environmental protections are going to be eviscerated. And they're scared that your confirmation would result in the rolling back of voting rights, workers' rights, and the rights of the LGBTQ community to equal treatment. These aren't just thoughts. These are real-life implications of decisions made by the court. And a majority of Americans, like an overwhelming majority of my fellow Vermonters, don't support taking our country in that direction. And Republicans first announced their intention to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat just 1 hour after her death. From that moment, this process has been nothing but shameful. Worse, it will almost certainly lead to disastrous consequences for Americans. Justice Ginsburg, I am certain, would have dissented, and I will too, on behalf of Vermonters, on behalf of the integrity of the Senate, and on behalf of the majority of Americans who oppose this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lay. Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Barrett,
we've been watching
welcome
as the confirmation hearing for Amy Coney Barrett to the United States Supreme Court gets underway this morning. We've heard from the chairman of the committee, Republican Lindsey Graham, and the ranking member, Democrat Dianne Feinstein, as well as two of the more senior members, Republican and Democrat. And these opening statements from the senators will continue. Bit of housekeeping. Chairman Graham said that he expects to be able to hold a vote in committee on this nomination on October 22nd, which would clear the way for a final vote on her confirmation to the court before Election Day. And as I bring in Pete Williams, our justice correspondent who covers the court for us, we've already seen the outlines of where these fights are going to be over the next few days, Pete, having to do with the legitimacy of this process at all. And you know where Democrats want to take this on the issue of health care. And we've already seen those battle lines being drawn this morning.
Right. I think the hearing is going to be as much about President Trump and his nomination and the process as it is going to be about Amy Coney Barrett, because there doesn't seem to be much doubt that she is qualified in the sense that she has the credentials and the intelligence and the skill to do the job. Savannah, on the Affordable Care Act, it is true that in 2012, Amy Coney Barrett was strongly critical of the Supreme Court's first ruling that upheld Obamacare. The question was whether the individual mandate requiring every American to buy insurance was unconstitutional. How can Congress require everybody to buy something from a private business, went the argument. And the Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice Roberts, writing the majority opinion, said, well, it is a legitimate use of Congress's taxing authority, because if you don't buy insurance, you have to pay a penalty on your income tax. In the intervening years, the Republican-led Congress did away with the tax. So now what the states attacking Obamacare say is, well, you can't say it's a use of Congress's taxing authority because it isn't a tax anymore. So that's going to be a big question before the Supreme Court. And Amy Coney Barrett may well, if she sticks to her guns in the 2012 vote, say, yes, the individual mandate is unconstitutional. But that's not the end of it, because I think the big question in the case the Supreme Court will hear the week after the election is, well, what if that is true? Can the rest of the law be saved? And I don't know how she would vote on that.
Well, there's a case that has dramatic legal and real-life consequences and political consequences, as well, as we are in the middle of election day upon us, but of course early voting already underway. Pete, I know you'll keep your eye on this hearing, as will we. A little bit later, Amy Coney Barrett herself will be introduced and give an opening statement to the committee. NBC News will bring it to you live. For most of you, you'll return today. You can continue watching coverage on NBC News Now. I'm Savannah Guthrie in New York.
Constituents that's really more basic and more personal. They want to know how you do it. How do you and your husband manage two full-time professional careers and at the same time take care of your large family? I'll bet there are many young women, like my own two daughters, who marvel at the balance that you've achieved between your personal and professional life. As is customary and important, I also look forward to revisiting the appropriate role of judges in our constitutional republic, something that you can see there appears to be some dispute about here. You and I both know that judges should not be policymakers. But could it be that one of the reasons these confirmation hearings have become so contentious is because some Americans have given up on the idea of fair and impartial judges who do not pick winners and losers, that they've given up on an independent judiciary? I hope not. Judges should not be unelected super legislators, giving their political allies wins they could not secure through the rough and tumble of the political process. Our founders, through the Constitution, provided that judges would be independent of political pressure. Chief Justice Roberts reminded all of us recently that we do not have Obama judges or Trump judges, Bush judges, or Clinton judges. And ideally, that is true. You've said judges constrain themselves by making a choice to follow the law where it leads, trying to check their own preferences at every turn. In the end, a judge's internal compass, her commitment to the rule of law, rather, is the most important constraint upon any sort of judicial willfulness. But you're being asked to abandon that, Judge. You stand accused of intending to violate your oath before you even take it. Further, our Democratic colleagues want you to guarantee a result in a case as a quid pro quo for your confirmation. It's outrageous. Well, they've said that if this confirmation proceeds, they intend to pack the court with more justices who will turn the Supreme Court into a genuine second legislative body. We heard what Justice Ginsburg had to say about that. That would be a terrible mistake. Judge Barrett, I'm confident that at the end of this hearing, your stellar character, credentials, and body of work as a judge will demonstrate that you understand the limited but important role of the judiciary under our Constitution. I'm confident that you will demonstrate that you will faithfully and fairly interpret the text of the law and the Constitution and dutifully apply them to the disputes that come before you. And I'm confident that at the end of this process, you will be confirmed to the United States Supreme Court.
Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Barrett, your family, welcome. We're at a critical moment in our nation's history, in the throes of a devastating pandemic, with over 216,000 Americans dead and over 7.7 million infected with this virus. Each day, we are reminded of how this invisible virus has changed our lives and changed America. And there is no end in sight. We face an economy in crisis with millions of jobs lost and crushing challenges facing workers, businesses, families all across America. And we're in the middle of an election season. Millions of Americans have already cast their votes. And this may be one of the most consequential elections in our nation's history. Because for the first time in the history of the United States, an incumbent president refuses to commit to a peaceful transition of power if he loses the election. This president, in his vanity and constitutional recklessness, refuses to commit to accept the will of the American electorate. And of course, we're still in the process of mourning the loss of an historic champion of justice and equality, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Justice Ginsburg spent her entire life and every ounce of strength and talent she was given in the pursuit of America's highest ideal, equal justice under the law. Her absence is deeply felt. Now, this is the context in which the Senate majority Republicans are defying the traditions of the Senate and rushing forward with President Trump's third nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. It has been recounted earlier that Justice Ginsburg was approved by the Senate by a 96-3 vote. This icon of liberal thinking, advocate for the ACLU, 96-3 before the United States Senate, And then Anton Scalia, on the opposite polar end of the political spectrum, approved 98-0. Amazing. Can this be the same Senate? It's not. The reason those votes were so overwhelming was because people lived by the rules, they lived by the traditions of the Senate, and they had mutual respect for one another. We know now that this process does not adhere to those guidelines. The haste in this pursuit that before us today is unfair to the Senate and unfair really to the nominee. The nominee before us was announced 16 days ago, the day after Justice Ginsburg lay in state in the United States Capitol. We received the nomination paperwork 13 days ago and have learned since then that some materials are missing. The speed with which Republicans are moving to fill this vacancy stands in sharp contrast to the approach taken by the same Senate Republicans the last time there was a vacancy in an election year in 2016. Behind me is the McConnell rule. On February 13th, 2016, when Justice Scalia passed away, Senator McConnell said, and I quote, "The American people should have a voice in the selection of their Supreme Court justice. Therefore, this vacancy should not be filled until we have a new president." This rock-solid statement of principle was made 269 days before the 2016 election. The Republican members of this committee fell obediently in line behind Senator McConnell's statement of principle. They even sent a letter on February 23rd, 2016, and I quote, "This committee will not hold hearings on any Supreme Court nominee until after our next president is sworn in." The letter noted that, quote, "The election is well underway," that was 269 days before the election, and said the decision was, quote, "born of a necessity to protect the will of the American people." Yet when Justice Ginsburg passed away on September 18th this year, Senator McConnell said that very same night, and I quote, "President Trump's nominee will receive a vote on the floor of the United States Senate." He made this statement a mere 46 days before the election. People had already begun casting votes, and my Republican colleagues marched in front of the cameras, looked down at their shoes, dutifully reversed their positions, and lined up obediently behind their leader again. It gets down to this. Either the American people do get an election year voice regarding a vacancy on the Supreme Court, or they don't. In 2016, Senator McConnell said, "Give them a voice." Now he says, "Don't give them a voice." It is a shameless, self-serving, venal reversal. Why are Senate Republicans so afraid to give the American people a voice about the future of the Supreme Court? First, they must doubt that Donald Trump will be reelected. Second, they want a 6-3 Supreme Court to carry out a Republican agenda that's really not very popular with the American people. And there are two dates on the calendar which explain their timetable, November 3rd and November 10th. We know November 3rd is Election Day. President Trump has made it clear he wants another of his appointees on the Supreme Court before the election because he anticipates court challenges over the vote, especially over mail-in balloting, which he has repeatedly attacked without any substance. President Trump has indicated he'd be perfectly happy to have a close election decided by a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court rather than by the votes of the American people. The other date, of course, is November 10th. We know that date well on this committee. That's the date the Supreme Court will hear oral arguments in California versus Texas. This is the case in which the Trump administration is urging the court to strike down the entire Affordable Care Act, including protections for tens of millions of Americans with pre-existing conditions. It's unimaginable that in the midst of a pandemic, the Republicans want to strike down a law that 23 million Americans rely on for their personal health insurance and millions more for the protections given to the writing of future insurance policies. On September 27th, President Trump tweeted he wants to see the Affordable Care Act, quote, terminated in the Supreme Court. Let's be very honest about this. This president has never suffered an unuttered thought. He gives us 25 tweets a day to tell us what's going through that fertile mind. We know what he thinks because he tells us what he thinks. And he made it clear that he wants his Supreme Court and this nominee to join him in eliminating the Affordable Care Act. This is his litmus test. How many times have we heard it? How many times have we heard his criticism of Chief Justice Roberts for failing to strike down Obamacare? When he was running for president, then candidate Trump tweeted, quote, "If I win the presidency, my judicial appointments will do the right thing," unlike Bush's appointee John Roberts on Obamacare. Think what it would mean if the Republicans wished to strike this down. All the people who would lose their coverage, which we have heard recounted repeatedly this morning and will hear even more. Republicans in Congress have been obsessed with repealing Obamacare for years, but they don't have the votes to do it. They couldn't get it done in the House. They couldn't get it done in the Senate, thanks to 3 brave Republicans, including John McCain. And now they've got to rely on the court to do their work. Judge Barrett, you're on the record. You wrote an article in which you criticized the NFIB versus Przybyla's case, where Chief Justice Roberts was the deciding vote upholding the ACA. Now your nomination is moving forward at unprecedented speed. So what's at stake? Let me show you what's at stake here. I want you to meet Kenny Murray from Tinley Park, Illinois, and his family. Last year, I had a privilege of meeting the family in my Washington office. Here's a picture of Sue, Ken, their daughter Maddie, and their son Kenny. Sue and Kenny Murray told me that their son Kenny was diagnosed in utero with multiple complex congenital heart defects. Before his first birthday, Kennedy had 2 open heart surgeries at Advocate Children's Hospital outside of Chicago. He had surgery for the 3rd time at 14 months of age. 4 months in his young life, he was staying in the pediatric ICU, and his health bills had reached $1 million. When Kenny was born in November 2013, his dad's health insurance through his employer had a lifetime maximum cap of $1 million. Thankfully, the Affordable Care Act banned insurance companies from imposing these annual lifetime limits, including on employer-sponsored health insurance. That ban went into place in January 2014, 6 days before Kenny's first surgery. If it weren't for the ACA, Sue and Ken would have hit the lifetime limit for Kenny in just 4 months. They told me they would have gone bankrupt. Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, Kenny was able to get the care he needed. This last picture I want to show you, well, here it is. Wouldn't you want him on your team? I sure would. When she gave permission for me to share Kenny's story today, his mom, Sue, said, quote, "Kenny is a real person whose life depends on the Affordable Care Act." Judge Barrett, your nomination for a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land comes before us under a cloud. You have been nominated by a president who shows contempt for the Constitution, but does not hesitate to tell his loyal followers that you are being sent to the bench to do his political chores, abolish the ACA, rule in his favor on any election contest, and even more. You cannot feel good about a president cheapening this historic moment. The future of the Affordable Care Act and so many other issues hang in the balance. Voting rights, civil rights, the right to privacy and choice, environmental protection, gun safety laws, marriage equality, dreamers, work protection. These are the stakes. If we wait just a few more days, we'll know what the American people have to say.
Thanks, Senator Durbin. Senator Lee, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Judge Barrett, and welcome to your family as well. Judge Barrett, you and I have a number of things in common. We're both raised in large families. In fact, we're both one of 7 children. In your case, as I recall, you're the oldest of 7 children, which means that long before you had your own 7 children, you were also the de facto mother to many others. The way things often work in large families is such that the oldest child very often takes on responsibilities at an early age. Those responsibilities have undoubtedly helped you throughout life, establishing leadership roles in your career as a lawyer, as a professor, and now as a judge. Those leadership roles, of course, mean something different in the judicial branch of government than they do in the executive branch or in the legislative branch of government. We've heard this morning a number of arguments that are essentially policy arguments, many of them geared toward actual policies, in some cases, actual pieces of legislation. We have to remember that we've got 3 distinct branches of government, within our system. We've got two that are political: the legislative branch, where we work, where we make laws; the executive branch, headed by the president, where the laws are executed, implemented, and enforced; and of course, the judicial branch, where you work, where the laws are interpreted, where people come to disagreement as to their meaning. The branches are sometimes referred to as equal. I don't think this is the best description of them. I think the best description of them is that they are coordinate branches of government, meaning they each exist within their own sphere. They're not equal in the sense that the least dangerous branch was, is, always has been, and always will be the judicial branch, for the simple reason you can't reach out. You can't decide where we're going to go today or tomorrow. The judiciary is confined solely to those cases and controversies brought before your jurisdiction. You look not into the future, but in the past. You see the world, as it were, through a rear-view mirror. Your job is to decide what the law says when people disagree as to the law's meaning. Those laws consist of words. Those words used in a particular combination, in a particular context, had a particular meaning on the day of their enactment or their incorporation into the Constitution, and that's your job. And yet, if you were watching today's hearing, and some of the statements made by some of my colleagues, in fact, if you were to look at any of the countless posters put up in here, you'd think that this was a political discussion, a policy discussion, a legislative discussion. You, in fact, are not being reviewed for a legislative position or a policy-making position. You're being reviewed for a position on our nation's highest court, where you'll be asked from time to time to decide cases based on the law, based on the facts. This is not something that should result or properly should be considered by us as something that requires us to examine whether, to what extent, in what way you have compassion for any of the individuals depicted in these photos. I'm certain, just based on my limited interaction with you, that you have compassion for all people. But this isn't the question, nor is the question before us whether you would agree or disagree as to any particular policy embedded within any particular statute. You understand that this isn't your job, not as a judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit, where you now sit, nor would it be if you were to be confirmed as an associate justice to the United States Supreme Court. One might also have the impression, from watching this morning's proceedings so far, that the Supreme Court of the United States is a remarkably bitter, cynical, and overwhelmingly partisan place. It is not. You and I have both clerked at the U.S. Supreme Court, and we both know that you actually look at the numbers, you'll see something remarkable. Despite its flaws, and despite the fact that it sometimes makes mistakes, the Supreme Court of the United States sits atop something that is the envy of the entire world. A judicial system that, despite the fact that it's run by human beings and therefore is imperfect, is the best judicial system that has ever existed on planet Earth. One of the many ways in which this is manifested is when you look at the 9 members of the Supreme Court and the fact that they come from different backgrounds. They've been appointed by different presidents. They've come at it with somewhat different judicial philosophies, to the extent that some of them have indicated what their political leanings might be. They indicate that they come from different political backgrounds as well. And yet, the most common configuration of a Supreme Court decision is not 5-4. It's not even 6-3. It's, in fact, 9-0, 8-1, and 7-2 make up the vast, overwhelming majority of all Supreme Court decisions. Now, this is especially remarkable when you consider the fact that the Supreme Court typically takes up only those cases, those rare cases, as to which lower courts have been unable to reach an agreement when interpreting the same finite provisions of federal law, a federal statute, or a provision of the United States Constitution. Multiple lower courts, very smart men and women from around the country, highly specialized, skilled in their trade have been unable to reach the same conclusion as to the meaning of the same group of words. Then and only then does the Supreme Court tend to take up those cases. And yet, the Supreme Court overwhelmingly decides those cases either unanimously or near unanimously. And without these partisan divisions that one from watching this hearing would think is the bread and butter of the Supreme Court's work, the 5-4 configuration is actually relatively rare. When it does arise, it's not even always involving a hot-button political issue. Most of the Supreme Court's docket doesn't even consist of the hot-button issues. A whole lot of it consists of stuff that I find really, really fascinating, like the Dormant Commerce Clause. I mean, what American doesn't sit up late at night and stew over whether it's okay for a state or a political subdivision thereof to treat an article of commerce differently based on its origin or destination out of state or outside the United States? This, of course, is the kind of case that comes before the Supreme Court and might from time to time be decided on a 5-4 basis, but not necessarily along the lines that one would predict based on the appointment of each justice and the political party of each justice's appointing president. There are, of course, some decisions that are politically charged and that Americans do worry about more than others, that might affect more Americans, let's say, than a decision about waste disposal in the context of the Dormant Commerce Clause. I understand that. I get that. But there, too, we can't overstate or overplay the role the Supreme Court of the United States might exert in that context. Even in those circumstances, when the Supreme Court rules that something has been done in a way that's not constitutional, it doesn't mean that that's the end of the policy road there. Sometimes it might mean the wrong government acted. Sometimes it might mean that the federal government acted where a state should have, or the other way around. Other times it might mean that the wrong branch of government acted. Other times it might mean that they went about it the wrong way. There's nearly always another way around a particular policy concern. Whether we are talking about health care, whether we're talking about privacy and individual liberty, each and every person serving anywhere in our government has an obligation to look out for the best interests of those they represent. In fact, each and every person serving as an officer of the United States government is required under Article 6 of the Constitution to take an oath to uphold and protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution, in short, this document, written nearly 2.5 centuries ago, that has helped foster the development of the greatest civilization the world has ever known, is not just a judicial thing. This is a thing that works, and works best when every one of us reads it, understands it, and takes and honors an oath to uphold it and protect it and defend it. When we do our jobs in this branch, when our friends in the executive branch do their jobs, it requires us to follow the Constitution just the same way. These tactics of creating fear and uncertainty and doubt, these tactics that result in relentless protests outside of the one branch of government that isn't political, astound me, but they dismay me and they disappoint me. They reflect the fact that we have allowed for the politicization of the one branch of the federal government that is not political. We can turn that around. We ourselves, within the legislative branch, have got to do a better job by focusing on the fact that the Constitution is not just a judicial thing. It's also a legislative thing. It's also an executive thing. It's an American thing. It's one of the many reasons why I will object anytime anyone tries to attribute to you a policy position and hold you to that. You're not a policymaker, you're a judge. That's what we're here to discuss. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Well, definitely some good news. Senator Lee's enthusiasm for the Dormant Commerce Clause convinces me you've made a full recovery. Senator Whitehouse.
Chairman, Judge Barrett, America's worried about one thing above all else right now, and it's our health. This hearing itself is a microcosm of Trump's dangerous ineptitude in dealing with the COVID pandemic. Trump can't even keep the White House safe. Here it's the chairman's job to see to the committee's safety. And though his words were reassuring, I don't know who has been tested, who should be tested, who is a danger. What contact tracing has been done on infected and exposed senators and staff? Nothing. The whole thing, just like Trump, is an irresponsible botch. The irony is that this slapdash hearing targets the Affordable Care Act. This Supreme Court nominee has signaled in the judicial equivalent of all caps that she believes the Affordable Care Act must go and that the precedent protecting the ACA doesn't matter. The big secretive influences behind this unseemly rush see this nominee as a judicial torpedo they are firing at the ACA. So I hope Republicans consider what's at stake for the many people who depend right now in this pandemic on ACA health coverage. Rhode Islanders are calling, writing, emailing, tweeting me by the thousands, asking me to say no to this nominee, mostly because they too see her as a judicial torpedo aimed at their essential protections. And my constituents want you, my colleagues, members of the Republican Party, to stand up for once to Mitch McConnell and to the big donors who are driving this process, and for the sake of regular people, say stop. Here's one person to consider, Laura, from North Smithfield, Rhode Island. Laura's brother saved her life when he donated one of his kidneys to her. The hereditary nephritis Laura battled was a pre-existing condition protected under the ACA, just like COVID is now a pre-existing condition for nearly 8 million Americans. Laura tells me, without the ACA and its protections for people with pre-existing conditions, insurance premiums, if I'm able to get insurance at all, will be financially out of reach for me, and I will no longer be able to afford the health monitoring, labs, specialist appointments, and treatment that are essential for my kidney to function. My immunosuppressive medications alone would cost about $48,000 annually. Before the ACA, patients like me experienced times when they would come up against a life-threatening wall, not in treatment, but in the annual or lifetime caps on coverage insurers were allowed to impose. I can't imagine what this would have meant for me, bankruptcy or worse. Laura's not alone. We're in the midst of a relentless, deadly health crisis that Trump has botched, which touches nearly everyone in this country. Americans are dying by the hundreds of thousands. Our economy is down 10 million jobs. Despite all the warnings and all the desperate pleas for help, people on the front line, healthcare workers, teachers, first responders, police officers, countless others, still struggle for the resources they need. More and more small businesses are closing for good. Many hospitals teeter at the edge of insolvency. Rhode Island, like so many other states, faces cruel fiscal challenges brought on by this pandemic. Since May, the House has passed 2 major COVID relief bills to tackle unemployment insurance, aid to the front lines, help to small business, support for hospitals, support for states and localities, and plenty more. Mitch McConnell's Senate Republicans won't budge. No urgency, he said. But 80 minutes after we learned of Justice Ginsburg's death, Mitch McConnell signaled he would fill this vacancy. The White House chose a replacement 3 days later. Justice Ginsburg hadn't been buried when the president and Senate Republicans celebrated Judge Barrett's nomination at the White House super spreader event. This was a hypocritical, tire-squealing 180 for many Republican colleagues. When they blocked Merrick Garland, we heard nonstop about the importance before an election of the American people weighing in at the ballot box. Nonstop. That you shouldn't have a nominee appointed to the court after the primary season had begun. Well, now, with Americans voting right now in the general election, we get this mad slapdash rush. Why? Look at the Supreme Court calendar. Exactly 1 week after the election, on November 10th, the Supreme Court is going to hear California v. Texas, a constitutional challenge to the ACA. It survived its last challenge by 1 vote. If the new challenge succeeds with a new justice, the case will tear out the ACA, the law on which over 20 million Americans rely for health insurance, through which 17 million Americans access Medicaid coverage, under which 129 million Americans get pre-existing conditions covered, under which millions of seniors enjoy lower drug costs. Gone. And make no mistake, this nominee's signals on the ACA and on respect for the ACA precedent are clear. Clear enough to move her to the top of the big donors list. Just 3 years ago, she wrote that Chief Justice Roberts pushed the Affordable Care Act beyond its plausible meaning to save the statute. In 2013, she wrote that stare decisis is not a hard and fact rule in the court's constitutional cases, the ACA being a constitutional case. Clear signals that are likely why she's before this committee now. So back to Laura. With stories like Laura's coming in from around the country, why would we rush forward? Well, the answer isn't pretty. There's a promise to big donors that must be kept. When David Koch ran for vice president, he campaigned on getting rid of Medicare and Medicaid. Imagine his fury when Obamacare passed. His groups are spending millions right now on this nomination. Republicans in Congress tried and failed to repeal the ACA more than 70 times. It's in the Republican Party platform for justices to reverse the ACA decision. Trump has over and over said this is his reason. And now we're in this mad rush to meet the November 10th argument deadline. And colleagues pretend this isn't about the ACA. Right. The travel of the ACA case leads to one senator's doorstep. In a Politico article yesterday, the senior senator from Texas tried to say that this rushed process isn't targeting the ACA. But look at the record. The district judge in Texas who struck down the ACA in the case, now headed for the court, is a former aide to the senator, who's become what the Texas Tribune calls the favorite for Texas Republicans seeking big judicial wins like torpedoing the ACA. The senior senator from Texas introduced in committee the circuit court judge who wrote the decision on appeal striking down the ACA. Senator Cornyn has filed brief after brief arguing for striking down the ACA. He led the failed Senate charge to repeal the ACA in 2017. He said, "I've introduced and co-sponsored 27 bills to repeal or defund Obamacare and have voted to do so at every opportunity. And now, talking about socialized medicine, the old Republican battle cry against Medicare, Senator Cornyn and all of our colleagues on this committee are pushing to get this nominee on by November 10th, the time needed to strike down the Affordable Care Act. Please don't tell us this isn't about the Affordable Care Act." From Cornyn judge to this nominee, hop, hop, hop. When Texans lose their ACA health care protections, hop, 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 to see whose doorstep that sits on. Lost in this hypocritical rush is the legacy of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Let me close by remembering her for a minute in this unseemly charade. She fought for equality, equity, and dignity. She forged a path for women in the law, to Harvard Law School, to the pinnacle of legal academia, to the apex of legal advocacy, and on to the Supreme Court, where she defended women's reproductive rights, Gonzalez v. Carhart, the rights of workers, Ledbetter v. Goodyear Tire and Rubber, voting rights, Shelby County v. Holder, the rights of immigrants, Homeland Security v. Regents, and countless other freedoms. In her work, She bent the arc of the moral universe toward justice for all Americans. How fitting that she should be the first woman to lie in state in our United States Capitol. As to this charade, big donors may love it, but Americans see what's going on. They see this ugly, hasty, hypocritical power grab, and they know what it means for their health care in the midst of a pandemic. For Republicans, there is no washing your hands of responsibility for the results that your president has told us will ensue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cruz, I think, is with us virtually. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome to Judge Barrett. Welcome to your family. Welcome to your beautiful children who are here with you today. You know, I want to start by making some observations about what we've heard this morning. At the very beginning, let me observe, as Sherlock Holmes famously observed, that what speaks the loudest is the dog that didn't bark, which is, to date, of every Democrat who's spoken, we've heard virtually not a single word about Judge Barrett. We've heard a lot of attacks at President Trump. We understand our Democratic colleagues are not supporters of the president. We've heard a lot of political rhetoric. We just heard the senator from Rhode Island directing some attacks at Senator Cornyn from Texas, and I understand there's an election in a few weeks, so that those political attacks are not surprising. But we've heard very little about the nominee who is here and whose confirmation we're considering. And I think part of the reason for that is that on any measure, Judge Barrett's credentials are impeccable. This is a woman who graduated #1 in her class at Notre Dame Law School. I'd venture to say that there is likely not a single member of this committee who graduated #1 in their class in law school. Perhaps my colleague Mike Lee can disagree with that statement, but it is a very impressive accomplishment. Judge Barrett went on to be a clerk to the great Justice Antonin Scalia, one of the greatest justices ever to serve on the Supreme Court. We heard celebration from Senator Leahy about the fact that he was confirmed 98-0. From there, she became a law professor for 2 decades at Notre Dame Law School, teaching the law to her students where she was beloved, where she was respected, where she was a serious, careful scholar. And now she is one of the most respected federal court of appeals judges in the country. None of the discussions from our Democratic colleagues addressed any of that, because those credentials are on their face impeccable. Indeed, the American Bar Association, which typically leans hard left and has a long pattern of favoring Democratic nominees over nominees appointed by Republican presidents, had no choice but conclude that she was well qualified, as a majority of the reviewing board did. Judge Barrett's qualifications are remarkable, and I believe she will serve as an excellent Supreme Court justice. So what is it our Democratic friends have focused on? Well, one thing they've focused on is history. And they claim the fact that this nomination is occurring at all is illegitimate. Doesn't matter who Judge Barrett is, doesn't matter what she's done, doesn't matter her record, doesn't matter her extraordinary family story of doing all of this while being a mom to 7 kids. The timing of the nomination, our Democratic friends tell us, makes it illegitimate. Well, except for that history does not accurately reflect what the Senate has done over 2 centuries. This question of what happens when there's a Supreme Court vacancy during a presidential election year, 2020 is not the first time America has faced that question. Indeed, in our country's history, that question has come up a total of 29 times. So 29 times, presidents have faced the same circumstance. And presidents have nominated individuals to fill those positions all 29 times. 100% of it. Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. From a president's perspective, it's easy. If there's a vacancy, even during a presidential election year, you make a nomination. 44 individuals have served as president throughout the history of our country. Half of them, 22 of the presidents we have made Supreme Court nominations for vacancies that occurred during a presidential election year. But what has the Senate done? Well, again, the Senate precedent is quite clear and is something that our Democratic friends do not want to address, do not want to confront. Of those 29 times, 19 of them occurred when the president and the Senate were of the same party. And when the president and the Senate are the same party, history shows that those nominees get confirmed. 17 of those 19 were confirmed for vacancies that occurred during a presidential election year. On the other hand, for those doing math at home, the remaining 10 occurred when the Senate and the president were of different parties. When the president and Senate are of different parties, the Senate over history has confirmed only 2 of those 10 nominees. Again, history is clear. The overwhelming majority of instances of the president and Senate are of different parties. That nominee doesn't get confirmed. That is, of course, what happened with Judge Garland, nominated by President Obama. President Obama was a Democrat, the Senate was in Republican hands, and following tradition of 200 years, the Senate did not confirm that nominee. Now, some might think the difference between whether the Senate and the president are of the same party or different party, that's just a question of partisan alignment, of partisan power. But that actually misunderstands the constitutional structure. The framers of the Constitution deliberately set up a system of checks and balances so that nobody can become a Supreme Court nominee without both the president and the Senate. Each was designed to check the other. That system of checks and balances limits power ultimately and protects the voters. And indeed, the voters made a clear choice. You know, one of the things that is clear from this discussion this morning is Democrats and Republicans have fundamentally different visions of the court, of what the Supreme Court is supposed to do, what its function is. Democratic senators view the court as a super legislature, as a policymaking body, as a body that will decree outcomes to the American people. Now, that vision of the court is something found nowhere in the Constitution. And it's a curious way to want to run a country. Even if on any particular policy issue, you might happen to agree with wherever a majority of the court is on any given day. Who in their right mind would want the United States of America ruled by 5 unelected lawyers wearing black robes? It's hard to think of a less democratic notion than unelected philosopher kings with life tenure decreeing rules for 330 million Americans. That is not, in fact, the court's job. The court's job is to decide cases according to the law and to leave policymaking to the elected legislatures. Now, look, that doesn't mean policymaking is unimportant. In fact, it means to the contrary, policymaking is very important. And the people need to have a direct check on policymaking. You know what? If a rogue court implements policies you don't like, you, the American people, have very limited ability to check them. If a rogue Congress implements policies you don't like, you have a direct ability to check us by throwing the bums out and voting them out and voting in new representatives. You know, much of the argument this morning has concerned Obamacare. And they've been policy arguments. They're policy arguments that are actually occurring in the Senate, which is the right place for them to occur, a legislative body. But our Democratic colleagues simply want a promise from a judicial nominee that this nominee will work to implement their policy vision of health care. That is not a judge's job. That is not the responsibility of a judge. And in fact, making that promise would be violating the judicial oath. I don't know what will happen in this particular litigation on health care, but I do know that this body should be the one resolving the competing policy questions at issue. Many of our colleagues talked about pre-existing conditions, and I think they have made a political decision. They want this to be the central issue of the confirmation. Well, remember this. Every single member of the Senate agrees that pre-existing conditions can and should be protected. Period. The end. There is complete unanimity on this. Now, it so happens that there are a number of us on the Republican side that also want to see premiums go down. Obamacare has caused premiums to skyrocket. The average family's premiums have risen over $5,000 a year. Millions of Americans can't afford health care because of the policy failures of Obamacare. Those questions should be resolved in this body, in the elected legislature. It's not a justice's job to do that. It's not the court's job to do that. It is the elected legislature's job to do that. Judge Barrett brings impeccable credentials, a judicial temperament, and a faithfulness to the law. That's what we should be looking for in Supreme Court justices. And if Democratic senators want to engage in policy arguments, they can do so here, not by filibustering every bill as they have done over and over and over again, whether it's pandemic relief or Obamacare relief to lower premiums and expand choices. To date, our Democratic colleagues filibuster everything and then complain nothing gets passed. This is the body that has to resolve those questions. This is also the body that, consistent with 2 centuries of precedent, can, should, and I believe will confirm Judge Barrett as Justice Barrett. Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Welcome, Judge Barrett. This committee is gathered today for what I consider one of its most solemn duties and one that I take very seriously. Federal judges, senators, the President of the United States, we all take an oath to uphold the Constitution. We make promises to do justice, to tell the truth. At its core, that's what judges do, right? Figure out the truth, figure out justice. My mom, a second-grade teacher, spent her life teaching little kids what was right or wrong, what was true or false. I still believe it matters, and so do the American people. But we are dealing with a president who doesn't think truth matters. And he has allies in Congress who in the past defended our democracy, but are now doing his bidding. Senators who clearly set out that the president, a precedent that the president in an election year should wait, that we should have an election, and that then the people choose the president, and the president chooses the nominee. That was your precedent. It has been said that the wheels of justice turn slowly, and justice, on the other hand, can move at lightning speed, as we are seeing here today. We cannot, and you watching at home should not, separate this hearing from the moment we are in and from the judge he is trying to rush through. To respond to Senator Cruz, this isn't a rush to justice. This is a rush to put in a justice whose views are known and who will have a profound impact on your life. And yes, these policies that the court decides, they matter. Where you can go to school, who you can marry, decisions you can make about your own body, and yes, your health care. The president knows this. We have a president who has refused to commit to a peaceful transfer of power after an election. Every candidate does that, but not this guy. We have a president who has fired or replaced 5 inspector generals, Senator Grassley, who has fired an attorney general, an FBI director, and is now going after their replacements. We have a president who divides our country each and every day. He has called our military suckers and losers. He's refused to condemn white supremacists, and he has the gall to hold up a Bible as a prop in front of a church instead of heeding its words, to act justly. And now he says this election will end up in court. Why, Senator Cruz? Does President Trump matter? He is putting the Supreme Court in place, in his words, to, quote, look at the ballots, end quote. Well, I won't concede that this election is headed to the court because you know at home exactly what the president is up to. That's why you're voting. That's why you are voting in droves. Why are you voting? Well, you know that your rights, your health care is on the line. You know that they are trying to push through a justice who has been critical of upholding the Affordable Care Act, and they're doing it in the middle of a pandemic. And you can see here in this room the misplaced priorities of this Republican-run Senate, and it's in your hands to change it. Are they working to pass a bill to help Americans to get the testing they need to save their lives? Are they working to help the moms trying to balance a toddler on their lap while balancing a laptop on their desk? Are they trying to help our seniors isolated, missing graduations and birthdays? Are they passing the bill the House passed that would help our economy? That's not the priority. Instead, they choose to do this. So no, we cannot divorce this nominee and her views from the election we are in. We didn't choose to do this now, to plop a Supreme Court nomination hearing in the middle of an election. They did. So the reason people aren't going to fall for this is because it is so personal. The over 210,000 people who have died, the school canceled, the small business closed, the job you don't have, the degree you couldn't get. It's personal to me because my husband got COVID early on. He ended up in the hospital for a week on oxygen with severe pneumonia. And months after he got it, I find out the president knew it was airborne, but he didn't tell us. We were cleaning off every surface in our house, and my husband got it anyway. We didn't know. And my dad at 92, he got it in his assisted living. I stood there outside his window in a mask, and he looked so small and confused. He knew who our family was, but he didn't know what was going on. I thought it was going to be the last time that I saw him. He miraculously survived. But Marnie Zhang, she didn't. Marnie was a rising star, the chairwoman of the St. Paul School Board in just 31 years when COVID took her life. Her dad felt sick. She went with him to the hospital because he was scared, and then she got sick, never got off a ventilator, and died. The daughter of Hmong refugees whose parents fled Laos to a refugee camp in Thailand before arriving in Minnesota. Marnie and her 7 siblings grew up in St. Paul. Their family, the American dream. This is who this virus has taken from us. Someone who has left behind a mother and a father and 7 siblings who loved her, and someone who undoubtedly would have made the world a better place. The president could have saved so many lives. Instead, he's been reckless, packing people in without masks for your nomination party, Judge Barrett. 35 people got sick. The president himself ends up in the hospital, and when he leaves, Walter Reed, still contagious, he defiantly takes off his mask and walks into the White House. And then he lies and says the virus will magically go away. The truth matters. And the truth is, America, that this judicial nominee has made her views so clear, and this president is trying to put her in a position of power to make decisions about your lives. The Affordable Care Act protects you from getting kicked off of your insurance. That's on the line. The president has been trying to get rid of Obamacare since he got in power. John McCain went in and stopped it with that big thumbs down. Then they went and brought a case to the U.S. Supreme Court, and they're now trying to stack the deck against you right now. The last time this was before the court in a big way was when Justice Roberts, not exactly a blazing liberal, voted the same as Justice Ginsburg to uphold the Affordable Care Act. And this nominee, she criticized him. America, this is about you. It's about these 2 girls up here, Evelyn and Mariah, identical twins from Cambridge, Minnesota, honor roll students, star athletes. They play in the softball team. One's a pitcher, one's a catcher. They also play basketball. One of them got severe diabetes when she was very young. Doesn't matter which one, the pitcher, the catcher, they both deserve good health care. They get that with one stroke of a pen, one judge can decide if millions of Americans, including their family, would lose their insurance. One judge can decide if millions of Americans can lose their right to keep their kids on their insurance till they're 26 years old. One judge can decide that if seniors' prescription drugs, which already are too high, could soar even higher. This is a judgeship that was held by an icon who voted to protect your health care, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, a woman who never took no for an answer. When they told her a girl shouldn't go to law school, she graduated first in her class. And when they told her a man should argue landmark equal protection cases because maybe they'd have a better chance of winning, she did it herself and she won. She never gave up. She had her own hashtag well into her 80s, the notorious RBG. And her last fervent wish was that a new president, the winner of this election, would pick her replacement. When you look at her opinions, you realize she wasn't just writing for today, she was writing for tomorrow. To the women of America, we have come so far, and in the name of RBG, we should not go backwards. As the rabbi said at Justice Ginsburg's memorial in the Capitol, her dissents, her strong words when she would disagree with the Republican-appointed justices, her words were never cries of defeat. They were blueprints for the future. So to all Americans, this hearing, whatever these guys try to do, whatever you hear from me, it will not be a cry of defeat. It will instead be our blueprint for the future. Yes, Judge, I think this hearing is a sham. I think it shows real messed up priorities from the Republican Party. But I am here to do my job, to tell the truth. To all Americans, we don't have some clever procedural way to stop this sham, to stop them from rushing through a nominee, but we have a secret weapon that they don't have. We have Americans who are watching, who work hard every day, believe in our country and the rule of law, whether they are Democrats, Republicans, or independent. They know what this president and the Republican Party are doing right now is very wrong. In fact, 74% of Americans think we should be working on a COVID relief package right now instead of this. Let me tell you a political secret. I doubt that it will be a brilliant cross-examination that's going to change this judge's trajectory this week. No, it is you. It is you calling Republican senators and telling them enough is enough, telling them it is personal, telling them they have their priorities wrong. So do it. And it is you voting even when they try to do everything to stop you. It is you making your own blueprint for the future instead of crying defeat. So do it. This isn't Donald Trump's country. It is yours. This shouldn't be Donald Trump's judge. It should be yours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Barrett, welcome. Congratulations. Jesse Barrett, congratulations. I just want to say, Senator Cleopatra said a number of things about COVID that I agree with. She cited a bunch of really painful stories in Minnesota, and similar stories could be told from across the country. I even agree with parts of her criticism of the mismanagement of COVID by Washington, D.C. I don't know what any of that has to do with what we're here to do today. Huge parts of what we're doing in this hearing would be really confusing to eighth graders. If civics classes across the country tuned into this hearing and tried to figure out what we're here to do, and they heard as much as they've heard about 2009 Finance Committee debates about what should be in a healthcare reform package. I'm blessed to sit not just on the Judiciary Committee, but also on the Finance Committee. And lots of the discussions we've had in here today fit better in a Finance Committee hearing than in a Judiciary Committee hearing. So I think it would be very useful for us to pause and remind ourselves and do some of our civic duty to eighth graders to help them realize what a president runs for, what a senator runs for, and on the other hand, why Judge Barrett is sitting before us today and what the job is that you're being evaluated for. So if we can back up and do a little bit of eighth grade civics, I think it would benefit us and benefit the watching country and especially watching eighth grade civics classes. So I'd like to distinguish first between civics and politics, because there was a time, the chairman said at the beginning of this hearing, there was a time when people that would be as different as Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and she was a heroic woman, that's absolutely true, and Antonin Scalia, another brilliant mind and your mentor, people that different could both go through the Senate and get confirmation votes of 95 or 98 votes. And the chairman said at the beginning of the hearing, he doesn't know what happened between then and now. I think some of what happened between then and now is we decided to forget what civics are and allow politics to swallow everything. So if I can start, I'd like to just remind us of the distinction between civics and politics. Civics is the stuff we're all supposed to agree on, regardless of our policy views differences. Civics is another way we talk about the rules of the road. Civics 101 is the stuff like Congress writes laws, the executive branch enforces laws, courts apply them. None of that stuff should be different if you're a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian or a Green Party member. This is basic civics. Civics is the stuff that all Americans should agree on, like religious liberty is essential. People should be able to fire the folks who write the laws, and the voters can't fire the judges. Judges should be impartial. This is just Civics 101. Politics is different. Politics is the stuff that happens underneath civics. Civics is the overarching stuff we as Americans agree in common. Politics is the subordinate, less important stuff that we differ about. Politics is like if I look at my friend Chris Coons and I say, listen up, jackwagon, what you want to do on this particular finance committee bill is going to be way too expensive and might bankrupt our kids. Or if Chris looks back at me and says, listen up, jackwagon, you're too much of a cheapskate and you're underinvesting in the next generation. That's a really important debate. That's a political debate. That's not civics. Civics is more important than that. Civics doesn't change every 18 to 24 months because the electoral winds change and because polling changes. I think it's important that we help our kids understand that politics is the legitimate stuff we fight about, and civics is the places where we pull back and say, wait a minute, we have things that are in common, and before we fight again about politics, let's reaffirm some of our civics. So I'd like to have just sort of a basic grammar of civics for 5 minutes. One thing that we should all agree on and two things that we should all disagree with. We should agree on it, but one thing that we agree about and are in favor of, and two things that we agree on that we should all reject. First, a positive, grand, unifying truth about America, and that is religious liberty. Religious liberty is the basic idea that how you worship is none of the government's business. Government can wage wars, government can write parking tickets, but government cannot save souls. Government's really important. War is important. Parking tickets are important. But your soul is something that the government can't touch. So whether you worship in a mosque or a synagogue or a church, your faith or your lack of faith is none of the government's business. It's your business and your families and your neighbors and all sorts of places where people break bread together and argue, but it's not about power. It's not about force. It's not about the government. This is the fundamental American belief. Religious liberty is one of those 5 great freedoms clustered in the First Amendment. Religion, speech, press, assembly, and protest. These 5 freedoms that hang together that are the basic pre-governmental rights are sort of civics 101 that we all agree on well before we ever get to anything as relatively inconsequential as tax policy. So civics should be the stuff we affirm together. And contrary to the belief of some activists, religious liberty is not an exception. You don't need the government's permission to have religious liberty. Religious liberty is the default assumption of our entire system. And because religious liberty is the fundamental 101 rule in American life, we don't have religious tests. This committee isn't in the business of deciding whether the dogma lives too loudly within someone. This committee isn't in the business of deciding which religious beliefs are good and which religious beliefs are bad and which religious beliefs are weird. And I just want to say, as somebody who's self-consciously a Christian, we got a whole bunch more really weird beliefs. Forgiveness of sins, the virgin birth, resurrection from the dead, eternal life. There are a whole bunch of really, really crazy ideas that are a lot weirder than some Catholic moms giving each other advice about parenting. And yet there are places where this committee has acted like it's the job of the committee to delve into people's religious communities. That's nuts. That's a violation of our basic civics. That's a violation of what all of us believe together. This is not a Republican idea. It is not a Democrat idea. It's a Democrat idea and a Republican idea, but more fundamentally, it's an American idea. And the good news is, whether you think your religious beliefs might be judged wacky by someone else, it's none of the business of this committee to delve into any of that in this context. Because in this committee and in this Congress and in this constitutional structure, religious liberty is the basic truth. And whatever you or I or Judge Barrett believe about God isn't any of the government's business. We can all believe in that in common. We should all reaffirm that in common, and that should be on display over the course of the next 4 days in this committee. Now, a couple of terms that all of our 8th graders should know as things we should reject in common. And again, shared rejection, not Republican versus Democrat or Democrat versus Republican, but a shared American rejection. And the first is this: judicial activism. Judicial activism is the idea that judges get to advocate for or advance policies, even though they don't have to stand for election before the voters, and even though they have lifetime tenure. Judicial activism is the really bad idea that tries to convince the American people to view the judiciary as a block of progressive votes and conservative votes, Republican justices and Democratic justices. This is the confused idea that the Supreme Court is just another arena for politics. When politicians try to demand that judicial nominees, who are supposed to be fair and impartial, when politicians try to get judicial nominees to give their views on cases or to give their views on policies, to try to get them to pre-commit to certain outcomes in future court cases, we are politicizing the courts, and that is wrong. That is a violation of our oath to the Constitution. Likewise, when politicians refuse to give answers to the pretty basic question of whether or not they want to try to change the number of justices in the court, which is what court packing actually is, when they want to try to change the outcome of what courts do in the future by trying to change the size and composition of the court, that is a bad idea that politicizes the judiciary and reduces public trust. On the other hand, depoliticizing the court looks a lot like letting courts and judges do their jobs and the Congress do our jobs. You don't like the policies in America? Great, elect different people in the House and in the Senate and in the presidency. Fire the politicians at the next election. But voters don't have the freedom to fire the judges. Therefore, we should not view judges, and we should not encourage judges or the public to view them as ultimately politicians who hide behind their robes. The antidote to judicial activism is originalism. Originalism, also known as textualism, is basically the old idea from 8th grade civics that judges don't get to make laws. Judges just apply them. An originalist comes to the court with a fundamental humility and modesty about what the job is that they're there to do. An originalist doesn't think of herself as a super legislator whose opinions will be read by angels from stone tablets in heaven. Judicial activism, on the other hand, is the bad idea that judges' black robes are just fake, and truthfully, they're wearing red or blue partisan jerseys under there. We should reject all such judges. And so today, when we have a nominee before us, we should be asking her questions that are not about trying to predetermine how certain cases will be judged. And a final term that we should be clear about, I mentioned earlier, but I think it's worth underscoring, is we should underscore what is court packing. Court packing is the idea that we should blow up our shared civics, that we should end the deliberative structure of the Senate by making it just another majoritarian body for the purposes of packing the Supreme Court. Court packing would depend on the destruction of the full debate here in the Senate, and it is a partisan suicide bombing that would end the deliberative structure of the United States Senate and make this job less interesting for all 100 of us. Not for 47 or 53, because it's hard to get to a supermajority that tries to protect the American people from 51, 49, 49, 51 swings all the time. What blowing up the filibuster would ultimately do is try to turn the Supreme Court into the ultimate super legislature. Court packing is not judicial reform, as some of you who wrote the memo over the weekend got a lot of media to bite on. Court packing is destroying the system we have now. It is not reforming the system we have now. And anybody who uses that the language that implies filling legitimate vacancies is actually just another form of court packing that's playing the American people for fools. And the American people actually want a Washington, D.C. that depoliticizes more decisions, not politicizes more decisions. So, Judge, I'm glad that you're before us. I'm looking forward to hearing your opening statement later today, and I look forward to the questioning you have to endure over the next 2 or 3 days, even though you probably look forward to it a little bit less. Congratulations and welcome.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Barrett, to you and your family, welcome. Over the past weeks, I've been flooded with calls, texts, emails from Delawareans. Delawareans who are scared because they are worried. worried about their own health, the health of a parent or child, because they don't know if it's safe for their kids to go to school, if their businesses will survive, or because they're wondering why on earth this Senate is focused on racing forward with a Supreme Court nominee, but is not willing to take a vote to provide needed relief for them and their families. It is an understandable question when we're in the midst of a devastating global pandemic in which more than 210,000 Americans have died, more than 7 million have been infected and have a new pre-existing condition, why there were just 300,000 new cases this week. And today, more than 25 million Americans are collecting unemployment. This is an ongoing national emergency, and as an exercise in civics, not politics, we in Congress should be working day and night to deliver them that relief. Instead, my colleagues are barreling forward with a confirmation hearing that's distracting from our responsibility to our constituents and threatens to further tear our nation apart. Mr. Chairman, as you know, we're just 22 days from an election. There is no precedent, despite my colleagues' lengthy and I think hypocritical lecture about the history. There is no precedent in our nation's history for confirming a Supreme Court nominee by the Senate this close to a presidential election, in which a majority of states are already voting. In fact, 6 million Americans have voted. This process flies in the face of the very rule Republicans set themselves in 2016, when they refused, as a matter of politics, not of civics, to even consider a highly qualified nominee, Judge Merrick Garland, 9 months before an election, simply because it was an election year. And Mr. Chairman, in 2018, you went a step further and said, if an opening on the Supreme Court came up in the last year of President Trump's term, you would wait until the next election and let the voters decide. So what changed? Sadly, nothing. Nothing except the fact that this time, President Trump and his allies in the Senate saw a chance in Justice Ginsburg's untimely passing to shift the balance of the Supreme Court for decades to come, and that will have consequences in the real lives of millions of Americans. Proceeding with this confirmation today is wrong. And if I could, to my colleague who just spoke, religious liberty, I agree, is foundational to our civics and our republic. And I and my colleagues will focus, Judge Barrett, on your legal writings, your opinions, your articles, your speeches as a law professor and judge. And I think when we do that, we will conclude the ways in which you may serve as a justice will do irreparable harm. I think proceeding with this nomination in this way at this time will also do harm to what remaining trust we have in each other, to the Senate as a whole, and potentially to the court itself. As if all of this weren't reason enough for us to delay, we're proceeding despite having 2 members of this committee who've contracted the virus. That's why the Senate's out of session today. That's why all of us, when not speaking, are wearing masks. That's why the distance between us. In light of all of this, in light of the stresses on our country, I think this rushed, hypocritical, partisan process should not proceed. But instead we are. So let me try and help explain to those who've reached out to me why and why it matters. Centrally, it's this. President Trump has promised over and over and over again that he would repeal the Affordable Care Act. He ran on that promise, but despite his very best efforts, he's failed. My Republican colleagues here and in the House have voted over and over and over to repeal the Affordable Care Act since it was passed a decade ago. But thankfully for the people of our nation and my state, they too have been unsuccessful. And yet today, to make good on this promise, to achieve what they could not accomplish through the democratic process, they're looking to the courts, in fact, to the court. They're looking to this nominee. President Trump explicitly promised anyone he nominated to the Supreme Court would do the right thing and be a vote to overturn the Affordable Care Act. And just 1 week after the upcoming election, the Supreme Court will hear a case in which the Affordable Care Act is at issue and where the Supreme Court will hear argument that supports the Trump administration and the Trump's Department of Justice position to strike down this landmark law. So let me be clear. Just a week after the upcoming election, the Trump administration will be telling the Supreme Court to tear down the very law that provides health care protections in the middle of an ongoing pandemic. Judge Barrett, you've publicly criticized the Supreme Court's past decisions upholding the Affordable Care Act, and I think that is appropriately at issue in the days to come. The president knows this, and it's one reason why he and my colleagues are rushing to have this confirmation just in time to hear the administration's challenge to the Affordable Care Act. I don't think this is a coincidence. It's beyond ironic that this administration, which has failed to respond to this pandemic, is rushing through a judge they believe will vote to strip away health care protections. Today, because of the Affordable Care Act, insurance companies cannot discriminate against women for being women. They cannot charge more. They cannot treat pregnancy as a pre-existing condition. I cannot think of a sharper irony as we consider the legacy of Justice Ginsburg, who dedicated her life to fighting for gender equality. It also prevents insurance companies from charging any with pre-existing conditions more, so Americans no longer have to worry about going bankrupt because of an unexpected illness or accident. Don't take my word for it. Listen to the voice of Carrie, who's behind me to my right. Carrie from Middletown, Delaware, used to pay $800 a month for junk insurance, as she called it, coverage so skimpy she had to live in fear of going to the doctor's office or needing medication. Because of the ACA, she was able to get better coverage to pay what she can afford based on her income. She has diabetes, she has high blood pressure, but thanks to the ACA, she can't be denied care or coverage. She told me when he spoke, this takes the stress and the worry out of it, and then asked me, how is this even at issue? Wasn't that settled years ago? Carrie's right. She should have the peace of mind that you can care for yourself and your family if you get sick. I've heard so many more stories from Delaware. Just over my shoulder here is Debbie from Newcastle, a self-employed small business owner who receives her health insurance through the marketplace. Her pre-existing condition requires her to attend physical therapy and doctor's appointments multiple times each month. Without the ACA, insurance companies would have charged her more because of her condition, and she wouldn't be able to afford her medical bills and support her small business. There's Barb Slater from Newark, Delaware, who was diagnosed with scleroderma 4 years ago. After losing her employer-sponsored health insurance, she was able to find new coverage in the marketplace thanks to the Affordable Care Act. My inbox and the inbox of all my colleagues are filled with stories like Carrie's, Debbie's, Barb's, and they highlight the breadth of what the ACA means to the American people. The ability of young people to stay on their family's insurance, lower out-of-pocket costs for seniors' prescriptions, the elimination of lifetime caps. These protections are on the line in the ballot and on the docket of the Supreme Court. And it's not just the ACA at risk. Judge, I'm deeply concerned about ways in which your approach to something that may sound abstract to folks watching stare decisis or precedent, that means your approach to reviewing and reconsidering and possibly overturning long-settled cases may overturn some of the very principles for which Justice Ginsburg fought her entire adult life, principles that protect settled fundamental rights for all Americans. What might this mean? Cases like Griswold versus Connecticut that establish married couples have a right to obtain and use contraception in the privacy of their own home may be in danger of being struck down. It means cases like Roe versus Wade, which protects a woman's right to make her own critical health care decisions, may be on the line. And it means Obergefell versus Hodges, which made marriage equality the law of this land, could be overruled. Just a day after we celebrated Coming Out Day nationally, stripping LGBTQ individuals of what Justice Kennedy memorably called equal dignity in the eyes of the law. This is what I believe is at stake with this nomination. Judge Barrett, you will be deciding cases that have real daily impacts on the lives of millions of Americans. They deserve to understand why President Trump nominated you and what consequences your decisions may have on them and their lives. I've heard my Republican colleagues say all they care about is finding a future justice who will apply the law as written, as if all this is about today is an abstract fight about interpretive methodology and jurisprudence. They seem shocked we're talking about what the Supreme Court might do if Judge Barrett were to become Justice Barrett. But Judge Barrett, I'm not suggesting you made some secret deal with President Trump. But I believe the reason you were chosen is precisely because your judicial philosophy, as repeatedly stated, could lead to the outcomes President Trump has sought. And I think that has dramatic and potentially very harmful consequences with regards to the election, the Affordable Care Act, and long settled rights. This is what I intend to lay out this week. And this is what I hope the American people will hear in the course of this confirmation hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Coons. For planning purposes, I think I talked to Senator Feinstein. We will go to Senator Hawley, Blumenthal, and Tillis. We'll take a 30-minute break to grab a bite to eat and take a little bit of a break and come back and finish up. So, Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Barrett, welcome. It's good to see you again. Jesse Barrett, welcome, and to you and to your family as well. I see that some of your children are getting a break. They've earned it, I think. I'm amazed as I've been watching. I've got 2 little boys at home, my wife and I do. I can't believe how calmly your children have been sitting for a couple of hours. So maybe you can give me some tips, Jesse and Judge, when we're finished here. You know, we've gotten to read a lot about your family in the last few weeks. We've gotten to read a lot about you in the press, and in particular about your religious beliefs. One attack after another in the liberal media, one hit piece after another, many of them echoed by members of this committee, like this one, for instance, Barrett, long active with Insular Christian Group. We've read stories about your Catholic lifestyle, stories about how you raise your children, stories about how you adopted your children, stories about your Catholic doctrinal beliefs, over and over and over questioning whether you have, I guess, the independence to be a judge, a justice on the United States Supreme Court. And it's not just in the newspapers, it's members of this committee, including the Democratic nominee for Vice President of the United States, who has questioned past nominees who have come before this committee about their membership in Catholic fraternal organizations like the Knights of Columbus. And for those watching at home, that's right, you heard me correctly. Senator Harris and others on this committee have repeatedly questioned judicial nominees' fitness for office because of their membership in the Knights of Columbus. The ranking member, when you were last before this committee, Judge, for your initial confirmation hearings, the ranking member referred to your Catholic convictions as dogma, that's a quote, that lives loudly within you, picking up the very terminology of anti-Catholic bigotry current in this country a century ago. She wasn't alone. Other senators on this committee last time asked you if you were an Orthodox Catholic. One senator said she worried that you would be a Catholic judge if you were confirmed because of your religious beliefs, I guess as opposed to an American judge, as if you can't be both a devout Catholic and a loyal American citizen. And it's not just you, Judge. Other nominees who have come before this committee for years now have been asked by my Democrat colleagues over and over their views on sin, their views on the afterlife, their views about their membership statements of Catholic organizations, about their membership in other Christian organizations, and on and on and on. And let's be clear about what this is. This is an attempt to broach a new frontier, to set up a new standard. Actually, it's an attempt to bring back an old standard that the Constitution of the United States explicitly forbids. I'm talking about a religious test for office. Article 6 of the Constitution of the United States, before we even get to the Bill of Rights, Article 6 of the Constitution of the United States says clearly, and I quote, "No religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States." Now, that was big news in 1787 when it was written, and it's worth remembering why. It's because no country, no republic in the history of the world had ever guaranteed to its citizens the right to freedom of conscience and religious liberty. Every other country that had ever existed tied together the religious beliefs that would be approved by the powerful and the right to serve in office or to vote or just to be a citizen. In every other country across history, you had to agree with what those in power agreed with in order to hold office or be a citizen in good standing. You had to sign a particular religious confession, or you had to disavow a particular religious group, swear not to follow the Pope, for instance. You had to pledge allegiance to the God of the city or the God of the empire. This was true from 18th century Britain all the way back to ancient Rome. And so when our founders put Article 6 into the Constitution of the United States, they were making a very deliberate choice. They were breaking with all of that past history, and they were saying in America, it would be different. In the United States of America, we would not allow the ruling class to have veto power over your faith, over what Americans believed, over who we gathered with to worship and why and where and how. No, in this country, the people of the United States would be free to follow their own religious convictions, free to worship, free to exercise their religion, and people of faith would be welcome in the public sphere. They'd be welcome there. They'd be welcome without having to get the approval of those in power, like those on this committee. They would be welcome to come and to bring their religious beliefs to bear on their lives, on their office, and all that they do. So long, of course, as they were peaceful citizens who followed the law. Religious people of all backgrounds would be welcome in public life. And no person in power would be able to control what the American people, any American citizen, thought or believed or who they worshiped. This freedom of conscience and religious liberty undergirds all of our other rights because it tells the government that it cannot tell us what to think or who we can assemble with, or how we can worship, or what we can say. And that's why Article 6 is there even before we get to the Bill of Rights and the First Amendment. But this bedrock principle of American liberty is now under attack. That is what is at stake when we read these stories attacking Judge Barrett for her faith. That is what is at stake when my Democratic colleagues repeatedly question Judge Barrett and many other judicial nominees about their religious beliefs, about their religious membership, about their religious practices, about their family beliefs and practices. That is an attempt to bring back the days of the religious test. That is an attempt to bring back the veto power of the powerful over the religious beliefs and sincerely held convictions of the American people. And that is what is at stake in this confirmation hearing. Judge Barrett is a Catholic. We all know that. She's a devout Catholic. We all know that. She and her husband have chosen to raise their family according to their Catholic beliefs in faithful fellowship with other Catholics. We all know that. Heck, 65 million Americans are Catholics, and many millions more are Christians of other persuasions. Are they to be told that they cannot serve in public office, that they are not welcome in the public sphere unless the members of this committee sign off on their religious beliefs? I, for one, do not want to live in such an America, and the Constitution of the United States flatly prohibits it. Now, the Constitution says that people of faith, like Judge Barrett, are welcome in high office, welcome in any office, welcome throughout our public life here in this country. And I would just say to my Democrat colleagues that these years now, this pattern and practice, as we say in the law, this pattern and practice of religious bigotry, because that's what it is. When you tell somebody that they're too Catholic to be on the bench, when you tell them they're going to be a Catholic judge, not an American judge, that's bigotry. The pattern and practice of bigotry from members of this committee must stop. And I would expect that it be renounced. Now, I just heard my colleague, Senator Coons, make a reference to an old case, the Griswold case, which I can only assume is another hit at Judge Barrett's religious faith, referring to Catholic doctrinal beliefs. I don't know what else it could be, since no one has challenged this case. It is not a live issue and hasn't been for decades. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about, and this is the sort of attacks that must stop. I look forward, Judge Barrett, to getting to the chance to speak with you further about your legal credentials, about your legal views, about your approach to the law and your judicial philosophy. But I hope that one thing that this confirmation process will stand for in the end, I hope when we look back at the confirmation hearings for Judge Amy Barrett, soon I hope to be Justice Amy Barrett, one thing we will say is that was the time, that was the year that the attempt to bring back religious tests for office was finally stopped. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Barrett, and to your family, welcome to the committee.
I want to introduce you to one of my constituents, Connor Kern of Ridgefield, Connecticut. He is 10 years old and he suffers from Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It is a horrible, incurable disease. It slowly deprives children of the strength and their ability to move. Eventually, it robs them of their lives. The costs of providing Connor's care are astronomical, but for Connor and his family, it is worth every penny. Connor is a superhero, but he's always had a real sidekick. He's had the protection of the Affordable Care Act. It has shielded him and his family from arbitrary caps on coverage that would have cut off his care when it became too expensive. It has protected Connor from losing insurance because of this insidious disease that he never caused and chose. The Affordable Care Act has given his family a measure of relief, of hope, of peace. They still worry about Connor's health, but not their coverage or its costs. Connor and millions of others like him are why I will oppose your nomination. Your nomination is about the Republican goal of repealing the Affordable Care Act, the Obamacare they seem to detest so much. It's about people like Connor, protections for people with pre-existing conditions, tax credits that make health insurance more affordable, bans on charging women more simply because they are women. That's what my Republican colleagues have been fighting to repeal for the last decade. They voted dozens and dozens of times to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and they have challenged it twice unsuccessfully in the United States Supreme Court. And each time they failed, but now, just 1 week after the election, as you know, the fate of the Affordable Care Act will be again in the hands of the United States Supreme Court. Republicans have turned again to the court to try to achieve judicially what they cannot achieve legislatively. President Trump has vowed that any judge he nominated would pass the very strong test, his words, and that they would strike down the Affordable Care Act. Judge Barrett, in all honesty, you have auditioned for this job through your academic writing and judicial opinions, and you've passed that test. In fact, you've stated twice, in effect, that you would have voted to strike down the Affordable Care Act had you been a justice at the time. You've been vetted, you've been screened by the Trump administration and special interests who want an activist judge. They want someone who will legislate from the bench and strike down laws supported by a vast majority of the American people. And that activism uses originalism as a smokescreen. If the American people have any doubts about how dedicated my Republican colleagues are to taking away people's health care, just listen to their own words. They've been remarkably candid and forthright. Senator Graham, our chairman, has said, "You can't repair this monstrosity," I'm quoting, "you can't repair this monstrosity called Obamacare. You have to tear it down and start over." Senator Ernst has said, quote, "I support immediate action to repeal Obamacare and replace it." Senator Cornyn, "It's time to repeal and replace." Senator Tillis, "Repeal Obamacare. Let's end this disaster." And President Trump himself has said, "We want to terminate Obamacare." Millions of Americans more than 130 million have a pre-existing condition: asthma, heart disease, diabetes, cancer, Parkinson's, pregnancy, and now, by the cruelest of ironies, COVID-19. COVID-19, the cause of this pandemic, now is a pre-existing condition that could prevent millions of Americans from being covered by health care. Stripping health care from millions of Americans during a pandemic, that's really what is at stake in the Republican lawsuit, now before the Supreme Court, and in this nomination. And sadly, it's not just the Affordable Care Act that's at stake. It's a woman's right to decide when and how to have a family, control over her own body. An activist judge on the bench doing what Congress could not do would also strike down common sense gun safety laws. Connecticut has been at the forefront on gun violence protection. On gun safety, Judge, you acknowledged that your dissenting opinion in Canner sounds kind of radical. That's because it is. But if your views on the Second Amendment are adopted by the Supreme Court, it would imperil common sense state laws like Connecticut's all around the country. Today, we ought to be working on improving American health care. We ought to be fighting COVID-19, which has infected 8 million Americans and killed more than 215,000. We should be producing a national testing strategy, instituting effective contact tracing, and securing sufficient PPE. We ought to be providing assistance to the millions of Americans who have lost their job and face economic hardship and heartbreak. President Trump has failed to do any of it. Instead, he and our Republican colleagues are riveted on rushing a judge through this sham process, dropping everything else. President Trump's failure to act will likely lead to 55,000 additional deaths, 55,000 additional Americans lost over just the next 3 months. Senate Republicans are refusing to address American health care or COVID-19 or economic relief because they care more about putting an extremist ideological judge on the bench and not just on the Supreme Court. I've learned as a senator that there are very few unwritten rules, very few written rules, I should say, in this place. But there is one very important unwritten rule. Keep your word. Republicans have all sorts of excuses for why they are breaking their promise, the promise that they would not confirm a Supreme Court justice during an election year. Each excuse boils down to nothing more than raw political power. They're doing it because they can. But might does not make right. They have boasted they have the votes, but they don't have the American people and they don't have history on their side. The American people want a plan to fight and conquer this disease. They want a plan to put Americans back to work. They want a blueprint for the future, not rolling back rights and turning back the clock. I revere the Supreme Court. I clerked for Justice Harry Blackmun. I've argued cases before the court 4 times. Now I'm really deeply concerned that the Supreme Court is losing the trust and respect of the American people. The authority of the Supreme Court depends on that trust. It has no army or police force to enforce its decisions. The American people follow the Supreme Court's commands, even when they disagree, because they respect its authority. And now, President Trump and the Republican center are eroding, indeed destroying, that legitimacy. They've stripped the American people of their say in this process simply to confirm a justice who will strike down in court, legislate from the bench, what they can't repeal in Congress. Your participation, let me be very blunt, in any case involving Donald Trump's election would immediately do explosive, enduring harm to the court's legitimacy and to your own credibility. You must recuse yourself. The American people are afraid and they're angry, and for good reason. It's a break the glass moment. Americans must use their voices to speak out and stand up, to contact my colleagues on this committee, despite their boasts about having the votes. Stand up and speak out to protect their own health, public health, and the health of our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. We will now have Senator Tillis, who's with us remotely. After his opening statement, we will come back at 12:20. And Senator Hirono, you will be the first one to make a statement. So, Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Chairman Graham and Ranking Member Feinstein. I want to take a moment to honor the life and legacy of Justice Ginsburg. She was a living legend and a giant in the legal world as a professor, as a lawyer, and as a judge and a justice. She was an inspirational model and role model, and we honor her legacy. And I just want to make sure that her family knows the nation mourns her loss. But today we're here to consider a nomination of a highly qualified jurist to the United States Supreme Court, Judge Amy Coney Barrett. She's a top legal scholar, a professor in the mold of the late Justice Scalia. Her work is widely respected in the legal community, and it's clear why her former students voted her multiple times to be the Distinguished Professor of the Year at the Notre Dame Law School. It's also why every full-time faculty member of Notre Dame Law supports her nomination. Her legal work and teaching have inspired hundreds of young lawyers, especially aspiring female lawyers. She's a remarkable mother. She has 7 beautiful children. And in spite of being busy working as a Seventh Circuit Justice, she makes time to be involved in her community. And this nomination is important because it's going to have a lasting impact on our republic. A justice service on the bench involves every important issue facing our constitutional republic. What are the limits of abusive and intrusive government power? What's the proper role of each branch of government? And what are the fundamental protections that our Constitution grants all Americans? These are foundational questions for the Supreme Court, and they consider them every single term. If confirmed, Judge Barrett will be tasked with answering these questions, and I believe she's going to do a great job. But it's not the rights enshrined in the Constitution that's most important. It's the structure of the document itself that ensures our freedom. Justice Scalia understood this. He was fond of saying, every dictator in the world, every president for life has a Bill of Rights. That's not what makes us free. What makes us free is our Constitution. Think of the word Constitution. It means structure. Justice Scalia went on to note the genius of our founding generation is that it dispersed power across multiple departments. The real danger to our constitutional republic is centralization of power in any one part of government. When that happens, liberty dies and tyranny reigns. That's why it's critical that Supreme Court justices maintain the proper role. They decide cases, they don't make policy. In recent decades, the court has drifted towards a trend where it decides majority disputes over policy rather than reserving those decisions for the American people through acting through their elected representatives, people like those of us in the U.S. Senate. Article 3 judges cannot and should not be policymakers. We've heard many speak today about policy priorities that they'd like an act of this court to pass. Several of my colleagues have engaged in fear-mongering and described Judge Barrett's nomination as an end to health care, abortion rights, labor rights, and the list goes on and on and on. These statements are unfair and they're untrue. This week, they'll attempt to have Judge Barrett commit to policy outcomes rather than do the work for that policy outcome in the U.S. Senate. Just last month, while they were falsely claiming Judge Barrett's nomination would bring an end to the protections for pre-existing conditions, every single Democrat on this committee voted against a measure that would do just that. They're failing to do their job, and they want the court to do it for them. My review of Judge Barrett's record convinces me she's not only one of the most qualified individuals ever to be nominated, but she also understands the proper role of the Article III branch. She reaches conclusions dictated by the law, not by personal preference. That's the right thing to do. My Democratic friends decry the idea a nominee has predetermined outcome in mind, while in the same breath, they demand the nominee agree to their preferred outcome of a case. The hypocrisy is incredible. They ignore a central fact. Judge Barrett's rulings aren't meant to be for or against a particular policy outcome. She's not a legislator. That's our job. However, when the minority can't get their bad policies passed in Congress, they turn to the courts to demand that judges interpret the law not as written, but as they prefer. Her opinions simply order the outcome the law dictates. As passed by Congress, a politically accountable branch, nothing more and nothing less. My Democratic colleagues claim they care about the First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. If they care about our constitutional liberties, then they should care about confirming a judge who understands the proper role of the Supreme Court. Rights granted by none can just as easily be ended by none. To quote Justice Ginsburg, real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time. It doesn't happen by judicial fiat. Judge Barrett understands that principle. She knows the role of the Supreme Court justice, and she is highly qualified to do this job. Judge Barrett, when I met with you in the Capitol, I asked you to sign 2 pocket constitutions for my 2 granddaughters, and in it, you wrote, dream big. When they're old enough to understand the significance, I'm going to explain to them that just like Justice Barrett, they can, with hard work and determination, realize their American dream. So for the next few days, when members of this committee mischaracterize your views, their allies in the liberal media are saying terrible things about you and your family, stand tall, stand proud, and stand true. Rely on your faith. I know that you're an inspiration to millions of young women in this country, like my granddaughters, and we're proud of you. Thank you, Judge Barrett, for being with us today. Congratulations on the recognition of your hard work and your character. I look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Tillis. We'll be in recess until 12:20. We'll start back with Senator Hirono.
Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Thank you for joining us on NBC News Now. We're bringing you live coverage of the Senate confirmation hearing of Amy Coney Barrett, President Trump's nominee to the Supreme Court. She is up for the seat that was once held by the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. This hearing comes 22 days from Election Day. It's a priority for Republican senators who are laser focused on cementing a conservative majority on the court. The Senate Judiciary Committee is taking a break. Now, today is set aside for opening statements from all the senators. We'll hear from Judge Barrett at the end. Here's a little of what we've heard so far.
There's nothing unconstitutional about this process. This is a vacancy that's occurred through a tragic loss of a great woman, and we're going to fill that vacancy with another great woman. This is going to be a long, contentious week. I would just ask one thing of the committee. To the extent possible, let's make it respectful, let's make it challenging. Let's remember, the world is watching.
Chairman Graham promised, quote, if an opening comes in the last year of President Trump's term and the primary process has started, we'll wait till after the next election. Republicans should honor this word for their promise and let the American people be heard. Simply put, I believe we should not be moving forward on this nomination, not until the election has ended and the next president has taken office.
That's just some of what we've heard so far today. A number of senators have yet to speak, including the Democratic vice presidential candidate, Kamala Harris. Today will end with Judge Barrett's opening remarks. Now, during this break, let's get a little perspective on what we've seen and heard so far, including what's happening behind the scenes on Capitol Hill, and that is where we find NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent, Casey Hunt. Casey, what do you make so far of the opening statements? They seem to have a very clear messaging strategy, at least some clear through lines between what Democrats are saying and what Republicans are saying.
Well, sure, Joshua, and I think that that was all telegraphed very far in advance, with Republicans saying this is what the American people, they believe, want them to do, since they control both the White House and the Senate. But of course, that's markedly different from the approach that was taken when President Obama nominated Merrick Garland and Republicans controlled the Senate. Democrats, of course, have been focused primarily on the Affordable Care Act, and you've seen photos of constituents behind Democrats talking about what is on the line for them in the event that the court were to decide against the ACA. They're going to hear a case related to the Affordable Care Act just a little while after the election, which could potentially put the law in jeopardy. So their focus has really been on that. It has been, while they have included Roe versus Wade on a list of things that they're concerned about, should Amy Coney Barrett be confirmed, as we expect, it hasn't necessarily been right at the forefront. And that's partly because, underscoring cultural wars and divisive issues is something that heading into a presidential election may not serve them as well as trying to make this broad-based argument about health care. But Joshua, I will say a lot of the focus today has been about the pandemic and focus on how this hearing is different because of the pandemic and how different senators are handling it. We saw Mike Lee, who of course tested positive for coronavirus, come here in person, take off his mask to give his opening statement, raising a lot of eyebrows. Senator Ted Cruz, who is quarantining because he was exposed to Lee, appeared virtually, and we're also expecting Senator Kamala Harris to appear virtually. Her argument is that Republicans are putting lives in danger by doing essentially what Mike Lee did. And if you'll look at the pictures, and we were just showing some of them, while there certainly are many fewer people in the hearing room than there normally would be for something of this magnitude, there's still a lot of staffers, other senators, members of Amy Coney Barrett's family, et cetera, who are there in the hearing room. So, of course, today she just has to sit there, as my colleague Pete Williams has noted, and listen to all of the senators give their opening remarks before she gives her own. She will face 2 very long days of questioning tomorrow and Wednesday. So we're on the lookout for that, of course, as the week unfolds, Joshua.
Casey, just to build on the point you were making about how the senators are responding to COVID-19, there was a letter that 3 of the Democratic senators sent detailing their reasons for not attending in person, right?
Yeah, and each one of them has kind of personal reasons for not wanting to show up in person, and there's a letter there on your screen. But the bottom line is that they want to apply the same rules to themselves as Americans are applying in their lives in terms of concern about being around people who may have tested positive. We, of course, know that there are many cases linked, at least, to that White House Rose Garden event where Amy Coney Barrett was nominated, and there are pictures, of course, of everyone sitting outside, but there were also, as we know now, there was an indoor component of that event, and that's where we think at least some of these senators may have been exposed to this. Mike Lee was there, Senator Ben Sasse was there, some others as well. Tom Tillis, of course, appeared remotely. He had also tested positive and had symptoms of COVID-19. So very much at the forefront here, Joshua.
Casey, the optics of this hearing are so fascinating to me already, not just between senators who are appearing in person rather than from a distance, virtually, but also just the dais. I mean, by the time this lunch break came, there were pictures behind pretty much the entire row of senators of people whose stories the Democratic senators told who are relying on the Affordable Care Act. Are we to expect more of this kind of, literal political theater as the hearing goes on?
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what these hearings are in many ways, Joshua, regardless. The outcome here, we pretty much know how this is going to play out, barring something extraordinarily out of the ordinary. And, this being 2020, we don't want to rule anything out. But we know that it's likely Amy Coney Barrett is going to be approved by the committee and then approved on the floor of the Senate by a party line vote. So the question is, how do you make your argument in the meantime to the American people? And this is how Democrats have chosen to do it. Now, when you're not in the middle of a pandemic, you have other tools at your disposal. Oftentimes, if if you were opposing a nominee, you might have many of your supporters fill the seats in the hearing room. We've seen, protests in the past. None of that's an option this time around because the public at large is not inside that hearing room. We saw some protests outside one of the doors. I'm standing in one of the Senate office buildings. We saw some protests outside one of the office building doors earlier today. But this is, of course, a tool that Democrats do have at their disposal, printing out these pictures and talking about this. And, they know health care is a winning political issue for them. It was in 2018. People are struggling to pay for their health care in many instances, but they are also very worried about losing their coverage for pre-existing conditions. And with unemployment as high as it is, the pandemic ongoing, the idea that a COVID-19 infection could become a pre-existing condition, all of that means there's an incredible focus on healthcare, and it shows up in the polling. I mean, Democrats know that's what Americans are focused on right now, and that's why they're focused on it.
All right. Thank you, Casey. That's NBC congressional correspondent Casey Hunt starting us off from Capitol Hill. President Trump is at the White House today. This afternoon, he heads out for a series of campaign rallies that are scheduled this week. Today, he's been watching the hearings and, naturally, tweeting about them. NBC's Peter Alexander joins us now from the White House. Peter, what is happening there? What have we been hearing or reading from the president?
Yeah, Joshua, you're right. It's a pretty easy way to find out what the president's watching. You just look at his feed, and he has been tweeting about this a matter of moments ago, insulting the Democrat from Connecticut, Senator Blumenthal. And before that, he tweeted the following. I'll put it up for you. He says, the Republicans are giving the Democrats a great deal of time, which he says is not mandated, to make their self-serving statements relative to our great new future Supreme Court justice. Personally, I would pull back, approve, and go for stimulus for the people. So there's a lot there to take a look at very quickly in terms of this idea that it's not mandated. It is not mandated that you hear from both parties during these confirmation hearings, but were we not to hear from Democrats and Republicans in terms of their opening statements or in any form, as the president is suggesting, well, frankly, that would be unprecedented. On the issue of the stimulus here, it's striking that the president's saying, let's go for a stimulus deal right now, given he's been so erratic on this issue to this point. You'll remember just a matter of days ago, he said that he didn't want a big deal. Then later he said that he did. So on that issue, there really has been a significant back and forth from the president. But to give you a sense of how crucial this is to this White House, consider the fact that the president's own chief of staff, Mark Meadows, is physically sitting alongside Pat Cipollone, the president's legal counsel, right behind Judge Amy Coney Barrett in that room today. This really, in many ways, is a reprieve for the president from what has been the headline dogging him for a matter of not just days, but weeks and months, of course, the coronavirus, the president, after his diagnosis, going to Walter Reed. And now, for the first time since leaving Walter Reed, we know over the next 4 days he will go to 4 separate rallies in 4 separate states, among them Florida, later today. The president obviously sort of flouting these guidelines that still exist from the CDC. His press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, earlier today, saying, among other things, that nothing's really going to change in terms of how they do these rallies, that they will still be handing out masks and encouraging people to wear them. But at the end of the day, they say it's up to those individuals what they want to do. But as we've witnessed at all of these events, Joshua, these folks are side by side packed in. So even if they were looking for a way to social distance, if they're attending, that really isn't a very good option for them.
Well, in the rallies tonight, Peter, the president will have at least some things, I think, to talk about with his supporters from today's hearing, although, as Casey mentioned, we kind of knew what was going to be said by Republican lawmakers. He's also been tweeting a lot today about a number of states with Democratic leadership, California, Illinois, et cetera. Do we have any sense of what else we might expect at the rally this evening in Central Florida?
I think you'll see a lot of the greatest hits, so to speak, the points that he's been hammering home. But certainly this is one of them, the hearing that we're seeing today on Capitol Hill, most notably because for the president, as I bring up that idea of this being a reprieve from the coronavirus, this is one of those items that he really hopes that his supporters will focus on, not just the base that he's confident, like those in attendance tonight, that will vote for him, but other conservatives who Republicans fear that their support of the president has eroded during his time in office, that they may like his policies, they may like what he's done to the court, but they don't like his behavior. His hope is that by putting this front and center today, Amy Coney Barrett on national TV, that will help reinforce for them why there's value in supporting President Trump, who, with the expected confirmation of Barrett, would solidify a conservative court for decades to come. Beyond that, the president obviously will focus on things that he's been claiming in recent days. He says that his handling of the virus has been terrific, going after Democrats on that. But what's notable in those tweets that you said today is he attacked Illinois and California, saying that they've turned into a hellscape in recent years, is that this is a president who, of course, is running for re-election. So the idea that a re-election message would be take a look at parts of the country right now that have gone to hell, doesn't seem like it would be a winning strategy.
Thank you, Peter. That's NBC White House correspondent Peter Alexander joining us live. Now, Senator Lindsey Graham addressed the timing of the nomination. In his words, quote, "The Senate is doing its duty," unquote. Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy from Vermont was among those saying that there should not have been a nomination before Justice Ginsburg was even buried. So what does the pace of all of this tell us? And how do the Supreme Court's upcoming cases factor into it? Let's discuss that with NBC Justice correspondent Pete Williams, who joins us now from our Washington bureau. Pete, walk us through some of the upcoming cases the Supreme Court is expected to take up. At least one of them in particular, for sure, has come up with a number of the Democrats who've spoken as a key reason why they say they positively will not support Judge Barrett's confirmation.
Well, there's nothing mysterious about the pace here. I think the Republicans are fairly candid in saying that they want to try to act as quickly as they can while they still control the Senate and the White House. So there's no mystery there. The rule at the Supreme Court is that a justice cannot participate in a case, cannot vote on a case, unless the justice was present when the case was argued. In other words, sort of like the lottery ticket rule, you have to be present to win. So the earliest that she could get confirmed, the Supreme Court has already heard a week of oral argument. They're hearing more oral arguments starting tomorrow. Obviously, she's not going to be able to vote on any of the cases argued this month. So if they can get her on the court by Election Day, then she will be there in time potentially to hear two important cases. The first one is going to be heard actually the day after the election. And we haven't heard a lot about it, but we'll hear maybe more about it tomorrow. And it's this, it asks the court to decide this question of a balance between religious liberty and laws that make it illegal to discriminate. This question has come up before. You may remember the case of the Colorado baker who said he did not want to make cakes for same-sex weddings because it would violate his religious beliefs. The state of Colorado said that violated a law prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. The Supreme Court took a punt on that case and really didn't decide the issue. It's come back this time in a case from Philadelphia. The city has stopped allowing Catholic Social Services, a charity, to place children into foster care because Catholic Social Services says it won't place them with same-sex parents. So that question has come up again. She could potentially vote on that. And then the week after the election is the challenge, the make-or-break challenge to the Affordable Care Act. And I just want to say a little more about this because you've heard a lot about the fact that in 2012, she was strongly critical of the first Supreme Court decision that upheld the Affordable Care Act. What happened was there was a constitutional challenge to the thing known as the individual mandate, the requirement that everybody has to buy health insurance. The Supreme Court said, well, there may be problems with Congress requiring everybody to buy something. Congress may not have that power, but it upheld the Affordable Care Act, saying it was a legitimate use of the congressional taxing authority because you had to pay a penalty on your income tax if you didn't buy health insurance. Well, since then, Congress has done away with the tax. So now the challengers, led by Texas and a bunch of red states, say, well, there's no tax. You can't say it's a legitimate use of the taxing authority. And she might well agree with the challengers on that question, but that won't be the end of the matter, because I think the real issue, the most important issue in the case, is whether that means the entire law is therefore doomed, or whether you can just surgically remove that offending part of a law and leave the rest of it intact. And I don't know how she would vote on that. And frankly, I'm not sure that there's a majority of justices on the Supreme Court, including some of the conservatives, who would say you have to strike down the whole law. So it's certainly true that the Affordable Care Act, it's a make or break decision for the law. But I think that the big question may be how much of the law can survive, even if the court finds that part of it is unconstitutional. That's the real question.
I appreciate you breaking down those two cases, Pete, particularly the Obamacare piece of it. I feel like that under normal circumstances, would be a big focus of the questioning. It certainly will be, I think.
But it already has been.
It already has been. But even beyond that, there is, as Casey mentioned, healthcare is a key issue. Obviously, Obamacare is a healthcare case. But then there's also the matter of coronavirus and the White House announcement that Dr. Anthony Fauci is now referred to as a super spreader event. I wonder what your sense is of what the questioning might be like in terms of all the drama around Judge Barrett's nomination, not just her jurisprudence, her legal philosophy, her writings over the time that she spent teaching at George Washington University and Notre Dame. There's also just her periphery to the president and the president's actions. We heard Senator Blumenthal say that she would need to recuse herself from any case related to the president, or it would do, in his words, explosive, enduring harm to the court's legitimacy and to your own credibility, unquote. So how much does President Trump himself factor into this?
Well, a lot. I mean, the hearing is as much about him and the nominee and about the process as it is about her. In terms of the coronavirus, I think the questions will come up about her own experience with the disease. She apparently tested positive for it this summer. And now her handlers are saying that she's had several negative tests since then. But I guess that's going to be one question, is a question about her own health. Joshua, another question that has come up today is her Catholic faith. And I think this is a careful line that the Democrats have to walk, because you've heard many of the Republicans say it's not proper to question someone's religious faith. And that certainly can't be a litmus test, or you can't use that as a factor in deciding whether or not someone should be confirmed. That's certainly true. But I think the other side of this is that Judge Barrett herself has really raised this question about the effect of religious faith on decision-making for judges. And she did it when she was a law student, when she co-wrote an article about how Catholic judges have to take extra care when they are asked to decide the death penalty. And she basically said that it's a balance there for a judge to decide on Catholic faith versus their requirement to follow the law. So she's been on the record about that before. Now, she was asked about that in her 2017 confirmation hearing, and she said, well, those were my views as a student. I've certainly moved on since then. But that was where, you've heard Republicans many times mention this quote from Dianne Feinstein during that hearing when she said, the dogma lives strongly in you. And I think that's going to be the difficult thing for the Democrats here, is how to ask her questions about her judicial philosophy, especially when it comes to abortion, without seeming to attack her religious faith.
Yeah, it's one of the pieces of the Constitution we don't hear much about. There are 7 articles to the Constitution, not including the amendments. The 7th one is just a ratification sentence. The very end of Article 6 says, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. So that does feel like one of those very prickly areas that could come up in terms of Republicans attacking Democrats for the way they're attacking Judge Barrett. Before I let you go, Pete, do you have any sense of what the strategy would be in terms of who leads the attack in what way, or excuse me, who leads the questioning in what ways on the Republican side or the Democratic side? Everyone seems to have a piece of the Affordable Care Act argument in terms of how it would affect everyday people. Senator Chris Coons, I think, was the only person so far who's actually mentioned Roe v. Wade by name. Some of the other senators have alluded to it. I think he's the only one who's actually said it. But do we have any sense of who might be asking what specifically?
No, but I think you're right to say that the Democrats think that the way to make their case is to make this, to sort of humanize the Affordable Care Act issue. The legal issue in the Affordable Care Act is known as severability, which is to say, can you sever part of the law and keep the rest of it intact? But I think that's not a winner for the Democrats, and they've decided to make this much more about the kind of people who would lose their coverage if the Affordable Care Act is struck down, as the challenging states want it to be. And by the way, as the Trump administration says it should be, the Trump administration has switched sides on this issue, initially saying that, yes, you could salvage part of the law, including the individual or the pre-existing conditions requirements and so forth, even if the individual mandates is unconstitutional. Now they say, no, if any part of it is bad, the whole thing has to go. One other thing, Joshua, that I think is worth thinking about here. So Lindsey Graham said at the very beginning that he thinks what's going to happen here is that all the Republicans will vote yes and all the Democrats will vote no. And if that happens, that's enough to confirm her. And from everything we know, he's right about that. If that happens, I've been going back through Supreme Court votes for, well, I'm back to 1881 so far. I can't find another Supreme Court vote that was strictly partisan, either to confirm or not to confirm someone. There have been very close votes over the years. Brett Kavanaugh got just a single Democrat when he was confirmed the last confirmation hearing. But I can't find one where a Supreme Court nomination was strictly along party line votes. I've asked some legal experts who are better historians than I about that, but certainly it would be the most partisan vote in modern history.
I think that's also one of the points that was made, Pete. Granted, I haven't looked as far back as the 1880s, so I will trust your math on this one. But that was one of the other points that was made, I think, by one of the Republican senators, that despite the partisan nature of our politics today, that often justices are confirmed by overwhelming majorities. Supreme Court rulings tend to come down either unanimously, 8-1 or 7-2, trying to kind of put some of the partisanship of the day in context, but we'll see how long that lasts with this particular hearing. That's NBC Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, really appreciate the context. Thank you very much. Now, critics of this hearing say that it's happening too fast, with little regard to the history of how nominations usually work. Let's get some context on that from NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Michael, what do you make of that argument in terms of the pace of it? Now, granted, if you look at Brett Kavanaugh, Samuel Alito, they were like a 3-month process overall. This is happening rather quickly, and Democrats made a big point of the fact that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announced that the president's nominee would get a hearing within less than 2 hours of Ruth Bader Ginsburg's death becoming known.
That's exactly right, Joshua. And this would be the justice of the Supreme Court in the history of the United States confirmed the closest to the moment of a presidential election. It's happened 2 times before where this issue particularly came up. One was 1864, which Kamala Harris actually mentioned in the last debate. She was saying that Abraham Lincoln left the nomination to be made and confirmed until after the choice in the 1864 presidential election was known. And I would add in support of that the fact that Lincoln, as it turns out, Joshua, signed a sealed letter and got his cabinet to all sign the envelope that it was in after he sealed it. And the letter said, if I lose the election, I will have to cooperate with the president-elect, which would have been George McClellan, who would have been elected over Lincoln, had very different views, which would suggest that one reason why Lincoln delayed appointing a new justice to fill the vacancy of Roger Taney, who died literally this day in 1864, was because Lincoln, being Lincoln, felt that, especially at a time of war, he should cooperate with the new president and bring the new president in on decisions like this. The other quick example would be 1968. There was a vacancy in the Supreme Court. Lyndon Johnson appointed Abe Fortas. The nomination failed at the beginning of October. Johnson, although one of the most partisan human beings on earth, said, there's going to be an election on the 5th of November. Americans have the right to choose.
One of the arguments that was made earlier today by Senator Mike Lee was that the judiciary is the least dangerous branch of government, basically, that the justices look into the past and not the future. And he accused the Democrats of using tactics that he described as creating fear and uncertainty and doubt. Alexander Hamilton in Federalist Paper 78, I believe it is, said that the judiciary would be the weakest branch, kind of in a similar argument. Yep. And that's one of the themes that's come up today, Michael, is that so much energy has been put into who this one person is, as opposed to the totality of government. I understand where each side is coming from on this, but historically, is this what usually happens when we're trying to confirm a Supreme Court justice?
Has been since 1987, when Robert Bork's nomination to be Supreme Court Justice by Ronald Reagan was defeated by Democrats who said he was too far out of the mainstream, he was too conservative. You're absolutely right, Joshua. I think what I would come back on at you on is that James Madison would have said, I expect at any given time in the future of the United States, one branch may be more powerful than the others. But what we're dealing with right now is the unanticipated result of the decision they made to give justices life terms. They did not imagine at the time the Constitution was written and the decades after that you would have the miracles of modern medicine that, thank God, are allowing people to live to 80 and 85 and 90. But the result is that, unlike those days when they figured that a lifetime appointment might last until someone died, perhaps in their 40s, we're now dealing with twice that.
One more thing I would ask you about, Michael. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, a Democrat from Rhode Island, referred to Judge Barrett as, in his words, a judicial torpedo they're firing at the Affordable Care Act. And I'm quoting from Senator Whitehouse. Is this kind of tactic, in terms of at least what he's accusing Republicans of, getting a particular nominee to make a particular kind of ruling on a very particular issue, historically, where does that sit?
That is very much in keeping with modern times. When Bork was up for the Supreme Court in 1987, one poll found that 83% of Americans had an opinion on whether he should be confirmed or not. Can you imagine, Joshua, some of the justices that we've had nominated in history? Most people weren't even aware that a justice had been nominated, but 83% of the people had an opinion, and most of them, by the way, their opinion was that Bork should not be nominated because of his views on civil rights and Roe v. Wade and all sorts of other things. So this is the period that we're in. The thing that I'm surprised that more has not been made of yet is that if, God forbid, we have an election next month that is contested with an indecisive result, there's every possibility that that could come to the Supreme Court, just as it did in 2000 with George W. Bush against Al Gore. Imagine if the deciding vote were cast by then Justice Barrett, who had just been nominated by President Trump, rushed onto the court. There's a lot of bitterness from that decision in 2000, but it would be very little compared to what might result from a decision like this if she did not recuse.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate the context. That's NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Now, conservatives have praised Amy Coney Barrett's nomination as an opportunity to cement an ideological majority on the court. So what is the judge's background? Tell us about what kind of justice she might be. Joining us now are NBC News legal analysts Barbara McQuaid and Danny Savalos. Good to see both of you. And Barbara, let me start with you. What are some of the big themes that you have noticed that have come up in the opening statements so far?
Well, clearly the Democrats want to remind the public that the Affordable Care Act is at stake and what that means. And looking at Judge Barrett's background, she has expressed hostility to the Affordable Care Act. She was critical when Justice Roberts cast the deciding vote back in 2012 to uphold the Affordable Care Act. She said at the time that she believed that it was decided wrong under the law. And so that's an issue that we have seen. The other issue I think that we've seen is the Republicans seem to be trying to create the false impression that Democrats oppose Judge Barrett as a Supreme Court justice because of her religion, and reminding everyone that there is no religious test. Of course, that is not what is going on. What is really going on is Democrats are correctly and appropriately concerned about her history, expressing hostility to a woman's right to choose. And so that's the issue that's at stake. She has now 3 times as a judge had an opportunity to decide cases relating to abortion rights, and all 3 times she has ruled in favor of more restrictions on abortion rights. And so I think those are legitimate areas of concern. Aside from her religion, what's her view and how might she rule in the future on cases about whether to overturn Roe versus Wade?
Now, Danny, the pushback to that from some Republican senators that we've heard from has partly been invoking the memory of Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her deep friendship with Justice Antonin Scalia in terms of their ability to be reasonable with one another. in terms of their ability to at least hear each other out and be collegial, regardless of whether they were on one side of the ideological aisle or another. How persuasive is that, at least to you?
Minimally persuasive, because the way our Constitution is set up, the president appoints justices without regard to the predecessor justice. Now, of course, it becomes a major political issue whether or not the new justice is ideologically the opposite of the previous justice. And that's exactly what you have here. And to go back to what Barb said, I knew Barb would do this. She took my main takeaway, which is that the Affordable Care Act is as is perceived on the chopping block. And I think that's something that's fairly raised at this stage. Judge Barrett has expressed some hostility to the Affordable Care Act, both in the Sebelius case, and she has said that the dissent got it right in the King v. Burwell case. So if that came up, you would expect that Justice Barrett might be hostile to the Affordable Care Act. But I think it's more likely that this is a political issue because the Affordable Care Act is a hot issue in the election. It's not something that Judge Barrett has written on or spoken on all that much. And I would just add that, yes, I think that a Justice Barrett might be more willing to allow restrictions on abortion. She has expressed, though, that Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey is precedent, has been precedent for a long time. It's been relied upon. So she doesn't appear likely to overturn that. However, there's a pretty good argument that the more you restrict abortion, the more you're effectively overturning Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, about that, Barb. Senator Whitehouse noted that in 2013, Judge Barrett wrote about this legal principle of stare decisis and wrote that it is not a hard and fast rule. I think related to what Danny just said, explain why that's relevant. What is stare decisis?
Stare decisis means to stand by things already decided. And so that's the way the Supreme Court operates. If there is a precedent on the books, they are supposed to follow that precedent. Now, there are a few exceptions where courts will decide to overturn precedent, and there are a number of tests that they look at to decide, like how has it worked operationally in practice? Have other laws changed such that that law is no longer valid? And it should not be simply that, well, the composition of the court has changed. We have different people on the court, and now we just think it was wrong and we'll change our minds and switch it. That's not the way it's supposed to work, because having precedent allows people to conform their behavior about the law and have notice about what the law is. What's concerning about Amy Coney Barrett is she has suggested that the text of the Constitution is more important than precedent. She is a textualist. In fact, it is an area where she is actually even more conservative than her mentor and former boss, Antonin Scalia. She has written about this, where he would say, I believe in textualism, but I also recognize that where there is precedent, we must comply with precedent. She says she considers that a flaw that she was willing to overlook in an otherwise brilliant justice.
Danny, you, like Judge Barrett, went to Notre Dame, I believe around the same time that she was studying there. And there's been a lot of talk going into this hearing about how her faith might factor into this nomination. I understand the arguments about how risky politically, potentially, that can be and how slippery a slope that is. There's a long history in this country of anti-Catholic bias, including in the law and in the courts. How do you think that plays out from here?
Judge Barrett has made it very clear in the 20 or so years since she's written on the topic that in the case of a Catholic judge or any religious judge or a judge of no religion at all cannot let his or her personal beliefs inform their decisions. And in fact, you're going to hear a lot about a law review note that she co-authored 20 years ago when she was a third-year law student at Notre Dame that is about Catholic judges and the death penalty. But the overarching theme of that law review note was that a Catholic judge or a religious judge of any kind must recuse rather than participate in a case in which religious beliefs would play into his or her decisions. Now, the argument against that is that, look, we get all these nominees and they all say the same thing. I'll never let my personal beliefs enter into my decision making. But I would respectfully suggest that Judge Barrett has consistently written on the importance of that topic, and in hewing to Justice Scalia's views, it would bolster her statement that, look, as a judge, I have opinions, but I look at the text. And if the text is unclear, maybe I look at the legislative history. But I don't look at my feelings, and I don't look at the way I think it should be the outcome based on my religion or my personal morality. I mean, that's the core of textualism, which we're going to hear a ton about over the next few days. Actually, I should be clear, it's more the fundamental tenet of originalism, which we are going to hear a lot about in the coming days. But yet, like I said, there's a strong argument to be made that every nominee comes before the committee and says the same thing.
Hey, last quick question, Barbara. A lot of what we are going to see is political theater in a way, not just the substance of the questions, but the way that they're asked. I'm sure there's not one single person on that dais who does not want to get that good soundbite that they can send back to their constituents for their next campaign. How do you expect that to factor into all of this?
Well, we've already seen, Joshua, as you point out, a lot of references to people, for example, who are very sympathetic individuals from a senator's home state who are suffering from pre-existing conditions, and we've seen photos from that. So I think all of that is going to matter. I'll tell you who I'll be listening for carefully is Kamala Harris, because not only is does she have a lot at stake with regard to this hearing, but she also has to realize that people are listening to her on a larger question, and that is the presidential ticket, because she's the vice presidential candidate. She is also a very skilled questioner, having been a former prosecutor. You'll notice that not only is she good at asking questions, she is very good at the follow-up. She does not allow people to evade her questions with careful semantic tricks. She will come back and push them, as she did with William Barr, asking about not only was it said, was it implied, was there an inference? So I'm looking to her to listen very carefully about the kinds of questions that she'll be asking.
NBC News legal analyst Barbara McQuaid and Danny Savalos, good to have you both with us. Thank you very much. Let's get back to Capitol Hill, where NBC's Leanne Caldwell is standing by. And Leanne, Casey mentioned earlier that there were some protesters near the hearing, not in the hearing, of course, because of the restrictions over COVID-19. I understand there were about 24 or so protesters at one point nearby. Can you tell us more about that?
Hey, Joshua. So there were about 24 protesters who were arrested, but we do know that there were dozens, perhaps hundreds of protesters on both sides who were outside the hearing, the building where the hearing is taking place. And they were, people who were supporting Amy Coney Barrett. There were also protesters against her. We do know that both sides of the aisle have been organizing, planning these protests for days now. And on the pro-Amy Coney Barrett side, there's going to be prayer vigils, people supporting who are anti-abortion. And this is something that's very common with these Supreme Court hearings. We saw it during Brett Kavanaugh. We've seen it previously. But the difference, as you mentioned, is that they are not inside the hearing room because of COVID precautions. So they are outside. They're also outside the Supreme Court, as you can see. As far as the 21 who were arrested, we're not sure which side they supported, but we do know that they were taken into custody because of some sort of disorderly conduct, and we'll be following up, and we could expect protests to continue throughout the day and perhaps throughout the week. Joshua.
Thanks, Leanne. That's NBC Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell. Now, the confirmation hearings are a big issue, obviously, in the presidential campaigns. Election Day is just over 3 weeks away. NBC's Monica Alba joins us now from the White House. And Monica, as we mentioned, the president weighed in on the hearings. Among other things, he tweeted, quote, "The Republicans are giving the Democrats a great deal of time, which is not mandated, to make their self-serving statements," unquote. I guess, Monica, we can infer from that the president is watching live.
Certainly, Joshua, and I think he's been following this all very closely and will continue to. But something I've heard from the Trump campaign allies and advisors close to this president is that they're happy to have the focus elsewhere today and for the rest of these hearings. The fact that you're watching this take place on most cable and networks, and there's a lot more attention being paid to the president hopefully getting what he wants, which is another Supreme Court pick passed through this confirmation process, as opposed to his handling of the coronavirus, the fact that he came down with the illness himself They see that as something good and an advantage that they can work. And that's also why you're going to see him on the trail in the next couple of days in this absolute campaign blitz, where he's going to be talking about everything you guys have been discussing here this morning as it relates to the hearing. But something really critical that happened just a little bit ago during this break that I think speaks to some of the tensions here between the White House and top health medical officials and experts is you have Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and, of course, the legal counsel Pat Cipollone, who were both in the hearing room, who've been essentially the Sherpas for Amy Coney Barrett during this process. But Mark Meadows was going to speak with reporters, and then he removed his mask, and our poolers who were there on the Hill asked him to put his mask back on because of his potential exposure, the fact that they're indoors and these are cramped hallways. And Mark Meadows said, I actually would rather not talk to you than speak through a mask. And that really kind of encapsulates where we are. And with these pandemic restrictions, you see them even in the hearing room with senators wearing their masks, removing them to speak, and such a notable image and optically what I think we will remember from this week, seeing the nominee herself, Judge Barrett, wearing a mask, and her children and her family in the hearing room as well, wearing those masks, as is mandatory. But if you fast forward to tonight in Florida, where the president is going to be holding a rally with thousands of his supporters, masks will be encouraged and distributed, but they're not required there. So just quite a juxtaposition of important imagery here as we have these dueling events all day, and then
Monica,
the president is also going to be following them up.
We need to get to Senator Lindsey Graham, who is speaking now. Let's listen.
Work today. Restaurants, police officers, you name it, who can't demand they won't come to work unless everybody around them's tested, whether they need to or not. So we're running this hearing safely. It's been set up CDC compliant, and we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of the Senate Judiciary Committee, basically reiterating what he had said before, that the hearing is being conducted as safely as possible, that he worked, he has said in the past that he's worked with the architect of the Capitol to ensure that all of the safety measures that are required are taken into account, and that is why the hearing is proceeding. Looks like Judge Barrett is making her way back. Being asked questions now, not surprised that she would not respond to that. So the hearing is probably going to come back in just a moment. If Monica Alba is still with us, let me ask you one more thing really quickly. With regard to the president, we know he's hitting the road again for rallies across the country in a moment. He has said that he has beaten the virus and that he now may be immune to it. That is unknowable. We do not yet know scientifically whether that's even possible. Monica, what else could we expect from these rallies?
Yeah, I think you raise a really important question there, Joshua, because also the president has now claimed twice that he tested, in his words, totally negative. We haven't seen that kind of assurance or statement in any declarative way from either the White House or his physicians, who we should point out haven't really briefed the press in an entire week since he left Walter Reed Hospital after that stay, after he was initially diagnosed. And the other giant question is when the president last received a negative test prior to that positive diagnosis. So as he prepares to hit the trail, his campaign held a call just in the last hour or so saying he's as energetic as ever, that he can do these 90-minute rallies, which is what we've become accustomed to. He has, again, 4 in the next 4 days in critical battleground states. Right. But over the weekend at his first in-person event, he spoke for only about 18-20 minutes. So that seems to be more of a preview of what we may see tonight. Whether he'll go for that whole hour and a half, we simply don't know, Joshua, but his campaign is very eager to have him on the trail doing some kind of event for the re-elect effort every day between now and November 3rd, just 22 days away.
Back now to the hearing where Hawaii Senator Mazie Hirono is speaking.
Dreams and livelihoods. The White House has become a COVID-19 hotspot, driven by the president's ongoing denial of how serious this pandemic is. Not even contracting the virus and being hospitalized seems to have shaken him back to reality. In normal times, the Senate would be focusing our attention on passing legislation to help the millions of Americans suffering during this pandemic. But these are not normal times. Instead, Senate Republicans are rushing to put a nominee onto the Supreme Court to be the deciding vote to take health care away from millions of people. President Trump has been very clear about what he's doing. He's repeatedly promised to appoint Supreme Court justices who will strike down the ACA. And by nominating Judge Barrett, the president is keeping his promise. In her speech at the White House COVID super spreader event 2 weeks ago, Judge Barrett aligned herself with her mentor, the late Justice Antonin Scalia, who twice voted to strike down the ACA. To help the president keep his promise, our Republican colleagues are rushing to confirm Judge Barrett in a hypocritical, illegitimate process mere weeks before the election. They want Judge Barrett seated just in time to hear the Republican lawsuit challenging the ACA a week after the election. For Americans dealing with this pandemic, it must seem outrageous that Donald Trump and Senate Republicans are determined to take away their health care and are just as determined to do nothing to help Americans with a new COVID relief bill. And they're right. It is outrageous, but it's not surprising. Republicans have made it clear for the past decade that repealing the Affordable Care Act is at the top of their hit list. We know this because a mere 2 weeks after assuming control of the House in 2011, Republicans voted to repeal the ACA for the first time. And over the next 6 years, Republicans took at least 70 votes in Congress to eliminate provisions of the ACA or to repeal it altogether. These repeal efforts culminated in the early morning hours of July 28, 2017, when our late colleague, Senator John McCain, gave his dramatic thumbs down and saved health care for millions by one vote, his vote. Faced with their 70 failures to get rid of the ACA in Congress, Republicans have taken to the courts. Right now, the Trump administration and 18 Republican state attorneys general, including those from Texas, South Carolina, and Missouri, are at the Supreme Court right now trying to strike down the ACA. All arguments in the case are scheduled for November 10th, a mere week after Election Day. This latest legal effort has been turbocharged because of the death of our champion, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, only 3 weeks ago. Her death has changed everything for Donald Trump and Senate Republicans. They are confident that victory at the Supreme Court is now within their grasp if the Senate confirms Judge Barrett through this hypocritical, illegitimate process. The consequences of Judge Barrett's confirmation would be devastating for millions of Americans who would lose their health care during this pandemic. Even in normal times, without the threat of a pandemic, no one in our country should have to confront a major illness worried that it might bankrupt their family. But we all know these are not normal times. Healthcare is the #1 concern for so many people in our country, and they are rightly terrified that Judge Barrett will provide the deciding vote to overturn the ACA and take away their health care. I want to share 2 of their stories today. Kimberly Dickens is from Raleigh, North Carolina. Before the Affordable Care Act, Kimberly couldn't afford health insurance. Thankfully, the ACA enabled her to get health care. She used that coverage to get a checkup and a mammogram, which found her breast cancer. With her health insurance, she was able to get a mastectomy and has been cancer-free since. Kimberly credits the ACA for saving her life. She said, quote, "If it wasn't for the Affordable Care Act, I probably wouldn't have had that mammogram. I was diagnosed early. It scares me to think, if I didn't have insurance, how far advanced would the cancer have grown?" Kimberly's story is not unique. In the years of all the battles of eliminating the ACA, we've heard from hundreds and thousands of constituents across the country sharing their healthcare stories. Dean Oda and his daughter Jordan are from my home state of Hawaii. Jordan, who is an elementary school teacher at Eva Beach Elementary School, has PNH, a very rare blood condition. To treat this condition, she gets infusions of a special medicine that costs around $500,000 per year without insurance. Dean told me that, quote, without this medicine, she will die. Dean and Jordan live in fear that Republicans will strike down the ACA, which would allow her insurance company to put lifetime caps on her benefits, and she would be left without coverage for her life-saving medication. Dean wrote to me to share how, quote, extremely terrified he is about his daughter losing access to adequate health care under the ACA. He's asked me to fight for her, and that's what I'm doing today. Healthcare is personal to Kimberly, Dean, Jordan, and it's personal to me too, because I know that having health insurance and access to healthcare saved my life. On the day when the Senate confirmed Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court, I got a routine chest x-ray before a scheduled eye surgery. A shadow on that x-ray and a later scan led to my diagnosis of stage 4 kidney cancer and gave me time to receive treatment. My diagnosis came as a total shock, and I'm grateful it came when there was still time. I still have cancer, but I don't need any treatment right now. I receive regular scans so that I will know in time if treatment becomes necessary again. I'm grateful for the care I've received and continue to receive from my doctors. The cost of my treatment, which included surgery to remove a kidney, a second surgery to remove part of a rib replaced with a 7-inch titanium plate, almost 2 years of cutting-edge immunotherapy and regular scans has been enormous. It would bankrupt almost every family in this country if they didn't have health insurance. I'm not special or unique. Serious illness can hit anyone unexpectedly. It did for me. And when it does, no one should have to worry about whether they can afford care that might save their life. The Affordable Care Act provided this peace of mind for so many people over the years who found themselves in positions similar to mine. Their lives and their health are what's at stake. Their lives are what's at stake with this nomination. And at moments like this, where the health care of millions is on the line, I think back to the care and concern so many of you showed me when I was diagnosed with cancer 3.5 years ago. So many of you, including many of my Republican colleagues on this committee, wrote heartfelt notes wishing me well and letting me know you were thinking of me. And to this day, when the chairman of this committee and I find ourselves away from the cameras or sharing an elevator, he never hesitates to ask me about my health. He says, how are you doing? Mr. Chairman, you and I have had our pointed disagreements over the years, particularly during our time together on this committee. But your concern means a lot to me. Moments when we recognize our shared humanity are rare in Congress these days. But this can and should be one of those moments. This can be a moment, Mr. Chairman, for you and your Republican colleagues to show the American people terrified about losing their health care the same care and compassion you showed me and continue to show me when I was diagnosed with cancer. Instead of rushing to jam another ideologically driven nominee onto the Supreme Court in the middle of an election when over 9 million Americans have already voted, Mr. Chairman, let's end this hypocritical, illegitimate hearing, return to the urgent work we have before us to help those suffering during this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rono. I think it's not just me. I think everybody on this committee and everybody that knows you're passionate about your causes. We have a lot of political differences, but all of us are very encouraged to hear that you're doing well, and we'll keep praying for you. You're an asset to the Senate.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Do the right thing.
Okay. Senator Ernst.
Aloha.
Aloha. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Judge Barrett, thank you so much for being in front of us today. Welcome to you. And of course, I am so glad that you have had your family join you today as well. Only 100 years ago, women in this country were given the right to vote. And today we consider adding another woman to the highest court in the land. And I can't help but be so proud of all of that every one of our women have accomplished in this incredible nation. This is the first time that I've been a member of the Judiciary Committee during a Supreme Court nomination process. And as you probably know, like most Americans, I'm not a lawyer. I bring a slightly different perspective onto this committee. But one thing is very important to me, and it's something that matters to Iowans, whether they are lawyers or not. I firmly believe in the role of our Supreme Court. It is the defender of our Constitution. At the end of the day, that's my test for a Supreme Court justice. Will you defend the Constitution? It frustrates me and it frustrates my fellow Iowans that the Supreme Court has become a super legislature for a Congress that frankly won't come together, discuss these tough issues, and do its job. What I hear from my colleagues on the left is about judicial activism and what they want to see in their nominees, which is that super legislature. They are projecting that upon you, Judge Barrett. That's what they are projecting as they talk about what cases may or may not come in front of the Supreme Court. Matter of fact, I think it was just the other day that Vice President Joe Biden told the American people they don't deserve to know whether he is going to pack the court. They don't deserve to know who his judicial nominees would be. I think we do need to know, again, because it's what the left is projecting on you today, is what they want to see in their nominees. But that's not what our founders intended the court to be. I hope that this hearing will be an open, fair conversation about how Judge Barrett would be as Justice Barrett. I am concerned, however, that not everyone involved in this hearing shares that goal. We've already seen hints in that over the past few weeks, immediately attacking your faith and your precious family. Instead of entering into this nomination process with an open mind and a desire to understand this woman who has been nominated for the highest court in the land, the focus is on a plan or a strategy, a series of tactics to undermine, coerce, and confuse the American people. A plan, Judge Barrett, to undermine you as a person, undermine your family, and undermine what you hold dear. Women all over the world are painfully familiar with this strategy. We are all too often perceived and judged based on who someone else needs or wants us to be, not on who we actually are. I cannot speak for those that would attempt to undermine your nomination, but as a fellow woman, a fellow mom, a fellow Midwesterner, I see you for who you are. And I'm glad the American people have the opportunity to get to know Amy Coney Barrett. This week will be an opportunity to dig into your background further and understand more about your judicial philosophy. But what your political opponents want to paint you as is a TV or cartoon version of a religious radical, a so-called handmaid that feeds into all of the ridiculous stereotypes they have set out to lambast people of faith in America. And that's wrong. It might be less comical if this was the first time the left has trotted out this partisan playbook. Your political opponents have made these types of religious attacks on nearly every Supreme Court candidate nominated by a Republican president in the modern era. And every time, like clockwork, they say they really mean it this time. This nominee, this woman in front of us, she is the absolute worst. I'm struck by the irony of how demeaning to women their accusations really are. That you, a working mother of 7, with a strong record of professional and academic accomplishment, couldn't possibly respect the goals and desires of today's women. That you, as a practicing Catholic, with a detailed record of service, lack compassion. I know you to be compassionate. Your record on the 7th Circuit says that you are. And more importantly, it shows that your demonstrated commitment is to defending the Constitution. The great freedom of being an American woman is that we can decide how to build our lives, whom to marry, what kind of person we are, and where we want to go. I served in the Army, something not exactly popular at various points in America's history. We don't have to fit the narrow definition of womanhood. We create our own path. Justice Ginsburg was one such woman, and I would like to pay tribute to her for what she did to pave the way for women of today. It's really quite simple what your opponents are doing. They are attacking you as a mom and a woman of faith because they cannot attack your qualifications. Every year, I travel to every single one of Iowa's 99 counties and talk to men and women from all walks of life. Whether they are farmers or nurses or small business owners, they want a government that is accountable to them. When Congress makes a law that oversteps the Constitution, the ripples can be felt, whether it's on farms in Montgomery County, where I'm from, and the manufacturing facilities of Dubuque. It can be felt in the church services of Sioux City and the community meetings in Waterloo. The Supreme Court's only job is to rule on the cases before it and defend the Constitution. To do that well, a justice needs to be thoughtful, restrained, and wise. Judge Barrett, so far I have seen all of those things in you. I am so glad that we have you in front of us. I look forward to learning more about you. I want to thank you and your family for being in this nomination today. And certainly, this, folks, is what a mom can do. Thank you, Judge Barrett, very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, Merritt Bowman is a 49-year-old father of twin boys, which you could see, and a football coach and paraprofessional at Deptford High School in New Jersey. For years, Merritt put off going to the doctor because he was, like many Americans, afraid he could not afford it. But when the Affordable Care Act was passed, he finally got the coverage he could afford. 4 years ago, after not feeling well, Merritt made the doctor's appointment and was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, a disease that affects over 10% of Americans and disproportionately impacts Black Americans like Merritt, who are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes and twice as likely to die from it. Today, Merritt takes insulin and other medications, and his condition has thankfully improved. Merritt said, and I quote, "Obamacare made it so I was not afraid of the costs of going to the doctor. If I didn't have insurance and didn't get diagnosed, who knows where I would be right now." But Merritt is worried about what will happen if the Affordable Care Act gets overturned. He said, and I quote, "Now I have a pre-existing condition. My insurance covers my medications, my equipment to monitor my diabetes. If that's taken away from me, what's going to happen? I can't afford those on my own." Michelle Luris from Palisades Park, New Jersey, lost her husband, John, last year when he passed away suddenly at the age of 58. Michelle relied on health insurance through John's job, but when he died, their insurance went away. She was given the option to continue his plan, but she couldn't afford the cost of $800 a month. So Michelle signed up for coverage on the insurance marketplace, where she qualified for a subsidy that made it more affordable. Today, she's insured and she can manage her diabetes, heart disease, and an autoimmune disease because of her coverage. Like Merritt, Michelle also relies on insulin and other prescription medications. If the ACA was overturned, Michelle said, quote, "I could lose my house if I didn't have affordable health care. I would have to sell my home. I like where I live. I don't want to lose my home." People like Merritt and Michelle are understandably scared right now. President Trump has told America he would end the ACA. He promised explicitly that he would only nominate judges that would do the right thing and eliminate the Affordable Care Act. People like Merritt and Michelle know what a future without the ACA looks like. It looks like 130 million Americans with pre-existing conditions, from cancer survivors to people with disabilities, being charged more or denied coverage completely. It looks like 20 million Americans losing their access to potentially life-saving care in the middle of a pandemic that's already killed over 214,000 Americans. In New Jersey, we've lost over 16,000 people to COVID-19. 595,000 people would lose their coverage without the ACA. For millions of Americans, a future without the ACA looks like being forced to sell your house if you can't afford your health care. It looks like not having access to a doctor when you're sick. It looks like having to choose between paying for groceries and paying for medicine. And people are scared right now for another reason, because they know what a future without the protections of Roe v. Wade looks like, because President Trump has explicitly stated that he would only put up Supreme Court nominees that would overturn Roe v. Wade. He said it clearly. We should believe him. And that, without Roe v. Wade, our country looks like people being denied the ability to make decisions about their own bodies, not just while they're pregnant, but being stripped of the right to plan for their futures. It looks like women of color, low-income women, and women living in rural areas who can't just pack up and leave if abortion is restricted or criminalized where they live. It looks like them being left with no options. It looks like state laws proliferating throughout our country that seek to control and criminalize women. It looks like the government interfering with women making the most personal medical decisions. It looks like a country in which states may write laws that could subject women who have miscarriages to investigations to ensure they didn't have abortions. In America today, people are scared. You've heard from my colleagues, we're getting calls to our office where people are afraid. More than 214,000 Americans have died, many of them isolated and alone, away from friends and families. Tens of millions of jobs have been lost. 1 in 3 American families with children aren't getting enough food to eat. More than 100,000 small businesses have closed permanently. Lines at food banks in the wealthiest nation on the planet have stretched for miles. We could be, as the Senate, we should be, as the Senate, working in a bipartisan way to try to get this virus under control, to get relief to people who are hurting, who are struggling, who are afraid, to help people who are unemployed, to let doctors and nurses and hospital staffs putting their lives on the line right now in state after state where COVID is rising, know that we have their backs in a pandemic. But instead of doing anything to help people who are struggling right now, we are here. We're here. I'm so glad, I'm really glad that my colleagues who contracted COVID-19 at the Rose Garden super spreader event for Judge Barrett had access to the care that you and your families needed. That is right. This is a blessing. The problem is the people who will come through here today to wipe down the desks and empty the garbage, that will vacuum the floor, like people all over our country who are working today in factories, teaching children in schools. They don't have direct line to the nation's top health experts. They can't show up to work sick, and they might not have space to distance themselves at home to protect their families. We literally stopped the Senate from functioning with the exception of this hearing. That's why we're here. We're not just 22 days from an election. We're in the middle of an ongoing election when millions of people have already started voting because Donald Trump and most of my Senate Republican colleagues know the truth. They won't be able to get away with this after the American people have spoken in this election. Donald Trump and my Senate Republican colleagues in this room today know that the American people don't want the ACA overturned. Donald Trump and my Senate Republican colleagues know that the majority of Americans actually don't want Roe v. Wade overturned, that the majority of Americans don't want to see abortion criminalized in our states. But that is exactly why we are here today, because Donald Trump and Senate Republicans know that the American people don't want this, so they have to act now. They don't trust the American people, which is so painful because that's what they said. They said we should trust the American people, and what the American people say under President Obama 269 days from an election. And then after that election, they tried time and time again to overturn the Affordable Care Act, but a handful of Republicans stopped them. You see, they tried in the Senate, they tried in the House, over 70 attempts to rip down the Affordable Care Act, but now Donald Trump has said explicitly he's going to do it through the courts by making the nomination we see here today. That's why we are here. The American people should know that that is what this is all about, rushing this nomination through to sit a Supreme Court justice in time to hear a case before the Supreme Court that will end the Affordable Care Act. We're here because in the middle of a deadly pandemic, in the middle of an ongoing election, Senate Republicans have found a nominee in Judge Barrett who they know will do what they couldn't do, subvert the will of the American people and overturn the ACA and overturn Roe v. Wade. That's what this is about. That's why we're here. It's very simple. Senate Republicans know the American people don't want this, but they don't care because they have only one small window of opportunity to work the system, betray what the American people want. And so they're desperately rushing to complete this process before America starts voting, but they don't have to do this. If one of my colleagues will stand up on this committee, we can hold this over until after an election. If two of my colleagues on the Senate floor agree with their other two colleagues, Republicans, we can stop this. Otherwise, this is a charade when they say this is a normal Judiciary Committee hearing for a Supreme Court nomination. There's nothing about this that's normal. It's not normal that Senate Republicans are rushing through a confirmation hearing, violating their own words, their own statements, betraying the trust of the American people and their colleagues, and failing to take in this hearing even the most basic safety protections to protect people around them, all to ensure that tens of millions of people will lose their health care when we're 7 months into one of the worst public health crises in the history of our country. It's not normal. This is not normal that millions of Americans like Michelle and Merritt are just scared of a deadly virus. They're scared of their fellow Americans who are sitting in this room right now. They're scared that their government and their institutions will be manipulated by people who could not work through the democratic process to take away their health care and are trying an end run to achieve that. Nothing about this today is normal. This is not normal. What is going on in America today, in the midst of a deadly pandemic and an ongoing election, having a rushed Supreme Court nomination hearing is not normal, and we cannot normalize it. People are voting right now. The American people should decide. The American people should decide. The American people should decide. I will not be voting to confirm Judge Barrett's nomination.
Thank you. Senator Crapo.
I would like to submit a letter for the record, if I may. We should not be rushing, as I said, this process. My colleagues agree with me that we should be working to protect the health and safety of Americans across the country and taking the precautions, greater precautions in this workplace. I'd like to enter into the record a letter from Senators Leahy, Senator Harris, and myself that we sent to the chairman last week asking that these hearings not proceed without proper testing measures, without all of us being tested and a COVID safety protocol being put into place.
Thank you. Without objection. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Judge Barrett, welcome and congratulations on the high honor of your nomination. I have some prepared remarks here, which I will give. But having sat through the speeches that I've heard already and listened to the attacks that have been made, both on Republican members of the committee and on you, I think it's important to just set the record straight on a few items before I then talk about why we are here, and that is you and your qualifications to serve as a justice. So what were the attacks? I'd say the first one is that we're rushing too fast, and that we are violating the rules and norms and precedents of the Senate and speeding into these proceedings. What are the facts? Well, I had my staff check while we were sitting here. This hearing is 16 days after Judge Barrett's announced nomination. More than half of all Supreme Court hearings have been held within 16 days of the announcement of the nominee. This case is no different. A couple of examples. Justice Stevens, 10 days. Justice Rehnquist, 13 days. Justice Powell, 13 days. Justice Blackmun, 15 days. Justice Berger, 13 days. These proceedings are following right along in the same kind of process that has historically been the process of the Senate. So then the argument is made that, well, this is an election year, and the Republicans said back in 2016 that in an election year they wouldn't move forward with then President Obama's nomination. What are the facts? A vacancy has arisen in a presidential election year 29 times. Every single one, and this is important to note, every single one of those 29 times, whoever was the sitting president made a nomination to replace the vacancy, to fill the vacancy. Every one of those 29 times. 19 of those 29 times, the parties of the president and the Senate majority were the same. And 17 of those 19 nominees were confirmed. By contrast, of the 10 times in which the Senate was controlled by the party opposite to the president, only one time did the Senate that was not of the party of the president proceed to fill that vacancy. In fact, vacancies under a divided government, meaning a Senate and a presidency from different parties, have not been filled for over 130 years, going back to 1888. So much like when the Senate exercised its constitutional right, fully consistent with precedent in 2016, not to fill the vacancy when there was divided government, the Senate is today exercising its duty to move forward with processing this nomination, just like the vast majority of Senates in the past have done every time this has happened. And it's important to note that. Any claim that this process is unusual or that it violates the clear precedent of the Senate is simply false. So then, back to the attacks on the members of this committee on the Republican side, and frankly against the president. It says that we're trying to engage in court packing. Now, that's a novel one because it's actually the Senate following standard procedure with regard to a vacancy that is now being accused of being court packing, when my colleagues on the other side are actually proposing court packing. That is to statutorily and with the signature of a president, change the law so that they can add more members to the court. FDR tried this, and his effort was rejected. That effort should be rejected now, but let's be clear about it. This is not court packing. That, threatening to pass a law and change the court, is court packing. So then what were the arguments that were actually leveled against Judge Barrett? Well, the standard arguments. She is going to overturn all protections for women. She is going to change all of the laws in the country that protect people's health care. And everyone in this country who has a pre-existing condition or has any kind of a worry about getting support needs to worry that she's going to be an activist judge and a justice and go in there and change the law. She's not, and we all know that. This is simply the tired, worn-out argument that is constantly made every time a Republican president nominates a candidate for the bench for the Supreme Court of the United States. And it's never been true, and it will not be true with Judge Barrett. So then the attack is, well, the Republicans don't care about people's health. They won't even try to get COVID relief out. And we're here in a hearing in the Judiciary Committee when we ought to be passing COVID relief legislation. And I've heard several of my colleagues basically say the Republicans are refusing to work on helping to address the COVID crisis. This coming from colleagues who just a month or so ago voted unanimously to filibuster a $500 to $600 billion COVID relief package in the Senate. A COVID relief package, I asked my staff to get me a quick summary of it, that put, as I indicated, somewhere between $500 and $600 billion into more small business loans, unemployment insurance, agriculture and farming assistance, postal service assistance, education assistance, both at the higher education levels and at K through 12, healthcare assistance for pandemic preparation, for strategic stockpiles, for testing, for contact tracing, billions for vaccine and therapeutic and diagnostic development, and the list goes on. We were stopped from proceeding with this legislation by a filibuster of those who now accuse us of not wanting to try to do something. We stand ready if you'll simply let us go to the legislation and pass it. So now, Judge Barrett, let me talk about you. Judge, you have an exemplary academic record and legal credentials, and you are preeminently qualified to serve on our Supreme Court. Following your graduation from law school, you clerked for both the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia and the U.S. Supreme Court. At the Supreme Court, you clerked, as everyone knows, for none other than the late Justice Antonin Scalia. Upon receiving your nomination to the Supreme Court, Judge Barrett reflected on her clerkship for Justice Scalia, citing his incalculable influence on her life. She also stated that his judicial philosophy is hers too, and that a judge must apply the law as written. That's what we need in our next Supreme Court justice. Rather than the activist justice that you are being accused of being. Judges are not policymakers, and they must be resolute in setting aside policy views that they may hold. And I know you know that. Should we not take Judge Barrett at her word? As a judge, Supreme Court or otherwise, she must be dedicated to interpreting the law as written with an unparalleled commitment to our Constitution. I've visited with her privately. I've reviewed her record. I have seen nothing that would indicate that she is not telling the truth when she says that is her view of how a judge should conduct herself. I've met with a number of Supreme Court nominees in my service in the Senate, and throughout I've continued to maintain an emphasis on following the law and upholding our Constitution, and that must be a central characteristic of the justices we select for this highly influential part of our our government. Judges have a great responsibility to carefully exercise their authority within the limits of the law. Our court system has the responsibility to preserve our constitutional rights, ensure a limited government, and provide speedy and fair justice. Following her clerkships, Judge Barrett spent time in private practice before beginning her tenure as a professor. Her academic scholarship and lengthy analysis of issues facing the federal courts make her uniquely well qualified to serve on our nation's highest court. In particular, Judge Barrett's thoughtful exploration of the precedent and the doctrine of stare decisis demonstrates that she is both intellectual and deliberative in her understanding of the law. Moreover, it's evident that she understands the role of a fair and proper judge. In September 2017, Judge Amy Coney Barrett came before the Senate Judiciary Committee, this committee, after being nominated to the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit. During that hearing, she repeatedly expressed her commitment to independent and unbiased decision-making. I was proud to support her confirmation to the Court of Appeals in both the committee and on the Senate floor. Judge Barrett's remarkable resume shows she is a pioneer in the legal field. She will be the 5th woman and the first mother of school-age children to serve on the Supreme Court. In many ways, she's the ideal candidate to fill this current vacancy. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to hearing more from the nominee about her experience and her judicial philosophy. The next few days will prove invaluable as we discuss with Judge Barrett at length the proper role of a judge in our legal system. I look forward to this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I believe Senator Harris.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hello?
We hear you.
Mr. Chairman, this hearing has brought together more than 50 people to sit inside a room for hours. A closed door. Yes.
Just wait just 1 second. We don't see you.
Of course. You don't see me.
One, congratulations on being on the ticket. I hadn't told you that. There we go. All right.
Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can see you now, hear you loud and clear. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, can you see me and hear me?
I see you, I hear you. The floor is yours.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing has brought together more than 50 people to sit inside of a closed-door room for hours while our nation is facing a deadly airborne virus. This committee has ignored common sense requests to keep people safe, including not requiring testing for all members, despite a coronavirus outbreak among senators of this very committee. By contrast, in response to this recent Senate outbreak, the leaders of Senate Republicans rightly postponed business on the Senate floor this week to protect the health and safety of senators and staff. Mr. Chairman, for the same reasons, this hearing should have been postponed. The decision to hold this hearing now is reckless and places facilities workers, janitorial staff, and congressional aides and Capitol Police at risk. Not to mention that while tens of millions of Americans are struggling to pay their bills, the Senate should be prioritizing coronavirus relief and providing financial support to those families. The American people need to have help to make rent or their mortgage payment. We should provide financial assistance to those who have lost their job and help parents put food on the table. Small businesses need help, as do the cities, towns, and hospitals that this crisis has pushed to the brink. The House bill would help families and small businesses get through this crisis. But Senate Republicans have not lifted a finger for 150 days, which is how long that bill has been here in the Senate, to move the bill. Yet, this committee is determined to rush a Supreme Court confirmation hearing through in just 16 days. Senate Republicans have made it crystal clear that rushing a Supreme Court nomination is more important than helping and supporting the American people who are suffering from a deadly pandemic and a devastating economic crisis. Their priorities are not the American people's priorities. But for the moment, Senate Republicans hold the majority in the Senate and determine the schedule. So here we are. The Constitution of the United States entrusts the Senate with the solemn duty to carefully consider nominations for lifetime appointments to the United States Supreme Court. Yet the Senate majority is rushing this process and jamming President Trump's nominee through the Senate while people are actually voting, just 22 days before the end of the election. More than 9 million Americans have already voted, and millions more will vote while this illegitimate committee process is underway. A clear majority of Americans want whomever wins this election to fill this seat, and my Republican colleagues know that. Yet they are deliberately defying the will of the people in their attempt to roll back the rights and protections provided under the Affordable Care Act. And let's remember, in 2017, President Trump and congressional Republicans repeatedly tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. But remember, people from all walks of life spoke out and demanded Republicans stop trying to take away the American people's health care. Republicans finally realized that the Affordable Care Act is too popular to repeal in Congress. So now they are trying to bypass the will of the voters and have the Supreme Court do their dirty work. That's why President Trump promised to only nominate judges who will get rid of the Affordable Care Act. This administration, with the support of Senate Republicans, will be in front of the Supreme Court on November 10th to argue that the entire Affordable Care Act should be struck down. That's in 29 days that that'll happen. And that's a big reason why Senate Republicans are rushing this process. They are trying to get a justice onto the court in time to ensure they can strip away the protections of the Affordable Care Act. And if they succeed, it will result in millions of people losing access to health care at the worst possible time, in the middle of a pandemic. 23 million Americans could lose their health insurance altogether. If they succeed, they will eliminate protections for 135 million Americans with pre-existing conditions like diabetes and asthma, heart disease, or cancer, a list that now will include over 7 million Americans who have contracted COVID-19. Insurance companies could deny you coverage or could sell you a plan that won't pay a dime toward treating anything related to your pre-existing condition. If the Affordable Care Act is struck down, you will have to once again pay for things like mammograms and cancer screenings and birth control. Seniors will pay more for prescription drugs, and young adults will be kicked off of their parents' plans. And these are not abstract issues. We need to be clear about how overturning the Affordable Care Act will impact the people we all represent. For example, Micah, who is 11 years old, and she lives in Southern California. So Micah enjoys being a Girl Scout, and ice skating, and reading, and eating pasta, and baking. Her mother says the only reason Micah is able to live her life as she does now is because the Affordable Care Act guarantees that her health insurance cannot deny her coverage or limit her care because it's too expensive. You see, Micah has a congenital heart defect. She goes to multiple specialists throughout the year and gets an MRI with anesthesia every 6 months. At just 11 months old, Micah's family had already hit $50,000 in medical expenses, and her biannual MRI cost were $15,000 a session. And so, correction, by 11 months old, her family had hit $500,000 in medical expenses. If Republicans succeed in striking down the Affordable Care Act, insurance companies will be able to deny coverage for children with serious conditions, children like Micah. And parents, well, they'll be on their own. No one should face financial ruin to get their child or their spouse or their parent the care they need. And no family should be kept from seeing a doctor or getting treatment because an insurance company says that the treatment is too expensive. In America, access to health care should not be determined based on how much money you have. Health care and access to health care should be a right. Micah and millions of others who are protected by the Affordable Care Act know this is fundamentally what is at stake with this Supreme Court nomination. And of course, there's more at stake. Throughout our history, Americans have brought cases to the United States Supreme Court in our ongoing fight for civil rights, human rights, and equal justice. Decisions like Brown versus Board of Education, which opened up educational opportunities for Black boys and girls. Roe versus Wade, which recognized a woman's right to control her own body. Loving v. Virginia and Obergefell v. Hodges, which recognized that love is love and that marriage equality is the law of the land. The United States Supreme Court is often the last refuge for equal justice when our constitutional rights are being violated. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg devoted her life to fight for equal justice, and she defended the Constitution. She advocated for human rights and equality. She stood up for the rights of women. She protected workers. She fought for the rights of consumers against big corporations. She supported LGBTQ rights, and she did so much more. But now, her legacy and the rights she fought so hard to protect are in jeopardy. By replacing Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg with someone who will undo her legacy, President Trump is attempting to roll back Americans' rights for decades to come. Every American must understand that with this nomination, equal justice under law is at stake. Our voting rights are at stake. Workers' rights are at stake. Consumer rights are at stake. The right to a safe and legal abortion is at stake. And holding corporations accountable is at stake. And again, there's so much more. So, Mr. Chairman, I do believe this hearing is a clear attempt to jam through a Supreme Court nominee who will take health care away from millions of people during a deadly pandemic that has already killed more than 214,000 Americans. I believe we must listen to our constituents and protect their access to health care and wait to confirm a new Supreme Court justice until after Americans decide who they want in the White House. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Harris. Senator Kennedy.
You have a beautiful family, Judge. We claim you in Louisiana. We're proud of the fact in Louisiana that you were born in Metairie, a suburb of New Orleans. We're proud of the fact that you got a solid education at St. Mary's Dominican High School. Come back and visit us. I know your mom and dad still live there, and we're very proud of you and your career. This is a solemn occasion, as it should be. I can't think of another position, at least not a position that is for life, not a position in which the occupant is not elected by the people, that is more powerful, at least not in the Western world, than an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. And this process is not supposed to be the big rock candy mountain. Our job is to advise and consent. And that's one way of saying that we're supposed to make sure that the president hasn't, whatever president makes the nomination, hasn't made a mistake. And we all, as you can see, take that job seriously, as you can see, and we know you respect that. That's why I think over the next several days, it's appropriate for us to talk about your intellect, which is obvious, by the way, and your temperament, your character, and your judicial philosophy. And I hope we can talk about something else. And That's the role of the federal judiciary in American life. Now, look, Judge, I'm not naive. I understand this thing can turn sour real fast. We all watched the hearings for Justice Kavanaugh. It was a freak show. It looked like the cantina bar scene out of Star Wars. And I know, for someone unaccustomed to it, that it hurts to be called a racist. I think it's one of the worst things you can call an American. I know that it hurts to be called a white colonialist. And I know it must hurt for someone of deep Christian faith like yourself to be called a religious bigot. And to have it implied that because you are a devout Christian, that you're somehow unfit for public service. Before it's over with, they may call you Rosemary's Baby, for all I know. I hope not. And I know, as we've seen this morning, I know you think it's unfair. It is unfair for my colleagues to suggest, some overtly, some more indirectly, that if you're put on the United States Supreme Court, you will be on a mission from God to deny health care coverage for pre-existing conditions for every American. I know that seems preposterous to you, and it seems that way because it is. Take comfort in the fact that the American people, some of my colleagues disagree with this statement. They believe in government. I believe in people. The American people are not morons. They can see drivel when they see it, and they can appreciate it when they see it for being what it is. Now, let me turn to what I hope quickly we can talk about today. Americans love democracy. We'll even fight for it, and we have. And that's a wonderful thing. It's an important thing in today's world as this world becomes more authoritarian. And our founders, but we don't have a pure democracy. As a columnist I read this morning said, when we have to decide a complex issue dealing with social norms or economic issues, we don't all put on a toga and go down to the forum and vote. We have elected representatives. Those are members of Congress. And it is our elected representatives' job to decide social and economic policy. And if we don't like what they do, they're accountable. We vote them out. But in the last 50 years, certainly in the last 25, the United States Congress, either voluntarily or involuntarily, has ceded a lot of its power to the executive branch and to the federal judiciary. When I say the executive branch, I'm not necessarily talking about the president. I'm talking about the administrative state, the bureaucracy, as some call it. It's this giant rogue beast that enjoys power now that only kings once enjoyed. Members of the administrative state write their own laws. They interpret their own laws. They litigate their own laws in their own courts before judges that they appoint. And Congress has allowed that to happen. I think Congress has also abdicated a lot of power to the federal judiciary. I do. And I'm not saying that federal judges don't make law. Of course they make law. They make law in the context of a specific case. It's called judicial precedent. But our founders intended federal judges to exercise judicial restraint and to understand the special role, scope, and mission of the federal judiciary vis-a-vis the United States Congress. I don't think our founders intended judges to be politicians in robes. I think our founders intended judges, federal judges, to tell us what the law is, not what the law ought to be. I think our founders intended, as the Chief Justice put it, I think our founders intended federal judges to call balls and strikes. I don't think our founders intended for federal judges to be able to redraw the strike zone. I don't think our founders intended for judges to be politicians in robes. Politicians, you don't want the United States Supreme Court to turn into this. Trust me. Politicians get to vote their preferences under our democracy. Judges do not. Judges do not. And finally, unlike some of my colleagues, I don't think our founders intended the United States Supreme Court to become a mini Congress. I don't think our founders intended members of the United States Supreme Court to try to rewrite our statutes or the United States Constitution every other Thursday because to prosecute a social or an economic agenda that they can't get by the voters. And that goes on in America every day. We've reached the point where one single solitary federal judge in a limited venue can enjoin a federal statute or an executive order of the President of the United States for the entire country. And our founders never intended that. I want to close with two very short quotations. The first, stated much more eloquently than I can, is Justice Curtis in 1857. You probably read it. He was dissenting in the Dred Scott case. This is what Judge Curtis said. When a strict interpretation of the Constitution, according to the fixed rules which govern the interpretation of laws, is abandoned, and the theoretical opinions of individuals are allowed to control its meaning, we have no longer a Constitution. We're under the government of individual men who, for the time being, have power to declare what their Constitution is according to their own views of what it ought to mean. And finally, a more contemporary statement from a gentleman that you're very familiar with, Justice Scalia. He said it in real world terms. This is what he said. The American people love democracy, and the American people are not fools. The American people know their value judgments are quite as good as those taught in any law school, maybe better. Value judgments, after all, should be voted on, not dictated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Kennedy. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Barrett, congratulations to you and to your family. I'm delighted to see that they are back in the room, and I'm thrilled that they are here with us today. You know, we have had 164 American citizens come before this committee for nomination to the Supreme Court, and today is the 5th time that we have had a female judge come before us, so we welcome you. And I will say this, unfortunately, it's neither rare nor remarkable to see the kind of performances my Democratic colleagues have put on today. What they're trying to do is to convince the American people that they should be terrified of Judge Amy Coney Barrett. If you listen closely to their full statements, it betrays their true intent. If you go back through the transcript, you're going to find not a coherent legal counter-argument, but a panicked stump speech on behalf of their controversial platform. Rather than reviewing your judicial philosophies, they're instead choosing to project their own desires and their fears onto the American people. It sounds as if they are trying to create a panic. They decided to drum up indignation over the fact that you dared
to present a counter-argument against the constitutionality of the Affordable Care Act. Apparently, a difference of opinion between two brilliant jurists who often disagree is just too much for them. The rhetoric is unsettling, but after listening to them, I worry more about its underpinnings because my colleagues' remarks have displayed their troubling belief that nothing but an activist judiciary will do for them. Given your track record, you'd think that my colleagues would jump at the opportunity to support a successful female legal superstar who is highly regarded by both her Democratic and Republican colleagues and who is a working mom. But as today's increasingly paternalistic and frankly disrespectful arguments have shown, if they had their way, only certain kinds of women would be allowed into this hearing room. On that note, not so long ago in another hearing, they scrutinized your commitment to your Catholic faith and tried to use that as a way to question your competency and your professionalism. They know that that is unconstitutional. The Constitution forbids it. You are a brilliant jurist and a constitutional law expert. You will be an intellectual powerhouse on the Supreme Court, and you will steer the panel's focus toward textualism and originalism as rightful guiding philosophies. I love Justice Scalia's definition of textualism. Textualism in its present form begins and ends with what the text says and fairly implies. He goes on to defend textualism and explains that this method can lead to both conservative and liberal outcomes. Similarly, originalism doesn't always lead a jurist down the path they'd most like to follow. This method of interpretation holds that the meaning of a legal document, such as the Constitution, remains fixed, even when applied over time to new questions. Staying true to these guidelines requires more study and patience than other methods that allow judges to reinvent the law or be activists when things get tricky. Since taking the bench, I appreciate that you have written over 100 opinions and have participated in over 900 appeals where you have applied this complex reasoning. Thank you for that. We know that you are a prolific scholar and author of over a dozen articles on the courts and the Constitution. The ABA has rated you as well qualified to serve as a Supreme Court justice. I appreciate that many times you've probably done this with the child in your arms, on your hip, or somewhere in tow, maybe waiting for a ball game to begin. You have done all of this as you have been a friend, a mentor, a wife, and a mom. These are impressive qualifications by any standard. So it is no surprise that you are fielding attacks from other angles. Many of my colleagues have wasted a lot of their time complaining that the process, in an effort to delay and obstruct a legitimate, constitutionally sound confirmation hearing. Let's not forget, it was the Democrats who took an axe to process in 2018 when they dropped last-minute, unsubstantiated sexual assault allegations against Justice Kavanaugh. We still don't have the full story about their level and manner of coordination with activists and mainstream media outlets, but what we do know is that they turned that confirmation into a circus. And on that note, it is hard to take seriously their complaints about moving too quickly. We've heard about the timeline for Justice O'Connor, 33 days, Justice Ginsburg, 43 days. And just a word on Justice Ginsburg, whose seat we are filling. She was indeed a role model for many because she fought to open more doors for women in the law and beyond. And I sincerely hope that I am as effective an advocate in the Senate as she was on the court. We know from studying American history that women have had to always fight for a seat at the table. This goes back to Abigail Adams, who urged her husband, John, to please remember the ladies in their fight for independence. And we know it took 150 years for women to get that right to vote, but the Constitution allowed for that amendment process. Unfortunately, what we see today is that radical activists would like nothing more than to take a hatchet to process. Their favorite play is confronting the American people with the supposed illegitimacy of the Constitution. They argue that our founders' flaws, and yes, they were flawed. All humans are. That the flaws invalidate the principles that bind this country together. This betrays a dangerously naive understanding of the point and purpose of our founding legal document. The timeless principles contained in that document were written to protect individual rights, absolutely. These principles, of course, include the separation of powers and federalism in our government, a system of checks and balances that prevents encroachment by one branch or another. If Congress acts beyond the scope of its legislative authority or the president grows too power hungry, the judiciary has the authority to rein that branch back in. And if the vast bureaucracy dares to overregulate, states and their citizens have the right to stand up and challenge that overreach as being beyond the scope of federal power. Together, the separation of powers and federalism have protected our republic from falling into the hands of tyrants. But keep in mind that the founders despised the tyranny of British rule just as much as they despised the whims of the mob. Flash forward to today, when American exceptionalism is under bitter attack from yet another mob. While most Americans take pride in our heritage, a vocal minority finds fault at every turn. They demand to know, can we still call the Constitution a relevant, valid source of law, even if no women or people of color participated in the drafting? Are the principles in that document still capable of curbing abuses of power and safeguarding freedom? Can we have faith that the future of democracy remains strong despite a summer of looting and violence in the streets? The answer to each is yes. And over the next few days, I expect that you, Judge Barrett, will explain why. So many families are watching today, and we're all going to be listening. Thank you for appearing before us. We look forward to your answers.
Thanks, Senator Blackburn. I have two letters I'd like to submit for the record. One from the architect of the Capitol, showing that the room is CDC compliant. We'll introduce that. And we do have the ABA rating regarding Judge Barrett. I'll introduce it in the record, but it's fairly short, so I'll just read it if that's okay. The American Bar Association Standing Committee on the Federal Judiciary has completed its evaluation of the professional qualifications of Judge Amy Coney Barrett, who has been nominated by the President to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. As you know, the Standing Committee confines its evaluation to the qualities of integrity, professional competence, and judicial temperament. A substantial majority of the Standing Committee determined that Judge Barrett is well qualified, and a minority is of the opinion that she is qualified to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. The majority rating represents the Standing Committee's official rating. Enter that into the record. Now we have a...
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Could you explain what CDC compliant means?
Means that the room is set up, social distancing regarding the virus, that the architect of the Capitol measured the space. And as to me, I was tested a week ago Friday, Had brief contact with Senator Lee. I was negative. I've been told by Senator Moynihan and a physician in South Carolina, there's no requirement to test me. I feel fine. My exposure is not such that I should be quarantined or tested. Anybody that wants to get tested, they can. And I made a decision to try to make the room as safe as possible, but to come to work. Well, millions of Americans are going to work today. Somebody may have tested positive in a restaurant, a military unit, a fire department, or police department. You make it as safe as possible, you manage the risk, and you go to work. I'm not going to be told to be tested by political opponents. I'm going to be tested as an individual when the CDC requires it. I think we can safely conduct this hearing. We have, and I think it's off to a good start. So I do care about everybody's safety. But as a lot of Americans out there, we have to go to work, and you can't demand not to show up to work unless everybody you may come in contact with is tested whether they need to or not. And we're not going to do that here. Now we have a panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy, for that question. We have three people, our two colleagues from Indiana, Senator Todd Young and Senator Mike Braun. I know Louisiana adopts our judge here, but she is living now in Indiana. And the third is Professor Patricia O'Hara, who I'd like to briefly introduce. Professor O'Hara is Professor Emerita, I hope I got that right, of law at Notre Dame Law School. She has served on the faculty for 40 years. She first arrived in Notre Dame in 1971 as a first-year law student. She graduated summa cum laude and first in her class in 1974. Described as the heart and soul of Notre Dame for over 40 years by current Notre Dame Law Dean G. Marcus Cole, Professor O'Hara's career at Notre Dame was that of a trailblazer. She was the first woman to graduate first in her class from Notre Dame, the first woman appointed by the Board of Trustees to serve as an officer of the university as Vice President for Student Affairs, and the first woman to serve as Dean of the Law School. So with that, we will start with Senator Todd. I think all these individuals are remote. Senator Todd? Todd Young?
Well, thank you, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, and members of the committee. Today, I join you in the shadow of Monument Circle in Indianapolis, Indiana. I am honored to appear before you to introduce Judge Amy Coney Barrett, a remarkable Hoosier poised to make her mark on our country. She truly is an American original. In 2017, when there was an opening on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit, my office began looking for an extraordinary American who would uphold the rule of law. In response, we received dozens of applications from many of the finest legal minds in the state of Indiana. My staff and I began researching in earnest to learn everything we could about each candidate to determine who among them would make the best judge. And I interviewed the best of the best. One of those was a constitutional law professor from the University of Notre Dame by the name of Amy Coney Barrett. I first met with then Professor Barrett in the spring of 2017, and it was abundantly clear that she was a star. A brilliant legal scholar, she was and is held in the highest regard by her peers in the legal world. Her integrity and character are unimpeachable. She's a model of collegiality and fairness. And simply, she possessed all of the necessary qualities to be a great appellate court judge then and to be a great Supreme Court justice now. My colleague, former Senator Joe Donnelly, and I approved of her nomination, and a hearing was set. Unfortunately, some resorted to attacks on Judge Barrett's religious convictions. I can tell you that in Indiana and much of the country, faith is viewed as an asset in a public servant, not a liability. As Notre Dame President Father Jenkins reminded us then, being a person of faith doesn't interfere with one's ability to apply the law. Thankfully, Judge Barrett's qualifications outshone personal attacks, and she was confirmed by a bipartisan majority to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit. As a member of that court, Judge Barrett's proven that she is a rather brilliant jurist who interprets the Constitution as written and carefully weighs the facts of a given case. She's heard more than 600 cases on the Seventh Circuit and authored nearly 100 opinions. And I should note, she is the first woman from Indiana ever to serve on that esteemed court. During that Seventh Circuit interview back in 2017, it was obvious that Judge Barrett loved the law and the Constitution. Her love for her family, her husband Jesse, and their 7 children was also clear. If confirmed, Judge Barrett will be the 5th woman and the first mother of school-aged children to serve as a Supreme Court justice. Now, being a parent doesn't qualify one to sit on the Supreme Court, but it does give us Hoosiers yet another reason to be proud of Amy Coney Barrett and the trail she's blazed leading her to this moment. Education, faith, family, community, equal justice under the law. These are all values that Midwesterners hold dear. Indeed, they are values that Americans hold dear, and they are all values embodied by Judge Barrett. Author Kurt Vonnegut, another American original from Indiana, once said, "I don't know what it is about Hoosiers, but wherever you go, there's always a Hoosier doing something very important." Where Amy Coney Barrett has gone, she has always been doing something very important, from raising a family to educating the next generation of scholars, to administering justice on the Court of Appeals. It's my hope that this body will confirm Judge Barrett in a bipartisan fashion so that we will soon find another Hoosier doing something very important on the Supreme Court of the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Young. Senator Braun, were we able to connect with him? We're having some technical problems. We're good? Senator Braun.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, we're good.
Mike,
Tell Jason.
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, floor is yours.
Chairman Graham?
Yeah.
Hey, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Feinstein, it's an honor for me to join Senator Young and Professor Emerita O'Hara to introduce a fellow Hoosier who makes our state proud. I'm doing this from my hometown, Jasper, Indiana, at City Hall, literally, and we're on Main Street. And figuratively, from a place, town, state that represents a broad cross-section of our country. In 2013, Justice Antonin Scalia wrote that the federal judiciary is hardly a cross-section of America. Today, it's still easy to see what he meant. When confirmed, Amy Coney Barrett would become the only justice of the Supreme Court who spent the majority of her professional life in Middle America, not on the East Coast. When confirmed, she will be the only sitting justice who did not receive her law degree from Harvard or Yale. Yet her Notre Dame law credentials are also from a first-rate university. When confirmed, she will be only the second current justice to join the court from west of the nation's capital. When this vacancy arose, I was the first to voice my support for a nominee from the Midwest because I believe we need more judges who understand those Midwestern values that guide our lives: faith, family, community, and a respect for the law. Amy Coney Barrett is that quintessential Midwesterner, hardworking, generous, humble. She's a top-flight law scholar who's just as comfortable at the Saturday morning tailgate as she is in the ivory tower, a legal titan who drives a minivan. I immediately supported Judge Barrett's nomination, not only because she is a highly qualified jurist, but because she's proven both on and off the bench that she has the decency and fundamental respect for our country and its Constitution to serve honorably. And now I'd like to say a word about faith. Much will certainly be made in the coming days of Judge Barrett's Catholic faith and how she practices it. It's a faith that I and many Americans share. Our founders anticipated this question, and as they so often do, got it right. Liberals and conservatives alike are bound by the Constitution's firm edict that no religious test should ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. I believe hostility toward Judge Barrett's religious beliefs today could set a dangerous precedent of hostility toward other religious beliefs tomorrow. Judge Barrett has been clear in her public life where she falls on the question of faith and the law. As she concluded in a 1998 essay, we're sure to hear cherry-picked over the next few weeks, judges cannot, nor should they try to, align our legal system with the church's moral teaching whenever the two diverge. Faith is very important to most Americans, and I agree that faith should be a key word in Judge Barrett's confirmation. But I believe the most important question of faith should be, is she willing to faithfully interpret the Constitution? Judge Barrett's record shows that she will. Throughout her nearly 100 written opinions on the appellate court, Judge Barrett has proven that she is a strong constitutional originalist who will not cut the American people out of their own government by treating the Supreme Court as a third chamber of Congress. On the bench, her qualifications are beyond question. Off the bench, she exemplifies the generosity and character Hoosiers are known for, and she has lived a life rooted in those heartland values I mentioned before: faith, family, community, and respect for the law. Hoosiers should be proud to have Amy Coney Barrett serving and representing our state currently, and I believe she will make all Americans proud as a justice of the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Professor O'Hara. Professor?
This will pop back up.
Is the professor with us? Professor, could you count to 10, please? Could you speak? If you can hear me. Professor O'Hara, if you can speak up. If you hear me, please speak up. Okay. I don't know, she must be in the 3G part of Indiana.
Photograph him so
Can see if we're in contact with her at all. Is it working? Professor, could you speak up, please?
suggest that she unmute her mic.
You need to unmute your mic, I've been told, Professor O'Hara. How did she do that?
She just tapped it. Unless you're sending code.
Put a quarter in it, I don't know. You're not going to give us a quarter, I know that. Can she hear us? Well, I'm afraid we have technical difficulties, and I guess what we'll do now
If you can fix them in the next 30 seconds, let me know. If not, Judge Barrett, we will hear from you. Any progress with Professor O'Hara? Okay, Judge, if you don't mind, you can take your mask off, please. Raise your right hand. Stand up, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Welcome to the committee, to your family. Y'all have done a great job over there. The floor is yours, Judge.
I'm not sure this is on. Ranking Member Feinstein and members of the committee, I'm honored and humbled to appear before you today as a nominee for Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. I thank the President for entrusting me with this profound responsibility, as well as for the graciousness that he and the First Lady have shown my family throughout this process. I thank Senator Young for introducing me, as he did at my hearing, to serve on the 7th Circuit. And I also thank Senator Braun for his support. And while she could not be with us via the satellite, I am also grateful to former Dean Patty O'Hara of the Notre Dame Law School. She hired me as a professor nearly 20 years ago, and she has been a mentor, colleague, and friend ever since. I thank the members of this committee and your other colleagues in the Senate who've taken the time to meet with me since my nomination. It's been a privilege to meet you. As I said when I was nominated to serve as a justice, I'm used to being in a group of 9, my family. Nothing is more important to me, and I'm very proud to have them behind me. My husband, Jesse, and I have been married for 21 years. He has been a selfless and wonderful partner every step of the way. I once asked my sister, "Why do you think marriage is hard? People are always saying that." "I think it's easy." And she looked at me and said, "Well, maybe you should ask Jesse if he agrees with that." I decided not to take her advice because I know that I am far luckier in love than I deserve. Jesse and I are parents to 7 wonderful children. Our oldest daughter, Emma, is a sophomore in college who just might follow her parents into a career in the law. Next is Vivian, who came to us from Haiti. When Vivian arrived, she was so weak that we were told she might never talk or walk normally. But now she deadlifts as much as the male athletes in our gym, and I assure you she has no trouble talking. Tess is 16, and while she shares her parents' love for the liberal arts, she also has a math gene that seems to have skipped her parents' generation. John Peter joined us shortly after the devastating earthquake in Haiti. And Jesse, who brought him home, still describes the shock on JP's face when he got off the plane in wintertime Chicago. Once that shock wore off, JP assumed the happy-go-lucky attitude that is still his signature trait. Liam is smart, strong, and kind, and to our delight, he still loves watching movies with Mom and Dad. 10-year-old Juliet is already pursuing her goal of becoming an author by writing multiple essays and short stories, one of which she recently submitted for publication. And our youngest, Benjamin, is at home with friends. Benjamin has Down syndrome, and he is the unanimous favorite of the family. He was watching the hearing this morning, I'm told, and he was calling out our names as he saw the kids in the back. My own siblings are here, some in the hearing room and some nearby. Carrie, Megan, Eileen, Amanda, Vivian, and Michael are my oldest and dearest friends. We've seen each other through both the happy and hard parts of life, and I am so grateful that they are with me now. My parents, Mike and Linda Coney, are watching from their New Orleans home. My father was a lawyer and my mother was a teacher, which explains why I became a law professor. More important, my parents modeled for me and my 6 siblings a life of service, principle, faith, and love. I remember preparing for a grade school spelling bee against a boy in my class, and to boost my confidence, my dad saying, anything boys can do, girls can do better. And at least as I remember it, I spelled my way to victory. I received similar encouragement from the devoted teachers at St. Mary's Dominican, my all-girls high school in New Orleans. When I went to college, it never occurred to me that anyone would consider girls less capable than boys. My freshman year, I took a literature class filled with upperclassmen English majors. And when I did my first presentation, which was on Breakfast at Tiffany's, I feared I had failed. But my professor took the time to talk to me. She filled me with confidence about how well I had done, and she became a mentor. And when I graduated with a degree in English, she gave me Truman Capote's collected works as a gift. Although I considered graduate studies in English, I decided that my passion for words was better suited to deciphering statutes than novels. I was fortunate to have wonderful legal mentors. In particular, the judges for whom I clerked. The legendary Judge Lawrence Silberman of the DC Circuit gave me my first job in the law, and he continues to teach me today. He was by my side during my Seventh Circuit hearing. He swore me in at my investiture, and he's cheering me on from his living room right now. I also clerked for Justice Scalia, and like many law students, I felt like I knew the justice before I ever met him because I had read so many of his colorful, accessible opinions. More than the style of his writing, though, it was the content of Justice Scalia's reasoning that shaped me. His judicial philosophy was straightforward. A judge must apply the law as it is written, not as she wishes it were. Sometimes that approach meant reaching results that he did not like. But as he put it in one of his best-known opinions, that is what it means to say that we have a government of laws and not of men. Justice Scalia taught me more than just law. He was devoted to his family, resolute in his beliefs, and fearless of criticism. And as I embarked on my own legal career, I resolved to maintain that same perspective. There's a tendency in our profession to treat the practice of law as all-consuming while losing sight of everything else. But that makes for a shallow and unfulfilling life. I worked hard as a lawyer and as a professor. I owed that to my clients, to my students, and to myself. But I never let the law define my identity or crowd out the rest of my life. A similar principle applies to the role of courts. Courts have a vital responsibility to the rule of law, which is critical to a free society. But courts are not designed to solve every problem or right every wrong in our public life. The policy decisions and value judgments of government must be made by the political branches, elected by and accountable to the people. The public should not expect courts to do so, and courts should not try. That is the approach that I have strived to follow as a judge on the Seventh Circuit. In every case, I have carefully considered the arguments presented by the parties, discussed the issues with my colleagues on the court, and done my utmost to reach the result required by the law, whatever my own preferences might be. I try to remain mindful that while my court decides thousands of cases a year, each case is the most important one to the litigants involved. After all, cases are not like statutes, which are often named for their authors. Cases are named for the parties who stand to gain or lose in the real world, often through their liberty or livelihood. When I write an opinion resolving a case, I read every word from the perspective of the losing party. I ask myself how I would view the decision if one of my children was the party that I was ruling against. Even though I would not like the result, would I understand that the decision was fairly reasoned and grounded in law? That is the standard that I set for myself in every case, and it is the standard that I will follow so long as I am a judge on any court. When the president offered me this nomination, I was deeply honored. But it was not a position I had sought out, and I thought carefully before accepting. The confirmation process and the work of serving on the court, if confirmed, requires sacrifices, particularly from my family. I chose to accept the nomination because I believe deeply in the rule of law and the place of the Supreme Court in our nation. I believe Americans of all backgrounds deserve an independent Supreme Court that interprets our Constitution and laws as they are written. And I believe I can serve my country by playing that role. I come before this committee with humility about the responsibility that I have been asked to undertake, and with appreciation for those who have come before me. I was 9 years old when Sandra Day O'Connor became the first woman to sit in this seat. She was a model of grace and dignity throughout her distinguished tenure on the court. When I was 21 years old and just beginning my career, Ruth Bader Ginsburg sat in this seat. She told the committee, "What has become of me could only happen in America." I have been nominated to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat, but no one will ever take her place. I will be forever grateful for the path she marked and the life she led. If confirmed, it would be the honor of a lifetime to serve alongside the Chief Justice and 7 Associate Justices. I admire them all and would consider each a valued colleague. And I might bring a few new perspectives to the bench. As the president noted when he announced my nomination, I would be the first mother of school-aged children to serve on the court. And I know that it would make Senators Young and Braun happy to know that I would be the first justice to join the court from the 7th Circuit in 45 years. I would be the only sitting justice who didn't attend school at Harvard or Yale, but I am confident that Notre Dame could hold its own, and maybe I could even teach them a thing or two about football. As a final note, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the many Americans from all walks of life who have reached out with messages of support over the course of my nomination. I believe in the power of prayer, and it has been uplifting to hear that so many people are praying for me. I look forward to answering the committee's questions over the coming days. And if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed, I pledge to faithfully and impartially discharge my duties to the American people as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Barrett. Let's try Professor O'Hara. Any luck with her?
I'm here, Chairman Graham.
Thank you. I apologize for the problem.
We should let you know what's happening there is there were 3 individuals who were to introduce Judge Barrett, including the former law professor, former dean at Notre Dame, but they had apparently some issues, technical issues, and she was not able to speak. But nonetheless, you've heard the opening remarks from Judge Amy Coney Barrett at the beginning of these confirmation hearings. The real questioning will take place tomorrow in what's expected to be a marathon session here before the Judiciary Committee. I want to go to Justice Correspondent Pete Williams right now, who covers the Supreme Court. There was a lot said today about the speed of this process, 16 days from the point of nomination. We heard Lindsey Graham at one point, Pete, talk about the fact, well, we could have pushed this through, but we decided to hold hearings. Tell us what's normal and what's abnormal here about this process.
I think what's abnormal about it is to do it this fast at a time when the Senate has become so contentious. Yes, it's true, as many Republicans pointed out, that there were times in the past where the time from nomination to confirmation was very short. But in modern times, it's been much longer. So this is certainly compressed. But Lester, you know, the people supporting her nomination make no bones about it. The Republicans are rushing to do this while they still control the Senate and while their president is still in the White House. So that's really what this is all about. But it certainly is a compressed time frame, no question about that.
All right, let me go to our senior Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. She's been covering the Supreme Court nominations for more than 30 years. Andrea, we heard both sides, as we noted earlier, really sticking to their kind of prepared talking points here. Democrats obviously wanted to focus on the vulnerability of the Affordable Care Act, all this happening in the middle of a presidential election. How fine a line do Democrats walk here?
Well, it's very difficult for them because they don't have the votes, and she is obviously, according to her biography, a very appealing nominee, the mother of 7, obviously a young woman who has good academic credentials. But that said, this is the first time ever in memory that a nomination has been pushed through after July of an election year. That is unusual, and also, as Pete points out, at a time of such poisonous divisions in our society, they stuck very closely, the Democrats did, to their strategy of pointing out that the Affordable Care Act, as you say, will come up before the court on November 10th, just a week after the election, and that hangs in the balance if she is put on the court, because she has spoken out very frequently against that and against Justice Roberts siding in favor of it in a 5-4 decision which upheld Obamacare. So that is notable, as well as sticking together. We don't often see Democrats sticking together so completely, with all of them focusing on health care. In the backdrop is, of course, the pandemic. Their concerns about 2 members of the committee, including one, Mike Lee, who showed up at times without a mask today, who were only diagnosed positive last week, and Tom Tillis, who was virtual in his presentation. Kamala Harris, of course, the nominee for vice president, doing it as a member of the committee from her office on the Capitol, but not coming in because of her concerns she expressed for lack of testing and lack of universal mask wearing by key members of the committee, and the risks to the staff, to the Capitol policemen, to all of the sanitation people on the Hill, to all of those who could be vulnerable in cleaning up that hearing room, Lester.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, thank you. President Trump likely paying close attention to these hearings before heading to a campaign stop in Florida later today. Peter Alexander at the White House. What do you know about that, Peter?
Yeah, Lester, we know the president was watching, as evidenced by some of his tweets today, insulting one of the Democratic senators speaking, saying that the Democrats were being given, in effect, too much time that he says was not mandated in a process like this. But takeaway, I think, from here is that for the president, this really is a reprieve from what has been foremost in the headlines for the course of the last several weeks, frankly, months, the topic of coronavirus, including the president's own diagnosis here. And to give you a sense of just how important this nomination, this confirmation process is to the president, to this White House, the fact that his own legal counsel, the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, and his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, are physically sitting behind Amy Coney Barrett in the room there today. You talk about the president's travel. The president will return to the campaign trail later today and again over the next 3 days, 4 straight days in 4 separate states, where critics say he'll again be ignoring those CDC guidelines. The president saying that he has tested negative. His doctor has not yet said that he has tested negative. The president saying that he is now immune, that he can't spread the virus, even though at this point it's not entirely clear how long any immunity would last and how good that type of a protection is for someone who had the virus in the past. But the president recognizes that trying to focus on this court seat is better for him politically, perhaps than anything else right now, a chance to try to say to those conservatives in the country, some who may not be satisfied with the president's behavior in office, that look what I have done in terms of the courts and in terms of some of my policies, and he hopes that will bring them back around to him and to his party.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let's stay at the White House now and bring in Yamiche Alcindor, correspondent for the PBS NewsHour and an NBC News political contributor. Yamiche, it became fairly clear from Democrats in their opening statements that they want to make this partially a referendum on the future of the Affordable Care Act. The president continues to suggest that he's got something to replace the ACA should the Supreme Court strike it down. Is it clear that he actually has that? Is there, as voters begin to pay close attention, is there a Republican option?
As of right now, there has not been a Republican option presented by President Trump or by any Republican in the Senate or in the House. The president has continued to say now for years that the Republicans do have a plan to replace Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act, but it has not materialized. What we have seen is the president say that he's going to continue to cover pre-existing conditions, that he's going to make sure that people's premiums are lower, but there isn't actually any sort of plan in place. So what you have is, instead is the president saying, trust me, me, I will give you something as soon as I take away your health care. I think it was really telling that Republicans have been really focusing on defending the merits of Judge Barrett, defending all of her credentials, her faith, but they haven't wanted to talk about policy. Instead, it's been the Democrats who've been talking about that. And of course, the president has said a bunch of things about policy and how conservative goals would be embodied by his nominations to the Supreme Court, but Republicans just haven't gone there, likely because they know that people would point out the fact that they have not put forth a plan.
All right, Yamiche, thank you. Let me quickly bring in Barbara McQuaid, a professor of law at the University of Michigan, a former assistant U.S. attorney, and an NBC News legal analyst. Barbara, let me ask you this. We keep hearing that Judge Barrett has left kind of a roadmap to her thoughts on Affordable Care Act, on Roe v. Wade. Are a person's writings or previous statements, I mean, looking at previous justices, do they often have detours and that roadmap not as solid as it may appear?
Well, sure, Lester. I mean, when a person is acting as a scholar, they may have different viewpoints than they have as a judge or a justice. And certainly the first time around, when Amy Coney Barrett was being considered to be on the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, she repeatedly said in defense of things that she had written, as a judge on an appellate court, an intermediate court, I don't have even the ability to overturn Supreme Court precedent. It would be my duty to follow it. But the stakes are much higher when somebody is up for the Supreme Court. There she does have the ability to overturn precedent. And so I think looking at all of those things as a roadmap to how she might decide cases in the future becomes very relevant because of the unique and incredible power that Supreme Court justices enjoy.
All right, Barbara, thank you. And we look into that hearing room. It appears the hearing is over for today. Judge Barrett having delivered her opening statement, sworn in. The questioning begins tomorrow. That is going to conclude this portion of our coverage of the Senate confirmation hearing for Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett. For continuing coverage, you can go to NBC News Now. I'll be back with a complete wrap-up on nightly news, and tomorrow morning we'll bring you live coverage as senators begin to question Judge Barrett. For now, I'm Lester Holt in New York. For all of us at NBC News, thank you for joining us. Have a good day, everyone.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked done campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
President Trump still recovering from the virus, set to hit the gas this week, holding rallies in Florida, Pennsylvania, Iowa, and North Carolina over the next 4 days. After hosting a campaign-style event at the White House Saturday, no mask for him, no social distancing for his guests.
I'm feeling great. I don't know about you. How's everyone feeling?
The president also making a new claim about his health status, insisting he tested negative for COVID.
We're in great shape, tested totally negative and really in good shape.
If the president has tested negative, his physician, Dr. Sean Conley, has not said so. In a weekend memo simply saying President Trump is no longer considered a transmission risk to others. President Trump also claiming he's now immune to the virus, even though scientists still are not certain how long immunity may last or how much protection it gives.
You know, the word immunity means something. Having really a protective glow means something.
But when he repeated his claim in a tweet that he can't get it and can't give it, Twitter flagged it as misleading and potentially harmful. The doctor's memo is vague about whether the president has lingering symptoms or had a recent fever, writing that President Trump's been fever-free for well over 24 hours and all symptoms improved. The Trump campaign now facing pushback from Dr. Anthony Fauci after lifting part of a 7-month-old soundbite from Fauci for a new ad.
President Trump tackled the virus head-on, as leaders should.
I can't imagine that anybody could be doing more.
The president tweeting they are indeed Dr. Fauci's own words, and the president's campaign tweeting it will keep airing the ad. But Dr. Fauci tells NBC News they did this without my permission and my comments were taken out of context. In my 5 decades of public service, I have never publicly endorsed, nor do I now endorse, any political candidates. With just 22 days until the election, a new national poll has Joe Biden way ahead of the president, 54 to 42% among likely voters. Biden, after a weekend stop in Pennsylvania, heading to Ohio today, urging voters to beware of intimidation tactics at the polls.
What's the deal, guys? We got to go out and make sure you vote, because the only way we lose this is by the chicanery going on relative to polling places.
The national polls right now are wide, as we've showed you, but here's where things stand in some of those key battlegrounds. This morning, an online poll from CBS News YouGov shows Biden is up by 6 in the state of Michigan, 52 to 46%. In Nevada, Biden also holds a 6-point lead there, 52 to 46%. And finally, in Iowa, the candidates in that state are tied at 49% each. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Peter Alexander leading us off. Peter, thank you.
This morning, the NFL season being blitzed by COVID-19.
The NFL has altered the Week 5 schedule again.
Positive COVID test Sunday involving the New England Patriots and Tennessee Titans now throw their league schedule into disarray.
We'll continue to be ready to adjust and adapt. I wouldn't even say day by day. It's more hour by hour.
The NFL closed both the Patriots and Titans facilities Sunday morning. The Pats for the 3rd time in just 10 days. Postponing their Monday night game against the Denver Broncos.
Doesn't matter who's at fault or who had the positive test. We all just have to deal with it.
And the Titans, who've already had 1 game postponed this season, shut down with their 24th positive test. Just 1 day after Tennessee returned to the practice field for the first time this month. The NFL forced to make scheduled decisions on the fly.
Chiefs against the Bills, which was originally scheduled for this Thursday, then was reportedly going to be played on Sunday, instead will in fact be played next Monday night.
This comes in stark contrast to the NBA's largely successful bubble approach, which ended last night in Orlando. The NFL rescheduled 8 games involving 8 teams Sunday, and that doesn't include the Titans, who were slated to play the Buffalo Bills Tuesday. Only the 2nd time in 70 years The NFL has hosted a Tuesday game, with cracks starting to show on the NFL's coronavirus protocol, players sounding off.
For them, it's not about what's in our best interest or our health and safety. It's about, what can we make protocol-wise that sounds good, looks good, and how can we go out there and play games?
Games now in jeopardy, putting the NFL in unprecedented territory.
Roger Goodell is going to have to make a choice. Either add an extra week after the end of the regular season to make up multiple games, or for multiple teams to not play the full 16-game schedule. That is a decision that is going to have tremendous consequences.
And Morgan, I know the league's also considering possible penalties in lieu of this outbreak. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Savannah, they could be pretty serious. We know that Commissioner Roger Goodell put out a memo last week letting teams know that if they are caught violating these COVID protocols, they could face anything from a forfeit of a game to even loss of draft picks. Pretty serious stuff.
This morning, new options for holiday travel may be taking off. The U.S. now in talks with airlines and foreign governments about ways to jumpstart travel between the U.S. and Europe, and exploring rapid testing on designated travel corridors between select cities as a way to shorten quarantines on major routes like New York to London, where U.S. travelers currently face a 14-day quarantine on arrival. Potential changes that could come as soon as the holidays, now just 2 months away. This as airlines fight to survive and tens of thousands of U.S. airline workers remain furloughed. The industry, desperate for a boost, is adding new routes to entice travelers while emphasizing cleaning and safety protocols. Carriers like United, JetBlue, and Hawaiian Airlines are announcing plans to offer coronavirus tests to travelers. And some airports, like Tampa's, are now providing optional COVID tests to passengers right in the terminal. 39% of people say they plan to travel during the holiday season. 21% say they usually would, but won't this year. The CDC still warns travel increases a person's chance of getting and spreading coronavirus. But for those planning to take a trip, travel booking app Hopper advises making holiday reservations before the end of October to get the best deals. Domestic airfares for Thanksgiving and Christmas trips are expected to be about 40% cheaper this year, with deals spread across more days.
You're not really going to be losing out on a great deal by flying a little bit earlier or flying a little bit later. Being able to have a little bit more time to quarantine, get tested before seeing family members is something that people are really taking into consideration this year.
For those who still aren't sure, many hotels and airlines are hoping to calm nerves with flexible cancellation policies.
This is definitely the most flexible year to book in. So, if you're thinking about traveling, now is a good time to make that booking.
So, Gabe, those people presumably are traveling to get together with friends and family for the holidays. What's the CDC saying about safe ways to do that?
Yeah, Willie. The CDC has released those guidelines for celebrating the holidays safely, and it mentions that low-risk activities include small dinners with family members as well as virtual gatherings, obviously. Also, moderate-risk activities include small outdoor dinner with family and nearby friends. And, of course, those high-risk activities include shopping in crowded stores and large indoor gatherings. It's best to avoid that. But, Savannah and Willie, the holiday travel season will look very different if you're at the airports now. For example, Sky Lounges, they're, pre-packaging snacks. They have plenty of hand sanitizers everywhere. Hotels are doing things very differently. So this holiday travel season will be one like none other, guys.
Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, masked, told the hosts of the Teenager Therapy podcast they know how it feels to be bullied.
I'm told that in 2019, I was the most trolled person in the entire world, male or female. Now, 8 months of that, I wasn't even visible. I was on maternity leave or with a baby. But what was able to just be manufactured and churned out, it's almost unsurvivable.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex marked World Mental Health Day on the podcast. Harper's Bazaar UK posting its support on Instagram, but banning feedback because of racist comments it gets about the Duchess. The couple stepped back as senior royals in January after telling Tom Bradby of British broadcaster ITV the role was taking a toll.
What the impact on your physical and mental health of all the pressure that you clearly feel under?
Thank you for asking, because not many people have asked if I'm okay. But it's It's a very real thing.
Now settled in Southern California with son Archie, Meghan says they're doing really well, but some of their work is still causing controversy.
When we vote, our values are put into action and our voices are heard.
Republican Congressman Jason Smith of Missouri on Friday posted this on Twitter, accusing the couple of interfering in the election, asking the Queen to strip the couple of their titles. The Duchess told Fortune's senior editor last month there was nothing controversial in what she said.
If you listen to what I actually say, it's not controversial.
The couple determined to speak out about causes they believe in, talking to activist Malala Yousafzai on the importance of education over the weekend and getting personal, too.
We were both there for his first steps, his first run, his first fall, his first everything.
Talking there about all the firsts that Harry and Meghan have been able to see with their son Archie because of lockdown, one of the few bright sides of lockdown there in California. There have been reports in the British media lately that Harry could be heading back this way in the coming weeks. The palace isn't commenting on that, but they do note that, or it should be noted, that Meghan's trial against the Mail on Sunday is set to start January 11th. And if they want to be in person in that trial, they'll have to self-quarantine for 2 weeks leading up to it.
This morning, the devastation from Hurricane Delta sending shockwaves through the Gulf after the Category 2 storm chewed up mobile homes, turned over tractor trailers, and left southwest Louisiana stunned.
First, you're in disbelief and you're in denial. It's like, this can't possibly be happening.
Delta touching down with 100-mile-an-hour winds in Creole, a mere 12 miles from Laura's landfall.
I moved everything out the first time, and then I started rebuilding, and then this one came right, same track. It's just devastating to lose as much as you lose, and then you lose again.
Battle scars from back-to-back hurricanes evident across the coast. Residents in Cypremore Point, also right by the Gulf, again cleaning up layers of muck the storm dragged in. Chris and Lori Duhan showed us how high the water surged.
So the water got approximately right here.
Blue tarps on rooftops, blanketing communities all over Louisiana as Delta's wrath extended east to Mississippi.
Walked outside and there's this massive tree just laying on top of our house.
And even Atlanta, where heavy rain is blamed for derailing a freight train. A region rocked by storms is now trying to stand strong.
You know, people in South Louisiana are strong and we're made to withstand stuff like hurricanes.
As we look at huge piles of debris, power lines that are still down, concerns about safety now after the storm. Of the 3 confirmed fatalities, guys, a 19-year-old drowning in rip currents in Florida and here in the state of Louisiana. An 86-year-old man died refueling his generator. Officials right now urging caution as the power is still out in many places.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a 4-year degree, but a 4-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Joining us now is New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. He has a new book out this week called American Crisis: Leadership Lessons from the COVID-19 Pandemic. Governor Cuomo, good morning. It's good to have you with us. We'll talk about the book in just a moment, but I want to first ask you about the state of affairs here in New York. We know that hospitalizations are rising. New York, after that March, April, and May we suffered through, got its arms around coronavirus. But it does look like we're heading into a fall and winter where people are worried about what's coming ahead. So how are you looking at this next period as governor?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Willie. We are coming into a fall, and people should be worried. The experts all along have been telling us in the fall, the flu comes back, people go indoors, schools open, so you should look for a rise. New York, we're doing something different. Overall, the New York situation is very, very good. We're about a 1% infection rate, which is one of the lowest rates in the United States of America. We do a tremendous amount of testing. We do more testing in one day than most states do in a week. So we can target very small clusters, we call them, where cases are starting, and then we attack those clusters. That's what we're doing right now. We have a cluster in Brooklyn and in Queens primarily, which is primarily a Hasidic Jewish community that doesn't want to accept the social distancing rules, et cetera. So it's about 2% of the population, but we're focusing on that 2%. And we need the ability to focus on these small clusters now, because if you don't catch a cluster, then it becomes a contagion.
Governor, as you know, there are a lot of people in this city, in this state, as someone who lives in New York and works in New York and has kids in school in New York, who believe it's almost inevitable that things will shut down again because of what we've heard from public health experts about the fall and the winter. Are you preparing for the possibility of another shutdown?
No, I'm not there yet, Willie. I don't believe it's inevitable. I believe it's possible. I don't believe it's inevitable. I think we have to get smarter as a country. We have to get smarter as states. We're dealing with a virus. We have to use the science and get more sophisticated. And that's where we are in New York. Look, we're closing down areas that are about 1 or 2 square miles, right? These are tiny areas, but we have that kind of data. And if you can target that way and close down small areas, then it's not inevitable that the spread gets so large that you would have to close down an entire city or a state.
So, Governor, let's
get smart is the point, Willie.
Yeah, let's talk about the book, American Crisis. I want to talk about some of the details of it, but just broadly the idea of it. Can you see why a lot of people think, if you say we're in the halftime of this, that writing a book, a retrospective in the middle of it, sort of celebrating the things that you did right, feels off and strange given what may be ahead?
No, Willie, it's not a celebration at all. The game isn't over. It is halftime. We didn't lose. It's only halftime. And we had some success, but we also are making a lot of mistakes. And when we go into the locker room as a nation and we talk about the first half, we better learn, because if we don't learn the lessons, the second half is going to be worse. I can tell you that. We have to stop the denial. We have to stop the politics. We have to stop the partisanship. We're dealing with a virus. The virus doesn't respond to politics. We're 7 months into this. The president has a Rose Garden ceremony, gets COVID, comes out and says that was no big deal. I mean, it's incredible how little we have learned in 7 months, and we have to get smarter and we have to get better.
So with 33,000 nearly people dead in the state of New York, what have you learned, as you write about in the book, about the early stages that you can apply to later? For example, was it a mistake to send those COVID-positive patients back into nursing homes?
Yeah, here's the first lesson for this nation, Willie. How did you not know the virus was coming to the United States? They call it the China virus. It wasn't the China virus. It was the European virus. You had SARS, you had MERS, you had Ebola, you had dengue. How did you not have a medical watchdog system? Where was the CDC? Where was the Department of Homeland Security? The reason New York's numbers were so high was because the virus was coming here for months undetected. It moved from China to Europe, and then flights were coming from Europe. The president banned China travel January 29th.
Governor, did you make any mistakes in this process? You're talking about the federal government.
Oh, yes.
What about you?
Yes, that was the first point, was the federal government missed it coming here. Second, we were the first state to do a mask mandate. Willie, I should have done it earlier. The experts were saying the mask didn't work. Common sense said the masks would work, and I should have done that earlier. Testing, we got up testing as fast as we could. In retrospect, we should have understood that some virus like this would come back after MERS and SARS and had more sophistication for testing. That it took this nation 7 months to come up with a real testing regimen, and we're still not doing it. That was a mistake.
I've got one more question for you quickly before we go. There's an Axios report this morning that says the Biden campaign is looking very carefully at you as a potential candidate to become attorney general if Joe Biden wins this election. Your advisor was adamant in his denial. But if your old friend Joe Biden came to you, if you were elected, and said, Governor, I'd like you to be my attorney general, you would say what?
I would say, you are an old friend. You are a good friend. You're going to win this election. You're going to be the president. I'll help you any way I can. I'm a New Yorker. I said I would serve as governor. And those rumors, Willie, those are only from people who want to get me out of New York. I don't know why, but that's where that's coming from.
So you would say no, you would not accept the attorney general job?
I have no interest in going into Washington. I said when this COVID situation started, just so I had total credibility with the people of the state, I'm not running for president. I'm not running for vice president. I don't want to go to Washington. I just am giving you the straight advice as your governor, and that's where I am.
All right, Governor Andrew Cuomo, thank you for your time this morning. The book is called American Crisis.
You can hear the gunshot on this video. Police rushing in after they say a private security guard opened fire on a man who reportedly sprayed him with mace. This image capturing the moment before the deadly confrontation. The man spraying, the private security guard pointing his gun at him. Later on, the security guard, 30-year-old Matthew Dolph, is seen surrendering and is now in custody on suspicion of first-degree murder.
There was a verbal altercation that transpired. Firearm was discharged. Individual was shot and later pronounced deceased. There were 2 guns recovered at the scene.
The deadly shooting happened Saturday near dueling demonstrations between far-right and far-left groups. Cell phone footage caught an argument between the opposing sides seconds before the gunshot. Ahead of the rallies, police deployed in large numbers, prepared for possible unrest. NBC station KUSA reported they had hired Dolph as security to accompany their staff covering the protests. Denver police have not identified the victim, nor did they confirm his affiliation.
We're going to determine what happened in here through the investigation, but our primary focus is to de-escalate the situation.
Tonight, a city on edge after heated clashes turned deadly. Kathy Park, NBC News.
For America's students, it's been a wild year so far.
It's frustrating.
tiring. It's stressful for sure.
We've been following 20 high school students from the anticipation of the first day.
I feel like it's just going to be fine.
To the actual start of classes filled with glitches online.
The whole thing would just like kick me out and say your connection was lost.
And for those in person.
Since we're wearing the mask and the social distance and the very few people allowed to be near each other, it's hard to go up to someone and start a conversation.
NBC News surveyed high schools in the largest 100 school districts in the country, educating more than 10 million students. As of this week, 47% were fully remote, with a slew of problems. 15-year-old New Yorker Anastasia can only get online using her cell phone.
It's hard for me because I can't sit and stare at one thing for a long amount of time. So I walk around and then I daze off and I don't end up listening to the whole lesson.
Have you been reaching out to the teachers to let them know that you're having some challenges?
I didn't really want to bother them about it because I do my work, but it's just I have a hard time focusing on the phone.
13% of the largest 100 districts surveyed were hybrid, a mix of in-person and remote learning.
There was about only 5 of us in about each of the classes, and then the other people would be online. So it was definitely strange, but it was nice to be back.
In Pennsylvania, 17-year-old John wants to be in a full-time classroom. Is it hard for you to maintain focus?
Whether a dog barking distracts me or a bus driving by, for example, my focus is breaking a lot easier when I'm not in school.
And by our tally, 34 of the 100 largest school districts changed their course during the first several weeks. Mia in Arizona now going from fully remote to hybrid.
I don't know how it's going to work. And it's kind of weird because senior year, you kind of already have your friends. And so now I have to go, I don't know, it feels like I'm a freshman.
Families faced difficult decisions, having to choose if they want to return to the classroom or stay remote.
It really does suck to watch your friends go and have fun after school, knowing you can't be with them, I guess.
Learning how to do remote learning well is something that will take years. Schools and teachers have a little bit of knowledge, but it's still not getting the kids what they necessarily need.
But the kids are resilient, some saying despite the challenges, they're still learning.
My grades have been slightly dropping, but I think it's just a matter of the extra work.
When asked to grade the school year so far, a mixed report card.
I would probably give my school an A-. A, B, probably. I would grade it about C+. D+, C-. I really think they could have done a whole lot better. I think a lot of us are learning how to cope with it.
And this year, it's a steep learning curve for everyone. Rahima Ellis, NBC News, New York.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election, both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a 4-year degree, but a 4-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Everyone followed Susan into school.
You know, without education, that's the loneliest place in the world. Not being able to read, that is the loneliest place in the world. It's a well-documented fact that if you do poorly in school, you're going to be in a lower tax bracket. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to probably end up getting into some sort of trouble. I've seen it happen to a lot of my friends. I've seen a lot of my guys die young, and I've seen a lot of guys go to prison very young. Some of us were dealt a bad hand, but we're still in the game, and we're still trying to get to the top. We're still trying to get these kids where they need to go. And a lot of these kids, they haven't given up, so as long as they haven't given up, we're going to keep fighting for them. The Downtown Boxing Gym is an after-school program that's free to the kids in our community and surrounding area. The boxing is the hook to get the kids in the door. You know, it's easier to get a guy to come to a boxing gym than it is to get a guy to come to an after-school reading academic program. It's easier to say that I'm going to the boxing gym because now your friends might come tag along because they want to see what's going on. I read one time a guy said you can find out more about a person in an hour of play than you can a lifetime of questioning. So I needed that hour of play. I had to figure out what that hour of play looked like to me. So I said, this hour of play, I can teach them how to box. And in that moment, they'll be vulnerable. They'll tell me what's really going on in their life. I can ask the important questions in that hour that I have with them.
Because if you get hit, you can just squat down and start back punching.
I went to Detroit Public School, and the school system didn't identify that I had a problem. But I identified that problem myself by about the 3rd grade. I realized that I couldn't read or write. And I would just fight all the time, constantly, because people would make fun of me because I couldn't read. And so, you know, they ended up passing me along to the 4th grade, and then I went to the 5th grade. Before you know it, I was in high school, and I still had never learned how to read and write. It's been a while, you know, and I still see the same thing going on right now to this day. I see kids who are considered honor students, but they're reading at a 4th grade or 3rd grade level, and you're in the 12th grade. A family member of mine, he had said, do you realize the rest of the world doesn't live like this? And he showed me a picture of all my friends that were dead or in jail, and I thought to myself, what is that I want to do? I wanted to read. And so one day I was at my job, and I just decided, am I really at the right place where I need to be? So I just walked off my job that day. I just literally quit my job and said, this is what I want to do. I want to start doing something in my community, doing something that really matters. And so I started a program back in 2007, and I've never looked back.
Arms out to the side. Arms up.
I became part of the Downtown Boxing Gym as a complete fluke. I walked through the doors in 2010 thinking I was going to work out. Kali at that time was offering adult training to keep the lights on. And I walked through the doors having no clue that it was an after-school program and literally fell in love in that moment and have never left. The kids that we're working with, when we test them, there is a pretty significant gap between where they should be academically and where they are, given their age and grade.
My grades, they were not like the best, but after I came to the gym, I ended up, my last GPA in high school was actually 3.8.
So the program is available to anybody 8 years old to 18. We also have a lot of guys who, once they turn 18 and go off to college, We follow them for the first 2 years of their college to make sure that they have support.
I graduated and they also helped me out with scholarships, and they helped me like pick a college and also like to decide on what major I should go into.
We have a lot of kids who may not have access to a lot of the resources that their counterparts have in the suburbs or surrounding areas. They don't have access to Wi-Fi, they don't have access to books or tutors or anything like that, so to help them when they're really struggling.
We work really hard to not have this place feel like a program. We want it to feel like a family atmosphere. So there is a period of time where they just come, we partner them up with an older student so that there's that peer support right away.
Butterfly position.
I feel comfortable coming here because I was able to express myself more. I'm meeting new people and exposing myself to other options and careers. It's a great place to come to. It's a safe environment, and if I need anything or help, I can ask them.
So when you come in our program, we have math intervention, reading intervention, computer coding classes. We do a lot of robotics, and we have a STEAM lab, and we also provide transportation for free at no cost. We pick you up from home or school. We have a huge wait list of about 1,300 kids to get into the program.
Since Cowell founded the program in '07, every single student has graduated from high school. 98% of our students have gone off to college.
Our primary focus is education. So our motto has always been books before boxing.
We have social emotional curriculum for every age group that's done in very natural feeling ways. So, you know, kids play games, there's conversation. We try to make it as safe as possible to talk about, you know, what you're feeling.
Improved a lot because I had tutors to help me to get my grades up, and I had coach to help me, like discipline me and listen more.
I don't always tell people my business a lot, but it's like you can let out your anger and you can not be mad anymore. I've been feeling down most of the times, like people don't care about me and stuff like that, but once I talk to staff members and like counselors here, they tell me like, we care about you and Downtown Boxing Gym is here for you.
It's just the love from them to you. It's just, the first day I didn't even know, and they showed me love. They told me their rules and they told me how to stand by it, and you know I gotta respect that, and they respect me. You know, it's about the respect and the love for you. That's the main thing.
A unique problem that we see our kids face is that often they're viewed as the problem instead of the system being viewed as the problem.
So that'll have an effect on your psyche. You question all the time, like, is something wrong with me? You know, why am I the one that can't get it and everybody else can?
At times I did become like kind of depressed because I didn't like understand the material. I feel like with the gym, they helped me understand the work better, so my stress became relieved because I actually felt like there was somebody there to help me. And I felt like that I can actually like achieve something in life because I started to get the basics that were being taught in high school.
I've seen those kids that they said diagnosed to being learning disabled to now holding good jobs downtown and graduated with honors. I don't see a bad kid, I see a kid who hasn't been heard. You know, you haven't listened to him well enough to know what's really going on in his life. We've had a lot of breakthroughs. You know, boxing is a sport that takes a lot of discipline. You know, the boxing ring itself, I call it the lie detector test. So we have a lot of honest conversations in the gym.
That one-on-one mentoring opportunity that the sport provides is incredible. And at the same time, you're not going to be successful in life if you don't have discipline, if you don't finish something from beginning to end, if you don't have self-control, if you can't manage your emotions. And so we build that discipline into every component of our program.
It's like, first you get your work done. That's the number one thing you should do, get your work done. And then you get to do what the coaches ask you to do. Like, if you say you gotta go outside, you go outside. Say do push-ups, do it. I feel like they're like a father figure to me.
We hold them to a standard of, you know, we're not gonna force you to be a 4.0 student, but we're gonna ask you to give it everything that you got. You have to give 100% because we have to get you to the level that you need to be at.
Layup.
Hey, Tyler King.
Hey, Coach Joshua.
With our program, you know, the emotional health that we offer and the emotional support that we offer always is needed, and then you add a pandemic on top of that. We're looking at potentially an entire school year of learning loss, so the support that we're providing is almost, we would consider an emergency.
What do we get? 6,500. 4 is what I got. Double check.
And so when COVID hit, you know, we just kicked it into gear. We took all the seats out the vans. Instead of sending food home just to the one kid that's in the program, we knew that his whole family would need food. So we started preparing meals and stuff to go home to the families. We started getting food and supplies for whole families. We went out shopping. We loaded up the vans every day.
50 jumper jacks, go.
We took our classes online and did a lot of virtual stuff, virtual workouts, virtual classes. And right now, the state is opening up slowly. As the state has opened up, we've been able to bring some kids back in small groups. We re-outfitted our vans to have barriers in between the drivers and each set row of kids. We've set up screening stations. We screen them before they get in the van, screen them when they get here. We're still doing other stuff to help other organizations, but we're focusing on the kids who can't get anywhere through the day when their parents have to go to work because they can't work remotely.
What I want to be when I grow up is whenever somebody hears my name, whenever somebody hears my music, whenever somebody just listens to my voice, I want them to know exactly who I am. Let no one tell you what you can't do. Shoot for the stars and make your dreams come true. Ooh. You gotta believe. You gotta
Yes, I was thinking about doing computer science or engineering.
I want to be a professional athlete, and if that don't work, I'm gonna try to go to college for business management.
I feel great, honestly. I feel like I achieved a lot because I know like some people, like, I guess they would think like, oh, like this is impossible. And I kind of had that mindset in high school, but now I know like basically anything is possible. And it honestly makes me feel great inside because like I can picture my future now. I can picture like me being this great architect, like building like tons of buildings in downtown Detroit. And I just feel like the sky's the limit.
You gotta believe, you gotta believe, you gotta believe, you gotta believe. Oh, yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Let's go to NBC News correspondent Simone Boyce. She's got the very latest headlines for us from NBCnews.com on a really big news day. So Simone, I will skip the small talk and let you take it away.
I would love to take it away, Allison. Hey, everybody at home. All right, we're going to start here. The Senate has wrapped up the first day of confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett. We're going to have more on that in just a moment. And at least 3 people are dead after Hurricane Delta battered the Gulf Coast over the weekend. Drone video shows parts of this Louisiana town practically underwater just 6 weeks after getting hit by Hurricane Laura. Well, police declared a riot in Portland last night after demonstrators reportedly toppled statues of Theodore Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln. Demonstrators are also accused of breaking windows in what organizers called, quote, an Indigenous Peoples Day of Rage ahead of Columbus Day. And some coronavirus news. A new study out of Australia says the coronavirus can last up to 28 days on money, glass, and stainless steel. Scientists also emphasize hand washing and cleaning surfaces since COVID-19 appears to survive much longer than the flu. And in Nobel Prize news, 2 American professors received the Nobel Prize in economics this morning. The prize committee said the 2, quote, benefited sellers, buyers, and taxpayers around the world for their work in auction theory. Allison, you are much smarter than I am. You probably know all about that. I will send it back to you.
Simone, I was just going to tell you, now I'm going to geek out. You know what my favorite prize is? Economics for sure. Thank you so much.
You got it.
A contentious start to today's Supreme Court confirmation hearings. Democrats in the Senate Judiciary Committee blasting Republicans for trying to push through nominee Amy Coney Barrett right before the election. If confirmed, Barrett would cement conservative control of the Supreme Court, giving them a 6-3 advantage. With little they can do to stop the process, the Democrats are focusing on Barrett's conservative record on key issues like health care and abortion. Meanwhile, Republicans say the Democrats are playing politics and targeting Barrett's faith. Here are some of the highlights.
As to the hearing room,
I doubt if there's any room in the country that's been given more attention and detail to make sure it's CDC compliant. This is a lifetime appointment. I would like the world and the country to know more about Judge Barrett. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of what you've accomplished. I think you're a great choice by the president. This is going to be a long, contentious week. I would just ask one thing of the committee. To the extent possible, let's make it respectful. Let's make it challenging. Let's remember the world is watching. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to just address your last statement. We feel the same way, and I believe we want this to be a very good hearing, and I certainly will strive to do my best to achieve that. Ruth Bader Ginsburg left very big shoes to fill. We are now just 22 days from the election, Mr. Chairman. Voting is underway in 40 states. Senate Republicans are pressing forward, full speed ahead, to consolidate a court that will carry their policies forward with, I hope, some review for the will of the American people.
Democrats and their leftist allies have also shown that there is no low that they won't stoop to in their crusade to tarnish a nominee. And I saw it all as chairman of this committee when Kavanaugh came up. In 2017, they suggested Judge Barrett was too faithful or too Catholic to be a judge. Let me remind everyone that Article 1 clearly prohibits religious tests for serving in public office.
Republicans first announced their intention to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat just 1 hour after her death. From that moment, this process has been nothing but shameful.
You stand accused of intending to violate your oath before you even take it. Further, our Democratic colleagues want you to guarantee a result in a case as a quid pro quo for your confirmation. It's outrageous.
The Constitution is not just a judicial thing. It's also a legislative thing. It's also an executive thing. It's an American thing. It's one of the many reasons why I will object anytime anyone tries to attribute to you a policy position and hold you to that. You're not a policymaker, you're a judge. That's what we're here to discuss. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
This Supreme Court nominee has signaled in the judicial equivalent of all caps that she believes the Affordable Care Act must go and that the precedent protecting the ACA doesn't matter. The big secretive influences behind this unseemly rush see this nominee as a judicial torpedo they are firing at the ACA.
Every American must understand that with this nomination, equal justice under law is at stake. Our voting rights are at stake. Workers' rights are at stake. Consumer rights are at stake. The right to a safe and legal abortion is at stake. And holding corporations accountable is at stake. And again, there's so much more.
More than the style of his writing, though, it was the content of Justice Scalia's reasoning that shaped me. His judicial philosophy was straightforward. A judge must apply the law as it is written, not as she wishes it were. Sometimes that approach meant reaching results that he did not like. But as he put it in one of his best-known opinions, that is what it means to say that we have a government of laws and not of men. In every case, I have carefully considered the arguments presented by the parties, discussed the issues with my colleagues on the court, and done my utmost to reach the result required by the law, whatever my own preferences might be.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins me now. Leanne, just first, what struck you most in today's hearings? What were your biggest takeaways?
Hey, Allison. So in this first day of the hearing, at the first day of hearing, there was a lot of coordination among Democrats, which usually doesn't work that way around here, where Democrats are usually rogue operators. But they all spoke about the Affordable Care Act and the risk that that people have with the Affordable Care Act case coming to the Supreme Court just a week after the election and trying to tie Amy Coney Barrett to the fact that she might vote or decide or judge to dismantle that law. They had constituents that they talked about really trying to put a human face on that issue, and that's an issue that they're going to be focusing on throughout this hearing. Another thing that I really was interesting to me is that Republicans over and over again talked about Democratic attacks on Amy Coney Barrett's religion, which is Catholicism, but they were the only ones who were bringing that issue up. Democrats were very careful not to talk about her religion or her faith because they know that Republicans are going to attack them for it and say that it's some sort of litmus test for the bench. And so the only ones who were talking about Amy Coney Barrett's faith was Republicans, and Democrats steered very clear from that, Allison.
Yeah, Leanne, I found that so interesting. You kept hearing the Republicans bring up faith, and then the Democrats would respond talking about health care, and it just seemed like that wasn't really in sync. Let me ask you about the senators who took part remotely. Ted Cruz was one of them. He's self-quarantining after coming into contact with Senator Mike Lee. Now, Lee tested positive for COVID, but he was there today in person. So let's talk a little bit about who was there, who was remote, and what kinds of health and safety precautions were there at the hearings.
So Senator Mike Lee, who did test positive for COVID just 12 days ago, 14 days ago, or 12 days ago now, was there, and it was a game-time decision by his doctor this morning to say that he was clear to attend the hearing. The people who did not attend spoke virtually with Senator Ted Cruz, as you mentioned, because he came in contact with Senator Lee, even though he says that he did not test positive for COVID. Senator Thom Tillis, another committee member who did test positive for COVID, he was remote. And then Senator Patrick Leahy and Senator Kamala Harris were also remote for different reasons. They obviously did not test positive for COVID, but they were worried about the safety of the hearing room, and so they thought that it was not prudent for them to attend in person, especially since there was no test required of lawmakers, a negative test of lawmakers before they attended the hearing, something that Democrats have been calling for and something that the chair of the committee, Senator Lindsey Graham, said he was not going to do. So COVID was really a shadow over these hearings today, this first day of hearing, and I don't expect it to go away anytime soon. Allison.
Yeah, Leanne, let me ask you, what are other lawmakers saying about COVID? I know there have been concerns about it potentially spreading on Capitol Hill. Are there still those concerns today?
Absolutely. Of course, everyone is putting this back at the White House. Perhaps the event, the party to nominate Amy Coney Barrett, Senator Amy Klobuchar, said that today in her opening statement, saying that so many people got COVID. The president acted irresponsibly by holding that event, maskless event at the White House to celebrate her nomination. And then Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island had some strong words about it, too. Here's what he had to say.
I don't know who has been tested, who should be tested, who is a danger. What contact tracing has been done on infected and exposed senators and staff? Nothing. The whole thing, just like Trump, is an irresponsible botch.
Senator Lindsey Graham says that the architect of the Capitol checked out the hearing room, said it was COVID compliant, that they followed all regulations, and so he was dismissing Democrats' arguments and Democrats' complaints. But, we're still waiting on Senator Thom Tillis, who we are told is scheduled to be here in person tomorrow. But we will see. Things could change, and we're also waiting to see if Senator Cruz is going to attend in person tomorrow as well. Allison.
All right, Leanne, a big day ahead tomorrow and what looks like a very long day ahead of tomorrow. Thanks so much. We'll catch up with you then.
Thank you.
Senate Democrats making the Affordable Care Act a central issue in today's hearing. The Supreme Court is scheduled to hear a case against the ACA just after the election. Democrats warning that if Judge Barrett is confirmed, she will vote to take health care from millions of Americans. NBC News correspondent Heidi Przybyla joins me now. Heidi, how did the Democrats drive home that point today? It was really their big focus.
Right, Allison, they began by establishing that this entire nomination is unprecedented. It's unprecedented because it comes amid a pandemic, because we're talking about having a final vote days before the election, as more than 6 million people have already voted. And the reason why they say it's unprecedented is because there is a motive here, and that motive, they say, is to overturn the Affordable Care Act. In the words of Kamala Harris, they want the courts to do the, quote, dirty work that the Republicans could not get accomplished legislatively. And so what you saw was this thematic approach where each of these senators brought out examples of real people from their home states who stood to lose a lot in the way of health care if the Affordable Care Act is overturned. Take a listen here to one of those examples.
I want to introduce you to one of my constituents, Connor Kern of Ridgefield, Connecticut. He is 10 years old, and he suffers from Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It is a horrible, incurable disease. It slowly deprives children of the strength and their ability to move. Eventually, it robs them of their lives. The costs of providing Connor's care are astronomical, but for Connor and his family, it is worth every penny. Connor is a superhero, but he's always had a real sidekick. He's had the protection of the Affordable Care Act. It has shielded him and his family from arbitrary caps on coverage that would have cut off his care when it became too expensive. Connor and millions of others like him are why I will oppose your nomination. Your nomination is about the Republican goal of repealing the Affordable Care Act.
So, Allison, there were so many examples like that that it at one point forced one of the Republican senators to say to Amy Coney Barrett, Judge Barrett, you're a compassionate person, but that's not what this is about. This is about interpreting the text of the Constitution. So a lot of compelling anecdotes there in each one of these senators making the case that the reason why this is unprecedented is because there's a goal. The goal is to overturn Obamacare, Allison.
So let's talk a little bit more about that, Heidi, because the Supreme Court will hear that case challenging the Affordable Care Act on November 10th. Could you tell us a little bit more about Judge Barrett's record and philosophy and how both of those could potentially affect this case if she's confirmed?
Right, Allison, according to Democrats, Judge Barrett has more of a paper trail on Obamacare than other recent justices, Judge Kavanaugh, for instance, in that she weighed in on both of the landmark cases upholding the law. And she published a paper in 2017, in fact, where she cited her role model, former Justice Scalia, saying that the courts had so overreached itself that the law might as well be renamed SCOTUS care. So from that, Democrats take that should this come for another vote, as it will, last time there was only one vote that upheld Obamacare, and Democrats are assuming that this time she would be that vote overturning Obamacare. That would come amid a pandemic in which 6 million people already have arguably pre-existing condition, having contracted coronavirus, and that this is not, according to Democrats, the will of the people. This is a way to circumvent that will, because we are right on the cusp of an election. And in the last election, what we saw in the 2018 midterms, Allison, is that health care was very potent, and that Democrats in the House, for their part, actually credit health care with helping them to retake the House, the threat specifically of just this, of Obamacare being overhauled.
Heidi, thanks so much for being with us on such an important day. Especially thank you for standing out there in that terrible weather. We are very grateful. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm trying out the weather girl thing here.
Doing a great job. Thanks, Heidi. Today's hearing giving us a closer look at Judge Amy Coney Barrett's background and what's at stake if she's confirmed. Joining me now, Barbara Perry. She's a professor and director of presidential studies at the University of Virginia Miller Center and also a former Supreme Court fellow. And Daniel Strauss. He's a senior political reporter for The Guardian. Barbara, let me start with you. Here is how Judge Barrett described her legal philosophy today.
I also clerked for Justice Scalia. And like many law students, I felt like I knew the justice before I ever met him because I had read so many of his colorful, accessible opinions. More than the style of his writing, though, it was the content of Justice Scalia's reasoning that shaped me. His judicial philosophy was straightforward. A judge must apply the law as it is written, not as she wishes it were. Sometimes that approach meant reaching results that he did not like. But as he put it in one of his best-known opinions, that is what it means to say that we have a government of laws and not of men.
Barbara, Judge Barrett there describing a legal philosophy that shaped her. What kind of impact do you think that legal philosophy will have if she is confirmed to our nation's highest court?
Well, it would probably be along the lines of her mentor, Justice Scalia. I should say I knew him as well. Did not clerk for him, but knew him as a colorful figure, a bright, certainly intellect, and one who believed in what is called textualism. And she explained that in layperson's terms, which is a judge who believes in textualism follows the language of a law as written by a state, as written by Congress, or by the founding fathers or amendments to the Constitution that they wrote. And they also look back at how language was used at the time a law or the Constitution or amendment added to it was written. And so in that instance, then, it does align with her view and Scalia's view that judges should not be making policy, as that is left up, they believe, to the legislative branches of our national government and state governments, but rather they should interpret the law as it is written.
Daniel, in that sound we just heard from Judge Barrett, she talked about what she learned as a clerk with Justice Scalia, saying, as we've said, that a judge must apply the law as written, not as the judge wishes it to be. What insight do those words give us into how she might rule, for example, on Roe v. Wade?
I mean, look, the big warning that Democrats have been making is that she's likely to rule against Roe v. Wade, and that would be a decision that would overthrow the law. This is something that Senate Democrats have been warning throughout this process and since her nomination. Republicans, meanwhile, don't want to talk about this. They don't want to bring this up. They haven't brought it up so far, and Coney Barrett, so far in her discussion, in her opening remarks, didn't directly allude to how she would vote there. That's partially because her handlers and Republicans at large know that that's a toxic issue to discuss throughout this confirmation process. But it's still likely that she would rule against the law.
Daniel, the Democrats spent most of their energy focusing on Obamacare today. What did you make of that strategy? Was it effective?
I mean, it's not effective in that this is likely to change the chances that she's confirmed. It's pretty clear that Mitch McConnell has the votes to confirm her. But what they are doing is trying to highlight and use this time to raise as much attention and rally as much support as they can to the single issue that has brought the most gains in the last few years, which is Obamacare. That's the topic that Democrats ran on to great success in 2018, and that's been one that's allowed Democrats to coordinate across the board, which is a rare feat for this party. So it's pretty clear right now they want to at least just energize their supporters and call attention to this through the issue that they found most effective.
Barbara, Daniel said it. Odds are she is going to be confirmed. If so, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he wants Judge Barrett to recuse herself from cases having to do with the election or Obamacare. What are the chances that that will happen?
I think pretty slim, Allison. It's up to a judge, first of all, to determine whether he or she should recuse because of some kind of conflict of interest. And obviously, Democrats could make a case that she might have conflict of interest, particularly in a case that could come to the court like Bush v. Gore did in 2000 about the outcome of the election. But I don't think that she would. And I'm not sure that those who study recusals and the fact that some judges over the years have done it, although some have not. I'll give you the example of Clarence Thomas's son was at Virginia Military Institute when the VMI case came about whether women should be allowed to be admitted. So that's obviously a clear conflict, but I don't think it would be clear enough for her to reasonably be expected to recuse.
All right, the first big day of the Supreme Court confirmation hearings today. Barbara Perry, Daniel Strauss, thanks for being with us to walk through them.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
President Trump back in the campaign trail today, rallying tonight in Florida. This is his first campaign event since his COVID diagnosis. The president saying he now has the protective glow of coronavirus immunity. NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joining me now from Washington, D.C. Shannon, what safety precautions is the campaign taking at that rally tonight?
You know, really not much is changing. Despite the president's infection, the infection of about
24 of his aides and associates. And also, I'll note there in Minnesota, the health department believes that the Trump rally there might have been responsible for about 9 people getting coronavirus. So despite all of those developments over the past 2 weeks, expect things to look pretty much the way they have. Here is what Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany said the campaign will be doing.
We will have the same policies that we've had in place. The campaign has always handed out masks, encouraged people to wear them, provided hand sanitizer. Ultimately, you have a right in this country to show up and express your political viewpoint. That's why we have peaceful protest, and you can't have one standard for the protesters out there on one side, but not for those wanting to express their First Amendment rights in support of this president.
So she said handing out masks, encouraging people to wear them. That is something that has been done repeatedly by the campaign since June when they resumed these rallies. Oftentimes people don't wear those masks. And we saw at a few events last week, post the president's infection, Donald Trump Jr. held an event in Florida and many people weren't wearing masks. They were indoors, crowded closely together. So if that is any indication of what we will see to come, don't expect much change.
Shannon, let's talk about a new ad the Trump campaign is running. Dr. Fauci pushing back against it, saying that his words were taken out of context. Here it is.
President Trump is recovering from the coronavirus, and so is America. Together, we rose to meet the challenge, protecting our seniors, getting them life-saving drugs in record time, sparing no expense. President Trump tackled the virus head-on, as leaders should.
I can't imagine that anybody could be doing more.
We'll get through this together. We'll live carefully, but not afraid.
Shannon, the first time I saw that ad, I thought, oh, I bet Dr. Fauci didn't approve that one. In a statement today, he told NBC News, quote, "The comments attributed to me without my permission in the GOP campaign ad were taken out of context from a broad statement I made months ago, about the efforts of federal public health officials." What is the Trump campaign saying about this one?
Well, they stood by their ad, and they didn't address this idea that it wasn't endorsed by Dr. Fauci. He didn't give permission to be used that words. They essentially put out a very brief statement saying they are indeed Dr. Fauci's own words. We have done a, quote, phenomenal job. So standing by this. Now, I mean, it is so unusual for a non-political government official to be used in a campaign ad. And that was sort of the point Dr. Fauci was making, is that he is not a political appointee. He is a civil servant who has been working in the government under many presidents. And now, though, he has been thrown into a political campaign ad, essentially no longer making him non-apolitical, which is really what gives the civil servants of our country the value that it has.
Shannon, let's talk about the hearings today. At Judge Amy Coney Barrett's hearing, the Democrats were laser focused on the future of Obamacare. The president responded on Twitter saying, "We will have health care which is far better than Obamacare," adding that people with pre-existing conditions will be protected at an even higher level than now. Shannon, there's still no official health care plan from the Trump campaign. Do we have any idea when that might be coming, what might be in it, what the president's referring to specifically here?
Since the first year of this administration, there has been no health care legislation introduced in Congress by Republicans in the House or the Senate, and there has been no legislation proposed by this administration. The president and the White House often talk about a health care plan that revolves around executive orders, often that don't have any real teeth to them. They are sort of broad directives for agencies to review things. They have not proposed or introduced any legislation. And, you know, when the president talks about things like protecting pre-existing conditions at a higher level, you know, pre-existing conditions are widely, they can't really be protected at a more wider level than they are now. So, you know, the president is trying to respond to Democrats making health care a big issue of this hearing. But unfortunately for him, at this point, the White House has no actual plan to counter the Affordable Care Act, which Democrats say would get potentially repealed under a Supreme Court ruling if the things go in the administration's direction.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece in Washington. Shannon, I've been watching you since the new News Now morning show this morning. Yeah. I know it's been a very long day. Thanks for hanging with us.
Happy to bookend my days with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Biden promoting his Build Back Better economic plan in Ohio today. His running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, remoting into Judge Amy Coney Barrett's hearing, laying out what's at stake with this Supreme Court nomination.
Every American must understand that with this nomination, equal justice under law is at stake. Our voting rights are at stake. Workers' rights are at stake. Consumer rights are at stake. The right to a safe and legal abortion is at stake. And holding corporations accountable is at stake. And again, there's so much more. I do believe this hearing is a clear attempt to jam through a Supreme Court nominee who will take health care away from millions of people during a deadly pandemic that has already killed more than 214,000 Americans.
NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli covering the Biden campaign in Toledo. Mike, Senator Harris participating in today's hearing virtually because of COVID concerns. What did she say about that in her opening statement?
Yeah, Allison, the Biden-Harris ticket really making a case against the Barrett nomination from the outside and from the inside. You have Biden here in Ohio, Harris there in Washington. Let's talk about what happened there in Washington today, because it's interesting. When you talk about the Senate, you talk about seniority. Senator Harris is actually the lowest-ranking Democrat on the committee, but you know everyone was paying very close attention to what she had to say, especially since she might be the second most powerful person in the country if the Democratic ticket wins. And she really made a focus of what we've been talking about, the fact that this hearing happened at all when several members on the Republican side themselves tested positive for the coronavirus. She said the hearing should be postponed. Let's take a listen to what she said about that.
This hearing should have been postponed. The decision to hold this hearing now is reckless and places facilities workers, janitorial staff, and congressional aides and Capitol Police at risk. Not to mention that while tens of millions of Americans are struggling to pay their bills, the Senate should be prioritizing coronavirus relief and providing financial support to those families.
Now, we know President Trump is hitting the campaign trail today. Vice President Pence also here in Ohio, as is former Vice President Joe Biden. But Senator Harris, because of those duties on the Judiciary Committee, she'll be stuck in Washington as part of those hearings. But you know what? The Biden ticket showing there with her comments that they have a political opportunity to use that, all the attention on these hearings to send a political message as well.
Mike, Joe Biden also talking about the hearing. What's he saying today?
Now, I think if you were watching these hearings, as I know a lot of folks are, you watched all the Democratic comments, and it sounded like they were all singing from the same playbook, right? Same hymnal. They were talking a lot about the Affordable Care Act and the potential implications for Obamacare if Judge Barrett is confirmed to the Supreme Court. It was no different when Joe Biden was speaking here just in the last hour at one of those drive-in rallies they've started to do more and more of. He focused again on the stakes for the Affordable Care Act himself. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
In the middle of this pandemic, why do Republicans have time to hold a hearing on the Supreme Court, instead of providing a significant economic need for localities? I'll tell you why. It's about finally getting his wish to wipe out the Affordable Health Care Act. Because their nominee has said in the past that the law should be struck down. His relentless effort to eliminate the Affordable Care Act provided health care coverage for 20 million people who didn't have it.
And now, Allison, when we talk about the senators all on the same page in terms of their message, what was the Republican argument in part today that Democrats were attacking Judge Barrett over her faith because she is Catholic? They accused them of trying to impose a religious test. Now, on his way out here, Joe Biden was asked about that. He asked if Judge Barrett's faith should be made an issue. He said absolutely not. And he, of course, said the focus should be on the Affordable Care Act instead. We should note, Allison, if Joe Biden is elected president, he'd just be himself the second Catholic president ever in American history.
Mike, let's talk about Joe Biden's agenda today. He's back in Ohio after the debate in Cleveland and his train tour through Ohio a few weeks ago. The campaign also increasing ad spending in the state. What's behind the big push in the Buckeye State, and what is the message from the Biden campaign to voters there?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big deal, Allison, because, you know, in 2012, Joe Biden himself kicked off his very first campaign event for the re-election in Toledo, Ohio. And 2 months later, President Obama, when he had his first official campaign event of his re-election campaign, where did he come? He came to Ohio. And on election night, what state put Obama over the hump, over 270 to get reelected? It was Ohio. So this is obviously a critical state traditionally. But when Hillary Clinton lost this state by 8 points to Donald Trump in 2016, a lot of folks, even on the Democratic side, worried that this was trending away. Now, what are we seeing? Polling here is showing really a close race. The polling average showing it essentially a dead heat in Ohio. And so that's why it's significant that Biden is now making what is his first standalone visit to Ohio. He just spoke here in Toledo to a union audience. Remember that Build Back Better plan? He was arguing about Scranton versus Park Avenue. Really a consistent message as he appeals to the kind of Obama-Trump voters with that working class message. He also, I heard you talking to Shannon about that new Fauci ad. He really criticized the Trump campaign for running it, despite the fact that Fauci himself said his words were being taken out of context. Now, Biden is on his way now to Cincinnati. Why is that significant? Cincinnati, that Cincinnati area is typically one of the real Republican turnout engines for the state. There's a lot of Republican votes in and around Cincinnati. And so the fact that Biden is heading there is a signal of their growing confidence about the fact that he can appeal to independents and even some Republicans to potentially win this state in November, Allison.
And Cincinnati today, mourning the loss of Joe Morgan. Mike, I know you're a baseball fan. You're aware of that one as well.
You know it, yeah.
Let me ask you... Mike, that is going to be all for us for now. I want to thank you especially. I said it to Shannon, and I want to say it to you. It was such a treat this morning to wake up still in my jammies and catch you guys on Morning News Now. We are very grateful that you start your day and end your day with us. We appreciate you being here.
No, congrats to the whole team there on the new hours. It's great.
We really appreciate you. Thanks, Mike. Joe Biden and President Trump tied in Iowa at 49% each. That's according to a new CBS YouGov poll. But the majority of voters in the state think President Trump's handled COVID irresponsibly. Meanwhile, a big ally of the president, Iowa Republican Senator Joni Ernst, fighting to hold on to her seat. NBC News reporter Maura Barrett has the latest on Ernst's re-election campaign and how voters there feel about the presidential nominees.
Allison, there's a lot of pressure on Republican Senator Joni Ernst here in the battleground state of Iowa. Both she and her Democratic challenger, Teresa Greenfield, were back on the campaign trail this weekend, and she's facing a tough challenge because Greenfield, first of all, is leading in the polls right now, and she has raised a lot of money against Joni Ernst. There's a lot of nasty ads going on right now in the state, and it's actually the second most expensive Senate race in the country right now. Joni Ernst rode across Iowa over the weekend on her motorcycle, meeting with voters across the state, focusing on her goal of economic prosperity, opportunity, and freedom. Now, one of the reasons that Joni Ernst has seen a drop in support in the state is because of her vote to repeal the Affordable Care Act. She does note that she's for a plan that involves protecting people with pre-existing conditions, but that vote against the Affordable Care Act is one that a lot of Iowans weren't in support of. And keep in mind, Joni Ernst is on the Judiciary Committee. She's in that hearing today, listening to the opening statements for Amy Coney Barrett. And of course, that Affordable Care Act lawsuit is one that the Supreme Court is going to be hearing just the week after Election Day. And so voters on the trail in support of Joni Ernst telling me they want to see the Supreme Court justice confirmed before the election. But other Iowans around the state really emphasizing that they want Ernst to support all of Iowans, not people just in her party. So a lot of eyes on that Senate race. And of course, also the presidential race here in Iowa. It's become a swing state yet again. A recent CBS poll over the weekend has Vice President Biden and President Trump tied neck and neck here in the battleground state. And of course, this comes as as President Trump will be visiting Iowa on Wednesday during his Battleground tour. For the first time we've seen him on the trail since he was diagnosed with COVID. And officials will be in Des Moines on Wednesday. Local officials are actually worried and advising people that this could become another super spreader event.
They can't vote just yet, but some teens in Kent County, Michigan are helping out this election. They're taking the place of older volunteers who have to sit this one out because of the coronavirus. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has more on what motivated them to get involved in 2020.
These are the tabulators. So at the precinct, this is the machine that when you're done voting, you'll feed your ballot into.
That's Michael Dykstra. He's 15, going on 16.
So this is like the last step of the absentee voting process that we prepare.
And this is Evie Lohman, also 15 years old.
You're not even old enough to vote yet, and here you are helping out one of the biggest elections in U.S. history. What are you doing here?
I would say my mom does work here, so I mean, I don't want to say I'm forced, but I'm kind of voluntold, if that makes sense, to come here. But I also really just enjoy it because I feel like it's a new perspective that not a lot of people have on the elections.
What's been your favorite part of this whole process?
Ooh, testing election equipment. That is really fun and really fascinating to see how all those machines work, and I'm running ballots through them, testing the voter assist terminals. It's really, really cool stuff.
Michael and Evie are election workers in Kent County, Michigan, a critical county in a must-win battleground state. But like other states across the country, Michigan has struggled with staffing its precincts due to COVID-19.
Have you seen a lot of your older folks that are typically regular volunteers have to sit this one out?
The volunteers that we've had have said, you know, we just can't do it because we just don't feel safe with COVID.
Byron Township Clerk Peggy Sattler has been working with local high schools to recruit students.
We've kind of had to start over with quite a few positions and find new blood, if you want to say.
Clerk Sarah Beidelek from the city of Walker appreciates the extra energy.
They can withstand that 16-hour day. They're energetic, and if they're willing to learn. They're great on computers, and they can process the ballots or the voters at a very speedy process.
But the process is not as speedy as the younger generation expected.
What's been the most surprising part of the process?
Probably the fact that everybody does this by hands. Like, I did not expect that. I always thought it was just something, you feed it into a machine, or a machine always does it.
Yeah, you're doing manual labor here.
That's something Margie Leno is all too familiar with. She's been working elections for almost a decade, until now.
I feel bad that I can't be out there and help. It was kind of difficult this time around, especially with COVID factored in.
So instead, she's passing the torch.
I am so impressed. I can't believe that he's so young with such an interest and such a curiosity about voting.
Soon-to-be voters helping run a historic election while getting a real-world crash course in civic duty.
I think it's something more young people should do, is get involved. Especially, even though you're not of voting age, it helps you understand how the system works, especially when you become a voting age, and helps you become a more informed voter.
At least 2 people are dead, hundreds without power today after Hurricane Delta ripped through the Gulf Coast on Friday. It is the second hurricane to hit that region in just 6 weeks. Now the second round of cleanup begins. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Southwest Louisiana.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Judge Amy Coney Barrett has been named Distinguished Professor of the Year at Notre Dame Law School 3 times already. Her former students describing Judge Barrett as a mentor and supportive, while another called her indifferent to LGBTQ students. Here's more of their take on the Supreme Court nominee.
Judge Barrett has been one of my greatest mentors.
Notre Dame law students really wanted to be Professor Barrett.
Her cruelty really did lie in her indifference to her LGBTQ students and their needs.
So I am completely blind. My very first experience with Professor Barrett was when my assistive technology that I used to complete basically all of my classwork broke. She got the school to get me the technology I needed. That at the same time, she still treated me like an equal in the classroom. She still cold called me, and I appreciated it so much, because for me, coming from the place of a person with a disability, it really showed me that she was an advocate for me, and yet at the same time, she was going to hold me to the same standards as anyone else. She was always 100% present for her students when they needed her.
At Notre Dame, we're a close-knit community within the law school, and it's especially true for the LGBTQ students of Notre Dame, of which there are, quite honestly, very few. So we have an even tighter-knit community where we know which professors are going to be supportive of us. And I think it was very well known that Amy Coney Barrett was not one of those professors. We had one professor in particular who wrote that the legalization of same-sex marriage was worse than anything that had ever plagued societies before. And after that came out, we actually had a lot of law professors reaching out to us, a lot of individuals who were prominent alumni reaching out to us. Amy Coney Barrett never reached out. She never condemned those comments. We wrote petitions talking about a condemnation of those comments. She never signed a petition either.
You know, Professor Barrett's faith is an important part of who she is. She went to schools in the heartland of the country. And while most of the justices have spent most of their careers at a couple of schools or in a couple of institutions, sometimes that can lend itself to groupthink, or it can lend itself to sort of having these discussions within the circles you're familiar with. So I think undoubtedly Professor Barrett would approach the court from just simply coming from a different part of the country, a different educational pedigree, and providing that fresh perspective.
During Amy Coney Barrett's time at Notre Dame, I never saw her attend an LGBTQ event, an event put on by the LGBT Law Forum. But throughout those years, she did find the time to deliver speeches and panels and attend luncheons hosted by the Federalist Society, who hosted events really geared towards anti-LGBTQ sentiments. She was not an ally to her LGBTQ students, and I do not believe that she will be an LGBTQ ally on the Supreme Court.
I actually last term became the first blind woman to clerk on the Supreme Court, and Judge Barrett was really instrumental in me achieving that goal through her mentorship. When I was considering applying, I struggled with some thoughts about whether I was smart enough or good enough, and even with respect to my disability, whether it would be possible for me to do the job. She told me she had faith in me and that she felt confident that I could do it. That was the green light. I knew that if Judge Barrett said it was possible, that I could think it was possible.
If Amy Coney Barrett becomes a Supreme Court justice, how will she rule on key issues like abortion and LGBTQ rights? NBC News Now correspondent Simone Boyce looks back at her record as a judge.
She's a federal judge, a socially conservative Catholic, and she describes the ideal Supreme Court justice as
someone who applies the law, who follows the law where it goes, and doesn't decide simply on the basis of partisan preference.
If Amy Coney Barrett, Trump's Supreme Court nominee, replaces Ruth Bader Ginsburg, conservatives will solidify a 6-3 majority on the high court. So, is she the conservative judge Trump promised to deliver to his base? We might be able to learn a little bit about the potential future of the Supreme Court by looking into Barrett's past. Where does she stand on issues like abortion, healthcare, and LGBTQ rights? But first, Barrett is a mom of 7, New Orleans native, and at 48 years old, she'd be the youngest justice on the Supreme Court. She graduated summa cum laude from Notre Dame Law School and has been teaching there since 2002. Barrett was named Professor of the Year more than once.
What you say reflects who you are and what you believe.
She clerked under the late Justice Antonin Scalia and shares his originalist approach to law, interpreting the Constitution strictly as it was written. And this isn't her first time on the SCOTUS shortlist. President Trump considered her a couple of years ago for the vacancy now filled by Justice Brett Kavanaugh. During her 3 years serving on the bench at Chicago's 7th Circuit Court of Appeals,
she heard requests for appeals in 2 cases related to state abortion regulations.
Once in 2018 and once in 2019.
She came down against abortion rights in both.
But in a 3rd case, she took a different stance, expressing support for a Chicago law that barred anti-abortion demonstrators from approaching patients outside abortion clinics.
And in a 2013 discussion reported on by the Notre Dame student paper, Barrett is quoted as saying, "The controversy right now is about funding. It's a question of whether abortions will be publicly or privately funded."
When it comes to Roe v. Wade, it seems like she sees it as settled law.
I don't think the core case, the Roe's core holding that, women have a right to an abortion, I don't think that would change. But I think the question of whether people can get very late-term abortions, how many restrictions can be put on clinics, I think that would change.
In terms of her personal beliefs, Barrett told Notre Dame magazine she believes life begins at conception. She was also a member of Faculty for Life, an anti-abortion group at Notre Dame. Her Catholic faith became a focal point of her confirmation hearing to the federal bench in 2017.
The conclusion one draws is that the dogma lives loudly within you.
Lawmakers also brought up a controversial article she wrote in law school, arguing Catholic judges should recuse themselves from some death penalty cases due to conflicting morals.
I can't think of any cases or category of cases in which I would feel obliged to recuse on grounds of conscience.
She was ultimately confirmed in a 55-43 vote, with 3 Democrats voting in her favor. Some have pointed to her reported affiliation with the charismatic Christian community People of Praise as a cause for concern. Until recently, Female advisors in the group were reportedly referred to as handmaids. Barrett has not confirmed her membership to the group. But Barrett has repeatedly insisted her personal views on abortion, religion, or any issue for that matter would not influence her decisions as a jurist.
If you're asking whether I take my faith seriously, and I'm a faithful Catholic, I am, although I would stress that my personal church affiliation or my religious belief would not bear on the discharge of my duties as a judge.
If Barrett joins the highest court in the land, there are other things that could be more vulnerable than Roe v. Wade, like Obamacare. She's been critical of the Affordable Care Act because it required employers to cover birth control. Barrett also took issue with how much power Congress has been given to enforce it. If confirmed, she could potentially weigh in on a third challenge to the Affordable Care Act that's heading to the Supreme Court just 1 week after the election.
Different narratives are beginning to emerge as to the kind of justice Barrett might be.
The Human Rights Campaign says she's an absolute threat to LGBTQ rights for defending the dissenting justices in Obergefell versus Hodges, the landmark case that ruled in favor of same-sex marriage.
But Barrett has insisted she'll follow Supreme Court precedent,
at least on the federal bench.
In the context of same-sex marriage, as in any context, my religious beliefs really would not bear on that at all.
Her colleagues at Notre Dame say she's not the far-right ideologue some Democrats are making her out to be. They describe her as, quote, an intelligent, thoughtful, open-minded person. A reliable conservative like Barrett replacing a fierce liberal like Ginsburg marks a huge ideological shift for the Supreme Court. Some legal experts think Barrett could be the third strongest conservative on the bench behind Alito and Thomas. But before that happens, both political parties are about to seize on Barrett's confirmation fight as an opportunity to energize their bases ahead of the election.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Let's go to NBC News correspondent Simone Boyce. She's got the very latest headlines for us from NBCnews.com on a really big news day. So Simone, I will skip the small talk and let you take it away.
I would love to take it away, Allison. Hey, everybody at home. All right, we're going to start here. The Senate has wrapped up the first day of confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett. We're going to have more on that in just a moment. And at least 3 people are dead after Hurricane Delta battered the Gulf Coast over the weekend. Drone video shows parts of this Louisiana town practically underwater just 6 weeks after getting hit by Hurricane Laura. Well, police declared a riot in Portland last night after demonstrators reportedly toppled statues of Theodore Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln. Demonstrators are also accused of breaking windows in what organizers called, quote, an Indigenous Peoples Day of Rage ahead of Columbus Day. And some coronavirus news. A new study out of Australia says the coronavirus can last up to 28 days on money, glass, and stainless steel. Scientists also emphasize hand washing and cleaning surfaces since COVID-19 appears to survive much longer than the flu. And in Nobel Prize news, 2 American professors received the Nobel Prize in economics this morning. The prize committee said the 2, quote, benefited sellers, buyers, and taxpayers around the world for their work in auction theory. Allison, you are much smarter than I am. You probably know all about that. I will send it back to you.
Simone, I was just going to tell you, now I'm going to geek out. You know what my favorite prize is? Economics for sure. Thank you so much.
You got it.
A contentious start to today's Supreme Court confirmation hearings. Democrats in the Senate Judiciary Committee blasting Republicans for trying to push through nominee Amy Coney Barrett right before the election. If confirmed, Barrett would cement conservative control of the Supreme Court, giving them a 6-3 advantage. With little they can do to stop the process, the Democrats are focusing on Barrett's conservative record on key issues like health care and abortion. Meanwhile, Republicans say the Democrats are playing politics and targeting Barrett's faith. Here are some of the highlights.
As to the hearing room, I doubt if there's any room in the country that's been given more attention and detail to make sure it's CDC compliant. This is a lifetime appointment. I would like the world and the country to know more about Judge Barrett. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of what you've accomplished. I think you're a great choice by the president. This is going to be a long, contentious week. I would just ask one thing of the committee. To the extent possible, let's make it respectful Let's make it challenging. Let's remember the world is watching. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to just address your last statement. We feel the same way, and I believe we want this to be a very good hearing. And I certainly will strive to do my best to achieve that. Ruth Bader Ginsburg left very big shoes to fill. We are now just 22 days from the election, Mr. Chairman. Voting is underway in 40 states. Senate Republicans are pressing forward, full speed ahead, to consolidate a court that will carry their policies forward with, I hope, some review for the will of the American people.
Democrats and their leftist allies have also shown that there is no low that they won't stoop to in their crusade to tarnish a nominee. And I saw it all as chairman of this committee when Kavanaugh came up. In 2017, they suggested Judge Barrett was too faithful or too Catholic to be a judge. Let me remind everyone that Article 1 clearly prohibits religious tests for serving in public office.
Republicans first announced their intention to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat just 1 hour after her death. From that moment, this process has been nothing but shameful.
You stand accused of intending to violate your oath before you even take it. Further, our Democratic colleagues want you to guarantee a result in a case as a quid pro quo for your confirmation. It's outrageous.
The Constitution is not just a judicial thing. It's also a legislative thing. It's also an executive thing. It's an American thing. It's one of the many reasons why I will object anytime anyone tries to attribute to you a policy position and hold you to that. You're not a policymaker, you're a judge. That's what we're here to discuss. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
This Supreme Court nominee has signaled in the judicial equivalent of all caps that she believes the Affordable Care Act must go and that the precedent protecting the ACA doesn't matter. The big secretive influences behind this unseemly rush see this nominee as a judicial torpedo they are firing at the ACA.
Every American must understand that with this nomination, equal justice under law is at stake. Our voting rights are at stake. Workers' rights are at stake. Consumer rights are at stake. The right to a safe and legal abortion is at stake. And holding corporations accountable is at stake. And again, there's so much more.
More than the style of his writing, though, it was the content of Justice Scalia's reasoning that shaped me. His judicial philosophy was straightforward. A judge must apply the law as it is written, not as she wishes it were. Sometimes that approach meant reaching results that he did not like. But as he put it in one of his best-known opinions, that is what it means to say that we have a government of laws and not of men. In every case, I have carefully considered the arguments presented by the parties, discussed the issues with my colleagues on the court, and done my utmost to reach the result required by the law, whatever my own preferences might be.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins me now. Leanne, just first, what struck you most in today's hearings? What were your biggest takeaways?
Hey, Allison. So in this first day of the hearing, at the first day of hearing, there was a lot of coordination among Democrats, which usually doesn't work that way around here, where Democrats are usually rogue operators. But they all spoke about the Affordable Care Act and the risk that that people have with the Affordable Care Act case coming to the Supreme Court just a week after the election and trying to tie Amy Coney Barrett to the fact that she might vote or decide or judge to dismantle that law. They had constituents that they talked about really trying to put a human face on that issue, and that's an issue that they're going to be focusing on throughout this hearing. Another thing that I really was interesting to me is that Republicans over and over again talked about Democratic attacks on Amy Coney Barrett's religion, which is Catholicism, but they were the only ones who were bringing that issue up. Democrats were very careful not to talk about her religion or her faith because they know that Republicans are going to attack them for it, and you say that it's some sort of litmus test for the bench. And so the only ones who were talking about Amy Coney Barrett's faith was Republicans, and Democrats steered very clear from that, Allison.
Yeah, Leanne, I found that so interesting. You kept hearing the Republicans bring up faith, and then the Democrats would respond talking about health care, and it just seemed like that wasn't really in sync. Let me ask you about the senators who took part remotely. Ted Cruz was one of them. He's self-quarantining after coming into contact with Senator Mike Lee. Now, Lee tested positive for COVID, but he was there today in person. So let's talk a little bit about who was there, who was remote, and what kinds of health and safety precautions were there at the hearings.
So Senator Mike Lee, who did test positive for COVID just 12 days ago, 14 days ago, or 12 days ago now, was there, and it was a game time decision by his doctor this morning to say that he was clear to attend the hearing. The people who did not attend spoke virtually with Senator Ted Cruz, as you mentioned, because he came in contact with Senator Lee, even though he says that he did not test positive for COVID. Senator Thom Tillis, another committee member who did test positive for COVID, he was remote. And then Senator Patrick Leahy and Senator Kamala Harris were also remote for different reasons. They obviously did not test positive for COVID, but they were worried about the safety of the hearing room, and so they thought that it was not prudent for them to attend in person, especially since there was no test required of lawmakers, a negative test of lawmakers before they attended the hearing, something that Democrats have been calling for and something that the chair of the committee, Senator Lindsey Graham, said he was not going to do. So COVID was really a shadow over these hearings today, this first day of hearing, and I don't expect it to go away anytime soon. Allison.
Yeah, Leanne, let me ask you, what are other lawmakers saying about COVID? I know there have been concerns about it potentially spreading on Capitol Hill. Are there still those concerns today?
Absolutely. Of course, everyone is putting this back at the White House. Perhaps the event, the party to nominate Amy Coney Barrett, Senator Amy Klobuchar, said that today in her opening statement, saying that so many people got COVID. The president acted irresponsibly by holding that event, maskless event at the White House to celebrate her nomination. And then Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island had some strong words about it, too. Here's what he had to say.
I don't know who has been tested, who should be tested, who is a danger. What contact tracing has been done on infected and exposed senators and staff? Nothing. The whole thing, just like Trump, is an irresponsible botch.
Senator Lindsey Graham says that the architect of the Capitol checked out the hearing room, said it was COVID compliant, that they followed all regulations, and so he was dismissing Democrats' arguments and Democrats' complaints. But, we're still waiting on Senator Thom Tillis, who we are told is scheduled to be here in person tomorrow. But we will see. Things could change, and we're also waiting to see if Senator Cruz is going to attend in person tomorrow as well. Allison.
All right, Leanne, a big day ahead tomorrow, and what looks like a very long day ahead of tomorrow. Thanks so much. We'll catch up with you then.
Thank you.
Senate Democrats making the Affordable Care Act a central issue in today's hearing. The Supreme Court is scheduled to hear a case against the ACA just after the election. Democrats warning that if Judge Barrett is confirmed, she will vote to take health care from millions of Americans. NBC News correspondent Heidi Przybyla joins me now. Heidi, how did the Democrats drive home that point today? It was really their big focus.
Right, Allison, they began by establishing that this entire nomination is unprecedented. It's unprecedented because it comes amid a pandemic, because we're talking about having a final vote days before the election, as more than 6 million people have already voted. And the reason why they say it's unprecedented is because there is a motive here, and that motive, they say, is to overturn the Affordable Care Act. In the words of Kamala Harris, they want the courts to do the, quote, dirty work that the Republicans could not get accomplished legislatively. And so what you saw was this thematic approach where each of these senators brought out examples of real people from their home states who stood to lose a lot in the way of health care if the Affordable Care Act is overturned. Take a listen here to one of those examples.
I want to introduce you to one of my constituents, Connor Kern of Ridgefield, Connecticut. He is 10 years old, and he suffers from Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It is a horrible, incurable disease. It slowly deprives children of the strength and their ability to move. Eventually, it robs them of their lives. The costs of providing Connor's care are astronomical, but for Connor and his family, it is worth every penny. Connor is a superhero, but he's always had a real sidekick. He's had the protection of the Affordable Care Act. It has shielded him and his family from arbitrary caps on coverage that would have cut off his care when it became too expensive. Connor and millions of others like him are why I will oppose your nomination. Your nomination is about the Republican goal of repealing the Affordable Care Act.
So, Allison, there were so many examples like that that it at one point forced one of the Republican senators to say to Amy Coney Barrett, Judge Barrett, you're a compassionate person, but that's not what this is about. This is about interpreting the text of the Constitution. So a lot of compelling anecdotes there in each one of these senators making the case that the reason why this is unprecedented is because there's a goal. The goal is to overturn Obamacare, Allison.
So let's talk a little bit more about that, Heidi, because the Supreme Court will hear that case challenging the Affordable Care Act on November 10th. Could you tell us a little bit more about Judge Barrett's record and philosophy and how both of those could potentially affect this case if she's confirmed?
Right, Allison, according to Democrats, Judge Barrett has more of a paper trail on Obamacare than other recent justices, Judge Kavanaugh, for instance, in that she weighed in on both of the landmark cases upholding the law. And she published a paper in 2017, in fact, where she cited her role model, former Justice Scalia, saying that the courts had so overreached itself that the law might as well be renamed SCOTUS care. So from that, Democrats take that should this come for another vote, as it will, last time there was only one vote that upheld Obamacare, and Democrats are assuming that this time she would be that vote overturning Obamacare. That would come amid a pandemic in which 6 million people already have arguably pre-existing condition, having contracted coronavirus, and that this is not, according to Democrats, the will of the people. This is a way to circumvent that will, because we are right on the cusp of an election. And in the last election, what we saw in the 2018 midterms, Allison, is that health care was very potent, and that Democrats in the House, for their part, actually credit health care with helping them to retake the House, the threat specifically of just this, of Obamacare being overhauled.
Heidi, thanks so much for being with us on such an important day. Especially thank you for standing out there in that terrible weather. We are very grateful. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm trying out the weather girl thing here.
Doing a great job. Thanks, Heidi. Today's hearing giving us a closer look at Judge Amy Coney Barrett's background and what's at stake if she's confirmed. Joining me now, Barbara Perry. She's a professor and director of presidential studies at the University of Virginia Miller Center and also a former Supreme Court fellow. And Daniel Strauss, he's a senior political reporter for The Guardian. Barbara, let me start with you. Here is how Judge Barrett described her legal philosophy today.
I also clerked for Justice Scalia.
And like many law students, I felt like I knew the justice before I ever met him, because I had read so many of his colorful, accessible opinions. More than the style of his writing, though, it was the content of Justice Scalia's reasoning that shaped me. His judicial philosophy was straightforward. A judge must apply the law as it is written, not as she wishes it were. Sometimes that approach meant reaching results that he did not like. But as he put it in one of his best-known opinions, that is what it means to say that we have a government of laws and not of men.
Barbara, Judge Barrett there describing a legal philosophy that shaped her. What kind of impact do you think that legal philosophy will have if she is confirmed to our nation's highest court?
Well, it would probably be along the lines of her mentor, Justice Scalia. I should say I knew him as well, did not clerk for him, but knew him as a colorful figure, a bright, certainly intellect, and one who believed in what is called textualism. And she explained that in layperson's terms, which is a judge who believes in textualism follows the language of a law as written by a state, as written by Congress, or by the founding fathers, or amendments to the Constitution that they wrote. And they also look back at how language was used at the time a law or the Constitution or amendment added to it was written. And so in that instance, then, it does align with her view and Scalia's view that judges should not be making policy, as that is left up, they believe, to the legislative branches of our national government and state governments, but rather they should interpret the law as it is written.
Daniel, in that sound we just heard from Judge Barrett, she talked about what she learned as a clerk with Justice Scalia, saying, as we've said, that a judge must apply the law as written, not as the judge wishes it to be. What insight do those words give us into how she might rule, for example, on Roe v. Wade?
I mean, look, the big warning that Democrats have been making is that she's likely to rule against Roe v. Wade, and that would be a decision that would overthrow the law. This is something that Senate Democrats have been warning throughout this process and since her nomination. Republicans, meanwhile, don't want to talk about this. They don't want to bring this up. They haven't brought it up so far, and Coney Barrett, so far in her discussion, in her opening remarks, didn't directly allude to how she would vote there. That's partially because her handlers and Republicans at large know that that's a toxic issue to discuss throughout this confirmation process. But it's still likely that she would rule against the law.
Daniel, the Democrats spent most of their energy focusing on Obamacare today. What did you make of that strategy? Was it effective?
I mean, it's not effective in that this is likely to change the chances that she's confirmed. It's pretty clear that Mitch McConnell has the votes to confirm her. But what they are doing is trying to highlight and use this time to raise as much attention and rally as much support as they can to the single issue that has brought the most gains in the last few years, which is Obamacare. That's the topic that Democrats ran on to great success in 2018, and that's been one that's allowed Democrats to coordinate across the board, which is a rare feat for this party. So it's pretty clear right now they want to at least just energize their supporters and call attention to this through the issue that they found most effective.
Barbara, Daniel said it. Odds are she is going to be confirmed. If so, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he wants Judge Barrett to recuse herself from cases having to do with the election or Obamacare. What are the chances that that will happen?
I think pretty slim, Allison. It's up to a judge, first of all, to determine whether he or she should recuse because of some kind of conflict of interest. And obviously, Democrats could make a case that she might have conflict of interest, particularly in a case that could come to the court like Bush v. Gore did in 2000 about the outcome of the election. But I don't think that she would. And I'm not sure that those who study recusals and the fact that some judges over the years have done it, although some have not. I'll give you the example of Clarence Thomas's son was at Virginia Military Institute when the VMI case came about whether women should be allowed to be admitted. So that's obviously a clear conflict, but I don't think it would be clear enough for her to reasonably be expected to recuse.
All right, the first big day of the Supreme Court confirmation hearings today. Barbara Perry, Daniel Strauss, thanks for being with us to walk through them.
Thanks.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
President Trump back in the campaign trail today, rallying tonight in Florida. This is his first campaign event since his COVID diagnosis. The president saying he now has the protective glow of coronavirus immunity. NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joining me now from Washington, D.C. Shannon, what safety precautions is the campaign taking at that rally tonight?
You know, really not much is changing. Despite the president's infection, the infection of about 24 of his aides and associates. And also, I'll note there in Minnesota, the health department believes that the Trump rally there might have been responsible for about 9 people getting coronavirus. So despite all of those developments over the past 2 weeks, expect things to look pretty much the way they have. Here is what Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany said the campaign will be doing.
We will have the same policies that we've had in place. The campaign has always handed out masks, encouraged people to wear them, provided hand sanitizer. Ultimately, you have a right in this country to show up and express your political viewpoint. That's why we have peaceful protest, and you can't have one standard for the protesters out there on one side, but not for those wanting to express their First Amendment rights in support of this president.
So she said handing out masks, encouraging people to wear them. That is something that has been done repeatedly by the campaign since June when they resumed these rallies. Oftentimes people don't wear those masks. And We saw at a few events last week, post the president's infection, Donald Trump Jr. held an event in Florida, and many people weren't wearing masks. They were indoors, crowded closely together. So if that is any indication of what we will see to come, don't expect much change.
Shannon, let's talk about a new ad the Trump campaign is running. Dr. Fauci pushing back against it, saying that his words were taken out of context. Here it is.
President Trump is recovering from the coronavirus, and so is America. Together, we rose to meet the challenge, protecting our seniors, getting them life-saving drugs in record time, sparing no expense. President Trump tackled the virus head-on, as leaders should.
I can't imagine that anybody could be doing more.
We'll get through this together. We'll live carefully, but not afraid.
Shannon, the first time I saw that ad, I thought, oh, I bet Dr. Fauci didn't approve that one. In a statement today, he told NBC News, quote, "The comments attributed to me without my permission in the GOP campaign ad were taken out of context from a broad statement I made months ago, about the efforts of federal public health officials." What is the Trump campaign saying about this one?
Well, they stood by their ad, and they didn't address this idea that it wasn't endorsed by Dr. Fauci. He didn't give permission to be using that word. They essentially put out a very brief statement saying they are indeed Dr. Fauci's own words. We have done a, quote, phenomenal job. So standing by this. Now, I mean, it is so unusual for a non-political government official to be used in a campaign ad. And that was sort of the point Dr. Fauci was making, is that he is not a political appointee. He is a civil servant who has been working in the government under many presidents. And now, though, he has been thrown into a political campaign ad, essentially no longer making him non-apolitical, which is really what gives the civil servants of our country the value that it has.
Shannon, let's talk about the hearings today. At Judge Amy Coney Barrett's hearing, the Democrats were laser focused on the future of Obamacare. The president responded on Twitter saying, "We will have health care which is far better than Obamacare," adding that people with pre-existing conditions will be protected at an even higher level than now. Shannon, there's still no official health care plan from the Trump campaign. Do we have any idea when that might be coming, what might be in it, what the president's referring to specifically here?
Since the first year of this administration, there has been no health care legislation introduced in Congress by Republicans in the House or the Senate, and there has been no legislation proposed by this administration. The president and the White House often talk about a health care plan that revolves around executive orders, often that don't have any real teeth to them. They are sort of broad directives for agencies to review things. They have not proposed or introduced any legislation. And, you know, when the president talks about things like protecting pre-existing conditions at a higher level, you know, pre-existing conditions are widely, they can't really be protected at a more wider level than they are now. So, you know, the president is trying to respond to Democrats making health care a big issue of this hearing. But unfortunately for him, at this point, the White House has no actual plan to counter the Affordable Care Act, which which Democrats say would get potentially repealed under a Supreme Court ruling if the things go in the administration's direction.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece in Washington. Shannon, I've been watching you since the new News Now morning show this morning. Yeah. I know it's been a very long day. Thanks for hanging with us.
Happy to bookend my days with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Biden promoting his Build Back Better economic plan in Ohio today. His running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, remoting into Judge Amy Coney Barrett's hearing, laying out what's at stake with this Supreme Court nomination.
Every American must understand that with this nomination, equal justice under law is at stake. Our voting rights are at stake. Workers' rights are at stake. Consumer rights are at stake. The right to a safe and legal abortion is at stake. And holding corporations accountable is at stake. And again, there's so much more. I do believe this hearing is a clear attempt to jam through a Supreme Court nominee who will take health care away from millions of people during a deadly pandemic that has already killed more than 214,000 Americans.
NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli covering the Biden campaign in Toledo. Mike, Senator Harris participating in today's hearing virtually because of COVID concerns. What did she say about that in her opening statement?
Yeah, Allison, the Biden-Harris ticket really making a case against the Barrett nomination from the outside and from the inside. You have Biden here in Ohio, Harris there in Washington. Let's talk about what happened there in Washington today, because it's interesting. When you talk about the Senate, you talk about seniority. Senator Harris is actually the lowest-ranking Democrat on the committee, but you know everyone was paying very close attention to what she had to say, especially since she might be the second most powerful person in the country if the Democratic ticket wins. And she really made a focus of what we've been talking about, the fact that this hearing happened at all when several members on the Republican side themselves tested positive for the coronavirus. She said the hearing should be postponed. Let's take a listen to what she said about that.
This hearing should have been postponed. The decision to hold this hearing now is reckless and places facilities workers, janitorial staff, and congressional aides and Capitol Police at risk. Not to mention that while tens of millions of Americans are struggling to pay their bills, the Senate should be prioritizing coronavirus relief and providing financial support to those families.
Now, we know President Trump is hitting the campaign trail today. Vice President Pence also here in Ohio, as is former Vice President Joe Biden. But Senator Harris, because of those duties on the Judiciary Committee, she'll be stuck in Washington as part of those hearings. But you know what? The Biden ticket showing there with her comments that they have a political opportunity to use that, all the attention on these hearings to send a political message as well.
Mike, Joe Biden also talking about the hearing. What's he saying today?
Now, I think if you were watching these hearings, as I know a lot of folks are, you watched all the Democratic comments, and it sounded like they were all singing from the same playbook, right? Same hymnal. They were talking a lot about the Affordable Care Act and the potential implications for Obamacare if Judge Barrett is confirmed to the Supreme Court. It was no different when Joe Biden was speaking here just in the last hour at one of those drive-in rallies they've started to do more and more of. He focused again on the stakes for the Affordable Care Act himself. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
In the middle of this pandemic, why do Republicans have time to hold a hearing on the Supreme Court, instead of providing a significant economic need for localities? I'll tell you why. It's about finally getting his wish to wipe out the Affordable Health Care Act. Because their nominee has said in the past that the law should be struck down. His relentless effort to eliminate the Affordable Care Act provided health care coverage for 20 million people who didn't have it.
And now, Allison, when we talk about the senators all on the same page in terms of their message, what was the Republican argument in part today that Democrats were attacking Judge Barrett over her faith because she is Catholic? They accused them of trying to impose a religious test. Now, on his way out here, Joe Biden was asked about that. He asked if Judge Barrett's faith should be made an issue. He said absolutely not. And he, of course, said the focus should be on the Affordable Care Act instead. We should note, Allison, if Joe Biden is elected president, he'd just be himself the second Catholic president ever in American history.
Mike, let's talk about Joe Biden's agenda today. He's back in Ohio after the debate in Cleveland and his train tour through Ohio a few weeks ago. The campaign also increasing ad spending in this state. What's behind the big push in the Buckeye State, and what is the message from the Biden campaign to voters there?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big deal, Allison, because, you know, in 2012, Joe Biden himself kicked off his very first campaign event for the re-election in Toledo, Ohio. And 2 months later, President Obama, when he had his first official campaign event of his re-election campaign, where did he come? He came to Ohio. And on election night, what state put Obama over the hump, over 270 to get reelected? It was Ohio. So this is obviously a critical state traditionally. But when Hillary Clinton lost this state by 8 points to Donald Trump in 2016, a lot of folks, even on the Democratic side, worried that this was trending away. Now, what are we seeing? Polling here is showing really a close race. The polling average showing it essentially a dead heat in Ohio. And so that's why it's significant that Biden is now making what is his first standalone visit to Ohio. He just spoke here in Toledo to a union audience. Remember that Build Back Better plan? He was arguing about Scranton versus Park Avenue. Really a consistent message as he appeals to the kind of Obama-Trump voters with that working class message. He also, I heard you talking to Shannon about that new Fauci ad. He really criticized the Trump campaign for running it, despite the fact that Fauci himself said his words were being taken out of context. Now, Biden is on his way now to Cincinnati. Why is that significant? Cincinnati, that Cincinnati area is typically one of the real Republican turnout engines for the state. There's a lot of Republican votes in and around Cincinnati. And so the fact that Biden is heading there is a signal of their growing confidence about the fact that he can appeal to independents and even some Republicans to potentially win this state in November, Allison.
Mike, that is going to be all for us for now. I want to thank you especially. I said it to Shannon, and I want to say it to you. It was such a treat this morning to wake up still in my jammies and catch you guys on Morning News Now. We are very grateful that you start your day and end your day with us. We appreciate you being here.
No, congrats to the whole team there on the new hours. It's great.
We really appreciate you. Thanks, Mike. Joe Biden and President Trump tied in Iowa at 49% each. That's according to a new CBS YouGov poll. But the majority of voters in the state think President Trump's handled COVID irresponsibly. Meanwhile, a big ally of the president, Iowa Republican Senator Joni Ernst, fighting to hold on to her seat. NBC News reporter Maura Barrett has the latest on Ernst's re-election campaign and how voters there feel about the presidential nominees.
Allison, there's a lot of pressure on Republican Senator Joni Ernst here in the battleground state of Iowa. Both she and her Democratic challenger, Teresa Greenfield, were back on the campaign trail this weekend, and she's facing a tough challenge because Greenfield, first of all, is leading in the polls right now, and she has raised a lot of money against Joni Ernst. There's a lot of nasty ads going on right now in the state, and it's actually the second most expensive Senate race in the country right now. Joni Ernst rode across Iowa over the weekend on her motorcycle, meeting with voters across the state, focusing on her goal of economic prosperity, opportunity, and freedom. Now, one of the reasons that Joni Ernst has seen a drop in support in the state is because of her vote to repeal the Affordable Care Act. She does note that she's for a plan that involves protecting people with pre-existing conditions, but that vote against the Affordable Care Act is one that a lot of Iowans weren't in support of. And keep in mind, Joni Ernst is on the Judiciary Committee. She's in that hearing today, listening to the opening statements for Amy Coney Barrett. And of course, that Affordable Care Act lawsuit is one that the Supreme Court is going to be hearing just the week after Election Day. And so voters on the trail in support of Joni Ernst telling me they want to see the Supreme Court justice confirmed before the election. But other Iowans around the state really emphasizing that they want Ernst to support all of Iowans, not people just in her party. So a lot of eyes on that Senate race. And of course, also the presidential race here in Iowa. It's become a swing state yet again. A recent CBS poll over the weekend has Vice President Biden and President Trump tied neck and neck here in the battleground state. And of course, this comes as President Trump will be visiting Iowa on Wednesday during his battleground tour. For the first time we've seen him on the trail since he was diagnosed with COVID. And officials will be in Des Moines on Wednesday. Local officials are actually worried and advising people that this could become another super spreader event.
They can't vote just yet, but some teens in Kent County, Michigan are helping out this election. They're taking the place of older volunteers who have to sit this one out because of the coronavirus. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns has more on what motivated them to get involved in 2020.
These are the tabulators. So at the precinct, this is the machine that when you're done voting, you'll feed your ballot into.
That's Michael Dykstra. He's 15, going on 16.
So this is like the last step of the absentee voting process that we prepare.
And this is Evie Lohman, also 15 years old.
You're not even old enough to vote yet, and here you are helping out one of the biggest elections in U.S. history. What are you doing here?
I would say my mom does work here, so I mean, I don't want to say I'm forced, but I'm kind of voluntold, if that makes sense, to come here. But I also really just enjoy it because I feel like it's a new perspective that not a lot of people have on the elections.
What's been your favorite part of this whole process?
Ooh,
I'm testing election equipment. That is really fun and really fascinating to see how all those machines work, and I'm running ballots through them, testing the voter assist terminals. It's really, really cool stuff.
Michael and Evie are election workers in Kent County, Michigan, a critical county in a must-win battleground state. But like other states across the country, Michigan has struggled with staffing its precincts due to COVID-19.
Have you seen a lot of your older folks that are typically regular volunteers have to sit this one out?
The volunteers that we've had have said, you know, we just can't do it because we just don't feel safe with COVID.
Byron Township Clerk Peggy Sattler has been working with local high schools to recruit students.
We've kind of had to start over with quite a few positions and find new blood, if you want to say.
Clerk Sarah Beidelek from the city of Walker appreciates the extra energy.
They can withstand that 16-hour day. They're energetic, and if they're willing to learn, they're great on computers, and they can process the ballots or the voters at a very speedy process.
But the process is not as speedy as the younger generation expected.
What's been the most surprising part of the process?
Probably the fact that everybody does this by hands. Like, I did not expect that. I always thought it was just something, you feed it into a machine, or a machine always does it.
Yeah, you're doing manual labor here.
That's something Margie Leno is all too familiar with. She's been working elections for almost a decade, until now.
I feel bad that I can't be out there and help. It was kind of difficult this time around, especially with COVID factored in.
So instead, she's passing the torch.
I am so impressed. I can't believe that he's so young with such an interest and such a curiosity about voting.
Soon-to-be voters helping run a historic election while getting a real-world crash course in civic duty.
I think it's something more young people should do, is get involved. Especially, even though you're not of voting age, it helps you understand how the system works, especially when you become a voting age, and helps you become a more informed voter.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours, weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Judge Amy Coney Barrett has been named Distinguished Professor of the Year at Notre Dame Law School 3 times already. Her former students describing Judge Barrett as a mentor and supportive, while another called her indifferent to LGBTQ students. Here's more of their take on the Supreme Court nominee.
Judge Barrett has been one of my greatest mentors.
Notre Dame law students really wanted to be Professor Barrett.
Her cruelty really did lie in her indifference to her LGBTQ students and their needs.
So I am completely blind. My very first experience with Professor Barrett was when my assistive technology that I used to complete basically all of my classwork broke. She got the school to get me the technology I needed. That at the same time, she still treated me like an equal in the classroom. She still cold called me, and I appreciated it so much because for me, coming from the place of a person with a disability, it really showed me that she was an advocate for me, and yet at the same time, she was going to hold me to the same standards as anyone else. She was always 100% present for her students when they needed her.
At Notre Dame, we're a close-knit community within the law school, and it's especially true for the LGBTQ students of Notre Dame, of which there are, quite honestly, very few. So we have an even tighter-knit community where we know which professors are going to be supportive of us. And I think it was very well known that Amy Coney Barrett was not one of those professors. We had one professor in particular who wrote that the legalization of same-sex marriage was worse than anything that had ever plagued societies before. And after that came out, we actually had a lot of law professors reaching out to us, a lot of individuals who were prominent alumni reaching out to us. Amy Coney Barrett never reached out. She never condemned those comments. We wrote petitions talking about a condemnation of those comments. She never signed a petition either.
Professor Barrett's faith is an important part of who she is. She went to schools in the heartland of the country. And while most of the justices have spent most of their careers at a couple of schools or in a couple of institutions, sometimes that can lend itself to groupthink, or it can lend itself to sort of having these discussions within the circles you're familiar with. So I think undoubtedly Professor Barrett would approach the court from just simply coming from a different part of the country, a different educational pedigree, and providing that fresh perspective.
During Amy Coney Barrett's time at Notre Dame, I never saw her attend an LGBTQ event, an event put on by the LGBT Law Forum. But throughout those years, she did find the time to deliver speeches and panels and attend luncheons hosted by the Federalist Society, who hosted events really geared towards anti-LGBTQ sentiments. She was not an ally to her LGBTQ students, and I do not believe that she will be an LGBTQ ally on the Supreme Court.
I actually last term became the first blind woman to clerk on the Supreme Court, and Judge Barrett was really instrumental in me achieving that goal through her mentorship. When I was considering applying, I struggled with some thoughts about whether I was smart enough or good enough, and even with respect to my disability, whether it would be possible for me to do the job. She told me she had faith in me and that she felt confident that I could do it. That was the green light. I knew that if Judge Barrett said it was possible, that I could think it was possible.
If Amy Coney Barrett becomes a Supreme Court justice, how will she rule on key issues like abortion and LGBTQ rights? NBC News Now correspondent Simone Boyce looks back at her record as a judge.
She's a federal judge, a socially conservative Catholic, and she describes the ideal Supreme Court justice as
someone who applies the law, who follows the law where it goes, and
doesn't decide simply on the basis of partisan preference.
If Amy Coney Barrett, Trump's Supreme Court nominee, replaces Ruth Bader Ginsburg, conservatives will solidify a 6-3 majority on the high court. So, is she the conservative judge Trump promised to deliver to his base? We might be able to learn a little bit about the potential future of the Supreme Court by looking into Barrett's past. Where does she stand on issues like abortion, healthcare, and LGBTQ rights? But first, Barrett is a mom of 7, New Orleans native, and at 48 years old, she'd be the youngest justice on the Supreme Court. She graduated summa cum laude from Notre Dame Law School and has been teaching there since 2002. Barrett was named Professor of the Year more than once.
What you say reflects who you are and what you believe.
She clerked under the late Justice Antonin Scalia and shares his originalist approach to law, interpreting the Constitution strictly as it was written. And this isn't her first time on the SCOTUS shortlist. President Trump considered her a couple of years ago for the vacancy now filled by Justice Brett Kavanaugh. During her 3 years serving on the bench at Chicago's 7th Circuit Court of Appeals,
she heard requests for appeals in 2 cases related to state abortion regulations.
Once in 2018 and once in 2019.
She came down against abortion rights in both.
But in a 3rd case, she took a different stance, expressing support for a Chicago law that barred anti-abortion demonstrators from approaching patients outside abortion clinics.
And in a 2013 discussion reported on by the Notre Dame student paper, Barrett is quoted as saying, "The controversy right now is about funding. It's a question of whether abortions will be publicly or privately funded."
When it comes to Roe v. Wade, it seems like she sees it as settled law.
I don't think the core case, the Roe's core holding that, women have a right to an abortion, I don't think that would change. But I think the question of whether people can get very late-term abortions, how many restrictions can be put on clinics, I think that would change.
In terms of her personal beliefs, Barrett told Notre Dame magazine she believes life begins at conception. She was also a member of Faculty for Life, an anti-abortion group at Notre Dame. Her Catholic faith became a focal point of her confirmation hearing to the federal bench in 2017.
The conclusion one draws is that the dogma lives loudly within you.
Lawmakers also brought up a controversial article she wrote in law school, arguing Catholic judges should recuse themselves from some death penalty cases due to conflicting morals.
I can't think of any cases or category of cases in which I would feel obliged to recuse on grounds of conscience.
She was ultimately confirmed in a 55-43 vote, with 3 Democrats voting in her favor. Some have pointed to her reported affiliation with the charismatic Christian community People of Praise as a cause for concern. Until recently, female advisors in the group were reportedly referred to as handmaids. Barrett has not confirmed her membership to the group. But Barrett has repeatedly insisted her personal views on abortion, religion, or any issue for that matter would not influence her decisions as a jurist.
If you're asking whether I take my faith seriously, and I'm a faithful Catholic, I am, although I would stress that my personal church affiliation or my religious belief would not bear on the discharge of my duties as a judge.
If Barrett joins the highest court in the land, there are other things that could be more vulnerable than Roe v. Wade, like Obamacare. She's been critical of the Affordable Care Act because it required employers to cover birth control. Barrett also took issue with how much power Congress has been given to enforce it. If confirmed, she could potentially weigh in on a 3rd challenge to the Affordable Care Act that's heading to the Supreme Court just 1 week after the election.
Different narratives are beginning to emerge as to the kind of justice Barrett might be.
The Human Rights Campaign says she's an absolute threat to LGBTQ rights for defending the dissenting justices in Obergefell versus Hodges, the landmark case that ruled in favor of same-sex marriage.
But Barrett has insisted she'll follow Supreme Court precedent,
at least on the federal bench.
In the context of same-sex marriage, as in any context, my religious beliefs really would not bear on that at all.
Her colleagues at Notre Dame say she's not the far-right ideologue some Democrats are making her out to be. They describe her as, quote, an intelligent, thoughtful, open-minded person. A reliable conservative like Barrett replacing a fierce liberal like Ginsburg marks a huge ideological shift for the Supreme Court. Some legal experts think Barrett could be the 3rd strongest conservative on the bench behind Alito and Thomas. But before that happens, both political parties are about to seize on Barrett's confirmation fight as an opportunity to energize their bases ahead of the election.
Judge Amy Coney Barrett's Supreme Court confirmation hearings pick back up tomorrow morning, but we've already seen plenty of standout moments. Here's one from Democratic Senator Cory Booker.
I'm really glad that my colleagues who contracted COVID-19 at the Rose Garden super spreader event for Judge Barrett had access to the care that you and your families needed. That is right. This is a blessing. The problem is the people who will come through here today to wipe down the desks and empty the garbage, that will vacuum the floor, like people all over our country who are working today in factories, teaching children in schools. They don't have direct line to the nation's top health experts. They can't show up to work sick, and they might not have space to distance themselves at home to protect their families.
MSNBC chief legal correspondent Ari Melber joining us now from New York. Ari, thank you so much for being here. Cory Booker was the first person who really made my ears perk up today with that impassioned plea. Your thoughts on his remarks?
Yeah, that was striking because everyone knows the COVID battles, but he was putting it in a way that people can both understand. What about everyone else who doesn't have government level, presidential level health care, and a case that's going to literally hit the court a week after the election over whether the Obamacare system rises or falls. And so that affects people, and the Democrats used the opening day of this hearing to really hammer their argument that this nominee could be the final nail in the coffin for how millions of people get health care.
Did you think they did it effectively?
I think it's very hard. I think they did a decent job at message discipline. Instead of saying, well, here's 5 things, and there's also Roe v. Wade, and there's also corporate rights, and there's also free speech and campaigns, they really zeroed in on healthcare. So I think that time will tell in the coming days whether that gets through in a big way, because their target here is a bank shot. It's using a legal proceeding, this hearing, to get voters to potentially put pressure on Republican senators.
How about Judge Amy Coney Barrett's opening statement? What grabbed you there, and just what was your overall impression?
She comes across as very solid. She's obviously brilliant and has had high positions at every stage of her career, from Supreme Court clerkship when you're young, which is very rare and difficult to get, to one of her Notre Dame professors, reportedly telling Justice Scalia, this is my best student ever, period, to the later stages of her career, to ultimately being on the federal bench. The ABA majority voted her well qualified, and you just saw that today. Someone who presents well, who's thoughtful, who's even and measured the way judges are, as compared to other things we watch in Washington, D.C. The fact that it was dry is generally, for a judicial nominee, a good thing. She wants to get through this, not grab everyone with some memorable phrase.
All right, questioning starts tomorrow. This looks like it's going to be a really long and much more heated day. What are you watching for, particularly from Judge Barrett tomorrow?
Well, we'll see more on health care, definitely, and that'll be in the Democratic line of questioning. I think we'll continue to see the Republican senators try to give Barrett some avenues to speak responsibly about precedent and whether or not she is going to ultimately uphold important cases. She wrote one article that I'm sure will come up tomorrow where she described basically what are the precedents you really don't overturn, super precedents, things that Americans, even in our divided time, would agree on, like, yes, there's equality across the races, not that you would go back and overrule an old case like Brown v. Board of Education. She famously did not put Roe v. Wade on that list. And so I think tomorrow, unlike today where there was one line of questioning and we discussed why that was coming from the opponents here, there may be more than one. And I think watch for her to really have to thread that needle. As an intelligent lawyer, she may do it well about, well, if you made a list of super cases and you didn't put Roe on it, that means people are expecting you to overrule Roe. Indeed, your own supporters and allies of the Trump White House say that's why they're putting you on the court, and expect her to do what we've seen other justices do, which is obviously there's nothing in it for them. They're not supposed to predict their own for future rulings, and certainly not in a way that could undermine their entire nomination.
All right, so today was the setup. We heard the opening statements. Tomorrow come the questions and probably a lot more fireworks. Ari, thanks for going through the first day for us and getting us set up to handle a long day tomorrow.
Great to be with you and your viewers. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Marsh, watching NBC News Now. Let's go to NBC News correspondent Simone Boyce. She's got the very latest headlines for us from NBCnews.com on a pretty busy Monday. Simone, how you doing?
Allison, what a week this day has been. Is it Friday yet? Oh gosh, we're going to start with some news out of D.C., where Capitol Police say they arrested 21 demonstrators outside of Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearing earlier today. We'll have all the latest details on that hearing in just a few moments. Well, early voting kicked off in Georgia this morning with reports of long lines at the polls. Georgia's Secretary of State says delays are expected as the state anticipates record turnout for early voting this year. And a Denver security guard is in jail after he was accused of fatally shooting a protester during clashing right and left-wing rallies Saturday. So this is why he was there. The guard was hired by NBC affiliate KUSA to accompany reporters, but officials say he was not properly licensed. So far, he has not been formally charged with a crime. Well, Facebook says it will now ban posts denying the Holocaust. In a statement, Facebook said, quote, "Our decision is supported by the well-documented rise in anti-Semitism globally." And the largest ever Arctic expedition returned to Germany after collecting a year's worth of climate data. The team warned the Arctic may soon lose its summer sea ice after they witnessed melting above Greenland earlier this year. Unfortunately, not a lot of good news to send your way, Allison, but I will send it back to you.
Yeah, could you work on some more positive news for tomorrow, please?
I'm going to try. I'll work on it.
It's very unfair. I shouldn't shoot the messenger because I'm about to hit people with a whole bunch of bad news, too. I totally understand. Simone, thank you so much. Democrats and Republicans clashing in day one of the confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett. The Democrats focusing on the damage her confirmation could do to the future of the Affordable Care Act. Republicans accusing their colleagues of attacking Barrett's faith. Here are some of the day's highlights.
Either the American people do get an election year voice regarding a vacancy on the Supreme Court, or they don't. In 2016, Senator McConnell said, give them a voice. Now he says, don't give them a voice. It is a shameless, self-serving, venal reversal. President Trump has made it clear he wants another of his appointees on the Supreme Court before the election because he anticipates court challenges over the vote, especially over mail-in balloting, which he has repeatedly attacked without any substance.
Policymaking is very important, and the people need to have a direct check on policymaking. You know what? If a rogue court implements policies you don't like, you, the American people, have very limited ability to check them. If a rogue Congress implements policies you don't like, you have a direct ability to check us by throwing the bums out and voting them out and voting in new representatives. You know, much of the argument this morning has concerned Obamacare. But our Democratic colleagues simply want a promise from a judicial nominee that this nominee will work to implement their policy vision of health care. That is not a judge's job.
The truth matters. And the truth is, America, that this judicial nominee has made her views so clear. And this president is trying to put her in a position of power to make decisions about your lives. This isn't Donald Trump's country. It is yours. This shouldn't be Donald Trump's judge. It should be yours.
My Democratic colleagues claim they care about the First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. If they care about our constitutional liberties, then they should care about confirming a judge who understands the proper role of the Supreme Court. Rights granted by none can just as easily be ended by none. To quote Justice Ginsburg, real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time. It doesn't happen by judicial fiat. Judge Barrett understands that principle.
President Trump has been very clear about what he's doing. He's repeatedly promised to appoint Supreme Court justices who will strike down the ACA. And by nominating Judge Barrett, the president is keeping his promise. In her speech at the White House COVID super spreader event 2 weeks ago, Judge Barrett aligned herself with her mentor, the late Justice Antonin Scalia, who twice voted to strike down the ACA.
100 years ago, women in this country were given the right to vote. And today we consider adding another woman to the highest court in the land. And I can't help but be so proud of all of that every one of our women have accomplished in this incredible nation.
Nothing about this today is normal. This is not normal. What is going on in America today, in the midst of a deadly pandemic and an ongoing election, having a rushed Supreme Court nomination hearing is not normal, and we cannot normalize it. People are voting right now. The American people should decide. The American people should decide. The American people should decide.
I chose to accept the nomination because I believe deeply in the rule of law and the place of the Supreme Court in our nation. I believe Americans of all backgrounds deserve an independent Supreme Court that interprets our Constitution and laws as they are written. And I believe I can serve my country by playing that role. When I was 21 years old and just beginning my career, Ruth Bader Ginsburg sat in this seat. She told the committee, "What has become of me could only happen in America." I have been nominated to fill Justice Ginsburg's seat, but no one will ever take her place. I will be forever grateful for the path she marked and the life she led.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining me now. Leanne, day one of the hearings in the books. Take us through some of the highlights, if you will.
That was an excellent highlight reel, Allison. Kudos to the production team for that one. But things that really stuck out to me today, is Senator Graham really defended himself. His words were used against him when he said that he would never move through a nomination in an election year. Democrats really honed in on that point. Senator Graham defended it. He said that Kavanaugh changed everything and that what they are doing is constitutional. The Senate is advising and consenting, as the Constitution says. Another thing is that Democrats were surprisingly coordinated in their testimonies today. They all stayed on message, focusing on the Affordable Care Act. They all had pictures of people who would be harmed if the Affordable Care Act was dismantled by the Supreme Court. Of course, we know that the Supreme Court is going to hear a case on the Affordable Care Act the week after the election. And the other thing is that Republicans are really trying to make an issue of Amy Coney Barrett's religion, saying that Democrats should not be attacking her religion. Of course, she is has deeply held Catholic beliefs. But it was only Republicans who were talking about her religion. Democrats were focused on health care and what they called an illegitimate process. And no Democrat mentioned her religion, Allison.
No, they did not, Leanne. That was notable when you heard the Republicans saying it was going to keep coming up, and then it just never came up.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about Senator Kamala Harris. She took a break from the campaign trail, delivering her hearing remarks from her Senate office, though. She had some choice words for Chairman Lindsey Graham for going ahead with this hearing. Listen here.
This hearing has brought together more than 50 people to sit inside of a closed-door room for hours while our nation is facing a deadly airborne virus. This committee has ignored common sense requests to keep people safe, including not requiring testing for all members, despite a coronavirus outbreak among senators of this very committee. By contrast, in response to this recent Senate outbreak, the leaders of Senate Republicans rightly postponed business on the Senate floor this week to protect the health and safety of senators and staff. Mr. Chairman, for the same reasons, this hearing should have been postponed. The decision to hold this hearing now is reckless and places facilities workers, janitorial staff, and congressional aides and Capitol Police at risk.
Leanne, how is Senator Graham responding to that?
Senator Graham once again defended his decision to move forward with this hearing. He said two things. He said the architect of the Capitol, which is the entity that oversees the Capitol complex, that they signed off on all the safety protocols that the hearing and the committee put in place for this hearing. Senator Graham also said that, look, not every single person that goes to work across the country gets a test before they go to work, and they still show up at the job anyway. You know, some critics are saying that that is that's a proof that the country is lacking a national testing strategy by those comments there. But Graham said that the hearing was going to continue and, you know, acknowledged their comments, but continued to move on. But the fact is that two members did not attend the hearing because they are in quarantine. Two of the other two members also were tested positive for COVID after they attended a White House event. So, you know, Senator Mike Lee, he was positive for COVID about 12 days ago. He showed up today with a doctor's note saying that because he has not exhibited any symptoms for 24 hours, he was able to attend the hearing. He also did not get a negative COVID. He was not tested before returning. So this is a big issue that we're probably going to hear over and over again throughout the week, Allison.
Leanne, questioning starts tomorrow. It is a day that could stretch well into the night. What should our viewers be watching for on day two?
Yeah, it's going to be much different than it was today. Today, Amy Coney Barrett was unable to defend herself. She had to listen to senators throughout the day. Tomorrow, she is going to be in the limelight, the spotlight, and be asked questions about her judicial record, about things that she has written in the past, about her time as a professor at Notre Dame, about advertisements that she signed off on regarding anti-abortion years ago. So her record is really going to come under scrutiny by Democrats, while the Republicans are going to try to paint a picture of an accomplished woman, someone who deserves to be on the Supreme Court, and she is going to defend herself and give some insight into what she thinks a Supreme Court justice, how they should act on the bench. Allison.
All right, Leanne, it's going to be quite a day. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you at some point, depending on when things wrap up. Looking forward to it.
You too.
If we weren't in the middle of a pandemic, lawyers and legal experts might be getting off work right now, sidling up to the bar at their local watering hole, ordering a bourbon, and comparing notes on today's hearing. Well, there's no bourbon and we don't have a bar, but we do have legal expert, former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst, Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, I'm sorry we don't have the bar or the bourbon, but I'm thrilled we've got you. Let's talk about today's hearing. What made your ears perk up? What raised your eyebrows today?
Well, I think, Allison, we have to acknowledge that this should go down in history as one of the most staggering acts of political hypocrisy ever. And that's tough to do. So when Lindsey Graham looked the American people in the eye 4 years ago and pledged that there would be no confirmation hearing if a Supreme Court justice was nominated, there would be no confirmation hearing in year 4 of a Trump presidency. We all saw him say, hold the tape, use my words against me. And what we saw today was Lindsey Graham presiding over the exact hearing he pledged to the American people would not take place. I mean, that is a shining example of hypocrisy. If we go to the substance of what we heard, you know, it's interesting because it felt like the Democrats and the Republicans were on two entirely different playing fields. It's like one was playing football, one was playing baseball, because the Republicans were obviously playing the long game for control of the court, the Supreme Court. That's what they're interested in. And it seemed to me like they're willing to take the election hits that are coming up by advocating for somebody who it is believed will probably try to do away with the Affordable Care Act and protection of pre-existing conditions coverage. It looks like they don't much care that in the election they're pushing for somebody who is anti-choice, right? Women's reproductive choice. Those things, I think, are going to resonate with the voters, not just in 3 weeks, but right now, because as we know, people are voting right now, whereas the Democrats seem to gear all of their questions toward the election. I mean, there were a lot of heartstrings being pulled with all of the stories of people who were suffering as a result of the coronavirus. And what they were doing, they were highlighting the fact that instead of using these precious days and weeks, passing a COVID relief bill, passing some sort of legislation to help Americans who are suffering and struggling financially, emotionally, physically, instead of doing that, what does Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham do? They take up this precious time trying to cram through a controversial Supreme Court justice nominee when they promised they wouldn't. And in fact, they didn't 4 years ago. They denied Merrick Garland his right to an advice and consent hearing. So it seemed like the Democrats and the Republicans were playing two entirely different games at today's hearing.
I mean, Glenn, you said it, two entirely different games, right? The Republicans kept saying the Democrats are going to go after her Catholic faith. The Democrats spent just about all of their time talking about the Affordable Care Act. Let's play a little bit of what they said on that topic.
The bottom line is this. There have been 70 attempts to repeal the ACA, but clearly the effort to dismantle the law continues.
They get that with one stroke of a pen, one judge can decide if millions of Americans, including their family, would lose their insurance.
It's beyond ironic that this administration, which has failed to respond to this pandemic, is rushing through a judge they believe will vote to strip away health care protections.
So, Glenn, based on Amy Coney Barrett's past judicial opinions, tell our viewers why Democrats are so concerned right now about the Affordable Care Act.
Well, because she's made it clear that she disagrees with Chief Justice Roberts' rationale in supporting and finding lawful the Affordable Care Act. She has not made a secret of that, and everybody expects that she's going to be questioned pretty vigorously about that, and she is going to be challenged to recuse herself because she's already announced that she has prejudged that issue. That is a very dangerous area for a judicial nominee to venture into. If you already have your mind made up and you have announced you have your mind made up, not on some theoretical case that could come up in the future, but a concrete case like the lawfulness and the constitutionality of the Affordable Care Act. I actually, as a former 30-year career prosecutor, having done lots of appellate arguments, I think there's a strong argument to be made that she should pledge to recuse herself from that litigation altogether because her mind is already made up.
Glenn, let me ask you, if you were on the Senate Judiciary Committee, if you were in that room tomorrow or remoting in, what would be your top issue? What would you ask Judge Barrett tomorrow?
So, Allison, I doodled out a question, and I think this would be the first question, and it really is playing to the election and not to the confirmation vote itself, where we think it's probably a done deal. We think the Republicans have the votes to confirm. I would ask something like, Judge Barrett, how do you feel about the fact that you're getting a hearing just 3 weeks before a presidential election when Mitch McConnell unconstitutionally denied Merrick Garland a confirmation hearing because Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham said 8 months before a presidential election was too close in time? As a judge, Judge Barrett, do you feel that's fair? Do you feel that's right? And I think if she is forced to answer that question, she's going to have to concede that, you know, that is the kind of ugly duplicity and hypocrisy that undermines our confidence in our legislators.
Glenn, I hope someone asks her that tomorrow. I'd love to hear the answer. It was terrific having you on. It feels like it's been a really long time. Great to have you back on News Now.
Great seeing you, Allison.
Cases on religious freedom, abortion, and immigration all heading the Supreme Court's way, raising the stakes in Judge Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearings. NBC News legal correspondent Danny Ceballos looks at the role that Barrett could play in these cases if she's confirmed.
On the Supreme Court docket the day after the election is a case that pits religious freedom against gay rights. In Fulton v. City of Philadelphia, a Catholic foster agency is arguing that letting same-sex couples foster children would go against its beliefs about marriage. So, limiting discrimination actually violates the right to religious freedom. The fallout could affect parents' rights and non-discrimination protections. Several abortion cases are in the pipeline for arguments before the nation's highest court. And while none of them are likely to affect Roe v. Wade, the court's rulings could significantly cut back access to the procedure. One case involves a Trump administration rule that stops taxpayer-funded clinics from referring women for abortions. 2 U.S. appeals courts issued conflicting rulings about that rule. So, earlier this month, the American Medical Association asked the Supreme Court to strike it down. The Supreme Court is also likely to take up a case involving illegal immigration and the census count. Last month, justices agreed to consider an appeal by the Trump administration to a lower court ruling that said trying to keep undocumented immigrants off the census count violates federal law. Because the census count is used to determine how many seats each state gets in Congress, and a ruling in favor of the administration's plan could mean a big shift to the right when it comes to money and political power. Of course, the outcome of each of these cases could have widespread effects and could be determined by the person set to fill the seat of the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. As we know, Amy Coney Barrett is a conservative as well as a devout Catholic, and that could play a part in many of her decisions here if she is in fact confirmed.
The president back on the campaign trail in Florida tonight, just 10 days after his COVID diagnosis. His campaign says he's strong, energetic, ready to go, in spite of the lingering questions about his health. NBCNews.com senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins me now. Shannon, tonight's the first of several rallies for the president this week. What is the campaign saying further about his health and what they're doing to ensure both his safety and the health and safety of everyone around him as he travels this week?
Well, on his health, they're saying that they have an aggressive schedule of rallies planned for the president. He has events on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week, and they expect him to be doing 2 or 3 events a day going forward. And they say that's an indication that the president is feeling good. He is feeling healthy. We saw him leave a few minutes ago boarding Air Force One. He was not in a mask, though people around him were. Though, you know, as we reported over the weekend, his doctor said he is no longer contagious or infectious. So that is the posture he's going with. As far as the rallies, the campaign's really not taking any additional precautions following this outbreak at the White House that involved not only the president, but about 24 of his staff and associates. They will continue to make masks available and hand sanitizer available, but they're not going to be requiring masks. Most of these events are held in airport hangars, which are partially enclosed, and they're not intending to do anything to enforce social distancing. So we'll probably see, like we have seen at many of these rallies, people without masks crowded closely together in a partially enclosed space.
Shannon, let's talk about the confirmation hearings for Amy Coney Barrett in the Senate Judiciary Committee today. The president tweeted Republicans are, quote, giving the Democrats a great deal of time to make what he called self-serving statements during Judge Barrett's hearing. He added, personally, I would pull back, approve, and go for stimulus for the people. What are Republicans saying about that?
Well, the president appears to be referring to something that Republican kind of far right-leaning commentators have been saying, that Republicans should skip these hearings entirely and just go straight to a vote. There's no constitutional requirement that they hold hearings. Republicans on the Hill, who have a lot of competitive Senate races to worry about, have wanted to hold these hearings, not only because it gives them a moment to talk to their constituents back home, but because there's already a lot of anxiety among voters that this is going to be a rushed process because of the election. Republicans on the Hill are behind these hearings. They are moving forward as scheduled and still intend to have a vote before the election, if only a few days. And, for the president's part, these hearings actually give him a bit of a reprieve from all of the questions about his health. So his advisors are spinning this as a positive because it's gotten the conversation away from coronavirus and the president's recent infection with that and onto something else.
What are your sources in the White House saying about how today went? Were they happy with this first day of the hearings? What's the mood there?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are happy with how things are going. Democrats obviously use this as a moment to make it a proxy battle over health care. That was anticipated to some extent. But again, from the president's perspective, any day where the focus is not on coronavirus and the president's health is a good day of messaging for them. They know that the president has appointed a very conservative judge. They think that is advantageous politically by motivating Republican voters. They know it's not going to win them any points with moderates or independents, but this was a day that they felt like came off good in the area, the group they are trying to target with this nomination, and that is real solid conservatives who may be turned off by some of the president's behavior, but are going to like what they're going to hear over the next few days from Amy Coney Barrett.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece with the latest out of the White House. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
If they do go back to their jobs, they want to make sure that they are protected.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Firefighters have had more favorable conditions, allowing them to push the flames away from homes, but the wind can change all of this on a dime.
We can continue to expect protests as people continue to call for more answers to what happened and continue to call for that accountability.
Starting to feel like a typical general election. Both candidates actually out on the campaign trail making their pitch to voters.
The moment to truly understand who we are and who we say we are is right here at our feet.
You got to get a four-year degree, but a four-year degree is super expensive. We have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle-class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris Hayes. Subscribe now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning across the country, what the new normal for schools will look like.
Many teachers left making tough choices between the job they love and their family.
What am I going to decide? Take care of my children or have a job?
That's an impossible decision.
You're creating a little community school. This is a moment where we can just develop ourselves and develop our community.
Let's turn it over to students. How do they really feel about returning to school?
What I miss is my teachers.
They are resilient.
Today's headlines can be hard to understand, and a lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The person leveling the accusations isn't me, it's John Bolton. I have heard from sources, and you guys have reported, that Dr. Fauci, through Secretary Azar, had been banging the pots and pans very early in the year. I worked on campaigns. If that was a campaign event, it was a crummy one.
Deadline White House is now 2 hours. Weekdays from 4 to 6 on MSNBC.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic.
The story.
Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with plasma. Many questions remain about how well it works.
From every angle.
How much of the increased tension was due to the militias that came here?
On the ground.
Deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Joe Biden's in Ohio today making stops in Toledo and Cincinnati for a voter mobilization event. Earlier today, he commented on President Trump's behavior since testing positive for the coronavirus.
Ask yourself, why didn't he tell us? Why didn't he warn us? He said nothing. He told Woodward that he didn't want to panic the American people. That's why he said nothing. We don't panic. America doesn't panic. But Trump panicked. His reckless personal conduct since his diagnosis has been unconscionable. The longer Donald Trump is president, the more reckless he seems to get.
NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli joining me now from Toledo. Mike, Biden's still going after the president's COVID response, saying his behavior since his diagnosis has been reckless, even more reckless, he said. Is the campaign's strategy here to keep the focus on something that they see as a major weakness for the president?
Yeah, absolutely, Allison. I mean, the Biden campaign has been saying for months that they think the #1 issue that voters will be deciding about in November is the coronavirus and the president's handling of it. But think about where we were just a week ago. The Biden campaign sort of declared a ceasefire in terms of talking about the coronavirus, given the president's diagnosis, right? They said that they were going to take down their negative ads against the president. They were also going to, even when he was asked about it, Biden said he wasn't going to attack the president over his diagnosis because, he said he would follow the advice of the doctors. Now, of course, though, the president's back on the campaign trail. He's talking about how he's cured. And so you see Biden attacking Trump today on two fronts about the coronavirus. One, you heard there using the word reckless twice to talk about the fact that even the president in his own personal behavior is acting irresponsibly after getting the coronavirus and declaring that he's now cured. Secondly, I know you've been talking to Shannon about this, that ad from the Trump campaign that raised a lot of eyebrows with Anthony Fauci's own words used in a political advertisement. Fauci saying that those words were being taken out of context. Biden hammering the Trump campaign for that today, calling it an example of their overwhelming lying. Now, we should also remember that for Anthony Fauci, who's always tried to be a nonpartisan figure, he's been pulled into the campaign on both sides of the argument. Biden, remember, just a few months ago said that the very first call he's going to make if he's declared the winner on election night is to Anthony Fauci to ask him to stay on for another 4 years in his role as the country's leading epidemiologist. So Anthony Fauci tries to stay out of it, can't avoid being part of the political fray these days.
It seems nobody can these days, Mike. Let's talk about Ohio specifically.
Right.
President Trump won it back in 2016. Trump and Biden have been locked in a pretty close race there right now. What is Joe Biden doing to try to cut into Trump's base in this state? I know ad spending is a big part of that plan.
Yeah, this is a state that a lot of Democrats were worried was slipping away from them. They looked at Hillary Clinton losing by 8 points in 2016 and thought that, given how well Trump did here 4 years ago, it probably wasn't going to be, in battleground map. But Biden's campaign has always felt it's really competitive. In 2012, when the Obama-Biden ticket was kicking off its re-election campaign, Biden held the first campaign event for that ticket here in Toledo. And I think if you look at Biden's strategy today, you can get a sort of glimpse of how they think they can win the state back. His audience here in Toledo was a very union-heavy crowd. He was making a direct appeal to the union workers. Remember, Hillary Clinton only won union households narrowly. It was the smallest margin for a Democratic nominee since 1984 in the Reagan re-election landslide. So Biden thinks he has a real appeal to them there. Now he's just getting off the plane in Cincinnati, in the southern part of the state. Cincinnati, especially the areas just outside in the suburbs, that used to be the biggest Republican turnout engine for the state. That's where Republicans really ran up the numbers if they were going to win statewide. Biden is campaigning there because he really thinks, and he has shown it so far, the ability to win moderate Republicans. Remember, it was John Kasich, the two-term governor here not long ago, endorsed Joe Biden. They think there are a lot more Republicans like John Kasich that they can peel off, and that really cuts off the pathway for Donald Trump in what has always been one of the bellwethers in the national campaign.
Mike, Joe Biden has a voter mobilization event in Cincinnati tonight. Since he's also pretty close to Kentucky, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's home state, you have said this is Biden's strategy across state lines. Explain what you mean by that.
Yeah, so of course we're talking about Ohio. That's the Biden campaign focus today. But where they've positioned him today also has some appeal across state lines. Toledo is only a couple, maybe 20 miles or so from the Michigan state line. So when he's here talking about auto workers, talking about unions, that also gets some coverage across the line in Michigan, so that helps him in that battleground state as well. Now, if you know the geography of Ohio and Cincinnati specifically, you know that if you fly into Cincinnati, you actually land in Kentucky. And that's another thing we're seeing emerge as part of the Biden campaign strategy. They're doing everything they can, not just to try to run up the numbers for him in these key states, but also to try to play and help out Democratic Senate candidates. Now, Mitch McConnell, probably, the favorite still to win re-election in Kentucky, but I'll be interested to see when Biden takes the stage in Cincinnati, just how much he talks about the Supreme Court fight, just how much he attacks Mitch McConnell directly, because in that area, you're getting a lot of carry and a lot of play also in Kentucky, and he could do a lot of help for Amy McGrath, who is looking to really regain some momentum in that Senate race in Kentucky.
Mike Memley, I have never flown into Cincinnati, but I can promise you that the next time I do, I will be that annoying traveler looking at everyone around me saying, you know, Mike Memley told me we're actually landing in Kentucky.
You know, I fly to a lot of airports, and so I have a lot of useless airport trivia, and that's just one of them.
You are a wealth of knowledge, traveling and otherwise. Mike Memley, thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
They are counting the votes in Palm Beach County, Florida today, the Sunshine State, already opening mail-in ballots and running them through the counting machines. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders joins me now from Riviera Beach, Florida. Kerry, you spoke to the supervisor of elections there in Palm Beach County. How are they handling these mail-in ballots, and how many of them have come in so far?
Well, it is a monumental task that they have here and in all the counties in Florida, because this mail-in balloting has become quite popular in the age of coronavirus. So the ballots arrive, and first thing they do is they run them through a machine that sort of takes off the top of the envelope so they can pull out the ballots. You can see some of the folks behind me right now here. They have the ballots. They're sorting them. Then they go from here over to the machines that begin counting the ballots. To give you an idea how popular this is, 11.8% of all registered voters in the state of Florida have already voted using mail-in ballots. There's close to 1.7 million ballots have been sent in a state that has 14 million registered voters. This is what the supervisor of elections here had to say about the process so far.
For us, we have about 160,000 already in, so we need to get that going in order to do it properly so that we're not going to have a long delay on election night.
And of course, that's what this is really all about, making sure that there is not a long delay on election night by opening up the ballots now, by scanning them, by tabulating them. They're ahead of the game. It's important to note the computers do not reveal what the counts are. So there is no outside influence of somebody secretly getting the numbers and sharing them, saying, oh, we got to get more Republicans to the polls or we got to get more Democrats to the polls. It all remains a secret inside the computers until after the polls close on Election Day. Allison?
So, Kerry, what else have the election officials been telling you about the votes coming in? I know that you just said that they don't have specific information about Democrat versus Republican.
No, actually, they have a breakdown of who's voting. They're just not going to reveal. I mean, remember, a Democrat may decide to vote for Donald Trump. A Republican may decide to vote for for Joe Biden. So it can go either which way. But as I take a look at the numbers here, I can tell you that the Democrats in the state of Florida thus far have sent in more mail-in ballots than the Republicans. They're up by 362,000 plus Democrats over Republicans. But remember, there's a couple things to remember here. The president did call into question the sanctity of mail-in ballots, so Republicans may have decided, I don't want to participate in that. It's still early. We have October 19th when people can physically go to the polls and start doing early voting in the state of Florida. And so this is a state that's very purple. You know, we have Republicans and Democrats separated by really such a minor amount that it's basically equal here. So it's a little hard to look at the tea leaves and say, because there were more Democrats who have mailed in votes, Joe Biden's going to carry the state of Florida on day one of counting the votes here. It just doesn't work that way. But it certainly gives us an indication of the interest level of those who are voting. I mean, again, I go back to the number. 11.8% of registered voters in the state of Florida have already voted. That's a record.
Gary, it's very impressive, and it's really cool. Every time you take us into one of these voting areas, tell us about how things there are working in Florida. It is very cool to see. Kerry Sanders in Riviera Beach, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
In-person early voting starts tomorrow in Texas, but on Saturday, a federal appeals court ruled in favor of a controversial one ballot box per county rule from Governor Greg Abbott. NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson has the latest on this legal battle on the eve of early voting in Houston.
Well, Allison, that judge issued an injunction in this case late Friday night, essentially saying that by having only one absentee ballot drop-off location in an entire county, it creates the opportunity for longer lines, more people concentrated in those lines at any one time, and thereby putting absentee voters at a greater risk for the coronavirus, or they have to face the possibility that they will return their ballot via mail and USPS may not be able to deliver that ballot in time to be counted. And part of that injunction states, and I quote, "These burdens fall disproportionately on voters who are elderly, disabled, or live in larger counties." But less than 24 hours after that injunction was issued, the Texas Attorney General asked for an emergency appeal in the case, and that has been granted. So for now, NRG Arena remains the only place in Harris County, a county of nearly 1,800 square miles, where folks can return those absentee mail-in ballots. But the greater concern here for voting rights advocates and some county clerks is voter confusion. The idea that with all of this legal back and forth, voters aren't going to know exactly how to return those ballots, and that could lead to some of them not returning them at all. And so folks here are really hoping that that is not the case and trying to put out that appropriate information so that voters are up to date on how, when, and where they can vote.
Judge Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation would shift the Supreme Court to the right, giving it a 6-3 conservative majority. So what would that mean for women's reproductive rights? NBC News Now correspondent Simone Boyce explains.
You don't know her view on Roe v. Wade. You don't know her view.
Here's the thing. We do know how Amy Coney Barrett personally feels about abortion rights. She opposes them.
In 2006, she signed her name to an ad that was against abortion rights. And in 2013, as a professor, a Notre Dame magazine article said she spoke to her belief that life begins at conception. But that doesn't necessarily mean she'd overturn Roe from the bench. Here's what she said about that in her confirmation to the Seventh Circuit back in 2017.
Roe has been affirmed many times and survived many challenges in the court, and it's more than 40 years old, and it's clearly binding on all courts of appeals. And so it's not open to me or up to me, and I would have no interest in, as a court of appeals judge, challenging that precedent. It would bind.
If Roe was overturned, several states already have trigger laws in place that would either immediately restrict abortion access or make abortion more accessible.
Roe has been precedent for nearly 50 years now.
Although not impossible, it would be difficult to overturn. But that doesn't mean there aren't other ways the court could restrict access to abortion with a conservative majority ruling from the bench. Barrett has even hinted at this in previous interviews.
I don't think the core case, the Roe's core holding that, women have a right to an abortion, I don't think that would change. But I think the question of whether people can get very late-term abortions, how many restrictions can be put on clinics, I think that would change.
In a 2013 discussion reported on by the Notre Dame student paper, Barrett is quoted as saying, quote, "The controversy right now is about funding. It's a question of whether abortions will be publicly or privately funded." I talked to Nancy Northup, the president of the Center for Reproductive Rights, about her concerns as a supporter of abortion rights.
People should be very worried about the fact that the Supreme Court could never say the words Roe versus Wade is overturned and yet do so much damage to the ability for clinics to stay open and for women to be able to access services. It's been a strategy to both chip away, but more recently take a sledgehammer to pass laws that shut down clinics, that make women wait between appointments, that ban access to, medication abortion, which should be able to be gotten by telemedicine, for example, that all those things make it very hard to access. States that want to actually ban abortion use these underhanded tactics to try to shut down clinics and make it harder for women to access services.
When it comes to federal funding and how someone like Amy Coney Barrett could impact federal funding for abortion, what are we talking about there?
There are challenges across the country to attempts to, ban, for example, from private insurance even, the ability to cover abortion care.
Sean Carney is the CEO and president of 40 Days for Life, a group that opposes abortion rights. He's cautiously optimistic about what Barrett's confirmation could mean for his cause.
Obviously, it looks like she's pro-life, but it looked like Roberts was too. And he's been an absolute mess. And so I think that, you know, trying to speculate is hard, but on paper, as many of the candidates often do when they're nominated by a Republican, they look like they would help states regulate abortion. And by the way, it's not it's not Amy Barrett or it wasn't RGB's role, you know, to be an activist or to have an opinion one way or the other. It's to interpret the law. And, you know, I think that is very, very critical, particularly when states have the right to make their own laws.
Here's how Amy Coney Barrett weighed in on abortion cases as a judge on the 7th Circuit. In one, the court ruled to block an Indiana law that would have required parental notification for minors seeking abortions. In the other, the court struck down another Indiana law that would have banned abortions on the basis of race, sex, creed, or Down syndrome diagnosis. The law also would have required the burial or cremation of fetal remains. Judge Barrett dissented in both cases, essentially in favor of the two more restrictive laws.
From an abortion rights standpoint, what is concerning to you about her opinions in these two cases?
In one case, she suggested that the pre-viability period, which the Supreme Court says is clearly the time for a woman to make the decision for herself, that you ultimately cannot ban her from having an abortion, that actually that doesn't mean you can't scrutinize a woman's reason and deny her an abortion based on her reason.
In a third case, she ruled in support of a Chicago law that barred demonstrators who oppose abortion rights from approaching patients outside abortion clinics. For those grassroots activists like Sean Carney, even if Roe is not overturned, just reinvigorating the debate over abortion is a victory in his eyes.
There's just no other Supreme Court decision the last 50 years that comes up every presidential debate or every Supreme Court nomination. We have not gotten over abortion, and a lot of that is because of science and reason and the humanity we in our own country have given the unborn. We give the baby human rights protected by the law in some cases, but not with abortion.
As it stands, there are several abortion cases in the pipeline that could make their way to the Supreme Court.
And how they're decided could hinge on this week's hearings.
What do folks in Michigan think about Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett? MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi's been hitting the trail, talking to voters on his Velshi Across America tour. His fifth stop, Detroit, where he talks SCOTUS with 2 Democrats, 2 independents, and 2 Republicans.
When you think about the Supreme Court, how is it relevant to you?
They basically choose many of our fundamental rights. I am very afraid now about women's rights, about the rights of the LGBT community, about the Affordable Care Act, which is, which this government now is in the Supreme Court wanting to repeal it. And I'd just like to say, if he wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, okay, I disagree, but I understand that. But where is the replacement? We are almost at the end of his term, and I have not heard a peep on what the plan is. There is no plan. The plan is just to repeal the Affordable Care Act and throw literally thousands and millions of Americans into debt and financial ruin because they cannot afford health insurance.
So the Supreme Court is the highest court of our lands, and the Supreme Court justice plays a key role in leading this country in a democratic way. And we need to make sure that the Supreme Court hears all of our voices, not just a Republican voice or a Democratic voice, but all of our voices. So that's why in Donald Trump's pick of the current Supreme Court justice that he wants to be appointed, that's a lifetime appointment for the next 40, 50 years from now. So we need to carefully look at that and make sure that the Supreme Court pick that he picked is representing all of us.
When you think about the 3 branches of government and you think about the court system, you have to have a Supreme Court. And so it's extremely relevant, it's very important, and it has important functions to play. As it relates to what's going on now, I mean, I'm a realist, and that is that this election or any election, national election, is really important because it will determine who is the majority in the Senate. And it is a numbers game. And so this debate going back and forth as to whether or not that should happen now and the inconsistency with what senators said 4 years ago, as a realist and being very practical, it's really about the votes. But again, the Supreme Court is a critical institution, a primary social institution in this country.
The Supreme Court is going to hear the Voting Rights Act eventually again, you know, and that speaks to you know, my ability to vote in this country. The Supreme Court is going to be hearing over birth control. I have 4 daughters that are starting their adult lives, and I want to make sure that they can navigate through their lives with the freedom to build their families how they please. The Supreme Court oversees everything that's coming out of the federal courts that have already been stacked by Donald Trump, you know, so every freedom that is lifted into the federal court system is going to rest with these 9 justices.
This is a magnificent facade.
Joe Biden speaking at a voter mobilization event in Cincinnati. Let's listen in.
2 marriage proposals were made by standing in that corner and whispering to somebody in the other corner. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the passport into the city. Thank you for your friendship. I'm looking around for you. I couldn't see in the light. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for, the mayor is very good friends with the fellow who, one of the brightest, most decent men I know, who occupies my seat in the United States Senate, Senator Chris Coons. They were Truman Scholars together. And you guys seem like you're cut from the same cloth. Thank you very, very much for your support. I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor. And Kate, you're something else. Now, Kate, you know, there's an old joke a long time ago, a particular senator said to me, this is back when I was much younger, I was in my second term, running for my second term. He said, Joe, I'll come to Delaware for you and campaign for you or against you, whichever will help the most. My offer still holds. I hope my endorsement didn't hurt you. And but all kidding aside, Kate, we need you in the U.S. Congress, and I really mean it. And the reason I say that is you're a health care advocate, a cancer survivor, a mom, and we need leaders like you representing the people in the 1st District. People understand what's going on every day. The discussions that take place around the kitchen table in the morning where families are still struggling, trying to figure out what to do. And Joyce, thank you for that introduction. Before I begin, let me say that I'm saddened to hear one of my baseball heroes, Joe Morgan, second baseman, Reds legend, Hall of Famer, a good man, passed away. And my condolences to the Morgan family and his teammates and to his fans here in Cincinnati and all across the country. He played 1 year with the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, I'm going to get myself in real trouble, but I have a bad habit of telling you the truth. I happen to grow up in a household in Scranton, Pennsylvania, where if you wanted to have dinner, you had to be a Yankees fan, because that was the farm club, the AAA ball club, the Yankee ball club. And my grandpa was an All-American football player, but he was a great Yankees fan. And but it wasn't hard back in those days. There was Whitey Ford and a few others. But in Delaware, if you are not a Phillies fan, and let me put it this way, if I were not a Phillies fan, I'd be sleeping alone. My wife's a Philly girl. You think I'm kidding. I'm not. But Joe actually played for a year in the Phillies, if my memory serves me correctly. And, you know, he had fans all over the country. It's amazing to be both the heart when he was a second baseman and the voice as one of the great baseball announcers in history of the same club. I mean, that's a pretty incredible accomplishment. And so my best to his family and to his fans, and he has fans all across the country. Folks, as my football coaches say, it's go time, Joe. It's go time. This is the most important election of our lifetimes. Not because I'm running, because what's at stake. The next president is going to determine not just the next 4 years, but what the next decade or more is going to look like, because there's such a stark, fundamental difference. And you here in Cincinnati can make all the difference, and all the difference in Ohio. I learned a long time ago, coming out to Ohio, that you win Ohio from Cincinnati north, head north. Well, you are the starting gate. And I love being back here. And again, what a beautiful museum and terminal this is. I spent a lot of time, as I was telling the mayor, in train stations. When I first got elected to the United States Senate, I was 29, I was in Washington, and interviewing for staff using Senator Kennedy's whip office. And I got a phone call from a first responder saying my wife and daughter had just been killed, and my 2 boys were really badly injured, and not sure they were going to make it. My fire department, and I love my fire service, took about 3 hours in the jaws of life to get my kids out of the car because they were broadsided by a tractor trailer. And I didn't want any part of going to the United States Senate. My sister managed my campaign, and younger sister and my much younger brother raised all the money we raised, $187,000. We went to our governor to determine who they'd pick in my spot, because I didn't plan on going. A lot of really fine men who were in the Senate at the time, and Republicans and Democrats came to me and said, just come and stay for 6 months and help us organize. And so I started commuting every day, back and forth. And that's how I got involved as sort of Mr. Amtrak, because when they published that, they keep fastidious records on how many miles you travel on government aircraft when you're vice president. And I had traveled a little over, I think it was 1,400,000 miles. It was on the front page of the paper. But I used to like to take the train home on Friday still as vice president, because it cost a lot of money to take that small plane back. But in addition to that, but the Secret Service felt much more secure if I wasn't on a train. But they humored me and let me go home on Fridays sometimes. My mom was living at my home. She was passing. And I remember getting on the train, and a guy named Angelo Negria, I got to know their families, all the conductors and all the people, all those years. And he came up to me and he grabbed me and said, "Joey," grabbed my cheek. I thought the Secret Service was going to shoot him. I said, "No." I said, "He's okay." It's a true story. And he said, "I just read, Joey, 1,000,003 or 400,000 miles on Air Force Two. Big deal. You know, the boys and I, we were checking. We were on a retirement dinner. Went up to New Jersey for the dinner. You know how many miles you travel on Amtrak?" I said, "No, Ange, I don't." He said, "Joey," he said, "we figure 117 days a year, 36 years, and the next number of days as vice president. You've traveled 2,100,000 miles on Amtrak. I think I hold a record, other than a conductor." And so they gave me a key to the engine, because I'm the only one I know of. I'm not supposed to say that, but I got it hidden. My point is that, as a sidelight, one of the ways we're going to revive this economy is we're going to end up moving high-speed rail and commuter rail across this country in a way that we haven't done before. And but the reason I went home is the same reason why all you do, try to, and that is that to be there in the evening when my kids went to bed in the morning, my son Bo, my son Hunter, my daughter Ashley, get them back to school in the morning on the way to the station, and then they got older, it wasn't the case, but get to kiss them goodnight. And as they kid, "I know, Dad, we got to say 3 Hail Marys and God bless our troops." But so for 36 years we did this, 250 miles round trip. And folks, you know, it's really one way that I've said this before, and I apologize for the press that travels with me for repeating it, but as I'd ride home at night, and usually I could get to 7 o'clock, the last fast train, now they call it a Acela, it was then called a Metro, was at 7 o'clock. And I'd ride, you get outside the Beltway exit, and you ride by all these neighborhoods, and I'd look in the windows and wonder, literally sitting there, looking out the window, what are those parents talking about at that dining room table tonight? What are they doing before they put their kids to bed, or right after they put the kids to bed and come back and sit down? My guess is they're talking about the same things that we talked about all across the country, what we're talking about today. They're asking questions of one another as profound as they are ordinary. Are we going to be okay?